The Adventurers Guild had been a bust. There was nothing really new for Rievin to see there except for a different style of expensive architecture. The retainer had quickly gotten them a meeting with the local branch guild master, and after verifying that he himself wasn't an undercover spy, they had explained the situation to him. It was the fastest way to gain access to the entire structure. Rievin was able to map the entire thing before he ever met with the guild master, but he was still putting on the show that he needed to have line of sight. The Adventurers Guild had been mostly empty. A few high-level adventurers were puttering around inside, waiting for a time they could be called up to arms, but for the most part, all of the adventurers that didn't enlist in the military had moved further inward of the region. The higher-level adventurers were in a situation where they couldn't be compelled to join the military, but they were expected to offer their services in an emergency and receive just compensation for it. The lower-level adventurers could get a steady stream of income from their salary, but they wouldn't get a combat bonus. Conversely, the higher-level adventurers' income was mostly put on hold without access to quests, but they could get a large combat bonus. It all worked out in the end, and the lower-level adventurers didn't mind their temporary stint in the military because they got decent life experience they otherwise wouldn't have access to. It wasn't like the military just accepted anyone and everyone in times of peace. The Adventurers Guild is a strange entity. Now that I think about it, Rievin thought. Thinking about the situation with the individual adventurers led him to think about the organization as a whole. It's an independent, outside organization, but it's made up of the local insiders wherever it's found. Everyone still has allegiance to their kingdom or empire, yet they're part of an organization that spans pretty much the entirety of the populated realm. There was no super guild master in charge of the entire thing. There was no council of elders or any kind of overarching overseer. The guild master in the Tier 4 capital city was the head honcho for the entire empire they resided in, and he had the ultimate authority over all of the subordinate Adventurers Guild branches. They had nobody who overlooked their jobs. There has to be more to it than that. That's a good way to have significant corruption. I'll have to ask about it the next time I do something with my identity as an adventurer in the future. Rievin had never planned on being a full-time adventurer. Likewise, he had never really planned on having a full career as a soldier or mercenary. Things just sort of worked out that way. Having an identity as an adventurer was more of a bonus to how he had envisioned his lifestyle. The main draw of gaining ranks in the Adventurers Guild was the access it could provide in higher-tier regions. If one didn't have the necessary rank, they wouldn't even be able to see the higher-end quests and opportunities, much less tackle them. Sure, people could go out on their own, and Rievin could definitely see himself doing so with his considerably higher power level as compared to his tier and level, but most people required the assistance of at least a party. And it wasn't just access to higher-end quests, either. The Adventurers Guild could give their people preferential treatment towards delving into dungeons. They could skip wait lines and sell their spoils for higher profit. Rievin had never really thought about what he was going to do with his life in the next 30 years or so, but just going from one quest to another, one dungeon to another, constantly putting his life on the line to make a profit, wasn't what he had imagined. He wasn't opposed to the adventure and risk, but there was nothing to motivate him to push harder other than personal growth. Well, I guess with my proclivity for training and increasing my skills, that would be motivation enough, Rievin chuckled. He also didn't have aspirations of conquering nations with the might of a military behind his back. He didn't see himself as some hero to lead the armies of an empire to defend against the hordes of monsters, either. Maybe one day. Rievin let his thoughts drift off as he heard the telltale sounds of a blacksmith enter his ears. He had been lost in thought as he followed the retainer through the city. The retainer had led him away from the central hub of the city toward the northwest corner. The sounds grew louder and louder as they got closer, and suddenly, Rievin was able to see a large area that had been cleared out with several new blacksmith workshops and other crafters' stations constructed altogether. Rievin had gone on his little mission with the retainer by himself. Rafix, Kefira, and Cyrilla had gone back to the company barracks. None of them were worried that things would spiral out of control without their presence or anything. They had simply wanted an end to the day, and Rievin didn't see any reason to bring them along. He wasn't expecting to find any more spies, and even if Kefira wasn't there to lock down the space around any he did find, they would be able to handle it. What was the point of this? Rievin idly asked. Centralization, the retainer replied. Rievin was a bit surprised at the response. He had been thinking more out loud than expecting a response. There are far more blacksmiths, tailors, alchemists, and other lifestyle professions than what can fit in the central square of the city. It made sense to gather all of them together in one location, and the prince wasn't going to give special treatment to those that had occupied a position in the most coveted central square. Thus, we have a hub of crafters located here. It's not a big secret or anything. Everyone in the city knows about it. The area wasn't walled off, and they had easy access to the location, but there were still patrols making sure people who didn't belong didn't wander into the area. The retainer met up with one such patrol leader and simply explained that the prince had ordered Captain Reevin to do a summary inspection of the area. The retainer was a well-known person, and there was no reason for the patrol leader to doubt his word. Reevin encompassed the area with his divine sense, making sure to pay attention to the faces of each of the individuals within his range. He nodded to the patrolman before heading deeper into the crafting haven. The sounds picked up through his divine sense were a bit strange. He could still hear everything with his own ears, and the distance and obstructions between the source distorted the sounds like usual. However, his divine sense filtered the information a bit differently. He didn't hear the sounds with his divine sense. There were also no distortions caused by distance or walls. He was able to sense the clear, pure sound of each noise within his range, as if he had been overlapping with the source. It didn't drown out any other noise, though, and it was more like he understood it on a fundamental level. He could tell the exact pitch and timbre of the sound, as well as the decibel level. It had been easy to adapt to the strange flow of information into his mind when it was just people talking or combat. The last time he had been in a pitched combat situation, his divine sense had been much lower level, and the range wasn't large enough to pick up too much information. Walking into a hub of blacksmiths and other crafters really put things into perspective for him, though. He had to slow his pace down so that he wasn't overwhelmed by the information flooding his brain. He hadn't suffered such a situation since he had gotten used to his new skill way back in the desert of Drallo. The retainer slowed down to match his pace when he noticed the shift, and he gave him a curious look. "I'm fine," Reevin said. "My skill picks up sounds, too, and it's a little much right now. Just give me a few moments to adapt." The retainer nodded his head and didn't press for any further information. They walked along the edge of the hub, letting Reevin adapt to the sounds before slowly making their way deeper toward the center of the hub. Reevin could see the frantic activity of the lifestyle crafters making and repairing weapons and gear. Not everything being made was expressly military, either. There were coopers making barrels, cobblers making footwear, and tailors making things other than clothes like backpacks and pouches. The list was endless. Everything would have a purpose in a military unit, though. Reevin was a little surprised by the number of Tier 1 kids running about. They were the apprentices, and they acted like errand boys and girls for the most part, though Reevin could also see them taking turns observing their superiors' work. The crafters' hub was like a little city unto itself, though there was no overt commerce being conducted. They made their rounds around and through the hub, and Reevin gave the retainer a shake of his head once they returned to the original position they had approached the area from. "I didn't see anything, and I'm certain I inspected everyone," Reevin said. "Very well, I'll let the prince know," the retainer responded. With that, the retainer gave a slight nod and then briskly strode away. Reevin watched him go for a second before turning to head toward his own destination. It had been a long day, and he was eager to finally relax. "I'll get in a couple of sparring sessions with Dad, and then Kefira and I can work on our mana skills," Reevin thought. Some might think his idea of relaxing was a little off the mark. "I'm really not sure what can be done about it on your end," Prince Alex said. Captain Reevin was the only person in the entire city that I know of that could spot the skin masks. An ethereal image of another man who resembled himself was hovering over a long-distance communication device. Unless it was strictly necessary, they didn't communicate such long distances with the magical items. It ate up too much power. This was anything but a routine communication, though. "You said Princess Kefira teleported the corpse of the first spy they caught straight into your office?" the other man asked. He was the second prince, Prince Indru, in charge of the main defensive line. He was dressed in simple military attire without armor or weapons. The stalemate that existed in Piori existed across the entire front, and they didn't need to be in full battle regalia at all times. "That's right," Prince Alec confirmed. "Do you know the range of her abilities?" Prince Indru asked. "I can find out. There wasn't really time to get into the nitty-gritty details." "Do so. If she's able to, we need to dispatch this Captain Reevin across all the fronts to root out the tumors. Sooner rather than later." "I'll get on it," Prince Alex said. "Good. Is there anything else?" "Not at this time, brother." "All right. Notify me when they depart. Have them travel in a straight line across the front. No reason to make things complicated. Out." The magic cut off suddenly without Alec having a chance to respond to the last message. It was typical behavior from his brother during these times, so he wasn't put off by it. If he considered himself busy with his task of running Piori and the surrounding areas, then his second brother was absolutely swamped. He not only had to oversee his own location, but he was in charge of the overall defensive efforts. General William was more an advisor to their father than a commanding general, and he was one of the last lines of defense with his Tier 6 class. There had been many debates about using the abilities of General William and the other older generation Imperials. There was one group in the council that clamored to send them out to the front lines to make short work of the enemy forces. They could easily drive them off without any real danger to their lives, and the invasion would be over just like that. The other faction pointed out that they didn't have enough information to send them out like that. What if the enemy forces had their own Tier 6 coterie just waiting for them to show up? It could be a trap to cut off their most powerful classers, and then they would have free access to the entire empire. They were obviously not operating without information about their empire. They obviously had intelligence on the Vero Empire. The enemy forces were arrayed in a way that perfectly matched the defensive capabilities of the locals. They sent their troops out in a strategic manner to take advantage of the terrain, and they didn't concentrate their forces in incorrect locations. If they knew about that, and they also came from a Tier 4 empire, at minimum, then they had to know about the group of older generation Imperials with much higher levels. Prince Alec rubbed his temples as he fought to dismiss the thoughts. There was no use in worrying about such a situation, and he could only hope that if or when the enemy Tier 6 classers showed up, it wasn't where he or any of his brothers were without backup. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts, finally temporarily freeing him of the worry and stress. He looked up as his retainer entered his office. "Well?" Prince Alec asked. "Nothing, my prince," the retainer answered. The older man had been with Prince Alec his entire life. He was part butler, part bodyguard, part adjutant. The list went on. He was immensely capable, and Prince Alec didn't know what he would do without the man's help. Good subordinates are almost more important than one's own individual strength in these situations, Prince Alec mused. That was expected, Alec said. Send someone to their barracks to meet with Princess Kefira. Inquire about her teleport abilities. Let her know that she doesn't have to divulge anything specific, and if she wants to keep things even more private, she can come to speak to me directly. It will be done, my prince. That's all for now. Have the runner let them know we want the information for the purpose of sending them out to catch more spies in other locations. Yes, my prince. The retainer gave a deep bow before exiting the office to carry out his task. Prince Alec sat in silence for a few moments, staring off in the direction of the enemy line. What are they doing? He asked himself for the 1000th time. Rieven's training sword blurred as he maneuvered it to try and reach past his father's defense. To anyone watching, they would barely be able to even see the wooden weapon. It was just a shadowy streak constantly assaulting Rafix. For Rafix's part, he wasn't even breaking a sweat as he swatted all of the attempts aside or simply tilted his body to avoid the blow. Rafix's transcendent skill with his weapon's prodigy skill didn't just give him a strange ability. It also directly translated into better usage. It wasn't like breaking the barrier of level 100, the skill was just a symbolic representation of his accomplishment in gaining the new ability. According to Rafix, there were different degrees of level 100 as well. Somebody stuck at level 100 for decades but unable to cross the transcendent barrier would have a significantly higher skill level than someone who just reached the maximum level. At some point, the skill level was no longer a way for the system to assist someone with their skills, but denoted their mastery. However, level 100 was a hard line that couldn't be crossed without transcending the skill. There was no number representation for someone in that situation, though, so one could only find out the skill level of an opponent by engaging them. Someone who had gained transcendence might actually be worse with their skill than someone who had trained for decades without increasing their level. Rafix had been stuck at level 100 for nearly a decade, and he was a genius. That wasn't just Rieven's opinion of his father either. The man was truly a prodigy. Rieven backed off from his furious assault. He wiped the sweat from his brow as he observed his father calmly standing at the ready. "So what is your skill level now?" Rieven asked. "I just ticked up to 107, Rafix replied. Rieven was slightly taken aback. The level doesn't match the actual skill right away. If you want to look at it in terms of absolute ability, my skill level would have been around 108 or 109, but I needed to adapt to my transcendent ability before the system would recognize the increase in skill level. My level was already there, though, so the levels have come relatively quickly." Rieven didn't know how difficult it was to increase one's level when they reached beyond 100, but since his father said it had increased relatively quickly with an increase of 7 levels over half a decade, he imagined it was pretty hard. Most of the people Rieven had met in the Tier 4 range had their skills sitting around the 50-60 range. His father had apparently reached level 100 before he broke the Tier 5 barrier many years ago. "What about you? What skill level are you sitting at now?" Rafix asked. They both lowered their training weapons as they transitioned into a discussion. Not all of their training together was done through sparring, and the closer Rieven got to level 100, the more time Rafix spent talking about the skill. Rieven gave a quick peek at his skill level before answering. 97, he answered. Rafix gave a low whistle at the response. "Wow, I can hardly wrap my head around it," Rafix shook his head. "I was almost a decade older than you are now by the time I reached that skill level, and I didn't do any less training than you. What's the highest skill level you've ever seen?" Rieven asked. Rafix got a wistful look on his face as he recalled the past. My grandfather had his sword skill at level 150, he answered. Rievin's eyes opened wide at the revelation. His actual skill level was actually higher, but 150 is the next threshold for the system. You have to unlock a second transcendent ability to move beyond 150. After level 100, you have to gain another ability every 50 levels to have it recognized by the system. In some of the ancient scrolls I've read over the years, they've mentioned people with skill levels in the thousands. They were basically unrestricted with what they could do with their skills. Nowadays, you'll be lucky to find someone like my grandfather. I haven't heard of anyone with 2 or more transcendent abilities. That doesn't mean they're not out there, but if they are, it's incredibly rare. What happened? Rievin asked. Nobody knows for sure. It was probably common knowledge in the past, and so it wasn't properly recorded in any of the preserved documents that I've uncovered over the years. There's speculation, of course. The main theory is that it has something to do with how difficult it is to ascend. Well, maybe you'll be the first person to reach level 200 in thousands of years, Rievin said with a smile. I doubt it, Rafix replied, shaking his head. Rievin frowned as he tilted his head in confusion. There's a little monster I know that's likely to surpass me soon. I'll be the second person in thousands of years. Rafix grinned at his son. Maybe, Rievin replied with a grin of his own. The two men squared off once more and resumed their sparring. They didn't immediately launch into a crescendo of blows. They ramped it up from the beginning like they always did, though the pace was much faster than most people could handle. Rievin walked out of his private bath with his towel across his shoulders. He had dressed in the room before heading out, not having to wait for his body to dry with the power of mana. He didn't strictly need a towel either. He simply enjoyed the relaxing routine. He sauntered through the halls of the building, his body relaxed from the physical exertion of training followed by the hot bath. He made his way to one of the offices on the second floor and entered without knocking. He sensed the two people on the other side of the door with his divine sense, and they were waiting for him. The office had been cleared of the desk and bookshelves. In their place were some comfortable rugs and cushions. Cyrilla was lounging by the door, and Kefira was seated cross-legged on one of the cushions. They both looked up at Rievin as he entered the room. She and Rievin shared a smile. A messenger came from Prince Alec while you were in the bath, Kefira said. They wanted to know about my teleportation abilities so they could have us hop to other defensive positions quickly to root out more spies. That makes sense, Rievin said with a nod. He walked forward and took a seat opposite Kefira. He slung his towel from over his shoulder and laid it on the floor behind him. It's what I would do in his situation. My dad and the other officers have a good handle on the situation, so it wouldn't be the end of the world to send me off for a short period of time. Yeah, I didn't give them any specifics about my abilities, but I did tell them that I would be able to move us around fairly quickly. I've got a better handle on long-distance jumps, and I can bring all three of us along easily enough. Sounds good. Rievin scooted forward so that his knees were touching Kefira's. They put their palms together, forming a 4-point circuit between themselves. When do we leave? The messenger didn't have that information, but I imagine it'll be soon, probably tomorrow morning. You'll most likely get the orders at the morning briefing. Do you want to come along? I probably should. All right, now that that's settled, let's get started. The two began to cycle their mana through their meridians. They used their points of contact between their palms and knees to form a larger cycle between the two of them, sharing their mana in an endless loop. They hadn't breached the final step in their intimacy, but they felt a strong connection with each other every time they performed this exercise. This was truly the most relaxing part of Rievin's day. The morning briefing was over quickly. There were no new major missions, as everything had been updated the day previously. All of the officers in attendance had been in the meeting the day before, where they had learned about the spies, but there had been no updates on the location of those that had been replaced. Prince Alec didn't dwell on the issue. He only told them to keep looking. Nobody was hopeful of the outcome, though. Rievin's mercenary company had been lucky to discover the switch almost as soon as it had happened. Rievin remembered that there hadn't been any discrepancies with any of the staff before they had gone on their morning expedition to the front-line outpost. Prince Alec dismissed the other officers, something he rarely did as he was usually the first one to leave to signal the end of the meeting, and they all filed out. They cast curious glances toward Rievin, though they could probably figure out why he was staying behind. He was the one to discover the issue, and as far as anyone knew, he was the only one that could spot the skin masks. Kefira sat patiently next to Rievin, Cyrilla standing in her usual position behind her chair. She had been a bit bored with the meeting, but she didn't let it show on her face. She didn't want to give a bad impression or cause any kind of distractions. Going over routine reports and instructions just wasn't her thing. Prince Alec motioned to his retainer, and the taciturn man stepped forward and placed a large map on the table in front of Rievin and Kefira. It was a geographical map, and there was a clear line that snaked in a large crescent shape around the capital. Peoria was located to the southeast of the capital, but it wasn't at an endpoint on the line. The line started south-southwest of the capital and ended east-northeast of it. It wasn't a full enclosure, but it cut off a significant portion of the region from the capital. Every type of terrain was occupied and likewise defended. Reevan noticed that whenever possible, the two forces correctly positioned themselves on the high ground and avoided valleys. Some forests and swamps acted as barriers and concealment. The overall situation was a complicated mess. Reevan was eager to study the intricacies involved in launching a full-scale assault on either side, but that wasn't the purpose of the meeting. So it'll be a relatively short jaunt to reach the endpoint to the southwest, Prince Alex said. The front line, for the most part, is static. There aren't any indentions or weird situations where either we or the enemy have pushed too far, though there are some cases where it's close because of advantageous terrain. It would be impractical for you to travel to each individual outpost for each major position, so you'll only be visiting the major hubs. Prince Andrew, my second brother, has issued an emergency order for each camp to only operate a skeleton crew in the outposts for those camps to the west of us. We'll wait until you get back and report your progress, so we can time things more efficiently moving forward before anything is said to the rest of the camps. There are only 3 major hubs and 5 minor ones that you need to visit. The minor hubs should only take a few minutes based on your speed of inspection yesterday. They're not nearly as large as a base like ours in Peori. I'll leave the timing up to you. I don't know how quickly you'll be able to make it to these camps, but remember that the individual outposts attached to the camps will be vastly understaffed while they wait for you to accomplish your mission. None of the commanders know what you'll be there for, as we don't know who we can trust until after the mission. Any questions? What are the rules of engagement? What do you want me to do with any captured spies? Reevan asked. Rules of engagement are you have plenary powers to decide any and all actions on the spot. Spies are sentenced to death, and we don't need the headache of trying to get more information out of more spies. We have enough in our custody here, so for everywhere but the main base where Prince Andrew is located, kill them on sight. Yes, sir, Reevan replied. He wasn't too surprised by the order. Kidnapping a person, assuming their identity, and then dressing themselves up as one of them was not the same thing as political espionage. It might seem a bit callous to take such measures without any kind of trial, but this was acting against an enemy combatant on the battlefield. Just because it was behind the lines and not on a traditional field didn't make it any less deadly. Good, I'll see you when you get back. We can communicate with the rest of the camps to set a schedule. The retainer grabbed the map and rolled it up. Prince Alec handed a badge to Reevan and then walked out of the conference room followed by his man, and Reevan turned to Kefira. The badge bore the insignia of the imperial family, specifically Prince Alex, and it was a quick and convenient way to gain access to the camps. Ready to go, he asked. Yeah, but what about the map? Kefira asked back. Don't worry, I already got a copy. It's smaller and less detailed, but it'll get the job done. Can you teleport us based on map coordinates now? No way. I haven't gotten that proficient with it yet. This will be good practice, though. The trio stepped out of the conference room and left the headquarters building. They didn't want to perform the teleportation in the middle of the city, where just anyone could see it. Telling the commanding general and his trusted subordinate wasn't the same thing as publicizing the information to the world. They completely left the city, leaving from the west gate. The terrain around Peori was mostly plains with some short, rolling hills. The forest was on the south and east side of the city, so they didn't have any obstruction to their view except for the few short hills. They made their way up one of them and slightly down the other side so that they weren't visible to the people in the city. Here should be good, Reevan said, scanning the distance. They could see for quite a few miles into the distance. We'll have to trek through the woods over there. That will probably be the biggest time sink of our journey, but the map does show some decent-sized hills that we can use to jump over some of them. I'm not going to use jumps this time, Kefira said. I'm going to try something a bit different. Instead of displacing us directly, I'm going to try for a tunnel. It's not nearly long enough to be an actual tunnel, of course. It'll be more like a door we step through. It looks like you learned quite a bit from our walk through the teleportation circle to Vero, Reevan said with a nod. Let's hope it works. Don't jinx it, Kefira said, slapping Reevan on the shoulder playfully. She turned to face the woods in the distance and concentrated for a bit. She had a slight frown on her face as she searched for the proper method to combine what she knew she was capable of with the possibilities she had discovered with her research. Reevan watched her, the wind gently blowing her clothes and hair about. Cyrilla kept an eye on the surroundings out of habit. She knew that Reevan could see everything in a large radius, but old habits died hard, and it wasn't necessarily a bad habit in the first place. They wouldn't always be with Reevan. After several minutes, a light split the air in front of Kefira. She didn't react to it as she was still focused on the mana involved. Her sight was seeing something different. Reevan inspected the light with curiosity. It grew in size until it was several inches taller than him and reached the ground. With a slight sighing sound, the light expanded into a rent in reality, and Ryevin could see some of the trees from the distant forest right in front of him. He could reach his hand through and run his hands along the bark of the closest tree if he wanted to. "Let's go," Ryevin said to Cyrilla. "We don't know if her stepping through will alter her hold on the spell or not." Cyrilla nodded and didn't argue with him. They took quick steps forward and were suddenly several miles away next to the distant forest. Kefira had come out of her concentrated state after succeeding, and she followed after them immediately. "Is there anything different about holding the spell once you step through?" Ryevin asked. "A bit," Kefira answered. "It's hard to explain, but it's like a shift in perspective. Imagine holding a ball in one hand and looking at it, then switching hands and looking at it from the other side. It's not any more difficult to hold the ball in the other hand, and switching hands isn't much of a chore either. It's not like I had to juggle it to get it over." "Okay, sounds good." Kefira let go of the spell and the trio made their way into the woods. According to the map, the woods on this side was only a couple of miles across, so they didn't expect to spend too much time crossing it. On the other side was another plain of rolling hills. Once they moved a bit further away, they would be able to teleport up to a larger hill, not quite a mountain, and the hope was that Kefira was powerful enough with the new method to move from hill to avoid all the obstacles in the way. The birds chirped and the squirrels scurried. There were no monsters or beasts this close to the city of Peori usually, and they had been further dispersed due to the activity of the military in the region. Ryevin didn't know how the enemies handled the monsters and beasts on their side of the lines, but he assumed it wasn't much different than how they did it. It was more important to keep any roving bands of monsters away than to exterminate them for experience. It could be a fatal mistake to be set upon by a horde of monsters while amid pitched combat. The journey through the forest was uneventful. Any other time, Ryevin would admire the beauty of the open world, but they were focused on getting to their destination as quickly as possible. The trio exited the tree line and climbed another short hill, and Kefira once more performed her trick of making a doorway to their destination in the distance. She was able to accomplish the task several seconds quicker than the first time. The first destination, one of the minor camps, wasn't too far away. It was almost like a depot between the major camps, but it had more people than a simple supply depot usually would. There were enough soldiers to hold part of the line and communicate to the major camps in case of an enemy advance, but because they were so far away from any habitation or decent, defensible terrain, it wasn't strategically important other than preventing a flanking maneuver. All of the soldiers, aside from a few individuals in the outposts, were present in the small fort that had been constructed. Ryevin guessed that there were a few thousand soldiers. Leaving some at the outpost was a risk they were going to have to take. It was still more important to prevent the enemy from sneaking by than rooting out the spies at this point. They flashed the badge Prince Alec had given them and entered the fort. None of the soldiers knew that they were there for any kind of inspection, not even the commanding officer. He wasn't anywhere to be seen to greet them, but Ryevin didn't mind. He didn't need the man's cooperation to accomplish his task. The badge given to them prevented the guards from inquiring too deeply into their business, too. The three simply walked through the camp. The fort wasn't huge, and they chose a route that would allow Ryevin to see everyone within the confines of the palisade. He didn't spot any spies among the companies, but as soon as he was in range of the headquarters building, he spotted one of the manservants with the telltale signs of a skin mask. He focused his attention to verify the discovery. He shared a glance with Kefira and Cyrilla to get their attention. He motioned for them to lean over. "Target spotted," he whispered. He didn't point. He motioned with his eyes toward the man walking in the distance. "That manservant over there has a skin mask on. Let's approach casually, and once I'm in range, I'll take him out. Be prepared to lock the space down, just in case." The two girls nodded, and they subtly shifted the direction they were walking to intercept the manservant. Ryevin watched as the man went about his business almost completely unnoticed by the soldiers around him. It wasn't a terrible idea to infiltrate the servants. Most of the soldiers and officers ignored them almost entirely, and they wouldn't have too many interactions with important people to give away their presence. Ryevin didn't alter his pace, and their new path led him to walk directly behind the man. He pretended to be just another soldier that was oblivious to the man's presence. The manservant gave him a look out of the corner of his eye, most likely annoyed that someone was walking so close that he would almost collide with him, but he took one quick step to avoid being run over by Ryevin. Ryevin could see the man roll his eyes. It was at this moment that he struck. He had been accumulating his mana surreptitiously as they walked, and he suddenly condensed it into a dagger in his hand. He imbued the mana weapon skill with several different affinities: sharpness, metal, and a touch of eternal. He didn't know what kind of countermeasures the man had, and he didn't want something to block the mana dagger from reaching its mark. He struck lightning quick. He felt a bit of resistance, and the manservant began to leap forward, likely warned by either danger sense or a similar skill. It was too little too late, though, and Ryevin powered through the slight resistance. The dagger plunged through the man's back and pierced his heart. Reevin stepped forward and brought his hand around the man's head to cover his mouth to prevent him from screaming. The action wasn't covert to those walking around at all, and an alarm immediately went up. Reevin hadn't covered the man's mouth to prevent him from alerting other people to the situation at hand. He was mainly getting his hand in place to remove the skin mask as quickly as possible to avoid being accused of murdering some random person, and he was partly practicing for a more stealthy attack. Skill leveled up. Assassination, 1-3. Reevin dug his fingers deep into the skin mask and violently ripped it off the man's face. There was no time for subtlety. A group of armed soldiers was already formed up and rushing to the scene. Reevin propped the corpse of the spy up with his hand and turned the man's head to display the prominent 3 brand mark on the man's forehead. The soldiers running up about to scream orders at Reevin with their weapons drawn came to a halt. It took them a second to understand what they were seeing, but they didn't immediately back down or put their weapons away. "Stay here until an officer gets here to question you," the patrol leader ordered Reevin. "You have 1 minute," Reevin said, once more flashing the badge given by Prince Alec. "I'm on official business and have places to be." The patrol leader gulped at the display of the badge, but he didn't back down. He motioned for one of the soldiers to run off and hurry the officer up. He wasn't confident he would be able to keep Reevin and the 2 girls with him in place, but Reevin displayed a cooperative attitude despite the time limit, and he would be able to get at least a few answers from him. An officer ran up, huffing and puffing with sweat rolling down his face. It wasn't the act of killing a manservant that had spurred the man into a sprint to get to Reevin on time, but the presence of an imperial family badge. "What's the issue?" The officer asked, looking back and forth between Reevin and the patrolling soldiers. The patrol officer lifted his hand to indicate the corpse still being held up by Reevin, and the officer took a closer look at the man's face, finally noticing the brand mark. "I'm the prince's counterintelligence officer," Reevin said. It wasn't strictly a lie either. He was conducting a counterintelligence operation, and he was an officer. He wouldn't worry about the little details, like an official appointment. "We've done a thorough investigation of the camp, and this is the only spy present. I have orders to kill them on sight. We don't know if they're going to try and replace the spies we're rooting out. Keep an eye on your people, especially the civilian staff." "Okay, the officer said. He was obviously a bit out of his element as he tried to parse all of the information. The badge had the legitimate mana marker of the imperial family, but this was the first time he had encountered a situation like this. "All right. Bring that dead man with you, and we're going to report to the camp commander." "No," Reevin said. He let the dead spy drop to the ground as he turned and started walking off with Kefira and Cyrilla in tow. "I have places to be. You clean up the mess. I don't have time to mess with it." "Now hold on a second," the officer stepped forward. Reevin paused and leveled a severe gaze at the man. "No, you hold on, Lieutenant," Reevin snapped back. "I'm under direct orders from Prince Alec. You and the other officers stationed here are perfectly capable of further investigating this matter on your own. Nobody is going to be blamed for the infiltration of these spies, so none of you have to worry about that. Just keep an eye on your people and handle this on your own. Bye." Reevin strode off as the lieutenant spluttered in place. Reevin didn't care about the man or the report he wanted to give the camp commander. They turned a corner of a building, and Reevin gave Kefira a suggestive. Kefira reached out and grabbed Reevin and Cyrilla by the wrist, and they jumped out of the fort, back to a place several hundred yards away where they had approached from. "All right, let's move on to the next camp," Reevin said, smiling at Kefira. Kefira gave him a weird look, but she shook her head and turned in the direction they needed to head. Shortly after, the trio was once more stepping through a door in reality several miles away to continue their journey. "I'm getting a little too used to taking other people's lives," Reevin thought. "I wouldn't have even noticed anything if Kefira hadn't given me that strange look. This is definitely something to meditate on later." The rest of the journey to the camps was made in the same manner. Kefira would make doors to walk across anywhere from a few to dozens of miles at a time. They would travel through or around any obstacles Kefira couldn't teleport them past, and then they would approach a fort with the badge for easy access. Each of the minor camps held one undercover spy, each. They were always a member of the servant staff, and each assassination of a spy brought in a quick response from the local soldiers. Reevin had to commend them for their swift response each time. Even though they normally completely ignored the maids and manservants that were constantly walking about the camps, it wasn't to the point that they wouldn't see a blatant murder in the midst of them. They successfully avoided getting entangled by any of the soldiers or officers, other than giving them a short response about the spies and his mission, and the morning went by quickly. The major camps were a bit of a different story. They weren't forts constructed in the wilderness. They were always located in a town or city, though none were as large as Peori. Most of the time spent on the mission was actually moving about each of the camps to cover the entire area with Reevin's divine sense. The major camps had spies located in each of the barracks, and Reevin spent a little more time explaining his purpose to an officer at each company to gain unfettered access to the individual barracks. With the badge and story, Reevin was able to quickly get in and out to take care of the spies. It was an hour after noon by the time they wrapped up the final minor camp at the very edge of the front lines. They had enjoyed a quick meal at the last town, so they didn't need to take a break after completing this portion of their mission, though there wouldn't be enough time to make it to the camps on the other, larger side of the line. Well, that didn't take as long as I feared, Reevin said, looking at Kefira as they walked at a more leisurely pace through a stretch of forest. I've also been thinking about what you're worried about. Oh, and what am I worried about? Kefira asked. She brushed some of her hair out of her face behind her ear as she looked at Reevin. You're worried that I killed those people too easily, Reevin responded. Kefira didn't say anything yet. She kept looking at Reevin, waiting for him to continue. Not in the execution of the attacks, of course. You're worried that I didn't have any emotional response to it. I think I might have figured some of it out. Oh yeah, I'm glad you noticed without me having to say anything, Kefira said. Reevin cleared his throat in embarrassment. Well, to be honest, I only noticed because of the look you gave me. Anyway, I think it has something to do with my time trapped in the space between realms. I was in a coma for most of it, and I experienced several different brutal lives in my mind. My soul was influenced by the abyss. I don't know how, but the system prompted me that I was in balance, so I never thought anything about it. I think I've finally realized some of the after effects of the influence. The return trip to Peori wasn't anything special. They just backtracked the route they had taken before, though Reevin was cognizant enough to keep his senses expanded all around in case there was an unexpected enemy intrusion during their mission. There was no telling if the enemy forces would take notice of the skeleton crews manning the outposts and use that to their advantage or not, but it was better safe than sorry. They had contemplated taking an alternate route on the way back, but aside from some of the larger obstacles they had to pass through, Kefira had put forth the idea to use her knowledge of the previous teleports coupled with the map to practice being able to teleport that way. It wasn't as precise when she first attempted it. She opened a door several feet underground the first time, creating a doorway to a wall of dirt. After the brief hiccup and a couple of portals opened a bit too high in the air, she got the hang of it, though. She was still not confident enough to just look at a spot on the map she had never been to before and open a new portal there, but it would come with practice and repetition. The trio walked through the gates of Peori as the sun sat low on the horizon. It had taken them most of the day to travel a little over half the distance they would need to cover next and back. Reevin flashed the badge issued to him by Prince Alec and got through the inspection quickly. The level of detail the gate guards gave to everyone coming and going had increased substantially after the spy incident. Not all of the soldiers knew about the incident or understood the orders, but they followed them to the letter. The badge just let them move through the gate at the regular pace they were accustomed to. Well, you two can head back to the barracks and get some rest, Reevin said to Kefira. I'll go ahead and report to the prince now and get our schedule for tomorrow. It'll be a little bit different as we're going to have to time when we arrive and handle the inspection of the camps. I know, Kefira said, nodding her head. We'll see you in a little while then. The two girls gave a short wave as they parted ways from Reevin. They peeled off to the side to head back to their barracks, and Reevin continued straight into the center of the city. The guards at the headquarters building were expecting him, so they waved him in right away after sending someone to notify the prince of his arrival. None of them had known how long exactly their first trip would take, but they had guessed anywhere from a full day to a day and a half at most. Kefira's ability to shoot them long distances across the terrain had been an amazing utility for the mission. Reevin kept his focus on his divine sense as active as he could. If he didn't particularly pay attention these days, a lot of the things that entered his perception, though they were in perfect clarity, blurred past his awareness. He had worked so hard to filter out all of the information when he had first unlocked the skill. Now he had to focus his attention to get everything he could in the much expanded range. It was the difference between subconsciously noticing something and actively seeing it in his mind's eye. Reevin strolled through the halls and up the stairs. The enemy had yet to send a new spy into the depths of the headquarters for the prince, but that didn't mean they wouldn't try. They might have had no idea how their spies had been discovered, so it might be some time before something new was tried. Reevin was escorted to the prince's office and the door was opened for him. He knocked on the open door to announce himself, and the prince simply waved him in without looking up. I gather you had success, Prince Alec asked. Yes, sir, Reevin said, standing at attention in front of the desk. Prince Alec glanced up and then motioned to one of the seats. Have a seat. What was the damage? Prince Alec asked, setting aside the documents he had been perusing. In the minor camps, there was only one spy per camp, Reevin said. Every single one of them was a civilian staff member. The major camps, however, were like here. There was a spy in each of the individual barracks and the headquarters building. None of them slipped through that I'm aware of, he concluded. Good. It seems they haven't been able to convey the danger to their spies yet. You'll set out immediately after morning breakfast tomorrow. I'll contact Prince Andrew and let him know. Prince Alex's retainer appeared and laid a map across the desk. Okay, now we'll need to figure out the timing for when you'll be able to arrive at each of these locations. Rievin and Prince Alec pored over the map for the next hour or so. Rievin studied the terrain and approximated the time it would take for them to traverse the obstacles they couldn't bypass with Kefira's teleporting, and they came up with a schedule. It wasn't perfectly precise, but they would hopefully reduce the amount of time the outposts weren't fully manned to as much of a minimum as they could without having made the journey before. Prince Alec dismissed Rievin as he pulled out his long-distance communication device, and Rievin quickly left the headquarters. He wasn't all that tired from the excursion earlier. Even though they had run through all of the forests and up and down hills all day long, it was nothing compared to the training sessions he participated in with his father. They never even pushed themselves to the point of exhaustion they would feel on a regular basis just to practice their combat skills. After a quick sparring session with his father and a quick round of mana exercises with Kefira, Rievin retired to his room to rest before they completed their mission on the other leg of the front lines. Rievin sighed in annoyance as he drummed his fingers on the tabletop. The atmosphere in the tavern wasn't as lively as it would have been during normal times, but there were still plenty of patrons. The low murmur of conversation penetrated the room, but it wasn't distracting. Rievin sighed once more as leaned back in his chair, throwing his hands over his face. "Gah, it's so annoying," he muttered. "These things happen," Kefira said with a shrug. "There was nothing we could have done about it. My skills with using the map aren't good enough yet to avoid this situation. I know, and I'm not blaming you," Rievin said, peeking at Kefira through his fingers. "It's just rotten luck. Have you heard the saying, if something can go wrong, it will go wrong before?" "I can't say that I have, but it makes perfect sense," Kefira said with a chuckle. The day had started off as a disaster. The trio had emerged from the barracks bright-eyed and ready to go. They would get a quick breakfast, stock up on their field rations, and then repeat the previous day's lightning-quick expedition across the lines. Their hopes for a repeat performance were immediately dashed as they walked outside into a wall of fog. The weather had turned on them and they had no prior warning. The humidity had increased tremendously overnight, and with the cool temperatures of the morning, the entire world was a white haze. It was no problem for them with their high perception stats in close range, but Kefira was unable to pierce through the fog with her vision for any kind of teleport to be practical. They had to run the entire first couple of hours of the morning. They didn't make any teleports or jumps, and to not completely screw up the schedule, they couldn't take it as easy as they had the day before. Rievin had gloated to himself that they hadn't even expended the same amount of energy as they did for regular training sessions the day before, but that was no longer the case. The three of them were huffing and puffing before long, Kefira having it the worst of the three. She had advanced to Tier 4 before making the journey to Vero as her mother had demanded, but she was still a caster class. No amount of stat bonuses through her bloodline was going to make up for the differences between her and Cyrilla and Rievin. She set the pace they had to run, but she wasn't a delicate flower. She allowed herself to push her limits, and considering the situation, they made good time for how they had to travel. They were still off their mark by nearly 2 hours to arrive at the first minor camp, though. Luckily, there had still been no communication to the spies entrenched in the camps about their impending doom, and they had quickly dispatched the hidden enemy. They wasted even less time explaining themselves this time around, and Rievin simply flashed his badge and shouted, "Official business of the Imperial family." They made their escape during the slight hesitation that was caused. Their luck seemed to have turned around after reaching the first camp, and the fog cleared up enough for Kefira to once more ferry them along with her teleportations. It wasn't to last, though, and as they were hunting the spies down in the first major camp along the lines, lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the boom of thunder. A torrential downpour took the place of the morning fog for the obstruction of their visibility. They once more had to move ahead on foot, but this time it was in the pouring rain. The thunderstorm was ferocious, and it didn't let up for the entire day. Running through the rain wasn't that much of a chore. All four of them had access to their mana, and they created little bubbles of air for themselves to block the water. There was nothing they could do about the sopping wet ground and the mud, though. Some places were so drenched, they had to run dozens of additional miles to avoid the sucking mud that threatened to pull them down by their boots. Their enhanced strength stat had little to do with the physics of the mud clutching at them, and if they didn't want to have to run barefoot the rest of the way, they had to avoid those areas as much as possible to keep a decent time. In all, they had traveled only a third of the front line before it got too dark to continue. Even if there was no rain, which there still was judging by the pitter-patter sounds coming from the window of the tavern, they wouldn't have been able to make the necessary teleports and would have had to continue on foot once more. Rievin had had enough of that for one day, and they had decided to get a room at a tavern in the last major camp they had visited. Because they were staying the night, they had taken an hour of their time to explain the situation to the camp commander and the other senior officers on the scene. They had already told the lower-ranking lieutenants while they had performed the hunts in the barracks, but there was no escaping giving a detailed explanation to those in charge if they wanted to stay. This whole day has been extremely annoying, Ryevin once more exclaimed. I can't argue with that, Kefira replied. On the other hand, we have been just as successful locating the targets, so that's a silver lining. Yeah, Ryevin said. He waved his hand in a dismissive gesture. Let's just hope that the weather doesn't last and we can make a quick journey of it tomorrow. Well, now it's not going to happen, Kefira said, rolling her eyes. If you say it out loud, you're just begging for the worst situation to occur. Maybe, Ryevin said. Ryevin suddenly shot his hand out behind him and grabbed a passing man by the forearm. He turned and looked up at the man. He scrutinized him with his divine sense, but he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Can I help you? Ryevin asked the man. The man was taken aback. Ryevin had been the one to accost him, and he had the gall to ask if he could help him. Ryevin saw the thoughts plain as day on the young man's face. You've been staring at us. I want to know why. The man's expression turned from a frown into one of revelation. Oh, that, the man said. I apologize if I was being rude. I was just trying to place your faces. The man shrugged his shoulders. He used the motion to try and wrest his arm away from Ryevin's grip, but Ryevin's stats were higher, and he didn't manage to budge Ryevin's arm. Our faces are here, Ryevin said with a small smile, pointing at his own nose. Do you know everyone that comes into this tavern? Mostly, the man admitted. He took a half step back to get out of easy range for Ryevin after he had released his hand on the man's forearm. It's usually the same people that come in here night after night. Most people have their own routine, and we don't get too much variation. Ah, I see, Ryevin said. Sorry to have bothered you. It's fine, the man said, shaking his head. He hesitated for a second as he turned to leave and addressed Ryevin one more time. If you don't mind, what unit are you with? Ryevin looked the man up and down before answering. Actually, I do mind, he said. Ryevin turned back to the table, a clear indication that he was done with the conversation. He noticed the shock on the other man's face with his divine sense, but he didn't press the issue. He simply shrugged and continued to his table. It was likely that he had never had someone actually reply that they did mind answering a question before. It was more of a figure of speech than an actual query for most people. What was that about? Kefira asked. He had been staring at us since the moment we walked into the tavern, Ryevin answered. He's not a spy, though. There was no skin mask or anything. Maybe he couldn't keep his eyes off of your beauty. HMPH, Kefira snorted. Hunting these spies might have you paranoid. Hey, it's perfectly reasonable to ward off anyone not knowing their place who wants to approach you, Ryevin said. I'm actually more surprised there haven't been more people trying their luck, honestly. Well, you do put off a certain amount of intimidation even just sitting there. What? Intimidation, me? Ryevin once more pointed at his own nose. I'm a big puppy. You won't find anyone more agreeable than me, says the man who just ran another man off for looking at us, Kefira said, rolling her eyes. He had it coming. Sure. The little interlude didn't interrupt their evening. There wasn't much to do other than sit and talk over a drink. Ryevin had never been one to visit such establishments regularly, and other than the conversation with Kefira, he didn't really see the appeal. The hours dragged on, and it was eventually time to call it a night. They had booked 2 rooms, and Ryevin bid Kefira and Cyrilla a good night before heading to his own room. None of them were in the mood for additional mana exercises or training, and they all 3 simply went straight to sleep. Ryevin's mouth formed a line as he stepped out of the tavern. The thunderstorm and fog were gone, but the weather wasn't cleared yet. There was an ever-present misting of light rain still falling, and judging by the clouds in the sky, it wasn't going to be gone anytime soon. He sighed as he stepped out into the muddy street. I told you, Kefira smirked. I don't know why you're happy about it, Ryevin said, glancing at her. You're in the same boat as us. Oh, I'm definitely not happy about the weather, Kefira retorted, just a little smug at being right. All right, no reason to dilly-dally. The trio once more set off on their journey. They were departing at the crack of dawn, and the clouds in the sky made it so that there was no beautiful sunrise in the distance. The darkness of the early morning persisted as they made their way out of the town. The misting from the drizzle was just enough to have the same effect as the fog and the rain. The visibility was too poor for Kefira to see far enough to make any kind of meaningful teleport possible. Fun, Ryevin said as he started to jog into the rain. Ryevin stumbled through the gates of the city, supporting an exhausted Kefira with his arm. She had given it her all, but the distance was too great for her to keep up with the 2 combat classers. Ryevin had been required to carry her some of the ways when she had just been too tired to keep going. Mud caked the bottom half of all 3 of their clothes. The added weight wasn't anything to their strength stats, but it just added to the overall annoyance. The rain continued to pelt them from above, not letting up for the journey. The expected 1-day journey had turned into a 3-day-long slog, and all 3 of them were mentally exhausted. Ryevin and Cyrilla might have been able to endure the physical aspect of the journey much easier than Kefira, but that didn't mean it wasn't an ordeal. The passing soldiers and pedestrians gave them strange looks as they walked through the city. It was the last major stop on their journey. Only a couple of minor camps existed beyond this point. Prince Indru was the commanding officer of the city of Palotwealth they found themselves in, but they had no intention of meeting with the man. Even if it were necessary, they wouldn't have been in the mood to do so, and it wasn't necessary. "I think I'm fine," Kefira said, extracting herself from Rievin's arm to stand on her own. She stopped and stared into space for a moment before a wide smile took over her face. "What?" Rievin asked. "Well, it wasn't all bad. I somehow managed to gain a point in vitality through all that." Rievin stared at her in wonder for a moment. "That's truly amazing," he said after recovering his composure. "It's almost impossible to train stat points at our stage." "Yeah, I never would have guessed it. This bears further investigation," Rievin said. Kefira eyed him sideways. "I can see the wheels turning in your head. You're already trying to figure out a way to incorporate this into your training somehow. But let me ask you this, are 1 or 2 points in your physical stats really worth it?" Rievin stopped at that and truly considered the issue. He shook his head after a brief moment of self-reflection. "No, it's not. This is probably the one time I'll admit that the training necessary just isn't worth it. I have nearly 1,000 vitality. 1 point isn't going to make or break a situation." "Glad to finally see some common sense out of you." "Hey," Rievin put on an expression of hurt, but Kefira simply grinned at him and leaned her shoulder into him. "When talking about training, that's better," Rievin said, nodding his head. He paused for a second and looked off into space. "Wait, is it?" Kefira laughed at him, and even Cyrilla joined in with a chuckle. The three made their way into the city to finish the last bit of hunting for the spies. The second leg of their mission had been completely upended by the weather, but they had still rooted out a spy in every place they expected to find one. This last city was larger than Piori, though, and they didn't think they would be able to find them all just like last time. Speed was the key, and so they immediately got to work. The weather was still dreary the last morning of their mission. Rievin had been correct in assuming they wouldn't be able to catch all of the spies, but he wasn't too terribly upset at their success. Judging by the number of spies versus the number of units in the city, Rievin estimated that they captured about 2/3 of them. Rievin glanced at the unrelenting sky and then at Kefira. She just shook her head and rolled her eyes. "Definitely still have to run the last leg of the journey," she said. "I can see a bit further than yesterday, but it's nowhere near enough to be effective for traveling." "All right," Rievin shrugged. "We've already spent 3 days running through the muck. What's one more morning?" The trio once more made their way out of the city gates. The mud and grime from their trek through the rainy weather had been washed off with magical means the day before. It was a waste of time and energy to try and keep it clean during the journey, but there was no reason they couldn't be comfortable setting off the next day. The three took off at a run toward the last 2 minor camps displayed on the map. The terrain was fairly consistent throughout the journey, and aside from one small swamp they had avoided on the first day, it had been mostly a straight shot. That trend continued, and they didn't have any plans to deviate from the line they traveled. Having let the spies escape the previous day meant that there was some elevated risk toward an ambush, but Rievin didn't know if the enemy understood the extent to which they were rooting their spies out. They may assume it was just something that happened in the one city if they weren't able to communicate with each other, and they had moved relatively quickly. Rievin led the group westward a bit to avoid a huge mud pit in the distance. "Why don't you use your earth affinity to harden the ground and just run through it?" Cyrilla asked. Rievin glanced at her, and from her expression he could tell that she had been wondering about that question since the first day. Kefira turned her questioning eyes toward Rievin as well. She had more mana than he did, but his earth affinity was much higher than hers. "2 main reasons," Rievin said, holding up 2 fingers. "First, I don't want to unnecessarily use my mana. Using it to shield us from the rain is magnitudes cheaper than harden the ground. 2, keeping in line with the first reason, the constant rain means that I would have to expend extra effort as the environment would be fighting against me every step of the way. If it wasn't raining, and if I wasn't worried about a possible ambush, then yeah, I would do so. Then again, if it wasn't raining, we would just be using Kefira's teleport abilities." Cyrilla grunted her understanding of the answer. Rievin turned his attention back to the surroundings. His divine sense was a powerful skill that allowed him to miss literally nothing within range, but it was a wall of pure black beyond the range. His other senses still functioned perfectly fine for seeing things much further away. Movement in the tree line to the west caught his attention, but he dismissed it after noticing it was just a bird. New skill unlocked. Tier 3, Eagle Eye 0. Rievin glanced at the notification and dismissed it. That was a surprise, he thought. I wonder what other perception skills there are at higher tiers, and does this fall under the umbrella of divine sense? It wasn't a question with a ready answer, especially so far away from anyone he could ask. It begged a further question, though if it was under the umbrella of divine sense, why would he still be able to unlock something that was technically a lesser version? Would it get incorporated or enhance his better skill once divine sense reached a level that it would encompass the distance eagle eye affected? More questions that he didn't have the time to brood over. He dismissed the thoughts from his mind and maintained his focus on his surroundings once more. The rest of the journey to the first minor camp beyond the last major bastion was uneventful. Either the spies that had fled hadn't said anything about them, or they hadn't had time to set up an ambush. It was also possible that their slight shift to the west earlier had caused them to simply miss anyone laying in wait on the straight path. The trio walked through the gates of the palisade unhindered after displaying their badge. Kefira was huffing and puffing more than Rievin or Cyrilla, but they hadn't traveled far enough to drain her completely, yet. The mud on their legs also hadn't had time to accumulate more than barely above their ankles. The minor camp closest to Prince Indru's seat of power wasn't that large. It was still in range of a cavalry sortie launched by the main base, so it didn't have as heavy reserves as some of the more remote locations. Rievin had no problem spotting the spy almost immediately upon entering the base. His divine sense picked up the disguised man inside the gate guardhouse, presumable cleaning, more like snooping for any documents, Rievin thought. Not sure what he would be able to find at the guardhouse at the gate. Maybe a list of visitors not documented in the headquarters. It didn't matter what the guy was doing. He could have been legitimately cleaning and taking care of the place like his stolen position dictated, but he was a spy, and he had to go. Rievin turned his steps to the guardhouse and casually stepped in. The target was in the back office, so Rievin flashed his badge to the guard at the desk. "I have some business in the captain's office," Rievin said. He didn't slow down as he walked around the desk and headed toward the door. "The captain's not in." The guard came halfway out of his seat to try and dissuade Rievin from barging into his boss's office without him being present. Rievin simply waved him away without slowing. "That's not necessary. My business isn't with the captain." Rievin opened the door and strode inside. The disguised man didn't pay much attention to Rievin at first, but maybe he had a danger sense skill or something else that pinged his subconscious. He looked up as Rievin's blade stabbed into his heart. The amount of damage caused by such a strike wasn't enough to kill the man instantly, but the drain on his health was. His eyes held a look of surprise and confusion as the light in them dimmed. Rievin withdrew his sword and wiped the blood off of it. After sheathing his weapon, he reached down and removed the skin mask from the man's face. He carried the mask with him and tossed it on the desk in front of the confused guard. The guard hadn't seen what had transpired in the office, but Rievin had walked in and out in hardly any time at all. He had no idea at all what was going on, and he subconsciously picked up the skin mask and unfurled it. He cursed and dropped the mask as the face of the man cleaning in the office greeted him. It was creepy looking with the holes where the man's eyes, nostrils, and mouth should be. He looked up at Rievin, and the confusion on his face only deepened. "You'll need someone to go in there and take care of the corpse," Rievin said as he casually walked out of the guardhouse. "Wait, corpse," the guard shouted. Rievin didn't pause as he led Kefira and Cyrilla back out of the gate once more. The guards standing there nodded their heads at their departure, but they didn't try to stop them. The three broke out into a run toward their final destination, and they were over 100 yards away when a commotion finally broke out at the gate. Rievin turned back to witness what looked like an angry ant hive kicked into activity. Several of the guards looked up at them and pointed in their direction, but Rievin just turned around and continued running. If they sent men after them and actually caught up to them, he would explain himself once more, but there was no reason that he saw to wait around for it. He had already flashed the badge of Prince Alec to several of the guards, and the corpse had his face with the 3 brand on his forehead revealed. As it was, nobody gave chase to them. "I don't blame them," Rievin muttered. "What was that?" Kefira asked, shooting him a look out of the corner of her eye. "Oh, I was just thinking that I didn't blame them for not sending anyone to catch us," Rievin said, looking up at the clouds still drizzling rain. "Not in this weather and not with the context of the situation." "HMPH, they should at least try," Kefira said. "I don't disagree," Rievin shrugged. "I just get it." Silence once more descended on the three as they continued to run in the rain. The skies were gray, the rain was gray, their mood was gray. Everything was gray and miserable. The last minor camp was further away by a fair margin than their first stop had been. It was just past noon by the time the wooden walls of the palisade came into view. They had started their journey at dawn. The mission had taken only a couple of minutes in their first stop, so they had been running for nearly 7 hours straight. Kefira's breath came in much harsher gasps than after their first stop, though she wasn't to the point that she needed to be supported by Rievin just yet. If they had to run for another hour, it might have come to that. "The last stop," Rievin said, slowing to a walk. "Technically, it's the halfway point," Kefira said. "We still have the return journey to make. True, but we won't be on a time crunch on the way back. We'll have completed the mission after this. We can take our time and wait out the weather if we want to. Yeah, let's settle down at the canteen, or whatever, after we find the last spy and deal with the interrogation from the higher-ups." Cyrilla grunted in agreement. Rievin glanced at her and quirked an eyebrow at her, which she studiously ignored. It wasn't that Cyrilla didn't talk that much. She did. She just only ever really spoke to Kefira when they were alone. Reevan didn't get the sense that she didn't like him or that she was shy or anything. It was just the way she was, and he had gotten used to it. The spy wasn't conveniently located at the front entrance of the camp this time. Reevan had to walk through almost the entire camp before he found the last target, and he was located in the headquarters building where the commander was located. "This will save us some time," Reevan said. "The target is on the far side of the building, so we can go to the commander first and explain why we're here before we take action. We won't have to suffer through an extended interrogation afterward and can get to that canteen, or whatever, as you said." Kefira snorted, but she was happy with the situation as well. She didn't want to have to waste time any more than Reevan or Cyrilla did, and getting the chance to relax while waiting the weather out was a tempting proposition. "Let's go," Reevan said. They walked up to the front door of the headquarters building. It wasn't anything grand like the government buildings that had been appropriated in the larger cities. There was no wall or gate protecting it, but there was still a couple of guards stationed outside of the doors. Reevan once more flashed the badge to the two guards. "We're here to see the commander," Reevan said. "Yes, sir." One of the guards saluted, more to the badge than Reevan, as he responded with enthusiasm, and the other man darted into the building to notify the commander. "Just wait one moment for my partner to return, and he'll escort you to the commander's office." Reevan nodded his head. The wait was only a few seconds, and the other guard gestured for them to follow him. The trio followed the guard inside and immediately understood why the wait had been so short. The headquarters building wasn't that large to begin with, and the commander's office was the first one on the left. The target was in the far room down the right hallway, so Reevan still wasn't concerned that they would spook him. Reevan walked in and displayed the badge one last time to the commander. The commander came halfway out of his seat and gestured to a chair in front of his desk. Reevan nodded his head and took a seat with Kefira in the other chair. Cyrilla stood behind her, and the commander sat back down as they did. "What can I do for you?" the commander asked. "Nothing," Reevan answered. "We're here to notify you that we're about to kill a spy in your camp, and we didn't want you or anyone else to freak out when we did." "A spy? In my camp?" the commander asked, confused. "How do you know there's a spy here?" "I'm Prince Alec's counterintelligence officer," Reevan explained, fibbing a little. "We've spent the last several days visiting every single major and minor camp on the front lines, and there's been at least one spy in all of them. We've already located the target, so we don't need to search for him." "Okay, the commander said, dragging the word out as the thought about the situation. "Well, if you're here to kill a spy, go ahead. I don't want those filthy rats dirtying up my camp any longer than necessary." "Good," Reevan said, standing up once more. "We'll notify you once we've gotten rid of him." Reevan nodded his head as he strode back out into the hallway with Kefira and Cyrilla. The spy was still in the last room down the other hallway. Reevan didn't know what he was doing in there, but like earlier, he didn't care. The three of them walked down the hall. They didn't bother to hide their presence. If they acted sneaky and failed, they would just alert the spy that something unusual was happening. If they acted like everything was normal and they were supposed to be there, the spy wouldn't think anything was going on. If you don't want to alert others to your presence, the best way is to convince them ahead of time that it's perfectly normal for you to be where you are, doing what you're doing, Reevan thought. They quickly reached the end of the building and walked into the last room on the left-hand side. The room was a storage area, and the man wearing the skin mask was sorting through some inventory under the supervision of one of the supply officers. "Can I help you?" the man asked as Reevan walked through the door. He glanced at Kefira and Cyrilla following behind him, but his attention immediately went back to Reevan. "Nope," Reevan said, shaking his head. "We're just here to grab something for the commander real quick." Reevan's blade was in and out of the spy's heart in an instant. It happened so fast that neither the spy nor the supply officer had time to react. The spy collapsed to the ground, and Reevan reached out and ripped the skin mask off of his face. "Got it," Reevan said to the supply officer. He held the skin mask out to indicate what he was there to grab. "You'll have to figure out what to do with the body, though." "Wah," the supply officer stammered. He looked back and forth between the dead spy that had suddenly turned into a different person and Reevan. He was stranded in indecision, and he could only watch helplessly as Reevan sauntered away. The commander was standing outside of his office in the hallway when they emerged from the storage room. Reevan walked up and handed the man the skin mask. "This is how they infiltrated all of the bases without being detected," Reevan said. "You probably won't find him, but you might want to get a search party going for the original person the spy replaced." "Commander," the supply officer ran up as Reevan finished speaking. There was panic on his face. "This man just killed a person." "I know," the commander said. He didn't look up at the supply officer as he inspected the skin mask. "You do." The supply officer was taken aback. "Of course, he killed a spy." "Oh, if that will be all, we really need to be going," Reevan said. Sure, the commander waved his hand. "Lieutenant Grage will get someone to dispose of the body." "Good," Reevan said. The commander nodded and Lieutenant Grage, the supply officer, stood there with his mouth agape. He didn't know what to make of the situation, but Ryevin was disinclined to advise the young officer. The three once more stepped outside of the headquarters building. Ryevin immediately felt that something was different. He looked up into the sky to notice the sun bearing down on them through a hole in the clouds. The rain had finally stopped. "Are you serious?" Ryevin exclaimed. "So much for relaxing before the weather abates," Kefira muttered. Ryevin stood and stared at the sky, his mouth forming a line of frustration. "Of course the rain stops as soon as we're done," he said, shaking his head. "Well, we can still stop for lunch. No need to take off right away and eat field rations." "Sounds good to me," Kefira agreed. Lunch was nothing fancy, but at least it was hot as compared to cold rations. There was no reason to delay their journey any further. The rain didn't look like it was coming back. The clouds dispersed even further while they ate their meal. The three walked out of the palisade and headed to the closest small hill. The vantage, though short, gave them enough visibility for Kefira to open a portal a considerable distance away. "At least we don't have to run the whole way back," Kefira said with a shrug. It only took a couple of seconds of concentration for the portal door to open. They stepped through and once more began their journey back. They hopped across the open plains and from hilltop to hilltop, only running when they had to bypass the woods. They ran at the same pace, but it was much more manageable now that they didn't have to run the entire distance. Kefira never even got the chance to get winded. They didn't stop at any of the camps, big or small, and the miles fell away quickly. They made great time as they were finally able to make use of Kefira's ability once more. Kefira opened a portal door to the top of a small mountain and they stepped through. The mountain was too tall to really be considered a hill, but it wasn't anything special. If there had been real mountains around, nobody would consider it one, though it did allow for Kefira to see much further than they had before. "We can skip right past those woods from here," Kefira said, pointing at the trees that would normally be an obstacle for her. "Excellent," Ryevin said. "We'll be back to Piori before we know it, and then we can finally get some real rest." Kefira opened the portal with ease and Ryevin stepped through. The world slowed down and shifted as his body passed through the gate. It felt like his body was yanked to the side, and extreme pain erupted all over his body as he was lacerated by space. He collapsed to his knees, blood dripping down his face. His divine sense immediately picked up the surprise attack at the same time his danger sense screamed at him. He didn't have time to pull his sword to parry the blow, so he simply rolled to the side, ducking under the swing of a sword. He bounced to his feet, sword appearing in his hand in one fluid motion. 7 heavily armored men stood in a semicircle around him, and one man in robes holding a strange object stood behind him. Ryevin could feel the space mana emanating from the object in the caster's hand. Ryevin's mouth once more formed a line of annoyance. It wasn't hard to put the pieces together. Getting yanked away during a portal hop, the caster with the space artifact, and the lack of Kefira or Cyrilla showing up told him most of everything he needed to know. The fours on the foreheads of all the men surrounding him that he could see through their helmets with his divine sense told him the rest. Ryevin bounded to his feet as the 7 enemies advanced. They didn't try to completely surround him. They moved in a formation, and Ryevin could vaguely sense a mana tether binding them together. He didn't have time to delve deeper into what his senses were telling him was there. The enemy's advance was unrelenting, and they didn't give him enough time to analyze further. The first enemy strode forward and slashed with his sword without hesitation. Ryevin ducked under the swing and moved into the man's reach, his own sword thrusting forward to counterattack. His danger sense and divine sense skills sent alarm bells ringing in his mind, though, and he canceled the action in time to avoid the trap. 2 swords thrust in where he had been previously standing from either side. 2 more of the enemy's soldiers further flanked him immediately, and he hopped back 1 more. The mana tether between the 7 warriors had somehow obfuscated his divine sense until the last minute. He had only noticed that they were in the general vicinity, but as soon as they launched an attack with intent, the mist covering his eyes was cleared, and he saw the sword thrusts. He looked back and forth between all of the soldiers as they continued to advance on him. The mage in the back was fully concentrated on pouring mana into the strange device he was holding up. He wasn't actively engaged in the fight, so Ryevin temporarily put him out of his mind. He kept a small portion of his awareness on his presence, though in case there was a change in the mana fluctuations. Ryevin glanced behind him to get a feel of the land, trusting his divine sense to keep him aware of the opponents. While looking behind himself at the forest he had found himself in, his instincts were true as the enemies simultaneously picked up their pace and dashed towards him. He focused his attention on his divine sense. He was a bit confused that they only appeared as vague shadows, but by pressing his willpower into the skill, he was able to make out their shape and the position of their weapons. It was only a fraction of a second for the vanguard soldier to advance to a position to launch another attack at Ryevin, and he deliberately acted like he was unaware of their actions. The enemy warrior once more slashed with his sword at a slightly different height and angle. Ryevin wasn't thrown into confusion, and he empowered himself with the Traveler Affinity. He took a step backward and appeared behind the man's back with his sword already thrusting forward. His blade bit into the hard leather underneath the metal cuirass protecting the man's torso, and with a slight effort it penetrated further to pierce the man's flesh. Ryevin was unable to strike at the man where it would be an immediate lethal blow, but every tick of damage was worth it. The enemies reacted supernaturally fast, and almost before Ryevin could react, 6 swords collapsed on his position. Each one was at a different height and they each had a slightly different trajectory. They came in as slashed and stabs and there was almost no hole in the strike. Ryevin hadn't let go of his traveler affinity and he took another step forward. He intended to return to his original position, but he felt a tug from behind. Instead of phasing through the vanguard soldier as he intended, he ended up another 4 feet backward. Ryevin didn't have time to ponder the issue. The soldiers immediately responded and advanced on his position. It seems like their mana tether is allowing them to share their stats and/or skills, Ryevin thought. It's like their perception and dexterity are way higher than should be possible. That or they have some sort of magical enhancement applied to them, but I don't sense any kind of mana fluctuations from their bodies other than the tether. Ryevin threw out a sense threat at one of the soldiers to try and ascertain whether he was right or not. Tier 4 LVL 7100. Lethal threat. Yeah, their stats shouldn't be too overwhelming. There's some sort of shenanigans afoot here. The thought process and action of activating the skill had happened in a flash. No time had passed at all. Ryevin picked up on the mage adjusting his position with his divine sense skill as he faced the oncoming soldiers. He was late to realize that he had wasted a perfect opportunity to pounce on the caster. He had inadvertently placed himself in a position between the soldiers and the caster, but they quickly rectified the situation. So that's how it is. Ryevin was done analyzing the situation he was in. Blood continued to drip from various wounds scouring his body from the forceful relocation through space, but none of them were too serious, and his body was already healing itself with his regeneration skill. If he needed to, he could amplify that effect with his mana healing, but he was holding that in reserve for the time being. Ryevin glared at the advancing enemy in the forefront, though he kept his concentration on his divine sense to alleviate the issue of them shrouding his ability to perceive them. It only put a mild strain on his mental powers, though he could tell he wouldn't be able to keep it up forever. Ryevin pretended like he had sunk into tunnel vision. He never let his gaze waver from the front-leading enemy. He moved forward to meet the man who acted like he hadn't just been stabbed in the kidneys. Mana flooded Ryevin's body as he used mana reinforcement. He didn't anchor the skill, opting to use his multicast skill to empower his sword with multiple affinities. He wasn't done yet either. He summoned another, identical sword made out of pure mana with his mana weapon skill in his offhand. He hadn't had too many opportunities to level his ambidextrous skill in a while, but it was high enough that he could utilize a significant portion of his weapon's master skill with both hands at the same time. Ryevin found himself in the middle of a storm of steel as he didn't back away from the enemy's advance. He dodged, parried, blocked, and maneuvered around like a mini tornado. He was barely able to keep up with the fast-paced combat, though he didn't suffer any successful attacks from the bad guys. Experience with fighting groups of enemies in such a situation was a big help, but it wasn't what allowed him to operate at such a level. If he hadn't been so serious with his father over the past several months, he wouldn't have been able to handle the coordinated attack of the enemies. His nearly level 100 in Weapons Master, coupled with the penalty for dual wielding, was barely enough to keep up. The enemy soldiers were well trained, too. He could tell that their skill levels were individually around 60, but the mana tether enhanced their abilities by allowing them to coordinate in a way that synergized perfectly with their attacks. The combination meant that they were operating closer to level 80 as a group. It wasn't enough for them to overpower him, but he wasn't finding too many opportunities to launch successful counterattacks at the enemy, either. This still wasn't his full power, though, and with a split in his concentration even further, he began to fling spells out of his hands in conjunction with their movements while attacking with his weapons. The enemy soldiers were completely unprepared for the first barrage of bolts and beams flung at them from such close range. Ryevin didn't use anything explosive, as the blast would affect him as well. He managed to knock some of them off balance, though, and that was all he needed. He immediately increased the tempo of his whirlwind attacks. He incorporated kicks into his repertoire, and he knocked one of the flanking soldiers on his backside. With 2 of the soldiers off balance and 1 knocked down, their formation attack became meaningless. A headache attempted to blast his mind apart as he layered Traveler Affinity further over his weapons, his ability to multicast being pushed well beyond his normal limits. His sword flashed out into empty space, but a line of red appeared on one of the soldiers a bit further away from him. The man stumbled and fell to one knee. He looked up at Ryevin, and Ryevin could only see determination in the man's eyes. There was no fear. There wasn't even any anger or hatred. He was bound and determined to accomplish his mission, and he struggled mightily to regain his feet. The drop in blood pressure from his sliced throat, though, was too much for him, overcome even with the mana tether. The man tilted forward and collapsed completely to the ground, never to rise again. The other soldiers never even spared their dead comrade a glance. The two soldiers that had been knocked off balance gained their feet and continued their assault, and the one knocked to the ground simply dashed forward on all fours to try and tackle Ryevin. Swords once more came at him from all angles, though the loss of two greatly affected their ability to put pressure on Ryevin. The last one still on the ground wasn't completely out of the fight, however, and his mad dashing from such a low height still posed a threat to Ryevin. If that man managed to collide with him, he would lose his balance, and then it would be all over for him. Ryevin released the Traveler affinity from his sword. He was unable to maintain so many spells and affinities at once any longer, and he resumed his fight. The loss of pressure from the enemy formation being broken allowed Ryevin a moment to think. I wonder. A memory from a previous battle flitted across his mind, and he immediately put a new plan into action. He danced back and stopped accumulating manas for spells. He didn't release the mana, however. He just repurposed it. He reached out with his mana and made contact with the mana tether. His will bore down on the mana connecting the remaining 6 enemies. They weren't specialized casters, so their ability to infuse their will into their mana was limited. Even so, it was like he had smashed head first into an iron wall. Ryevin grit his teeth and grabbed hold of a sliver of the mana. He wasn't trying to wrest control of the mana away like he had in the past. Instead, he wrapped himself up in it in a similar was as the enemy was connected. Immediately, he felt a rush of adrenaline as his stats spiked further, and he felt as if his swords knew on their own exactly where they needed to be. He had successfully integrated himself in the enemy mana formation. A grin split his face as he once more dashed forward. Instead of barely being able to keep up with the enemy, not only did his weapons seem to know where to go with every strike, he also knew in advance where the enemy was going to focus their attacks. The only downside was that the enemy soldiers also seemed to gain a new awareness and boost to their abilities, but their increase was considerably less than his. It wasn't about the level of their skills and stats that was the key factor. It was that Ryevin was only one man with lower stats while he was siphoning off 6 other men's superior stats. Their skill level gained a significant boost, but their stats were unable to keep up with it. Ryevin became a storm of death as he took advantage of the lopsided situation. 6 people empowering him quickly turned into 3 as his sword swept out to the end the lives of half of the opponents. Ryevin felt a bit sluggish for a second, and the enemy soldiers all stumbled as their stats and skills were adjusted downward. Ryevin had never experienced such a thing before, so he was a fraction of a second behind the other 3 enemies in acclimating to the change. It didn't matter, though, as they weren't strong enough to capitalize on their sudden advantage. Ryevin leaned his body out of the way of a fatal attack, and he managed to only suffer a couple of slight nicks against his sides. The stat advantage I get from connecting to 3 of them is still worth it, Ryevin quickly judged. No reason to back out of the tether. I think I might have to once it's down to 2 of them, though. Their gain in skill level from me will outpace the stat gains I get from them at that point. There was a simple solution for the enemy to negate the advantage Ryevin had secured for himself, and that was to cancel the skill. They didn't do so, though, and they only had eyes for trying to kill him. Even with more than half of their numbers taken down, there was no fear or hesitation in their movements. They continued to advance on Ryevin, though it was obvious now that he was going to emerge victorious. A sound intruded on Ryevin's thoughts as he fought the 3 remaining enemies. He had forgotten about the mage standing in the distance. There had been no significant change in the mana fluctuations, so he had kept his focus on him relegated to the edge of his awareness. That suddenly changed. "Is a monster, we can't stop him. Send reinforcements now." The mage screamed into a communication device he had pulled out. It operated on similar principles as the space-attuned artifact he was holding, so it hadn't caused any ripples in the mana surrounding the mage. Got to end this now, Ryevin thought. Ryevin feinted with a false lunge before jumping back. He cancelled his mana reinforcement and the affinities applied to his weapons. He gathered his mana and empowered himself with a huge burst of gravity mana. The 3 soldiers finally showed a slight expression of surprise as they were picked up off the ground and launched toward Ryevin. They didn't have time to maneuver their weapons around to take advantage of the sudden movement to strike at Ryevin, and Ryevin quickly slashed his sword through 3 unguarded necks. The mana tether winked out of existence, and Ryevin was left panting, surrounded by the 7 corpses of the men who had ambushed him. Ryevin looked up and made eye contact with the mage. The caster's body quivered, and there was obvious fear in the man's eyes. He seems a bit different from the others, Ryevin thought. He's the first enemy I've seen show any kind of fear. The mage suddenly turned around and sprinted in the opposite direction. He never let up on flooding the artifact with his mana, though, and Ryevin used that to his advantage. He had noticed that the space principles of the artifact acted like gravity mana when he used his traveler affinity to move. He empowered himself with the Tier 4 affinity, and he ran after the mage. Even without using such a cheat ability, Ryevin's physical stats far outpaced the mage's. With the added benefit of each one of his steps taking him an additional 3 steps forward, he caught up to the man almost instantly. Ryevin's blade flashed once more, and a headless body collapsed to the ground. The man's head stayed within the hood of his robe and tumbled forward, getting entangled in the cloth. The mana from the artifact winked out, and immediately a portal opened right next to Ryevin. Cirilla jumped through, sword at the ready. Kefira followed behind with her hands held up, mana accumulated and ready to strike down any opposition. "Sorry, the party's over," Ryevin said with a grin. He had bloodstains all over his body, but he had already stopped bleeding. He had only suffered a couple 100 points of damage from the space lacerations, and then hardly any at all from the combat with the ambushers. "Sorry, there was something blocking my ability to connect with this place," Kefira said, scanning the surroundings for threats. Cirilla bounced on the balls of her feet as she spun around to fight any enemies that decided to suddenly show up, but none did. "I think these people were from a larger group," Ryevin said, sheathing his sword. "The mage called for reinforcements shortly before I finished them off." Ryevin ignored the anxious state the two ladies were in. He walked over and picked up the space artifact the mage had been using. He tossed it to Kefira, who deftly caught it out of the air. Her attention was immediately drawn to the object as soon as it landed in her palm, almost to the point of the exclusion of everything else. "I'm pretty sure that's the culprit for why you couldn't connect with this location," Ryevin said. "Take it and study it. It should provide some benefits to your understanding of space-time mana." Kefira nodded her head absent-mindedly. Cirilla poked her in the side, and she jumped in startlement. She glared at Cirilla before her expression turned sheepish. She pocketed the artifact in her space pouch before it could draw her attention again. "If they have more soldiers ready to attack, I think it's time we got out of here," Kefira said. "I don't know about you, but I'm not in the mood to find out if we can fight off a couple 100 enemy soldiers with the ability to lock space down." "I agree," Ryevin said. "We don't know how many enemies there are out there, but we should assume it's more than the 3 of us can handle." Kefira nodded her head again and concentrated on her mana. A door opened up in front of her, and Ryevin dashed through it. Cirilla came through right behind him, and it was only after Kefira followed that she sheathed her own weapon. "I jumped us further west," Kefira said. "I think we should go a bit further away from the front lines with a couple more teleports before we resume our journey. No telling how far they can extend their influence to pluck one of us away through space." "Good idea," Ryevin said. "Let's get to the nearest camp as soon as possible and alert them to the intrusion." The 3 quickly made their way to the next minor camp. Kefira teleported them further away from the front lines so they wouldn't be near any more ambush points, so they traveled parallel to the route they had previously taken. The next minor camp was still some distance between a larger installation, but at least it wasn't mostly empty like the one next to Prince Andrew's camp. There weren't a whole lot of reinforcements available at the drop, a hat to deal with this situation. The camp system had been designed to defend against an invasion, not infiltration. Each camp had communication devices for emergencies, and they had cavalry and light infantry capable of moving quickly. The problem was that Ryevin had no idea of the strength of the reinforcements the mage had been communicating with was. They could also be spread out all over the place and specialized in hiding. The walls of the palisade came into view as they stepped out of the last teleport doorway, and Ryevin immediately dashed toward the gate. "Ring the alarm bell," Ryevin roared with commanding shout. Not only did commanding shout carry his voice a long distance, but it also had a trace of the command skill entwined with it. The guards on duty didn't hesitate to sound the alarm. There was no tower with a bell in it. Instead, there was a magical device that was connected with a network of other similar magical bells. They were located throughout the camp, and they were even connected to the outposts. The sound of the alarm wasn't loud or intrusive, but it was pervasive. The camp kicked into activity like an angry anthill. Ryevin didn't slow down and rushed through the gates, flashing his badge once more as they crossed the line, but he didn't slow down. The soldiers were rushing to their positions along the palisade walls, and the officers were spilling out of the various buildings to take command. The camp commander was among them, and he immediately called for a situation report. Ryevin heard and spotted the commander, so he made a beeline for the man. "Commander," Ryevin pulled up in front of the man. He hadn't expended enough energy to pant for breath, though he hadn't had time to wash up either. He cut a strange appearance, clothes disheveled, lacerations all over them with bloodstains, but he was completely composed and didn't look injured at all. Ryevin gestured between himself and Kefira and Cirilla while flashing his badge with his other hand, encountered an ambush on our way back. There were 7 heavily armed men with 4s branded on their heads and 1 mage. I dispatched the 7 men, and before I could kill the mage, he used a communication device to call for reinforcements. We have no idea the size or makeup of the reinforcements, nor do we know their exact position. If you'll bring out a map, I'll be able to show you where we were ambushed." The commander glanced at the badge and calmly listened to the explanation from Rievin. His adjutant leaned over and whispered into his ear. "He's the counterintelligence officer sent by Prince Alec to root out the spies. He's the one who killed the imposter a couple days ago." The adjutant wasn't trying to necessarily conceal his voice, and everyone around could hear what he said. It was just a matter of procedure that he didn't want to give off the appearance of interrupting. This was one of the camp commanders that Rievin hadn't interacted with, but the adjutant had been someone that had seen him. "I see," the commander replied. He had a serious expression on his face as he snapped his fingers to an enlisted man standing nearby. "Map." The enlisted soldier snapped a salute and took off running. The soldier was obviously a runner, and he dashed away with incredible speed and precision, weaving his way through the throng of soldiers still running to their posts. They didn't have to wait long for the man to return, and he was accompanied by a second soldier carrying a portable desk. They set the desk up and rolled the map open, pinning it in place before stepping back. "Show me," the commander said. Rievin didn't waste any time. He scanned the map, located their position, and he immediately spotted where he had been snatched away to while on their teleport hops. He pointed to the location in less than a second of the map having opened. "Right here," Rievin said. He traced his finger along a line that was parallel to their actual route, but this time closer to the enemy line. "We thought it was a good idea to keep our eyes and ears open for any reaction from eliminating their spies, so we were traveling a bit closer to their lines, and they were waiting in ambush. How they knew isn't an important question to be answered right now," the commander said, examining the map. "Just keep it in mind for later. For now, we need to respond to this provocation." He looked up and indicated to several of his senior officers. "Get on the communication device and contact the other camp on the other side of the ambush point. Send out the light infantry to rush through the harsher terrain and send the light cavalry along the open areas. Have some of the mages accompany them. If there was one mage, there's likely more. Contact the other camps further along their travel route too, and have them send out units to scout their surrounding areas. There might be more ambushes set up in case the first ones failed." "Yes, sir." A chorus of responses echoed out from several of the officers. Everyone got busy with their tasks, and the soldiers that had rushed to guard the walls thinking there was an imminent attack formed up to await further orders instead. The outposts aren't prepared to intercept an unknown enemy force, so send word to them to be on high alert and be on standby. They aren't to engage any enemies they see unless another unit is there to assist them. You said the enemies had 4s branded on their heads." The commander looked to Rievin. Rievin nodded his head. "Were they just brands, or could you tell their strength?" "Tier 4, levels approximately 70 to 100, Rievin answered. There were several sharp intakes of breath from the surrounding officers and men, but they were all professional enough to refrain from outright gasping. Rievin could see the respect and astonishment in the eyes of those around him with his divine sense. The commander eyed him up and down, nodding his head in approval. "I can see why you were given such an important task. You overpraise me," Rievin said, waving his hand in dismissal. "I will say, though, that they were using a weird skill where they were linked together with mana, and it enhanced their stats and skills. I would say their approximate strength was closer to levels 85 to 115. Killing one doesn't break the spell either, it just weakens it. Anything else?" The commander quirked an eyebrow at the information. "It also lets them to instinctually understand their allies' actions, allowing for them to utilize more of their skill level while fighting together. And you beat 7 of them linked together, plus a mage. The mage wasn't really participating. I can't say that will be the case moving forward, though." "I see." Silence descended over the group of officers as they contemplated the information. The light infantry and cavalry units were quickly assembled, though, and the commander waved the officer over to where the map was still laid out. "What's your opinion on the possible positions of any other ambushers?" The commander turned to Rievin and asked. He wasn't only asking Rievin, but he was including him in the discussion. Rievin, along with the other officers, scanned the terrain of the map. There were several locations that Rievin saw that could be possible locations for an ambush, and the other officers gave their opinions as well. The commander pointed to several locations that had been agreed upon by many of the experienced officers. "Send your men to check out these positions, as well as the routes they could take to converge on the original ambush point," he instructed the officers leading the strike force. "If you don't run into anyone, press toward the enemy line and look for them to be retreating." "Yes, sir." They saluted and ran back to their men. The cavalrymen were the first to thunder out of the camp, followed closely by the light infantry. It was possible for men to raise their stats to be significantly faster and have higher endurance than low-level horses, but this wasn't an elite unit capable of that. "I'm definitely at that point now," Rievin thought as he watched them depart. "Wouldn't necessarily come in handy all the time, though, as I would need to stay with my men under normal circumstances." "Do you want to accompany them?" the commander asked Rievin. Revan didn't even had to look or use his divine sense to understand that Kefira and Cyrilla weren't in the mood to go traipsing back into the woods to look for more assassins. Not this time, Commander, Revan said, shaking his head. We're obviously their targets, so they might stick around if they know that we're still here. We might catch a few more of them, but they also might send more soldiers after us, too. What happens if we accidentally escalate the situation beyond what we're ready to handle out here? Revan shrugged. That's a good point, the commander said, stroking his chin as he continued to look at the map. You seem like you have the situation in hand, Revan said. I still have to report to Prince Alec, and I have my own company to take charge of in Piori. I would love to stick around and fight off some more invaders, but that's not my mission right now. All right, have a safe trip, the commander said. He still didn't look up from the map. He was in commander mode. Don't run so close to the enemy line this time. Revan chuckled as he turned and walked away. None of the other officers questioned his decision to not stick around and participate. What would he do? He was an officer without any men to command. It would be strange and almost insulting to ask him to rush out and engage the enemy as an individual. They also had their own pride to handle the response to the invaders. Is it really okay to just move on while they're in the middle of a combat situation? Kefira asked. She didn't want to stick around any longer, but she was reluctant to put Revan into a position where he could be considered to be abandoning his duty. Sure, Revan said, smiling at Kefira to disarm her concern. One might argue that our mission is to win the war, but winning the war requires the pieces in play to be played appropriately. Our piece isn't even in play here. It's just us. Plus, we can scan the areas we move through with our mana to see if we can't find any space fluctuations for any other groups lying in wait, and we can report their positions to the other camps. That task probably has more merit to it, as any additional ambushers might not be in direct communication. I don't know if they'll have any so far away from the first position, but we don't know that. That's a good idea, Kefira said, nodding her head. I'm more sensitive to the space affinity than you, so you should focus on our surroundings, and I'll disperse my sense mana as far as I can while we move. What's your sense mana skill level? Revan asked. 73. Higher than mine. Yeah, if I had been paying attention and actively using it, we wouldn't have fallen for their trap the first time, Kefira said. There was some rebuke in her voice. My sense mana skill doesn't even have to directly reach the space mana in use. The space mana will send out ripples to the surrounding area, and if we're close enough, I'll be able to pick it up. I should have been running it earlier. You're not to blame, Revan said. Hindsight is 20/20 after all. What does that mean? Kefira asked. Cyrilla gave him a strange look as well. Revan stopped for a second and thought about what he said. I'm not 100% sure where that came from, but it means you can see the past perfectly. Anyway, the point is we didn't know, but we do now. The important thing is to not make the same mistake again. Okay, Kefira said, still eyeing him with a strange look. You say the weirdest things sometimes. I'll tell you more about it sometime, Revan said. I kind of know what's going on, but I don't have all the answers. Okay, I trust you. They shared a smile before continuing on their way to the tree line on the far side of the camp. They traveled through the small wooded area before cresting a hill and once more continuing their teleport hops back to Piori. Kefira led them once more further away from the line. They carefully judged the distance they moved away. They didn't want to move so far away that they couldn't investigate any unusual space fluctuations, but they didn't want to be close enough to be caught up in another snatching incident. Kefira still had no idea the principles behind the enemy snatching Revan through the portal. The teleport portals appeared to be flat, but the space in between the entrance and exit still existed. She could see how a net could be cast to latch onto whoever passed through, but she would need to study it to understand it fully. They moved through the space, but it was basically instantaneous. They probably have the net cast out and waiting, like a fishing net, Revan speculated. Even though we travel through the space in a fraction of a second, it's like our foot gets caught in the trap. Maybe our own momentum causes an automatic backlash from whatever device they were using, and it yanks us to their location. That makes sense, Kefira said. We secured one of their magic devices, so I'll be able to study it when we get back to Piori. Even though they were on alert of their surroundings, that didn't mean they couldn't talk about what had happened. They kept up a conversation as they moved, not just about the ambush, but about all kinds of topics. Most of their concentration was on focusing on their surroundings, so they sometimes answered subconsciously. Not focusing too hard on the topic allowed some interesting ideas to pop out of their mouths from time to time. They were sure prepared, Revan said, but how did they know to intercept us with space? Was it conjecture based on our speed? That can't be right, though, because we ran most of the way. Maybe. Revan came to a stop, Kefira and Cyrilla stopping alongside him. They all shared a look as they thought of the same thing. We didn't catch all of the spies, Kefira said. The sun bore down on the trio as they walked through the gates of Piori. After the rain stopped, the weather cleared completely. There wasn't a single cloud remaining in the sky, and there was no breeze. The evaporating moisture in the hot sun made the three hot and sticky with sweat, as if they were walking through a sauna. It wasn't particularly hot, but the humidity from the lingering moisture amplified the effects. Ryevin swiped the sweat from his brow. It would be possible to use his mana to create his own personal little breeze, but he felt it wasn't necessary. He could gain some marginal points in his skills, but then he wouldn't acclimate himself to the local temperature. You and Cyrilla can just head straight back to the barracks, Ryevin said. He eyed Kefira up and down. I'm sure you want to take a bath and get changed. I know I do. Sure, Kefira agreed, nodding her head. Just be careful. Ryevin gave her a quick peck on the cheek, but he refrained from giving her a hug. It was too hot and muggy to be sharing body heat. He turned back toward the main road and continued his way toward the headquarters building as Kefira and Cyrilla turned toward their barracks. Just gotta act normal, Ryevin thought. The prime suspects for the spy who revealed our information are Prince Alec, Prince Indru, and Prince Alec's retainer. It could also be a combination of the three. The three of them had brainstormed their ideas on who the culprit could have been based on the context of the situation. Only the two princes and the retainer knew about Kefira's teleporting abilities. None of the other officers knew, and Ryevin knew through his divine sense that there hadn't been anyone close enough to eavesdrop on their conversations when they had discussed it. The other possibility was a listening device or intercepting magical communications, but nobody had noticed any telltale signs of mana that were usually associated with the operation of such a device. Unless it has the ability to record without transmitting, Ryevin thought. If it's just absorbing the sounds passively and needs someone to activate it to transmit it later, it might be able to mask its operation. That was the hoped-for conclusion, but even if it was the case, there was no reason to not treat the three as if they were traitors. For now, that only entailed acting like Ryevin didn't suspect anything. The operation to root out the spies had already been completed, and they had arrived back in Piori safely. There was no big secret that needed to be kept that Ryevin was aware of anymore, so it shouldn't be a problem to just act like normal. Ryevin didn't have a whole lot of opportunities to observe the prince or his retainer. He wasn't part of the inner circle of officers, and his role wasn't one of strategy. The only reason he interacted with the prince so much recently was all due to the special circumstances involving his ability to discover the spies. I'll just have to keep an eye out for any suspicious activity when the enemy finally engages, Ryevin thought. There's really not a whole lot more I can do right now. It wasn't like he could confide his suspicions to anyone, least of all the three prime suspects. It was a problem that those three were the top brass of the military, and if it turned out to be one of them, it could potentially lead to disaster. Once I get back from this meeting, I'll have to assemble the officers and start planning our exit strategy. It wasn't long before Ryevin arrived at the headquarters building once more. The guard simply waved him through after recognizing him, and he made his way to the second floor. The retainer was standing guard outside the prince's office, and his divine sense was unable to penetrate into the office. It was like there was a black hole inside Ryevin's perception. Ryevin stifled a frown as he saw the man in his divine sense, but he mastered his facial expression and simply walked up to him. It was unusual for the man to not be stationed at his own desk in the room next door. He had never seen him standing in front of the office. My liege is currently in a meeting with his master, the retainer said to Ryevin. His master, Ryevin quirked an eyebrow. His tutor, if you will, the retainer shrugged. The prince is his official disciple, and he teaches and mentors the prince on everything. Everything, you say, like the military situation, of course. Master Gillen is a trusted subordinate of the crown. He has access to all of the intelligence any of the princes do. Prince Alec has been conversing with him more and more as the war drags on. I see, Ryevin said, nodding his head. I'll just wait out here until he's done. Great, another suspect, he thought, and this one we know even less about. If Prince Alec has been confiding everything to the man and he has access to all intelligence, then he's in a perfect position to be a spy. It doesn't even have to be his actual mentor if the enemy could intercept the communication devices midway. This new information added another thread in the tangled web of intrigue. Ryevin patiently waited outside the office. He didn't slouch or lean up against the wall. He simply stood at ease nearby. He was unable to eavesdrop on the conversation the prince was having through his divine sense. It was the first time he had experienced anything able to block his skill. There must be some sort of high-tier device used to block everything outside, Ryevin contemplated. If it was just the skill of the prince, I don't think he would be strong enough to block my skill. I imagine as my skill level increases in the future, these types of barriers will also be useless in front of me. Ryevin waited for close to half an hour before the barrier suddenly disappeared. 1 second there was a gaping hole within the radius of Ryevin's perception. The next he could see the prince closing a drawer in his desk. Ryevin didn't react to the removal of the barrier. If he showed that he had noticed it, it could be assumed that he simply noticed the ambient mana change, but there was no reason to get anyone's suspicions up about his abilities. The retainer's head snapped up as if he had heard a sound, and he turned and faced Ryevin. The The prince will see you now, he said. Reevin casually strolled through the door the retainer opened for him. He didn't question how the retainer knew to send him in. He had obviously received a message, but there had been no telltale sign of mana to disclose it. Forget it. He might just have incredibly high perception to be able to hear a command from within. Not everything has to be magical. Reevin marched up to the desk and stood at attention. He offered a salute. Captain Reevin, reporting as ordered, sir. At ease, the prince dismissed the salute. Have a seat. The prince waited for Reevin to take his seat before getting on with business. So how did it go? About as we expected, Reevin said. There was one spy in each of the minor camps, and there were spies attached to each of the individual barracks and headquarters buildings in the major camps. A few slipped away like they did here, but overall, I'd say we got 85 to 90. Excellent. It seems that the inclement weather didn't stall you enough to allow for more of the spies to get away. I got a report that you had been ambushed on your way back, so I had suspected that they may have contacted them ahead of time. It's more likely that we moved so fast that they couldn't get in place before we made our way north, Reevin said. It makes the most sense that the first batch of spies that left Peori revealed some information, and when they lost contact with the spies to the south and west, they extrapolated our plan. I'm sure it's something like that, Prince Alex said. At this point, it doesn't matter that much. The infestation has been dealt with, and you and Kefira have returned safe and sound. Yes, sir. Did you get any reports about the camps looking for more assassins yet? Not yet, Prince Alex shook his head. I'll get them either tonight or early in the morning. I'll be sure to bring it up at the staff meeting in the morning, so you'll learn about it then. Sounds good, Reevin said. I just wanted to know if my information allowed the camps to catch any of the enemy soldiers or not. It was a good idea to report it and not go looking for them yourself. Based on the report, I'm sure you could have handled yourself as long as you ran into individual groups, but you never know. Plus it gave them something to do, Reevin said with a chuckle. We all know what it's like to just wait around and twiddle our thumbs all day, every day. If that isn't the truth, Prince Alex snorted. All right, I know you're eager to get back to your men and get some rest. You're dismissed. Reevin stood up, came to attention, and threw another salute. Yes, sir. He did an about-face and left the office. The retainer was no longer guarding outside the room, and he could see him poring over some paperwork at his desk in the office next door through his divine sense. Reevin made his way back to the barracks his mercenary company had occupied. He kept his divine sense strained as far as he could. He was no longer looking for additional spies with skin masks, but if one of the 3 people he suspected was a spy, who was to say there weren't more without brands or skin masks? Everyone was a suspect at this point, and if he could catch someone paying unusual attention to him, then he might be able to find a breakthrough point. People paying unusual attention, Reevin thought. That guy at the tavern the other day, he might be a spy. Crud, I missed an opportunity. Reevin mentally kicked himself, but there wasn't anything he could do about it now. Sure, he could go with Kefira on another jaunt with her abilities, but that would be a crime at this point. He wasn't allowed to just up and leave his duties, and he couldn't inform the prince about it, either, lest he was a spy and Reevin tipped his hand. What a mess. Reevin nodded to the guards at the gate to the barracks, and he immediately summoned the officers to the headquarters building for a meeting. Kefira and Cyrilla were still washing up, and Reevin had to master his divine sense skill like never before to not intrude on their privacy. It hadn't been a problem before because Reevin hadn't been specifically paying attention to it. It had gone into his perception and filtered into his subconscious each time previously, so he had never considered the issue. This time he had scanned the surroundings deliberately to find everyone, having assumed Kefira and Cyrilla would have already been finished with their bath. Now that he had noticed them, it was like his mind was trying to focus his full attention on them. It was like trying to convince himself not to think about something. The harder he tried not to think about it, the more he thought about it. Reevin was sitting down with his head in his hands, sweat pouring down his face as he struggled to keep his mind to himself when his father walked in and patted him on the shoulder. What's wrong, Reevin? Rafix asked. Reevin sprang to his feet, grabbed his father by the hand and dragged him outside. Sparring, now, Reevin shouted. He sprinted out of the building until he could no longer sense even a fraction of an inch beyond the headquarters building and turned to face his father who had followed after him. Don't you want to take a break and relax first? Rafix asked, confusion on his face. No time, need to spar. Reevin drew his sword, his real sword, and launched himself at his father. Rafix pulled his own sword and summoned his ethereal arsenal after sensing Reevin's urgency. Reevin infused his body and weapons with his affinities and created another mana weapon in his free hand. He and Rafix met together, and a furious assault from both parties ensued. Reevin pushed himself harder than he had in a long time, so hard that he literally couldn't focus on anything other than the match in front of him. Rafix rebuffed him as usual, but Reevin could see that his father was actually beginning to struggle a bit to hold him off. Even with the ethereal arsenal in play, Reevin was able to dodge, weave, parry, and counterattack to an extent that Rafix was never able to get the initiative. It wasn't enough to put him on the back foot. but it was enough that Ryevin wasn't in danger of getting overwhelmed. Time seemed to disappear, and the sounds of furious combat filled the compound. Ryevin was in a world of his own, unable to allow anything into his focus other than the intimidating man standing opposite him. The sparring match reached a crescendo, and the two used everything they had to try and overthrow the other. A loud crack filled the yard as Rafik's sword was knocked aside, and Ryevin's mono weapon swooped in to rest against his throat. Ryevin came out of his trance at the sudden end of their bout. He turned his head and looked at the blade of the ethereal axe resting against the side of his own neck. He looked back to Rafik, who had a huge grin on his face. "I don't know what inspired such a sparring session, but I'm very proud of you," Rafik said with a hearty laugh. "You finally managed to bring me to a draw." Ryevin's mono weapon and Rafik's ethereal weapons dissolved into motes of mana, and the two put their swords away. Ryevin's perception finally broke through his perception, and he finally noticed the crowd surrounding them. Kefira was the first person he saw, and he heaved a sigh of relief to find her out here, fully clothed. The rest of the mercenaries began to clap and cheer as the two ended their sparring session. "All right, show's over," Ryevin called. "All of the officers, meet me in the conference room. We have things to discuss." Rafik clapped Ryevin on the shoulder as the two walked to the headquarters building. The rest of the soldiers dispersed to go do their own thing, but Ryevin saw several of them go to the training grounds to attempt to learn some of the maneuvers they had seen in the sparring session. Ryevin nodded his head at that. The officers broke away from the dispersing soldiers and made their way to the headquarters building. Kefira made her way over to walk with Ryevin, Cyrilla trailing behind as usual. The officers found their seats in the conference room, and Ryevin turned to address them. "All right, Kefira, Cyrilla, and I managed to get rid of most of the spies, but we encountered an ambush on the way back," Ryevin started. "They knew to interrupt our teleporting abilities, though, and nobody, but a few people should know that we had that ability. That means there's a high possibility that there are still spies in the city, and they're placed very high up. The officers were disciplined enough to not break out into murmurs over the news." Ryevin let them digest the information, though, before he continued. "There's not a lot we can do about it in our current situation, but we need to prepare for betrayal during a dangerous time. We need to come up with an exit strategy for the worst-case scenario." Life once more settled into a routine. The mercenary company spent most of their time practicing individual and small unit combat skills when a platoon wasn't assigned to a patrol duty. The patrol duties were standard every time, but Ryevin made sure that the officers kept a full report for the outposts and the command structure in Piori every time. Just because they had settled into a routine, there was no reason to get sloppy. Aside from sparring sessions with his father and mana sessions with Kefira, Ryevin spent the majority of his time trying to figure out the skill-sharing mana tether skill the enemy had used. He had groups of individuals use their shared mana shield skill as the breakthrough point, but he had little luck so far. The other officers studied tactics and strategy for the most part, but they also had their own little homework assignments to try and get experimental data for Ryevin. Ryevin continued to bear his focus down as much as possible with his divine sense skill at all times, too. He knew the skill was important to his future growth, but he hadn't realized how useful it could actually be. He had taken it for granted as a 360-degree super perception skill, but it could be so much more. He couldn't focus his attention down to a microscopic level, nor could he zoom out for a bird's eye view. That didn't matter, though, as he perceived everything in his range as if he was standing at the optimal distance to see or hear it. Slowly, the divine sense skill started to show some other interesting changes as it got closer and closer to skill level 25. He started seeing little sparks floating in the air or stuck to an object. He didn't know exactly what he was seeing at first, but it gradually dawned on him. His divine sense skill was synergizing with his sense mana and mana sight skills. He was seeing the mana directly through his divine sense skill without having to actively focus on his other mana sensory skills. He increased his training sessions with his mana skills to see if it had a passive effect on his divine sense skill or if it was just the divine sense, and after raising the two skills a couple of levels, he noticed a tangible difference in the skill. It took him a little while to get used to the new sensation of seeing sparks of mana with his divine sense skill, and it led to a couple of embarrassing situations. More than once, while he was just minding his own business, he would reflexively frantically swat at something in front of his face before he realized it wasn't a giant wasp trying to sting him in the eyes. Several of the mercenaries gave him some strange looks during those little incidents, but he just shrugged it off. Ryevin was walking along the edge of the training grounds to a squad of mercenaries that were going to participate in his mana tether experiments when something tugged at his awareness. He stopped and looked over at two of the mercenaries standing next to each other in a platoon drill practice. Ryevin came to a stop and really looked at them. One was fairly tall, maybe even an inch or two taller than Ryevin, and the other one that stood out to his senses next to him was considerably shorter, about Kefira's height. The shorter one was obviously a girl, and it wasn't anything unusual. The two standing next to each other was slightly strange as they tried to keep the units in order based on height whenever they could, but that also wasn't what caught his attention. There was a veritable swarm of mana sparks clinging to their faces. Ryevin focused his attention further, delving beyond the mana sparks to inspect their faces more closely. There was no telltale sign of a skin mask on either of them, but they were extremely suspicious. Ryevin motioned to a soldier walking by. The soldier walked up and gave a salute. "Run to the headquarters and get Vice Captain Rafix and Lady Kefira," Ryevin said in a low voice. "Actually, scratch that. Don't run, just get there quickly. Snag any of the other officers nearby as well." "Yes, sir." The soldier gave a crisp salute and then turned to briskly walk away to complete the order. Ryevin continued to meander closer to the platoon. They were performing quite well together, he noticed, but he wasn't really paying that much attention to it. He made sure to keep from focusing his eyesight directly on the pair, but that was all he was paying attention to with his divine sense. It wasn't long before Rafix, Kefira, Cyrilla, and two other officers came walking over in a casual manner. Ryevin looked at them and signaled for the two officers to make their way to the far side of the platoon to surround them. Rafix went to the left, and Kefira and Cyrilla went to the right. Once everyone was in position, Ryevin walked straight up the middle to the two people in question. He unsheathed his sword as he approached, and the platoon came to an abrupt halt at his approach. Ryevin could see sweat trickle down the sides of the faces of the two people in question, much more than was present on anyone else. They did a good job of remaining calm, but Ryevin's focus on them with his threatening stance let them know they had been caught. The two shared a look before throwing their weapons down and raising their hands in the air. "We're not spies," the taller of the pair shouted. The rest of the soldiers were taken aback, and they hastily distanced themselves from the two. All of the spears came up at the ready, pointed toward them. Ryevin walked right up to the two. His sword was down at his side, but his muscles were tensed enough that a thought could send it streaking in for the kill at a moment's notice. The taller soldier heaved a sigh. The mana sparks covering their faces seemed to fall away like oil on water, and two familiar faces stared back at Ryevin. Ryevin stared back at them in stunned silence for a moment before he started laughing loudly. He sheathed his sword, and the rest of the soldiers warily lowered their weapons as well. Rafix came walking over with a frown on his face, but Kefira stared just as intently at the two individuals as Ryevin had as she walked up. "So, how have the two of you been since the last time we met atop the Dagger's Peak?" Ryevin asked. The two no longer sported robes and long flowing hair, but their faces were undeniably those of the two people who had appeared out of nowhere atop the giant mountain and then walked through the air to descend. They were dressed in the mercenary arms and armor, and their hair was neatly tied up in buns to keep it out of the way. The two shared another look before tentatively lowering their arms to their sides. Good, I guess," the taller man answered. "All right, let's go to my office for a conversation, shall we?" "Yes, sir." "We're just out for life experience," the male, Zudrid, answered. "When we're in the lower regions, we have to disguise ourselves to look like locals as much as possible. Not many people wear the same attire as us, and we have certain distinguishing features and mannerisms that tell us apart." "I had noticed," Ryevin said wryly. "It's not every day you see two Tier 4s walking in the sky." "It's a class skill," Zudrid said. "Walking through the air is a class skill." Ryevin's eyebrows climbed up to his forehead. "Yeah, our classes are a bit different than those found in the lower regions. We come from a sect, and the disciples have a fairly unified class progression. And you're just allowed to tell us this information. I mean, you guys did go through all that trouble to disguise yourselves." "Oh no, that's for us," Zudrid said. "We're not disguising ourselves to keep secrets about where we're from, though that is generally one of the consequences. We just need to try and integrate into society as much as possible for our life experience excursions." "I see," Ryen said, stroking his chin in thought. "Yeah, it's not like you're going to stumble upon our sect anytime soon anyway. It's in a Tier 7 region." Zudrid and his companion Varya continued to sit casually as if they hadn't just dropped a huge piece of information on those present. One could hear a pin drop in the silence from down the hall. Rafix kept a stoic look on his face, though Ryevin could tell from his subtle body language that he was just as surprised as anyone else. Kefira's mouth dropped open for a moment before she snapped it back closed, and Cyrilla's eyebrows actually wiggled a bit before settling down. "The two of you are from a Tier 7 region?" Ryevin asked. "Yes, sir," Zudrid nodded his head. "Forgive my skepticism, but you two are mid-Tier 4. How did you survive? How could anyone survive?" "Well, let me ask you a question in return," Zudrid said. He waited until Ryevin nodded his head for him to go on. "Who built all of the teleport circles that connect the Tier 4 capital cities? Space mages, obviously. And what happened to them afterward? They didn't just disappear." Ryevin tapped his chin in contemplation as he thought about the question. "I've never really considered it before," he thought. "It's just been a fact of life that I've taken for granted." Tier 4 capital cities have teleportation circles connecting them across the realm. Everyone knows that, but he has a good point. Was the space affinity just that much more prolific in the ancient times? Are these teleportation circles the pinnacle of space magic? If not, where did they all go? Zudrid didn't let the silence linger for too long. They moved to the higher regions, he said, and as they gained levels and proficiency in their skills and affinities, they got better and better at space magic. All of this to say, there are sects in Tier 5 through 8 regions, and they have what we call secret realms to house the lower tier population. The space mages made pockets of space, very similar to dungeons, and that's where the youth and lower tier individuals live. The core disciples of the sects occupy the mountain range on the outside, and there are different tiers of secret realms for the disciples to train in to gain levels and experience. It's not perfect though, which is why we still have to travel to the lower realms to shore up our foundations in life experience. That makes a lot of sense, actually, Reevin said. So there are whole empires of super high-level people out there. Not exactly, Zudrid shook his head. Sure, the average tier and level is considerably higher, but you're still not going to find a bunch of tier 7s or 8s running around. The core disciples occupying the mountain of our sect are tier 5. A couple of the ancestors are tier 7. Also, our sect is about twice the size of Willowin in population. You could think of them more as large city-states as opposed to empires. What about these guys? Reevin tilted his head in the direction of the front lines. There was no question who he was referring to. We know about them, and we have some small interactions with them, but we generally don't interfere with each other. I couldn't tell you a whole lot about them, but I do know that us being here fighting with you guys won't be seen as some sort of political scandal. Competition is actually encouraged. Competition, fighting and killing is competition. Oh sure, they simply follow a different path. A different path? Path to what? Reevin asked. Ascension, Zudrid replied. His tone of voice made it seem like the answer was obvious. Ascension, Reevin repeated with a flat voice. Of course. Isn't that the end goal for everyone reaching for higher and higher tiers? The sects focus on individual accomplishment to achieve ascension, and the only thing I know about them is that they use the collective to channel their power and resources to a select few to bolster their efforts. So it's all about resources then? Reevin asked. Most likely, Zudrid shrugged. Treasure and people. Yeah, that tracks, Reevin said. He glanced at Kefira. Ariella seemed to treat the people they had abducted as commodities to exploit. Don't mention her, Kefira said, turning her face away with a snort. Reevin rolled his eyes before turning back to Zudrid. The two sect disciples were together, but Zudrid did all the talking. He had never heard a single utterance from Varia. Zudrid had been the one to disclose her name. So you guys come from a tier 7 region. Your sect is the size of a large city-state, and you protect the youths and lower-leveled people by having them live inside secret realms. You mentioned that your class progression is fairly unified. Oh yeah, collectively we refer to ourselves as cultivators. At the end of the day, they're just classes though. Our classes follow almost exactly the same rules as everyone else, but they're also typically superior. A lot of the cultivators are pretty arrogant toward non-cultivators for this reason. How are your classes superior, and what are the differences? Reevin asked. For one, the minimum rarity of all cultivator-type classes is epic, Zudrid answered. That includes Tier 1 and 2. In the lower regions, Tier 1 classes are mostly common with some nobility and royals having uncommon or rare. Our Tier 1 class is the epic body tempering class. As to the differences, it comes down to having to perform certain feats in order to qualify for the next tier cultivator class. Our Tier 2 class is Chi refining, and it requires us to combine our stamina and mana together into one. The result is Chi. Interesting. That actually verifies a question I once had but had never really had the time to ponder before. That begs the question, if you can combine stamina and mana, what about health? That falls into what we call forbidden skills, Zudrid replied. They're not forbidden in the sense that it's illegal to use them. It's just that one needs to know what they're doing before trying them out. Those types of skills could kill you if you're not careful. I believe it, Reevin said, nodding his head. He sat in silent contemplation for a moment. So what are your intentions now? Zudrid and Varia shared another look. Zudrid turned back to Reevin to answer. We're here for life experience. We saw the notice for the mercenary company, and we figured it would be the most unique experience we could have. We would like to continue being part of the mercenary company, if that's all right. All right, you guys are dismissed. If you think of anything else to contribute to what you know about the invaders, write it down and pass it up the chain of command. I'm sure we'll also have some other talks in the future if you're willing. I would consider these conversations outside of our relationship as commander and subordinate. Certainly, certainly. Zudrid and Varia rose from their seats, gave salutes, and departed from the office. Reevin watched them leave the building with his divine sense before turning to the other three remaining in the room. Well, that's a lot to think about, isn't it, he said. I'll say, Rafix replied. It's not that difficult to combine stamina and mana together, Zudrid said. The trick is getting it to stay like that. Reevin had continued his talks with Zudrid and Varia. They spoke about the different exploits they had achieved in their respective adventures over the years. The secret realms kept by the sects weren't just residential zones, though they didn't have any authentic dungeons inside of them. They were regularly stocked with captured beasts and monsters from people traveling the lower regions to serve as training experiences and experience for the younger disciples. The talks had eventually led to the differences in their fundamental nature. Chi, being a combination of stamina and mana, was not able to be infused with an affinity. As such, the disciples of the sects didn't pay nearly as much attention to their affinity training as non-cultivator classers. You're a Tier 2 with a Tier 3 class, so I don't know if you can even do it, but there's a reason why the second tier class is called Chi Refining, Zudrid continued. We literally gather the strands of stamina and mana inside of ourselves, weave them together, and then store them in a pool in our core. When Chi is formed, it is still ethereal and it can dissipate. Once it is stored in the core, it becomes liquid and it is permanent. That means a permanent loss of stamina and mana and a permanent gain of Chi. It's also not 1 for 1. 1 stamina plus 1 mana is only 1 Chi. Is Chi more powerful than stamina or mana? Ryevin asked. Ryevin wasn't the only one present for their discussions, but he was typically the only one that engaged in the conversation. Rafik stood to the side, watching and listening with rapt attention at something new he had never heard of before. Kefira sat next to Ryevin with Cyrilla standing behind, and she interjected from time to time as a participant. Varia was always with Zudrid, but she never spoke. That didn't mean she didn't communicate, though. It had taken a bit of time, but Ryevin had picked up on her body language, and her snorts and grunts were almost a fully formed language all on their own. Zudrid had been with her for years, so he was able to immediately pick up on her moods and what she wanted. Ryevin thought their interactions were fascinating, and Kefira shared his opinion on the matter, though Ryevin had to convince her not to try and come up with her own snort-grunt language. It's not that Chi is more powerful, Zudrid explained. You've seen the difference in power from different mages using the same amount of mana in their spells. There are far too many variables to pin it on just one thing being stronger. The biggest difference is just that Chi can do different things. It's not just that it acts as mana or stamina as a situation dictates. It's very hard to explain without showing you, and then it's harder to grasp looking at it than using it for yourself. One quick example would be a Chi shield. A mana shield blocks out mana and physical attacks. One could also have a class skill that uses stamina to do something similar. A Chi shield, though, blocks, absorbs, disperses, and reflects all at once. We don't need to learn separate skills for it, nor infuse it with different affinities to get the effect. It also allows us to breathe underwater, and it protects us from the astral wind in the atmosphere. It's an all-in-one skill. That does sound amazing, Ryevin conceded. What's the catch? The biggest catch is that it expends Chi quickly, and getting struck by attacks accelerates it a lot. Everyone also has a lower Chi pool than one would have of a mana or stamina pool, too. That's only for in the lower tiers, though. That problem is resolved at Tier 4, Golden Core. Oh yay, what's the difference? How does the problem get resolved? In order to advance to Golden Core, at max level in Tier 3, we have to put 100 of both stamina and mana into our cores, regardless of the balance, and hold it there while we level up to Tier 4, Level 1. The Chi becomes solid, and then when it is extracted for use from our cores, it can be stamina, mana, or Chi at will. If you have to put 100 of your stamina and mana into your core, permanently sacrificing it, how do you survive? Kefira asked. It's not easy, Zudrid said, shaking his head. Not everybody does. There's a washout at each tier. A good rule to go by is to take the Tier 1 is in, multiply it by 10, and that amount of people will fail to reach the next cultivator class. Golden Core is particularly difficult, as those that fail will die, and it's about 30. Wow, I'm not sure I would have the guts to go down that path, Kefira said. Not even all of the cultivators do either, Zudrid said. A significant portion of people in Tier 3, Foundation Building, simply don't try to form a Golden Core. They choose to keep their stamina, mana, and Chi pools how they've developed up to that point, and they switch to a non-cultivator class. It's not a big deal. Cultivator classes are, like I said before, just classes at the end of the day. So the names of the classes have to mean something, Rafik spoke up. Everyone turned their heads to look at him. You said Tier 3 is Foundation Building, so I'm guessing it's necessary to have these specific classes in order to tread down this path. Someone like me, a Tier 5, wouldn't be able to suddenly switch over to a cultivator class. That's exactly right, Zudrid confirmed. You could form Chi from your stamina and mana. That's not hard. But because your meridian pathways have developed to such an extent, it is impossible to turn it into a liquid and permanently store it in your core. That means you also wouldn't be able to shove all of it into a Golden Core. I'm not sure you would want to try that anyway, as you would simply have way too much stamina and mana. If someone has tens of thousands of points, their Golden Core is likely to explode from the built-up pressure. Is that why you said you didn't know if I could do it or not? Ryevin asked. Because I have the meridian pathways of a Tier 3 class. Yes, you would have to try and form a Chi pool in your core to know. I've never heard of a non-cultivator Tier 2 doing so, but that's mostly because they're too weak. They haven't built up enough stamina and mana reserves to accumulate enough chi to qualify for the Tier 3 foundation building class. What about someone with a sufficiently powerful bloodline? Ryevin asked. There typically aren't any powerful enough bloodlines in the lower regions to make up for it. You have to understand that the cultivators have bloodlines, too, and because of the nature of where the sects are located, even the lowest bloodline is going to be superior to what can be found in the lower regions. An imperial bloodline in the lower realms will be around 20 thresholds. Those are some of the strongest bloodlines in the lower regions. The weakest bloodline that I've heard of in a Tier 7 sect has 30 thresholds. The patriarchal family of our sect, one of the highest even among Tier 8 sects, has 70 thresholds. Finally, there are some unique constitutions among bloodlines that give 80. Now couple all of that with our epic rarity Tier 1 and 2 classes, and the fact that 20 of those that make it to chi refining don't have enough chi to qualify for the Tier 3 cultivator class. You can see how it would be difficult for someone from the lower regions to accomplish it. Ryevin had to try very hard to prevent himself from sharing a look with Kefira when Zudrid had mentioned the different thresholds of the bloodlines. He saw her look at him with his divine sense, but he kept his focus on Zudrid. If 80 thresholds is the pinnacle of someone with a superior bloodline plus a unique constitution, then what does my 100 threshold bloodline mean? Ryevin thought. Okay, so back to the nature of chi, Ryevin said. If you can't infuse an affinity into the chi, does that mean you can't use elemental skills or attacks? Zudrid held his hand out, and a flame popped up, hovering over his outstretched hand. Ryevin hadn't noticed any kind of mana fluctuation prior, and he couldn't detect any mana from the little flame, either. For that matter, he noticed that he couldn't see chi with his divine sense or any of his mana sensory skills, either. It's not that we can't do it, it's just a bit complicated, Zudrid said. If you decide to accumulate a pool of chi, and you do it successfully, I'll explain it to you. I don't know the principles behind why chi can't hold an affinity, though. That's just how it has always been, and nobody questions it beyond doing some shallow experiments when we're young. Every cultivator, especially the ones with unique classes, thinks they're the next ancestor of a new cultivation method. It's just within grasp. We can see it, feel it, and everybody always thinks they're just on the verge of breakthrough. And then it slips through our fingers. We've all done it. Ryevin glanced at Varya and noticed her face blush and her body fidget a bit. Zudrid also glanced over, a small smile forming on his lips. I'm guessing she went through a phase where she was convinced she was the chosen one or something. Ryevin mentally chuckled. Wait, does Varya have a unique class? Kefira asked. Ryevin looked at Kefira with raised eyebrows before looking back to Zudrid and Varya. The question lingered in the air until Varya coughed into her hand. She does, Zudrid replied. Apparently, that cough was some sort of confirmation for him to answer. She's a sword cultivator. She was born with a unique constitution, and she has a 6-soul talent. She's the biggest hope for achieving the divine class, sword immortal that's appeared in hundreds of thousands of years. Rafix gave out a low whistle as everyone else stared at Varya in astonishment. Wait, divine class? Ryevin asked. I thought only an ascended being could grant a divine class to someone. You're 90 correct, Zudrid said. The class itself is divine rarity, but because we're in the lower realms, it won't be powered by divine mana, thus it will be counted as a pseudo-divine class. If she's able to achieve the class and ascend one day, it will get empowered by divine mana, and it will automatically upgrade to fully divine rarity. Ryevin's divine sense and perfect domain skills flashed through his mind, so it's not just skills, but also entire classes that can function under this rule. Interesting. I think I'm going to do it, Ryevin said. Everyone looked at him, waiting for him to elaborate. I think I'm going to try and form a chi pool. You never know, the system recognizes my tier is still tier 2, so maybe even though I have the pathways of a tier 3 class, I can still do it. I don't know if I'll be able to unlock the foundation building class, and frankly, I don't think I would take it anyway, but there's no harm in it. I have tons of stamina and mana to spare. Yeah, your situation is unique, Zudrid said. There are records of people achieving forced class transitions in tier 1 and tier 2 in the ancient records, but I don't think any of them were as powerful as you are. But if I may, why wouldn't you take the foundation building class? It has so much potential for your future growth. You said foundation building is epic rarity. Ryevin asked back. Zudrid nodded his head. My current class is a higher rarity already. I would be taking a step back if I went with it. Zudrid and even Varya stopped and stared at Ryevin for several seconds as they processed that information. It wasn't a secret, but it also wasn't widely publicized that Ryevin had a mythic class. The two cultivators had assumed he had an upgraded rare or epic rarity class, not an upgraded legendary one. I see, Zudrid said, trailing off. Varya once more coughed into her hand. Ryevin picked up a slight difference in the vibrations of the sound through his divine sense. Yes, I think you're right. This has endless research possibilities. Varya got up from her position sitting next to Zudrid. She walked over and sat down directly in front of Ryevin and looked him in the eye. Rievin, would it be possible for the two of us to continue to follow you for a time, even after this business with the mercenary company? She asked. Her voice was very pleasant, and it reminded Rievin of the tinkling of wind chimes. Rievin shared a look with Kefira and his father. They both nodded their heads. Rafix was particularly enthusiastic. Oh, the training possibilities. Rafik's shout whispered, pumping his fist in excitement. Kefira rolled her eyes and smirked at Rievin. Rievin just chuckled and shook his head. Certainly, that won't be a problem, Rievin said. I'm probably going to be messing with the mercenary company even after this particular military action is over, but you're welcome to leave the ranks and join us as friends at that time. Rievin sat in the lotus position. He was deep in meditation as he considered the little speck of chi he had generated. He couldn't pull it out of his body, so it simply sat in his core with the rest of his mana pool. The chi speck was almost incomprehensibly tiny compared to his vast reserves of mana all around it. It was made from only 1 point of stamina and mana. Okay, so like Zudrid said, creating the chi was simple, Rievin contemplated. It was almost at the snap of my fingers. Now, how do I turn it into a liquid? Rievin observed the speck from all directions. He couldn't pull it out of himself to manipulate it, so he delved his consciousness into his core. He made the chi speck flit about and perform amusing maneuvers, but nothing was changing the nature of the chi. An interesting aspect that Rievin noted was that there was always a little bubble of separation between the chi and the mana. The two never came into physical, or in this case metaphysical, contact with each other. Well, the process can't be too complicated, Rievin thought. I guess we'll just try out the usual. Rievin brought his willpower down upon the chi speck and shot it through his meridian pathways. As soon as the chi speck left his core and entered the beginnings of the complicated and winding paths of his meridian channels, ethereal smoke started to dissipate off of the chi speck. Within only a few seconds, the chi speck disappeared, and his stamina and mana pools ticked up by 1 point. Rievin could tell that there were some changes being wrought upon the chi, but he had so little of it that it disappeared before any of those changes could be made. Is this what they mean by chi refining, he thought. Literally, refining the gaseous chi into liquid chi by running it through our meridians. If 1 point of chi isn't enough, we'll just have to accumulate more. Rievin once more summoned his stamina and mana pools. He extracted 10 points from each pool and wove them together. It wasn't the same thing as weaving mana for spells. He wasn't left with distinct weaves or patterns. Instead, through the process of weaving them together, the two forms of energy melded together until they combined into one. The chi speck he was left with was 10 times larger than the first one, though that still meant it was microscopic compared to the mana sitting in his core. Rievin mustered his will and once more forced the chi into his meridian pathway. The chi was in a gaseous state and wanted to slip out of his control like any other gas would. He had to keep a constant focus on the chi he was controlling to keep it together. The ethereal smoke started bleeding off of it once more, and as the chi traveled his pathways, the main substance of it began to shrink and condense. He was less than halfway through his channels when the 10 points once more completely dissipated into nothing, and his stamina and mana pools once more ticked back up to 100. I don't believe it. If 10 points aren't enough, try 100 points. Rievin drained his resources and formed another chi speck. He didn't waste any time observing it and immediately forced it into his meridian channel. The chi speck this time was a bit more wild and out of control, and it was too big to comfortably fit in his meridian channel. Pain racked Rievin's body wherever the chi passed through, but no damage was done to the meridians. It seemed like the ethereal smoke dissipating off of the chi was healing the wear and tear done to the channels as the chi passed through. The chi continued to shrink and condense, but it didn't give his meridian channels any relief. Rievin didn't mind, though, as he recognized that this was a blessing in disguise. One's own mana was gentle to one's own body, even when infused with deadly affinities. Just passing the mana through the meridian channels didn't have any substantive effect on the channels themselves. It was common knowledge that the system upgraded one's meridian channels when one increased in tier. That included more complex pathways, as well as the quality of the meridian channels themselves. That was the only known way to increase one's meridian channel quality that Rievin was aware of. That didn't mean other people didn't know of another solution, but Rievin had never heard of it. The chi passing through made the meridians act like a muscle that was being exercised. Small tears accumulated from the strain of pushing the chi through, but the smoke instantly repaired the tears instead of having to suffer through muscle soreness. Passing the chi through his meridians was a slog. It was much slower than channeling mana through the pathways. It took Rievin almost an hour to get the 100 points of chi all the way through and back to his core. By the time the chi made it back to his core, it had fundamentally changed. No longer was it a gaseous form that he had to constantly corral to keep together. A small trickle of liquid chi, made up of just 5 points, sloshed its way into his core where it settled. Ryevin glanced at his stamina and mana pools in his status, and they had each reduced by 5 points in the maximum column. A new line was also present in his status. Achievement, Refine Chi, unlock the new resource permanently. Achievement, Refine Chi without a cultivator class, all stats +3. Achievement, Refine Initial Chi with Tier 3 Meridian Pathways, upgrade the quality of Chi by 1 whole tier. Wait, what? Ryevin was dumbfounded at the achievements. The first one made sense to him, and it was more of a notification than an achievement. The reward wasn't something given by the system for the achievement. Or is it? I mean, which came first, the chicken or the egg? It wasn't the first achievement that stunned him. It wasn't even the second one that caught him off guard, though it was a pleasant surprise. The third achievement left him confused and needing answers. The quality of Chi, he thought. From the context, I'm guessing that the quality of Chi is based on the tier of meridian channels. Is that why it's impossible to form Chi in Tier 3 or above for most people? With the rate that the Chi dissipated as it passed through the channels, one would need to have at least 100 points of Chi just to get 5 permanent points like I did. I'm guessing there's usually a wall that people with no Chi usually can't pass through. The meridian channels are just too narrow and weak for 100 points to safely pass through. It's most likely the fact that my class is mythic, so my Tier 3 channels are already sturdy enough to handle it. That begs another question. What rarity is the minimum needed in Tier 3 to accomplish the task? Is it mythic, or is it legendary? From what I gather, epic isn't strong enough. That's probably why it's hard for Tier 2 non-cultivators to form a permanent Chi pool too. Rare rarity classes just don't produce strong enough meridians. Ryevin's gut told him he had the right answer. With that mystery solved, it was time to get answers about the quality of Chi. Zudrid hadn't said anything about further refining Chi as they increased in tier, but that was probably only because he hadn't gotten to that step yet. Well, I can hold off on going to find Zudrid right now, Ryevin thought, calming himself down. It's getting late. I might as well do a few more passes to increase my Chi pool. Ryevin had decided to refine a whopping 1,000 points of permanent Chi. If it took an hour to process 100 points of gaseous Chi into 5 points of liquid Chi, though that was going to take a while, Ryevin gathered up another mass of gaseous Chi and once more sent it through his meridian pathways. Yeah, you have to refine your Chi every time you upgrade to a new tier, Zudrid confirmed. It's one of the basic requirements. Even Vyria and I have to do it with the Chi in our golden cores. Let me tell you, it becomes a chore at golden core. Ryevin stared at Zudrid. Zudrid stared back. Neither one of them had an expression on their face. Was that on purpose? Ryevin asked. I don't know what you mean. The two stared at each other for another moment. Anyway, liquid Chi inside your core starts off at Tier 2. Everyone has a minuscule amount of Chi inside their bodies, much like everyone has a minuscule amount of mana, even if they're not born with the talent to use it. In fact, that's why everyone has Chi. Stamina and mana mix on the micro scale without anyone trying to do it. The ancient records in the sect say that's how the first cultivators learned how to become cultivators in the first place. That makes sense, Ryevin said, nodding his head. The first iteration has to come from somewhere, and how would anyone know to try something without first observing it or knowing about it? Yup. Anyway, you're in Tier 2, but you have Tier 3 meridian channels, so your Chi should be Tier 3 to start off with. Not having created Tier 2 Chi, you won't notice a difference until your first ray refining. Ryevin left off the part about getting an achievement that elevated his Chi quality. His Chi was in fact Tier 4, but he wasn't going to reveal that secret for no reason. Is it always this inefficient to refine Chi? Ryevin asked. No, not at all, Zudrid shook his head. It gets worse. For me to refine my Tier 3 Chi into Tier 4 Chi, I have to gather up 500 points to get 10, and it has to be at least 500 points. The efficiency doesn't scale down. If I gather 499 points of Chi, I won't get 9 points of refined Chi, I'll get 0, and have to start over with 500. That being said, Tier 2 Chi refining cultivators typically only need to gather 20 points worth of Tier 1 Chi to get 2 points of Tier 2 Chi. The fact that you needed 100 points is proof enough your starting quality is Tier 3. But if you plan on improving your Chi in the future, don't fall into the trap of complacency. Eventually, your meridians will adapt to the strain of 100 points worth of Chi, and you won't suffer any strain nor gain any benefits. It's recommended to always use enough Chi to cause at least the same level of strain as the minimum. If you don't, you'll have a really hard time when you have to go from 100 points to 500 points. Upgrading tiers doesn't handle that. It has some small effect, but it's not enough. Plus, your pathways will become longer and more complex on top of improving in quality. I see. So I should aim for being able to handle 500 points of Chi before reaching Tier 4. Ryevin didn't know if the increase in quality was done after the fact as a pure reward from the system, or if he would actually have a harder time with having to refine a tier above himself in the future. Only time would tell, and he wouldn't find out until he reached Tier 4. Of course not, Zudrid denied. You'll want to aim for around halfway, so 250 points. There's no lasting benefit to going further, as increasing your meridian quality above that for your current tier won't have any benefit, and it's perfectly fine for preparing for the next tier. It will also mean that your rate of refining will increase once your meridians adapt to that amount. The chi will flow as fast and easy as mana at that point. Rievin was cut off from asking his next question as a loud boom and shockwave rocked the office they were conversing in. Rievin searched out with his divine sense but didn't pick anything up. There weren't even that many people milling about within his range, but the few that weren't panicking or anything. What was that? Zurdred asked, shooting up to his feet. I don't know, but I don't think it's an enemy attack, Rievin replied. There were no alarms going off, and Rievin didn't see anyone outside of the building scrambling to take action. Let's go see. The two left Rievin's office and headed out of the headquarters building. Whatever had caused the commotion wasn't within range of his divine sense before he stepped out of the building, so he had to investigate the old-fashioned way with his eyes. Rievin immediately spotted the source. His father was sparring with Varia. Rievin came to a stop as he looked up and up and up at the huge, ethereal sword springing up from Varia. Rafik stood with his sword and ethereal arsenal at the ready. Varia hadn't even drawn her weapon yet, and she stood hugging her sword to herself as he had first seen atop Dagger Mountain. A pulse of energy that Rievin could barely perceive went out with Varia as the epicenter, and Rafix launched himself to the side while parrying with all he had. A giant rent appeared in the ground where he had stood from the force of the energy attack produced by Varia. The gash in the ground wasn't deep. It was only a few inches in depth, but it matched the length of the height of the ethereal sword surrounding her. Rafix immediately dashed in to close the distance between the two, slashing his sword as he leapt forward. He was laughing manically as he performed the maneuver, but another energy pulse heralded an ethereal parry from Varia. Rafix matched his strike to the parry, and he was stopped in place. He didn't get pushed back, but it seemed like he was pressing his sword against an invisible wall. If Rievin could barely perceive the energy from Varia, he would have no idea what was going on. Time seemed to stand still for a moment as they stood, locked in position, before Rafix powered through and completed his sword swing. Varia had a look of surprise on her face as she danced back, finally bearing some steel from her sword as she blocked the strike. She was lifted up off the ground and tossed away like a rag doll from the force of the blow, and Rievin could see her eyes open wide with even more astonishment. Rievin could tell from the way she was blown away that Rafix had altered the nature of his slash to match a heavy blow from a warhammer. Varia deftly gained control of her momentum in the air, and she silently fluttered to the ground. Before her feet touched dirt, though, another pulse preceded another blast of energy aimed at Rafix. Rafix became a veritable tornado of steel and ethereal weapons as he used the centrifugal force to alter the trajectory of the energy while once more advancing on Varia. You'll have to do better than that, girl, Rafix shouted. Clear ringing filled the air, and Rievin's own sword at his side seemed to resonate with the sound. He looked down at it, and he could almost feel that the sword wanted to be released from its scabbard. Varia had drawn her own sword completely out of the sheath, and she took up a stance where she dual-wielded her sword with her scabbard. She matched Rafix in intensity as she met his onslaught, and the two were locked in a deadly dance. Varia performed just as well as Rafix, matching him blow for blow. Neither one could get the upper hand, and even Rafix's ethereal arsenal was unable to distract her enough for him to get the upper hand in the conflict. Rievin watched in awe as Varia transformed from a meek girl into the definition of a human weapon. He felt like he wasn't looking at a person wielding a sword, but just a sword fighting another person. He didn't know how to accurately describe the sensation, but it was a level of oneness with the sword that he and his father were unable to attain with their skill level. Wait, has Varia reached transcendence with her sword skill? Rievin asked, turning to Zudrid. Of course, Zudrid confirmed, nodding his head. The Patriarch wouldn't have let her come out to experience the wider world without much more supervision than pairing up with me if she hadn't. What's her transcendent ability, if it's not a secret? Rievin queried. Sword body, Zudrid said. She isn't just one with her sword, she is the sword. It might sound like it's the same thing, but it's not. There's a world of difference, as you can see. Yeah, I see it, Rievin chuckled. Varia was actually pressing Rafix onto the defensive as their match continued. Was that giant ethereal sword a chi skill? That's right, though she's uniquely suited to using the skill with her unique constitution. Basically costs her no chi to keep it up and use it indefinitely. That seems almost unfair, Rievin said. You're one to talk, Zudrid snorted. I've seen some of your magic practice. You can bombard high-level spells almost without end, and the variation and utility you bring to it are unheard of. Most Tier 4 mages, and below that I know of, only have easy access to spell casting as you do for their class spells. They have to actually take some time to formulate anything more complicated. Oh well, I have a secret for you, Rievin said, glancing at Zudrid out of the corner of his eye. Zudrid turned to look at him as well. Those are class spells, almost all of them. Wah, Zudrid was once more dumbfounded. That revelation was almost too much for him, and it seemed like his brain was about to short-circuit. I've seen you cast like 100 different variations of your spells. What can I say? Ryevin shrugged. I have a good class. I can see why you're skeptical of switching to a cultivator class, Zudrid said. Ryevin just smiled. He spotted Kefira and Cyrilla watching the match in the distance, and he gave them a little wave when Kefira looked over at him and Zudrid standing there. The sparring session was winding down, and it seemed like Varia was going to come out on top. Rafix wasn't out of the match yet, though, and he still had a few surprises up his sleeve. A pulse of mana spread out from Rafix, one that Ryevin had never seen his father conjure before, and a barrage of spells formed above his head and launched themselves at Varia. They were simple bolt spells, but the surprise attack, coupled with Rafix's skill with his sword and his ethereal arsenal, was enough to catch Varia off guard. Rafix knocked her blade away, and his own came to rest with the tip a fraction of an inch away from her throat. That was an excellent match, Rafix said. I couldn't have beat you with my sword skill alone. The surrounds burst out into cheers as Rafix lowered his sword. Ryevin and Zudrid joined in on the congratulations. They made their way to the two standing in the sparring pit as the rest of the crowd dispersed to attend to their own duties once more. I had no idea you were so accomplished with your sword skill, Ryevin said to Varia. I'll definitely have to try my hand at a sparring session with you. Maybe we can get a 1v1 melee match going with all three of us. Now that sounds like a fantastic idea, Rafix shouted with a grin on his face. I can agree to that, Varia said, but I would like your help with something else in return. Ryevin was slightly surprised that she spoke out on her own. He had expected Zudrid to once more do the talking for her. Sure, what's that? Can you help us with our spear and shield skills? Zudrid and I are quite dreadful at them. Ryevin stared into her eyes for a second before he chuckled. After witnessing that display, it had slipped my mind that you and Zudrid are beginners with those skills, he said. Sure, that's no problem. Excellent. Rafix clapped his hands together. He rubbed them together enthusiastically with a manic grin on his face. I have just the training regimen for it. Ryevin continued to work on his own personal improvement during his free time. He couldn't dedicate his time specifically toward building his chi pool. He didn't let any of his skills fall by the wayside. That was only during his personal time, though. His duties throughout the day were mainly to make sure the mercenaries were always doing something productive. That didn't mean they were constantly training. Keeping morale up by allowing leisure and rest time was an important mission. There was a delicate balance between driving the men hard enough to constantly improve and be ready at all times and keeping their spirits up. The amount of alcohol consumed by a unit was a direct correlation to the level of morale, and Ryevin was pleased that there hadn't been any incidents fueled by overconsumption of the substance. Alcohol was prohibited from entering the barracks, period, and the officers and NCOs did a good job keeping it out, but it wasn't forbidden for the men and women to indulge themselves when they knew they weren't going to be on duty. If they weren't stationed at a wartime camp, the restrictions on alcohol would be lessened, though never removed entirely. It was one thing to tolerate it, but it was another thing entirely to encourage it. Ryevin wasn't worried that the mercenary soldiers would be too drunk to perform if the city was unexpectedly attacked, either. With magical means and potions from the alchemists, it was possible to sober up extremely quickly. It wasn't pleasant, though. It involved the forced expulsion of the poison from their system. Ryevin wasn't much of a drinker himself, and he was always on duty as the commander, so he never participated. He wasn't aloof to the other officers throughout the city, either. They had got together on multiple occasions to build a rapport between each other, but Ryevin opted for drinks that wouldn't negatively affect him. Some of the younger officers had thought it would be funny to spike Ryevin's drink on occasion. They weren't doing it out of malice, and the amount of alcohol they tried to slip him would barely make him tipsy, but none of them had ever succeeded. They couldn't figure out how Ryevin seemed to have eyes in the back of his head and always managed to spot their attempts. It had become a sort of game to see who could pull it off. Ryevin wasn't mad about it, either. He recognized they were just trying to blow off steam. He even actively participated in the shenanigans. He would feign to not notice until the very last moment when the cup reached his lips, but he would always smirk and wink at the person responsible as he sat the drink back down and ordered a new one. He had endeared himself to the younger officers with his willingness to go along with their fun and not hold a grudge, and he had gained the respect of the older officers with his competence in running his mercenary company. Nobody had seen him fight before, but stories spread as the mercenaries bragged to the other soldiers in the city. Rafix had gained quite a bit of notoriety, and Varia couldn't leave the barracks without a disguise for fear of being followed by adoring fans. Word of her prowess with the sword had gotten out, and she was a beautiful young girl, too. Ryevin had to shut down some of the younger officers who asked to be introduced to her a couple times. After outright rejecting all overtures, though, they stopped trying to get him to intercede. The young officers weren't looking for a fling with one of Rievin's subordinates. They were looking for wives to marry into their families, so Rievin wasn't offended. It wasn't Rievin's place to explain her circumstances to anyone, though, so he just said there was a situation they were unaware of that precluded her from seeking a marriage partner. Rievin had relayed this information to the two cultivators. Zudrid had laughed it off, and Varia's face had turned red with embarrassment. Zudrid had explained that she was the daughter of the patriarch of their sect, so he assumed she had never encountered a situation where anyone was so bold as to proclaim their intentions outright. They thanked Rievin for his discretion, and it was left at that. Life in the city of Piori went on, but Rievin never let himself forget that they were technically on the front lines of a war. Everything seemed peaceful on the surface, but there was still that strange undercurrent with the washed-out colors and strange scents to the ambient mana. The patrols continued, and some of the platoons even took turns manning some of the outposts for a turn. So far, it seemed like the invaders were content with whatever they were doing beyond their sight. Rievin, do you have a moment? Kefira knocked on his office door and walked in. Rievin immediately put his reports down and stood up as he motioned for Kefira to take a seat across from him. I always have a moment for you, you know that, Rievin said with a smile. Kefira didn't smile back. We've been here for 3 months now, she said, trailing off. I know. Time seems to fly around here. Rievin nodded his head. Yes, but it's already been 3 months. Kefira emphasized the time again. Rievin frowned as they tried to figure out what she was alluding to. It only took him a moment to remember, though, and his smile also slipped from his face. So you're heading back now? Rievin asked. I'm afraid so, Kefira said with a sigh. I tried to feign ignorance, but Sefia has been keeping close track of the passage of time. I tried to argue with her that we were stationed on the front lines, so it was inappropriate for me to leave right now, but she countered that it only applied if we were in active battle or siege with the enemy. Yes, that is how your mother put it. So I have to go, and I can't dawdle either. I thought I was pulling a fast one, Sefia, but it looks like my plans backfired. She timed her reminder in such a way that the teleporters won't immediately be synced up to Wispan, and she ambushed me with an invitation to a ball from Alwyn. I can't ignore it this time either, and I'll have to perform my diplomatic duties before I can leave. In that case, I'll see about getting permission to visit the capital with you, Rievin said. I can leave my father in charge. All of the officers are competent, and everyone respects him and will follow his orders. Good. I can wait as long as it takes for you to go speak to Prince Alec, but I'll have to leave soon. Then I better hurry, huh? Rievin said. He stood up and walked around the desk. Kefira stood up, and the two shared an embrace before they left. Kefira went to her room where Cyrilla was packing away their things, and Rievin made his way outside. Before Rievin left the barracks, he made his way over to his father, who was watching a platoon of soldiers drill. Rafix turned and faced his son with an expectant look on his face as Rievin approached. Dad, it's the appointed time for Kefira to leave to go back to Wispan for a time, he said. I'm going to go speak to Prince Alec and see about accompanying her to the capital. All right, son, Rafix nodded. He clapped Rievin on the shoulder with a grin on his face. You have nothing to worry about here. We can hold the fort. Rievin once more made his way through the city to the headquarters building. He wasn't running through the streets, but he wasn't wasting any time either. He still kept his divine sense on full blast. Its range had continued to expand as he gained levels in the skill. The guards on duty outside the headquarters simply waved Rievin through, and he made his way up to the prince's office. He hadn't had much reason to visit the prince outside of the morning briefings for a while, but nothing had changed. The retainer was still busy with his own job in the side room, and Prince Alec was busy managing the overall situation. Rievin knocked on the door and waited. He noticed that the retainer lifted his head and seemed to glance at Rievin's position from within his closed office for a moment, but he quickly put his attention back to his task. I don't know if that's suspicious or not, Rievin mused. On the one hand, it's suspicious that he can apparently see me or something. On the other hand, it's perfectly reasonable that he would be able to keep tabs on whoever approaches the prince's office. Rievin didn't have to wait long before Prince Alec summoned him. Enter, Prince Alec called from behind his closed door. Rievin walked into the office and performed a salute to the prince in front of his desk. To what do I owe the pleasure? Prince Alec asked. Sir, Princess Kefira has been recalled to Wispan per her agreement with her mother, Rievin said. She has an invitation to a ball from your brother, Prince Alwyn, in the capital, and I seek permission to accompany her. Denied, Prince Alec said. Rievin fought to keep a frown off of his face, but Prince Alec continued his explanation. It's not that I want to keep you here, it's that I need to keep you here. If there wasn't that debacle with the spies, it would be easy to let you go, but you're the only one who can spot them. Until something changes, I'm afraid I can't let you go. I understand, sir, Rievin said. Was there anything else? No, sir. Very well, I'm sorry, Captain Rievin, but it's just not a good time. I'll compromise with you, though. Calculate when Princess Kefira is to return from Wispan, and if nothing happens from now until then, I'll let you pick her up in the capital. Does that work? Dismissed. Prince Alec turned back to his reports. Ryevin did an about-face and exited the office. There was no use in arguing the point with his superior officer. He wasn't going to convince him to change his mind, and it would only lower the prince's opinion of him. No commander wanted a whiny back-talker. Ryevin's spirits were low on his return trip to the barracks, but he didn't let it show on his face. He made quick time once again, lest Kefira ran out of time waiting for him and had to leave. It could be argued that Kefira could choose her own time of departure, but Sefia would definitely report back to her mother that she was being unreasonable, so there was no reason to do so. Kefira and her entourage were waiting at the gate of the barracks when Ryevin returned. 2 squads from 1st Platoon were standing by, waiting to escort her back to the capital. Ryevin nodded his to his father at the sight, and Rafix grinned back. Ryevin walked up and placed his hands on Kefira's hips. She raised her own hands to rest them on his forearms. "I'm sorry, Kefira, but Prince Alec didn't give me permission to go," Ryevin said. "I see," Kefira replied with a pout. "He's going to let me pick you up on your return trip, though, so at least we'll see each other a couple days sooner." "I guess," Kefira sighed. The two hugged, and Ryevin gave her a farewell kiss. Their lips lingered a bit longer than usual, but they didn't do anything inappropriate in front of such a large crowd. For once, Cyrilla smirked at the public display of affection. She was gloating at the impatient Sefia, who was tapping her foot and looking around like she couldn't believe they hadn't left already. "I'll see you soon," Ryevin whispered into Kefira's ear. "Not soon enough." Ryevin once more threw himself into his training. This was the first time he and Kefira would be separated for a significant amount of time since they had first met each other. They would be apart for considerably more time than they had been separated during the invasion in Drallo. Ryevin didn't let himself get distracted, though. He knew that it wasn't a permanent separation, and the time for Kefira to return would arrive before he knew it. He still had to make up for the several hours each day that he could no longer practice mana exercises with her, though. The nights weren't lonely, but he missed the time he spent with Kefira. He could still practice his mana skills and affinities, but it wasn't as enjoyable as it had been. Ryevin was going over some documents at his desk when he picked up someone frantically entering the headquarters building and making their way up to the 2nd floor. He set the papers down and exited the office to wait for the man in the hallway. "Sir, there's a situation with the returning patrol." The young man gave a salute before reporting. "Oh, what's the situation?" Ryevin asked as he immediately made to descend the stairs. The runner followed closely behind and to the left. "There are several people injured this time," he answered. "I see. Go inform the other officers." "Yes, sir." The runner split from following Ryevin as they exited the building. Ryevin immediately spotted the platoon just outside of the growing range of his divine sense, and he quickly made his way over. Ryevin did a mental head count as he walked over, and he was mollified to see that there weren't any missing among their numbers. They were all exhausted, though, and he could see several mercenaries sporting bloody bandages from field dressings. "Report," Ryevin barked as he walked up to the platoon commander. "Sir," the lieutenant saluted and immediately launched into his report. "We ran into a skirmish with enemy troops on the way back from the outpost. They weren't lying in ambush or anything, we just happened to cross paths. A fight broke out, and the enemy soldiers managed to flee. Casualties. No wounds that would obstruct anyone from their duties on our side, but we didn't kill any of their soldiers either. So they weren't the ones with ones branded on their heads." Ryevin quirked an eyebrow. "No, sir. They were all armed and armored decently. They all had helmets on, though, so we didn't get a good look at their number. If I had to guess based on my experience in Drallo, I would say they were at least number 3 with a number 4 commander." "I see. You did good to prevent any casualties on our side. As long as none of ours die, it's a success in my eyes. Have the NCOs make sure the men are taken care of and immediately compile your report. I'll need to get a copy to the prince as soon as possible." "Yes, sir," the lieutenant saluted. The other officers had arrived while Ryevin was in the middle of getting the report. He turned to Lieutenant Jekyll. "Lieutenant Jekyll, send one of the irregulars to run to the prince and inform him of the situation. Make sure he knows that a written report will immediately be sent over once it's ready. Meet with us in the conference room once it's done." "Yes, sir." Jekyll saluted and turned to get the task accomplished. "Everyone else, let's go to the conference room." The rest of the officers followed him to the small headquarters building. Everyone filed into the conference room and took a seat. Ryevin waited a moment to allow for Jekyll to arrive before he started. "As far as I know, nothing like this has happened for months," Ryevin said. He looked at each of the officers in their eyes as he spoke. Apparently, it was a regular occurrence for the enemy to probe the city when the lines were first established, but they haven't done so in a long time. This could just be a continuation of that practice, but we can't assume so. Until further notice, we have to operate as if an enemy attack is imminent. That means no more liberty and no more drinking for the men. The mercenary officers were too disciplined to show it on their faces, but Ryevin could tell they were worried. They weren't worried about an impending attack on the city, though. They were worried that their men would sneak out and cause problems if they were cooped up for too long. "It will be unpopular with the men, but that's life," Ryevin said. If anyone is caught sneaking out, they are to be harshly punished. This isn't the time to be lenient on them. How long are we going to be on alert, sir? One of the lieutenants raised his hand and asked. We'll give it a week for the highest alert level, Reevin answered. After that, if the men behave, we can reduce the restrictions a little. It won't be the same as it was before, though, and the men will have a stricter curfew. Now that that's out of the way, until the written report is ready for me to take to Prince Alec, let's review the different scenarios we've prepared for an attack on the city. Reevin and the officers spent a significant portion of their time doing war games with the knowledge they had on their own forces and the enemy forces. He wanted everyone to be fresh on the countermeasures they had come up with over the past several months. Most of the strategy would be in accordance with Prince Alec's orders, but that wasn't absolute. It was always good to be prepared for any eventuality, and Reevin was still concerned about the presence of a possible spy placed in a high position of authority. The men buckled down to prepare for war. These are the points of contact with the enemy over the past week. Prince Alec stood in front of the conference room with all of the officers in attendance and pointed at a large map spread over the wall. More groups of enemy soldiers have been stopped before crossing beyond the outposts, and our outer patrols have encountered increased enemy activity as well. Reevin studied the map as Prince Alec spoke. This wasn't the first time they had gone over the encounters with the enemy in the past week, but each day more and more points popped up on the map. Nobody had yet to discover any kind of pattern to the enemy movements, and they hadn't launched a concerted effort to attack the city yet either. The enemy soldiers that we've been fighting with are almost completely higher numbered than what they threw at us in the past. We've met hardly any groups filled with numbers 1 and 2 branded on their foreheads. I don't know what this means for the future conflict, but it seems they're preparing to escalate the fight soon. I agree, sir, one of the colonels spoke up. The casualties on both sides have been minuscule. It seems like they're giving their troops the opportunity to get some combat experience and get used to how we fight and respond. It's a completely different strategy than the previous one of using hordes of bodies to just throw at the front lines. I agree, another colonel spoke up. Several of the other senior officers nodded their heads in agreement, and the lower-ranked officers murmured among themselves. That's what it seems like to me, Reevin thought. I don't have anything else to add to the conversation at this point. It seems like they're on the right track, in my opinion. Well, letting their soldiers get combat experience and figure out how we fight is a double-edged sword for them, Prince Alec said. In the same vein, our soldiers are also learning how these higher-numbered soldiers fight. Has anyone mentioned anything unique about it? My soldiers have only mentioned that they seem like a normal military fighting force, the first colonel answered. At least normal as compared to what we're used to. They employ tactics, and they don't sacrifice lives for no reason. That's not to say they won't do so in a larger battle, Reevin spoke up. We can't assume that they won't press forward in a situation where we would normally retreat when they're finally committed to action. That's a good point, Prince Alec nodded his head. We already know that their commanders are willing to put their men into dangerous situations, and they have a zealous obedience to orders. Past performance is the greatest prediction of future performance. Sir, do we know about the other camps? Are they experiencing the same sorts of increased patrol activity from the enemy? One of the officers inquired. I've kept in touch with my older brother regularly since the change in enemy operations, Prince Alec replied. He's informed me that he's received the same types of reports from the major camps, but as far as I know, the minor camps are business as usual. Does that mean the enemy have concentrated their forces on the major points of defense? A captain asked. Could they have spread our forces thin and secretly amassed more personnel at our major points of defense? If so, their current actions don't make any sense, Reevin said. If that was the case, then they've given the game away. Let me ask you this, did they have this many higher-numbered soldiers in the previous battles before the lines were set how they are now? As far as I know, they didn't, the captain responded. They just used human wave tactics with their lower-numbered soldiers. In that case, there might be a few possibilities, Reevin said. These soldiers could be the forward troops of reinforcements, and they haven't had time to disperse away from the major nodes. They could be all of the reinforcements, and they're just going to hit the larger camps harder. They could also just be bored. Bored? Prince Alec asked. Yes, sir, Reevin nodded. This conflict has been going on for several months, and the lines have been set for a long time. They haven't done anything significant with the war for a long time, and the higher-numbered soldiers are typically in higher positions than the lower-numbered ones. They might be a cast of warriors that just got bored, and so they're venting their boredom by coming out to fight after so long of doing nothing. I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm just pointing out that it's a possibility that I thought of. One of the most annoying things about war is the boredom from nothing happening for long periods of time. Who's to say they're not suffering the same thing? Is that what you think is going on? Prince Alec asked. Not at all, Reevin answered. I think that's the least likely reason for the increased activity, but I would be remiss not to mention it. It's also more likely that they're just training their soldiers' skills in real life and death situations. Noted. I think it's more likely that they're preparing their main force for an inevitable press forward soon. That means that their initial forces weren't their main force, and if they're still there, they will greatly outnumber us. We need to be prepared to fall back in case a wall of soldiers comes pouring across the dead zone. We have those rolling hills behind us, Reevin pointed out. We can fortify them and man them like the outposts. We can evacuate the city at a moment's notice, and if they really come at us with overwhelming numbers, we can leapfrog to those defensive positions as we retreat. I agree, the first colonel said. Preparing for a retreat isn't the same thing as admitting defeat. We should send out work parties to build walls and obstacles. We won't need to man them permanently like the outposts, but we should designate a company to have the responsibility of running back there to prepare at the site of an enemy attack. Prince Alex surveyed the room. None of the officers objected to the idea, and he nodded his head. Very well, let's make it happen, he said. Draw up a plan of action and we'll get started on it right away. Is there anything else of importance right now? Prince Alec once more looked at each of the officers in the eye. Nobody said anything. Most of the major issues had been discussed multiple times at the daily briefing over the past week. In that case, you're all dismissed for the day. Take charge of your companies and carry out the plan of the day. Yes, sir. Everyone got to their feet and responded as the prince turned and left, his silent retainer following after him. The officers waited for the prince to leave before dispersing themselves. Reevin followed after with some of the other captains. So what do you think? One of the captains leaned over and asked Reevin. About what? Reevin asked. About the coming fight. I think it'll be tough. I have experience with both siege warfare, and I've seen what the invaders can do with a large number of soldiers. Planning a path of retreat is the right move. So you're saying you think they're going to take the city. I'm saying being prepared is never a bad thing. We don't have intelligence on their full strength. We only know about what they fought with before the stalemate, but the presence of these superior forces points to an increase in strength. Well, don't try to lift my spirits, or anything, the captain huffed ruefully. We couldn't stop their advance when they were just 1s and 2s. If they have an entire army of 3s and 4s, what's the point? It's not that bad, Reevin said. Just because we can't stop them in place doesn't mean we can't make them bleed for every inch of land they take. Attrition is sometimes the only viable way, and it's more insidious than you might think. If we can make them pay enough, they'll run out of funds before they achieve their goal. And what's their goal? We're not the first region to be invaded. We all heard the stories before we faced our own invasion. This war has been fought completely differently than anything we heard from the other regions. It might be because they're from a different region themselves. Just like how the Tier 4 empires have multiple Tier 1, 2, and 3 regions under them, I'm sure there are many Tier 5 regions under the command of the Tier 6 empire in charge. Wait, what? The captain stopped in his tracks and several of the other officers walking alongside them also stopped to stare at Reevin. What Tier 6 empire? What do you know? You didn't know. Does nobody know? Reevin looked around at the other officers, and they all shook their heads. What did you think was happening? The forces I fought in Drallo, a Tier 3 subordinate of Wispan, were led by a woman with a 6 tattoo. I've also learned a thing or two about people living in the inner ring of regions in the local group. Put 2 and 2 together, and it's clear the invaders are from a higher region. I don't have an inside scoop on the workings of the enemy. It's only speculation on the evidence that I've seen, but it would seem that there are multiple Tier 5 kingdoms doing the invading in different Tier 4 regions. Don't you think this is information you should pass on to the higher-ups? I'm sure they already know. What good does this information do for us on the front line? None. It doesn't matter to us what the overall situation with the wider conflict is in this moment. The only thing that matters is what's in front of us. Don't let yourself get distracted. Anyway, it's pretty clear to me that we're fighting a different group of invaders. Even if we're not, they apparently have a different mission. Yeah, we've all been pretty happy so far to not have to deal with the same troubles as the other regions suffering an invasion, but that doesn't mean it will last. You're an outsider to our region, but these are our people. They're our families. We can't retreat forever and keep everyone safe. Reevin considered the man's words for a moment before continuing the conversation. I get what you're saying, but fighting to the last man in Piori isn't going to win the war. In fact, it would be much worse for everyone else if we did so. We can prolong the conflict and slow them down, bleeding them every step of the way, or we could go out in a blaze of glory, do minimal damage to them, and give them a clear shot to the capital. Reevin clapped the captain on the shoulder. It is perfectly reasonable and honorable to sacrifice your own life and die to protect your loved ones, but let's try and make them sacrifice their lives for their goals instead. The other officers nodded their heads, and they all dispersed as they headed in different directions to their own companies. The officers hadn't voiced their opinion on the matter of setting up a retreat plan, but there was obviously some doubt. They're not bad or incompetent, Reevin thought. It's the opposite, actually. They're just worried about their people. I can look at it with a completely objective standpoint, but they have to live with their decisions that will affect all the people of their home. Planning for a retreat might seem like a defeatist attitude to them, and they can't afford to lose. The minor conflicts continued as the days wore on. There wasn't any additional escalation from the enemy. They continued to send small groups of soldiers across the dead zone, and there was also increased conflict among the patrols sent into enemy territory as well. The patrols from the city to the outposts weren't the only ones implemented by the prince. Rievin's company hadn't been given the responsibility of going on one of the outer patrols yet, but the prince didn't relegate them to only checking on their own territory. It would have been a terrible strategy to close their eyes and ears off to what was going on with the enemy on their side. The platoons sent out from the mercenaries didn't always encounter an enemy patrol inside their territory, but it was more often than not at this point. Each time there would be some injuries among the troops, but there hadn't been any fatalities. The number of deaths on both sides was kept to a minimum so far, which increased Rievin's suspicion that they were using the opportunity to train instead of test. Rievin and Rafix occasionally accompanied the platoons sent out. They had yet to get into conflict on their excursions, though. A more suspicious person would have thought that it was deliberate, but there was no way a spy could have relayed the information in time to warn the enemy to either attack or keep their distance when they went out. They always made the decision to go with the platoon at the last minute. It was just the luck of the draw that they hadn't gotten into any fights. Rievin rubbed his temples as he reviewed the reports on his desk. He had a slight headache as he read through the documents. The reports weren't anything annoying, but it seemed like there was more pressure on his mind the longer they stayed in Piori. Rievin dropped the last report on the desk and got up to get some fresh air. The headache didn't go away as he stepped out into the open, though. Rievin shook his head before he looked up to the clouded sky. Maybe it's atmospheric pressure from an incoming storm, he thought. It sure looks like rain soon. Rievin tried to dismiss the feeling from his thoughts by concentrating on something else. He looked into the distance at the units performing their drills and practice before heading in that direction. He took one step when the world shuddered. He paused for a second and looked all around. Not all of the soldiers had reacted to the phenomenon, but many of them had. Most just looked about in confusion, though. The world shuddered again, and Rievin got a better handle on it. It wasn't an earthquake. The ground wasn't shaking, but it seemed like the whole region was vibrated. He could feel it in the air and in his feet, though it didn't seem physical. The world shuddered once more, and it continued to shudder. The strange feeling he had from the ambient mana spiked in intensity, and he felt as if an ethereal wind kicked up. A high-pitched whine assaulted his ears and squeezed his eyes shut at the sudden intensity of his headache. Tears leaked out of the corner of his eyes at the pain. He squatted down and covered his ears with his hands, but it didn't help at all. The whine wasn't abated, and it continued to increase as he sat there. His divine sense was still active, and he saw the motes of mana jumping up and down everywhere in his perception. It was like they were dancing in the wind, and their jumps coordinated with the vibrations he was feeling from his surroundings. He felt a snap in the core of his being, and the pressure suddenly lifted. The pain went away. The mana mote stopped moving in his divine sense. It was like they were completely frozen in place. Rievin opened his eyes as he stood back up, his hands falling back to his sides. He looked around the camp and noticed the soldiers moving about in a frenzy. There were several people collapsed on the ground. Not all of the ones that had noticed the strange sensation had collapsed, but all of the ones on the ground were among the few who had looked around in confusion earlier. A door to one of the barracks slammed open, and the officer in charge of the mage corps came stumbling out. He was walking on unsteady legs as if he was drunk, and he made a beeline to Rievin as soon as he spotted him. Rievin made to walk toward the man, but he stopped and looked down at his legs after taking only one step. He felt fine on the inside, but that step had been wobbly. He took another unsteady step, and he grit his teeth as he powered through the strange sensation. He felt perfectly fine, but his body was moving in a weird way. The high-pitched whine suddenly returned without prior notice, but it was completely different. A huge whooshing sound filled Rievin's ears as he noticed all of the mana motes in the ambient mana suddenly shoot off in the direction of th enemy line. Everywhere he looked, he could see a mass of mana rush off into the distance. It didn't cause any kind of physical abnormality, and the strange way he was walking suddenly disappeared as soon as the mana started moving. "Sir," the mage corps officer shouted at Rievin as he jogged over. "There's something strange going on with the mages." Rievin held up his hand to stop the man from continuing. He tilted his head in a meaningful manner toward the drill grounds where the collapsed people were coming around and starting to get on their feet. The mage corps officer glanced at them and nodded. "Yeah, same thing with the mages," he said. "Some sort of phenomenon with the ambient mana," Rievin said. "Those more sensitive toward mana were affected. I need to consider things for a minute. They're getting back up, so go back to the barracks and see if the mages are recovering too." "Yes, sir." The mage corps officer offered a salute and then rushed back to the barracks. Rievin stood in place. He activated all of his mana sensing skills and concentrated on the ambient mana. It felt like a powerful wind was blowing past him in the direction of the enemy line, but it wasn't a physical wind. It felt like the mana in his core was also trying to flee from his control and rush off, as well. Ryevin focused his willpower onto the mana in his core, and it settled down. It didn't take a lot of effort to quell the strange feeling, but there was nothing he could do about the mana not under his control. He looked up and saw Rafix running toward him. The NCOs of the platoons were taking charge of their men, and the other officers were also running toward where Ryevin was still standing in front of the headquarters building. Ryevin opened his mouth to instruct everyone to go into the conference room when he felt a discordant lance of mana streak against the ambient mana. He looked up to where it was headed, and a bell that was attached to a mana network from the outposts started to ring. They were too far away from the other company barracks to be able to hear if their bells were ringing too, but Ryevin had noticed more than one streak of mana going against the flow. He was sure that all of the alarm bells were ringing across the city. Ryevin looked back to the officers. Their eyes were wide as they looked up at the bell. To the wall, Ryevin commanded. Alec peered over the wall to the distant tree line. The soldiers in the various companies had assumed their positions atop the wall in an orderly fashion, and they were ready to engage the enemy forces headed their way. He stood tall and proud, his hands clasped behind his back. He was outfitted in his war regalia, and his retainer was silently standing by his side. His retainer was usually dressed in the livery of the house, but he was also armed and armored for the upcoming conflict. Alec and his retainer had wasted no time in rushing to the wall to assume command of the city defense once the alarm bells had sounded. He wasn't going to sit in his protected office while the soldiers under his command risked their lives. Not only did his presence inspire confidence and lift morale, but he wouldn't understand the situation if he couldn't see it for himself. The bell system required only a smattering of mana to operate at the distance they used it. It couldn't send any other kinds of messages other than to vibrate the bells, so the cost was inherently lower than other types of communication devices. It had only taken less than 30 minutes for everyone to assume their positions, and Prince Alec had already had his direct subordinates already relay the general orders. They just needed to wait for the enemy forces to arrive before he could give any kind of specific instructions. They would need to know the makeup of the attackers before a specific strategy could be implemented. It wasn't much longer of a wait until soldiers from the outposts and patrols began running out of the tree line into the large open area before the walls. The forest had been culled for just over 100 yards so that nobody could sneak up too close. It might have been possible for smaller units to get by the outposts without alerting the city, but the fact that the alarm bells had been rung meant the force headed their way was unable to sneakily bypass them. The captains of the companies were waiting nearby. The city wasn't large enough that having them all present for the initial instruction would interfere with their command. He could have relayed his orders to his colonels and used the chain of command all the way down, but he didn't feel it was necessary to waste that time before combat was engaged. The chain of command would be utilized when the captains returned to their companies. Alec turned and looked at each of the captains as the outpost and patrol soldiers ran across the open field. He inspected each of the captains. Most were nervous, but some were jittery with excitement. They were murmuring among themselves while they waited for further orders. He paused at the sight of the mercenary captain, Ryevin. The young officer was more reticent than he normally was. He didn't always seek out conversation with the other officers, but he never shied away from it, however. This time, he was a bit standoffish in the face of the enemy attack. He calmly stood there and simply waited for Alec to address them without interacting with any of the other officers. Alec ignored the behavior, though. He knew the man was a competent combat leader with a good bit of experience. Everyone had their own rituals and habits before action. Alec just mentally shrugged and chalked it up to him getting in the right mindset. The forward soldiers finally made it to the wall, and they were systematically led inside. There was no time to send Ryevin down to make sure none of them were spies, but it was highly unlikely that any managed to infiltrate the men while they were rushing back to defend the city. Alec wasn't worried about it. Most of the mages were suffering from the effects of the ambient mana going haywire. Alec didn't have the mana sight skill, but his rudimentary sense mana skill told him that it was still getting sucked toward a specific location in the direction of the enemy forces. Most of the mages were struggling to stand up straight, but there were a few exceptions. Most of the more powerful mages weren't as affected, and the mercenary company's mage corps officer was among them. He stood tall and kept his vision trained on the tree line. I haven't interacted with the lieutenants of the mercenary company very much, Alec thought. Considering that Mage Corps Lieutenant appears to be in the upper echelons of the mages, I should speak to Ryevin to remedy that. It was always a good idea to have a good relationship with a talented individual. The mercenary company hadn't had too many opportunities to showcase their abilities yet, but if the other officers were anything like the Mage Corps officer, They should be valuable assets to build a rapport with. The long-awaited emergence of the enemy forces finally appeared after what felt like a couple minor eternities. Bodies emerged from the tree line like ghosts, and they formed up into a long line that could encompass the entire width of the city, about 20 yards this side of the trees. From the look of them, Alec could tell that the vanguard was made up of the lower-numbered soldiers. He didn't see any fancy equipment, and most of them didn't even have any weapons at all. The line of enemy soldiers was 10 rows deep, already significantly more soldiers than were standing atop the walls. Several other groups of people formed up in their own smaller groups behind the front line. They were outfitted a bit differently from the other soldiers, and Alec's experience fighting the enemy told him they were groups of mages. They stood with their backs just at the tree line, but Alec could see with his powerful perception that there are even more soldiers still to emerge from the woods. There isn't much else to say at this point. Alec addressed the captains. It looks like the opening assault will be a standard attack with their lower-numbered soldiers. They don't have any siege weapons or cavalry, and it doesn't look like they're going to try and surround the city. Go take charge of your companies, and if anything unusual comes up, orders will be passed down through the chain of command. Yes, sir. A chorus of responses greeted Alec's command. The captains gave a quick salute and took off back to their companies. Their mages are spread out, so I don't anticipate needing a dedicated barrier from our mages. Alec addressed the mage officers. We'll go down the line, launching large salvos at the enemy in turn, blowing holes in their formation. We don't need to focus too heavily on the vanguard, as most of them won't pose too much of a threat. They're most likely just going to pave the way for the more heavily armed troops behind them. Once they emerge from the tree line, begin focusing your firepower on them. Yes, sir, the commander of the Mage Corps answered with a salute. The mercenary lieutenant stroked his chin in thought as he surveyed the enemies, but he didn't speak up. Alec didn't know what his thoughts on the matter were, but he was confident the man would follow orders as a professional. Alec's sense mana caught the accumulation of mana among the group of mages nearby. His mana skills weren't the highest, but even he could feel a metaphysical heat as the power built. As the spell was built and fed by the mages, though, he could also sense that a portion was being siphoned off to join the ambient mana that was rushing off into the distance. The enemy soldiers weren't blind to what was happening on the wall, either, and the vanguard immediately began jogging forward at an unheard command. The first spell took longer than normal to fully form. A giant sphere of fire grew above the head of the commanding officer, streams of mana from all of the subordinate mages feeding into it. Once a certain threshold was reached, it finally shot forward at the far end of the enemy vanguard line. The giant sphere vibrated as it sailed through the air, and it visibly shrunk a little before it reached its target. Mana shields sprung up in front of the target area, but it wasn't enough to stop all of the damage from the large explosion that ensued upon the fiery ball making contact. Alec could feel the vibrations in the air, and he had to turn his face away from the flash of light. He quickly looked back to see bodies flung through the air and a large crater form in the ground. The fire exploded out and set more of the soldiers in the surrounds on fire, and a large hole appeared in the formation. The enemy mages were too far away for Alec to sense their mana fluctuations, but an answering volley of spells quickly followed the first bombardment. Streaks of red, orange, blue, and various other colors representing the affinities used flew through the air toward the wall. The defenders utilized their own group shield skills, and the walls shook with the explosions of the spells reaching their targets. The Mage Corps didn't wait around for results, and they were already launching their second sphere of fire at another location along the enemy vanguard's line. Archers on either side loosed arrow volleys, and the sky was filled with projectiles, both magical and mundane. The sounds of orders being given, men screaming, explosions, and air piercing from arrows filled the surroundings. Alec didn't have anything more to contribute, yet, as the other officers had everything in hand. He continued to wait and watch, though, ready to issue any orders necessary for changing circumstances. For several minutes, the Mage Corps accumulated their spells and tore huge chunks into the vanguard formation, all while continuous streaks of enemy spells pelted the defenders on the wall. The vanguard picked up their pace as they got closer and closer to the wall, and Alec could see the ladders being carried by the groups of soldiers. The enemy reached the wall, and the first ladder went up. There were braces on the ends of the ladders to clamp down on the top of the wall to prevent them from being thrown off. The enemy soldiers wasted no time in scaling their ladders, and the defenders poured hot oil down on top of them. As the vanguard scaled the ladders, the next group of soldiers that had been hidden in the tree line finally emerged. They were much more heavily armed and armored than the lower-numbered soldiers, and it was like a wall of steel walked out of the trees. Spears, shields, and swords were held in the hands of the fully armored legions, and from what Alec could tell, there were just as many of them as there were of the unarmored vanguard soldiers. In the center of the formation was a battering ram with an overhead cover to protect the soldiers pushing it along on wheels. Mages, target the armored soldiers in the back. Alec ordered. He didn't order the mages to target the battering ram. There were already ladders stuck to the walls, and it was only a matter of time until there was a breach atop the walls, and even Alec could sense the extra magical protection surrounding the battering ram that would prevent them from outright destroying it without having to focus too much attention to it. The commanding mage officer didn't verbally respond, but the next spell was launched through the air, over the tops of the heads of the seething mass of men below to target the next group of soldiers emerging from the trees. Once more, mana shields sprang into existence to protect the soldiers, and their own group shield skill was implemented as well. The layered shields protected them much more than the vanguard before them, though there was still a decent chunk blown out of their formation where the spell struck. The armored legion took much less damage as they crossed the open ground, though they still suffered casualties. Alec nodded to himself as the battle continued. Everything was going smoothly, for the most part. They were suffering casualties from the enemy mages and archers, but nowhere near as much as they were inflicting on the enemy. Disperse back respective companies, Alec ordered the Mage Corps commander. The mana stopped accumulating after the next fiery sphere, and the commander issued the command for the mages to return to their companies. There was still a dedicated Mage Corps for the army as a whole, and they stayed in place to continue launching spells, though they were much smaller in scale. The mercenary officer waved his soldiers back toward their company, but he stayed in place and continued to feed his mana to the spells of the Army Mage Corps. Alec didn't think too much about it. The man would be useful wherever he was on the line, and as long as Reaven allowed it, it wasn't anything to worry about. The vanguard hadn't succeeded in getting to the top of the ladders by the time the armored soldiers made it to the walls. They stepped away from the ladders to allow the armored soldiers the right of way, and the higher-leveled soldiers began to ascend. More hot oil was poured down on their heads, not all of it having been wasted on the weaker soldiers in front. Movement caught Alec's eye, and he once more looked to the tree line. His stomach dropped as another group of armored soldiers emerged from the trees. There were just as many soldiers in this second group of armored legions as the first. They marched forward and crossed the open field to join the rest of the soldiers, but there was no time for the Mage Corps to launch large bombardments at them. They were completely unscathed as they traversed the field. The first group of enemy soldiers breached the top of the walls further down the line. The first enemy soldiers to arrive on top of the wall were quickly cut down, but more and more soldiers followed in their wake. More ladders had more soldiers breach, and a large crashing sound announced the implementation of the battering ram on the gates. The defenders formed up in ranks and surrounded the emerging soldiers, but it was too much to keep them completely off the wall tops. The sounds of metal clashing joined the rest of the cacophony of battle. Steel struck steel and flesh. Men died on the battlements, and some were thrown off to fall to their deaths below. Relay orders to have the captains prepare to retreat off the walls. Alec turned to his adjutant. Yes, sir. The colonel immediately began giving the orders through the chain of command. Alec looked down to the courtyard below where another company was ready and waiting. He didn't have to call down for them to get ready. They could hear the sounds of the battering ram slamming against the gate, and it was only a matter of time until they engaged in close combat as well. Alec looked over the battlefield again, and he saw a third group of armored legions march out of the tree line to join the rest of the soldiers on the field. Are you kidding me? He exclaimed to no one in particular. There must be close to 100,000 soldiers attacking us at this point. The city of Peori wasn't small, and the enemy soldiers were lined up to fill the entire length of the city. On top of that, each emerging force was at least 10 men deep, and there was no telling how many more groups of soldiers were traversing through the trees to join the fight. A large, splintering crash announced the destruction of the gate, and the screams of soldiers preceded the enemy forces rushing into the interior of the city. This was the first time they had gotten so far in an assault on the city, and based on the continuing increase in enemy numbers, Alec knew that the city would fall. Order the retreat off the wall, he commanded. The adjutant relayed the orders, and the companies began a fighting retreat off the walls. The entire line of the wall was now filled with enemy soldiers, but the defenders didn't panic as they retreated down the steps in an orderly fashion. The company on the ground defending against the intruders through the gate were reinforced by the closest descending soldiers. The companies further away began streaming through the streets, taking up defensive positions at strategic positions. They had been ordered to retreat from the wall, not the city, so they would continue to fight for every inch they gave the enemy. The city might be doomed to be lost, but Alec and his soldiers would make sure they bled to occupy it. Smoke and dust obscured their vision as the mercenary soldiers descended the wide steps from the top of the wall. Spells, arrows, and explosions continued to fly overhead in both directions. Sometimes their group shield skill would light up as it dispersed the energy of a stray strand of mana striking them. Their group shield skill, however, only interfered with mana, and more than one soldier stumbled as an errant arrow descended and struck them in the shoulder or other unarmored part of their body. Getting struck by an arrow would shave off a chunk of someone's health and cause a bleeding effect. As long as the piercing wound wasn't messed with, the bleeding effect was fairly muted, but once the obstructing object was removed, the numbers would immediately intensify. Unless one was struck in an artery, though one bleeding effect from an arrow wound wouldn't be fatal before one's natural regeneration could take care of it. Suffering strong blows that were deflected with armor or shields would still remove points from one's health pool, but it was never anything serious. It was theoretically possible for a fully armored individual to be pummeled to death, but it would take literal weeks to shave that amount of health off against one's natural regeneration. Blows that caused external bleeding, though, did a percentage of one's health in damage. A simple nick that barely bled would do less than 1% of damage, but death by 1,000 cuts was a real thing. An arrow piercing into someone's shoulder would typically do around 5% points of damage, and the bleeding effect, over time, could extend it up to 25% if left untended. The soldiers just had to deal with the pain and nuisance of having an arrow sticking out of them as they moved, but as soon as they got a moment to rest, the soldiers would help each other remove the projectiles and treat the wounds. Balms made from alchemical substances would be applied to any open wounds, and it would immediately not only stop the bleeding effect, but it would restore a small percentage of health points lost too. Simple bandaging could stop the bleeding effects, but it wouldn't restore health immediately. Depending on the applier's first aid skill, though, it could drastically increase the local regeneration speed of the wound, and that would also affect the health points. Rafix calmly watched the soldiers descend the steps in good order. The lowest-leveled officer led the troops forward, while Rafix and the rest of the officers stayed in the rear to cover their retreat. One of the platoons was still engaged in combat with the invaders, though, and the officers wouldn't have to step forward personally until the last moment. Rafix could have thrown his might around and created window for everyone to simply flee from the wall in peace, but just having the intention to do so caused his danger sense to flare. There was someone in the enemy ranks watching to make sure there were no high-level individuals who would decimate their numbers. It was the same for their side as well. Rafix himself was a hidden card to make sure the enemy didn't employ the same tactic. There was no agreed-upon stipulation beforehand. There were no treaties or laws governing war between nations, but it naturally happened just based on how the world worked. Conflicts between supposedly allied nations in the same empire operated under their own rules, and it wasn't necessarily considered warfare when they engaged in combat. One of the main tenets of such battles was to reduce fatal casualties as much as possible, but no such rule existed against the invaders. If the enemy army consisted entirely of high-level people, it wouldn't have been an issue. They could have simply steamrolled any obstacles. Such a situation might exist somewhere in the realm, but it was not something subordinate nations would ever experience. It could be argued that the current invader army, compared to Tier 1 kingdom, would be considered an army entirely of high-level people, but there had been no news of the invaders targeting any regions below Tier 4 aside from the one exception that Reavin had been involved with. That hadn't been as much of an invasion as a military action, though. The enemy had come, subjugated local populations, accomplished their goal, and left. That didn't seem to be the situation with the current wars erupting across multiple regions. Now, though, the platoon bringing up the rear slowly backed away until it was their turn to turn and descend the steps one squad at a time. The enemy soldiers continued to press hard against them, but they were unable to rout the mercenary soldiers. Morale was still high among the soldiers as everyone knew there were multiple other fortifications ready for them to retreat to, and they weren't being overwhelmed by the quality of the enemy. It was only the endless numbers that forced them to retreat. Rafix looked up into the distance and noticed yet another line of armored legions stepping out of the tree line. The enemy forces seemed endless. If he didn't know any better, he would think an entire Tier 5 empire and their subordinate forces had left their homes completely empty for all of them to participate in this conflict. If Tier 5 empires were structured the same way as the Tier 4 empires, though with multiple Tier 4 subordinate empires under them, it made sense that they had so many soldiers to throw at them. How could one Tier 4 empire hope to field the same numbers as a Tier 5 empire, accompanied by 4 more Tier 4 armies of their own? The last squad of the covering platoon made it to the stairs, and Rafix and the other officers drew their swords and stepped forward. Rafix reined in his abilities and fought with noting but his normal weapon skill. He didn't even utilize his transcendent ability for fear that the hidden monster in the enemy ranks would zero in on their position. Rafix didn't fear for his own life or worry that the enemy ace would be able to overpower him, but it would create an unnecessary headache that would interfere with their good order retreat if such a fight broke out. The shockwaves alone would potentially knock his subordinates down and prevent them from fleeing, putting them in perfectly avoidable danger. The fight was quick and painless, as the officers employed their superior stats and skills to ward off the enemy soldiers for their fleeing troops. The officers broke off one by one to follow in their footsteps, until Rafix was the last one on the wall. He looked off to the side, where the mages were still engaged in a magical struggle with the enemy before turning and jumping down from the wall. The height of the wall was high enough that most of the soldiers on both sides who were in mid-tier 3 would suffer significant damage from the impact, but it wasn't much to a high tier 5 like Rafix. He landed and absorbed the impact with his stats and acrobatics skill. He managed to arrive at the bottom before the last of the officers had arrived down the steps. Double time through the street, Rafix pointed toward one of the side roads that had been established as the retreat path beforehand. The first officer down had made sure there was enough room for everyone to form up, but he had waited for the order from the vice-captain before ordering further retreat. The mercenary company immediately broke into a jog through the street. Rafix stood to the side observing the battle as it continued to rage all around. The enemy had broken through across the entirety of the walls spanning the city, and the main gate had been breached as well. The enemy soldiers engaging the forces on the ground around the gate were now between the mercenary company and the commanders of the army, but Rafix wasn't worried. As the mercenaries ran into the streets, Rafix watched the battle with a critical eye. The enemy forces were careful to not kill as many people as they could, he noticed, only delivering fatal blows in the midst of heated combat. Once they began to overwhelm the defenders, though, they stopped delivering killing strikes and quickly disarmed and secured prisoners. Rafix didn't stick around to witness the fate of the prisoners, but based on the fact that they were avoiding killing to begin with, he guessed they had other plans aside from mass slaughter. Once most of the mercenary company was through the side street, Rafix turned and joined them in their flight. The sounds of combat became muted as the buildings surrounding them blocked the sounds, but the occasional flaming spell was still visible overhead. The corner of a building exploded in the distance ahead as a spell struck it, and more dust filled the street. Rafix's perception stat allowed him to easily see through the obscuring dust, but it still made it harder to see, even for him. The regular soldiers had to trust their comrades that they weren't going to be led into the side of a wall as they ran through the floating dust. Fire began to spread from where the building had been struck, but the heat was rising, and Rafix wasn't worried about the few bits of fire that fell down to the street. With nothing to feed them, the falling bits of flaming debris sputtered and winked out. The dust cloud wasn't huge, and the mercenary company quickly passed through into the clear air once again. They had chosen this side street as their retreat path because it was a straight shot through the city. It wasn't a main thoroughfare, but the city was mostly well planned. They crossed larger streets in their flight, and in those brief moments Rafix was able to see other streams of soldiers from the other companies also running to their next position. They weren't immediately fleeing the city upon losing the walls. There were other fortifications inside the city for them to fall behind, and after only a minute or so of running, the mercenary company arrived at the first barricade. A simple palisade had been constructed in the street, and there was even fortifications constructed on top of the roofs of the nearby buildings. They once more set up to defend against the enemy invaders. In the brief moment of respite, the mercenary soldiers set about tending to their wounds. Grunts and moans accompanied the low conversations among the soldiers as they removed arrows and patched up lacerations. Nobody in the mercenary company had died as of yet, and Rafix was intent on keeping it that way. Unless they got into a real pinch, the most wounded of the soldiers would remain as a reserve force. Make sure the men resupply from the prepared stockpiles, Rafix ordered the officers who had congregated around him. There should be barrels of arrows, bandages, and other necessities stored behind the palisade. Get those with archery skills up on the buildings and ready to engage the enemy forces as they make their way down the streets. Yes, sir, the officers chorused. Rafix watched the officers get to it, particularly paying attention to Jekyll. He was the most trusted subordinate of his son Rafix, and he was given the most responsibilities. He had removed the rudimentary skin mask he had worn earlier, and Rafix nodded his head at the man's professionalism. There wasn't much time to prepare further before a line of invaders marched into view through the dust obstructing the street. Arrows from the soldiers atop the buildings to either side began to rain down on them, and they raised their shields to defend against the projectiles. The soldiers in the front row maintained their shields in front of themselves, though trusting their comrades to cover them from behind. The arrows were more a nuisance than an actual deterrent against the attackers, but more than one enemy soldier fell to a well-placed shot. The invaders quickly arrived at the palisade, and the mercenaries once more engaged in melee combat with them with their spears. There were gaps in the walls where they could thrust their spears through, and the front row stood on a little platform to attack from a higher angle. The invaders were stopped in place as they contended with the mercenary soldiers, but it was only a matter of time before they would be able to press forward with the weight of their numbers. Soldiers scaled the walls of the buildings and formed up on the rooftops to engage the defenders above, too. The arrows stopped raining down as they were forced to wield their spears in melee combat. Rafix once more stood in the back as he observed the fighting. The platoon commanders and NCOs had everything well in hand, and the battle hadn't degenerated into a mess that he would need to try and fix. He only gave the general orders of what the company should be focused on, and he let the men carry out the strategy and tactics the best way they could without micromanaging them. Killing the enemy soldiers advancing on their position was a double-edged sword. It lessened the number of enemies each time one of them fell, but a wall of bodies was being built under the feet of the invaders. They didn't flinch from the death all around them either, and they simply stepped on the bodies of their fallen comrades to continue pressing the defenders. The mercenary soldiers fought methodically, reserving their strength for emergencies, and calmly switching out with the other soldiers lined up behind them when their stamina fell below a certain threshold. There wasn't much difference in the way the combat unfolded to the skirmishes between counties in land claims, but the results were completely different. Blood began to flow along the ground in all directions. The advancing soldiers avoided the slippery mess by walking on top of the bodies of their allies, using their balance skill to keep steady, but the blood seeped through the gaps in the palisade and made the ground slick for the defenders. Blood itself was pretty viscous, though, and it wasn't like they were fighting on ice. The real issue was the presence of the blood at all. It began to cake the boots and leggings of the defenders, and it could lead to demoralization if left unchecked. Everyone understood that the blood belonged to the fallen enemy soldiers, but human death was human death. There was only so much that could be done to alleviate the psychological impact of so much killing, and the blood was a constant reminder. There was no euphoria associated with killing another human. Thankfully, there was no misery associated with killing an enemy combatant either. Sir, a runner from command has relayed that all forces are engaged at the secondary defensive positions. Jekyll came up to Rafix and reported. They said get ready for the flare signal. Noted, Rafix answered. Jekyll turned and jogged back to his platoon as Rafix raised his voice, stand by for the signal flare. Nobody made any movements or acknowledged the order, but the defense of the city had been laid out well in advance. Everyone knew what they were supposed to do. The fighting continued for several more minutes. Rafix assumed it was to ensure the runners were able to touch base with all of the soldiers at their secondary defensive locations, but time continued to tick. Eventually, a large explosion of mana designed simply to be visible and audible across the entire city lit up in the sky overhead. Spells were still raining down on the city from both sides, but the signal flare drowned out everything else high up in the sky. Defend. Rafix shouted as he squatted down and covered his head. All of the soldiers, even though engaged in combat on the front line, performed the same maneuver. Rafix sensed the mana pulse travel through the ground, even with his eyes closed. Loud explosions rang out all across the city. As the buildings lining the streets, the soldiers were demolished. The mana pulse through the city had lit magical fuses attached to explosive oil hidden in the foundations of the buildings. They had used the minimum resources necessary to turn the buildings themselves into weapons, and the tons and tons of bricks and beams fell on the heads of the enemy soldiers lining the streets. The soldiers that had climbed up top to engage the defenders up above fell into the destruction as the buildings underfoot collapsed beneath them. For a moment, there was silence in the city as a huge swathe of the city crumbled and created a mini dead zone. Enemy soldiers on the far side that hadn't been caught up in the trap continued to march forward, undeterred by the event, and the rubble shifted as survivors dug themselves out. Spells no longer had to be lobbed overhead, though, now that there was a huge open space between the attackers and defenders, and spells once more began to be flung at each line. Hundreds of lines of fire and ice and other affinities were exchanged over the heads of the soldiers, and many of the spells pelted the soldiers attempting to crawl out of the rubble. Arrows once more accompanied the spells, as there was a moment of respite for the defenders. Arms, legs, helmets, and other pieces of gear could be seen sticking up all throughout the rubble, but more and more soldiers picked themselves up and once more formed up in lines to continue the attack. It seemed like there was nothing that could be done to deter the attackers. None of the enemy soldiers had expressions of fear on their faces. The loss of so many allied soldiers did nothing to dissuade them from continuing the attack. More and more soldiers poured forth from the far side of the city, though, and Rafix realized that only a tiny fraction of the enemy soldiers had been affected by the trap. Continue to fight, Rafix commanded. We haven't lost the city yet. Make them pay for piece of rubble they're going to inherit once this is all done. Combining mana together to cast offensive spells was much more complicated than Rievin had assumed it would be. He had tons of practice sharing his mana with Kefira in their exercises, but that was always to work on their mana skills. They had never stepped out to practice group spells, alone or with the assistance of other mages. Ryevin had witnessed the feat many times, but this was the first time he had participated. It wasn't as simple as just feeding his mana into the spells like he had originally thought. It could work, and he had seen some mages do just that in Drallo, but that wasn't what they were doing here. They were pre-attuning their mana to match the spells and merging them into an already formed spell matrix. If they gathered the mana together before the spell was shaped by the lead caster, it would be simple to end it there, but because the spell was already forming, those in the group had to take cues from the lead caster to make their own weaves as well. The weaves didn't have to match perfectly to be integrated into the spell, but they couldn't be too dissimilar either. If Ryevin used anything too complicated or too simple, it would cause a hiccup in the spell matrix, possibly causing it to drastically lose power or not function properly. The lead caster was familiar with most of those in the group. Only the mercenaries, including Ryevin, hadn't practiced too much with them. They were told to simply observe at first before contributing. Luckily, a large variety of spells wasn't necessary in warfare when something worked. If the enemy started to counter their siege spells with opposing attuned magic, that would be one thing, but the enemy completely ignored defense for more offense of their own. The lead caster wasn't doing anything beyond Ryevin's or his mercenary mage's capabilities, and after a while, they were all confident to take part in the spell formations. After figuring out exactly what affinity combination and weaves he could use to integrate into the spell, Ryevin's attention was mainly on his immediate surroundings. He only gave a passing glance to the combat going on all around him. He didn't need to see where to cast the spell, nor did he need to know what was going on everywhere all at once. His goal was to ward against the suspicion of more deeply hidden spies that could turn an obvious well-ordered retreat from the city into a catastrophic defeat. There was no getting around casualties and prisoners of war in a losing battle, but it was one thing to lose hundreds, maybe thousands, and losing multiple tens of thousands. Ryevin kept his main attention on the prince and his retainer that were positioned close to the mage core. The prince was a good combat leader in Ryevin's estimation. He gave overall direction and had faith in his subordinates to carry out his orders and let them do it without micromanaging their actions. He remained calm in the face of the heated battle, and everything was going smoothly in their retreat across the city. Ryevin had been worried about the enemy flanking the city and taking them off guard if they lingered within the walls for too long, but from what he could gather, the enemy focused all of their forces on a straight, up-front assault on the city. Ryevin didn't understand the decision, but he didn't have to know the reasoning behind it to know that it was giving them enough time to bleed the enemy further. Order the retreat to the next defensive positions, Prince Alec ordered. Ryevin heard the order from the prince, but that wasn't to his unit. He and the mages might know what was coming because of their proximity, but the actual order to retreat hadn't been passed down the chain of command yet. They continued to merge their mana into the siege spells at the advancing legions, while they waited for their immediate superior to order the movement. The destruction of a long line of buildings had opened up the battlefield from one of street fighting to open field once more, so the mages continued to mostly contribute to the large-scale spells being lobbed at the enemy. Once they had retreated to the first defensive position within the city, though a quarter of their numbers had bled off from the group to disperse among the line. Ryevin had sent several of the mercenary mages back to his father, but he had continued to remain behind. Mages filed down the street to the next position. The mage commander finally ordered. Ryevin wiped the sweat from his brow as he motioned for the mercenary mages to follow behind him. The feel of the rudimentary skin mask he was wearing to disguise himself from potential spies still felt weird under his touch. The skin mask adhered to his face without any flaws, but it didn't pass sensations along with it. He could only roughly feel the pressure from where his hand pressed against the mask. He didn't use any mana or magic to assist with the skin mask, as there were just too many people around who could spot such a thing. He didn't know if anyone was an actual spy or not, but if someone was, it could lead all of his efforts to waste. He didn't know the capabilities of everyone present, but they were all either mages or Tier 4 with the ability to use mana. The troop of mages made their way ahead of the melee soldiers down the street at a jog. Their physical stats weren't as high as their counterparts in the army, but that didn't mean they were slouches. The pace was neither slow nor fast, and they reached the next set of fortifications within only a couple of minutes. The melee soldiers soon followed on their heels, and once more took up positions to thwart the enemy advance. The buildings were still intact in this part of the city, so the mages didn't immediately begin to merge their mana once more. There was no point in all of them flinging spells at the oncoming soldiers, though, in such a tight space. They worked on a rotation to allow for a couple of mages to cast spells at the enemy, while the rest used the meager moments of rest to recover as much mana as possible. Some of the mages swigged some alchemical concoctions to assist with their recovery, but Ryevin hadn't expended enough of his mana to need it. From what he could observe, the other mages needed to use considerably more mana to accomplish what he could do with a fraction of what they used. Must be because of my class spells, Rievin thought. Most mages have a limited number of spells they can use with system assistance, but the system seems to assist with the creation of just about any kind of spell for me. The description does include all of the basic types of offensive spells one would normally see a mage use, and it's not limited to an affinity. Only the lead caster was actually casting a spell. Everyone else was basically participating in a mana weaving exercise with attuned mana, and not all of them were specialized in the affinity they were using. The lead caster didn't appear to need any help in recovering his mana despite apparently carrying the heaviest burden, but if his spell matrix was being assisted by the system, he actually had the least burden of all those present, Rievin being an exception. There were enough mages present that Rievin had some time before it was his turn to cast a spell at the enemy soldiers that were still inexorably advancing on the line of defenders. He appeared to be watching the soldiers fighting, but he was keeping his focus on his divine sense. The prince and his staff were within range of his skill, so he didn't need to go out of his way to observe them. The fundamental level of the soldiers involved in this battle were higher than the ones in the invasion of Drallo. As such, the health, stamina, and mana pools of all those involved were higher. The battle for the city had been going on for several hours by the time they took up positions at the second interior defensive position, and Rievin could tell that the stamina of the frontline soldiers was beginning to reach a tipping point. One of the main tenets of this kind of battle was to maintain as much stamina as possible, but once it dipped below a certain point, not only would the individual perform at a lower rate than their peak performance, but the expenditure would accelerate at the same time the recovery rate slowed. Because Rievin had always trained while being exhausted and made sure his own subordinates did the same, their bodies were used to it enough that their performance wouldn't drop until they were extremely low on stamina. That was not the case for the soldiers of the army being led by Prince Alec. The superficial wounds suffered by nicks and cuts increased as the battle continued. It was the first sign that the soldiers were flagging enough that it was negatively affecting their ability to fight. If I had to guess, I would say the average stamina pool is around 60 at this point, Rievin surmised. Without specifically training to perform under such conditions regularly, I would give the soldiers another half an hour before their stamina is too low to be safe. Is this why the enemy commander didn't bother to flank the city? If Prince Alec and the other leaders don't pay enough attention, they'll use too much of their men's stamina, and they won't be able to flee. Rievin was a little worried that Prince Alec wouldn't notice the issue with the stamina, but unless they reached a point that he needed to absolutely be reminded or suffer much worse casualties for not retreating quickly enough, Rievin would place his trust in the man and not expose his identity. He hadn't shown any incompetence with his leadership so far, so he would give him the benefit of the doubt. Prepare the charges. Prince Alec once more issued a command. Runners were sent out to once again inform the commanders of the impending demolition of the buildings in front of them. The mages perked up at the order and once more congregated together in anticipation of once more merging their mana. It didn't matter if they telegraphed their intentions to the enemy soldiers. It was too late for them to retreat out of the blast zone, and Rievin doubted if they would even if they could. He saw no fear or hesitation on their faces. Another issue with the enemy's willingness to throw their lives away at taking every step was that their stamina wasn't flagging. They were constantly getting fresh soldiers on the front lines that hadn't used up all of their energy, and none of them were suffering from the little injuries accumulated over time. It wouldn't have been an issue in a situation where those involved weren't fighting to the death and willing to throw their lives away, as both sides would suffer the same fatigue. The sheer number of bodies in the midst of combat would have also been a hindrance toward effectively moving fresh troops to the front. The only thing preventing the invaders from overwhelming the defenders now was the preparation of the fortifications inside the city. They were able to calmly and efficiently move between different sets of palisades and supply depots to keep the fight going. One of the mages received a signal from the officer in charge of the runners, and he sent a signal flare high up into the sky. Rievin joined everyone in ducking down below the walls as another massive explosion rang out. The buildings confining the enemy soldiers to the narrow streets came down on top of their heads once more. Before the enemy could form up once more, the mages and archers opened up with everything they had. The archers aimed for the rear ranks, where more fresh soldiers were continuing to march forward, and the mages sent their explosive spells to decimate the survivors buried in the rubble. Only a couple of minutes passed before the enemy ranks were once more formed up and ready to attack. Rievin joined the other mages in weaving his attuned mana and feeding it to the spell matrix controlled by the lead caster. Almost by rote, Rievin fed mana into spell after spell. Even though everyone could see the destruction they wrought upon the masses of enemy soldiers, it did nothing to lessen the pressure on the front-line soldiers. There were just too many invaders. There was no end in sight. one row of soldiers would go down, and they would be replaced with two more. Reevin didn't have to focus too hard on the task, so he was able to pick up the conversations being held by the prince and the other higher-ranked officers. "What's the situation with the stamina consumption among the companies?" Prince Alec asked one of the colonels. "I just received a report that they're still holding strong," the colonel replied. "Maybe another hour and a half or so before they reach dangerous levels." Reevin frowned at the answer. He could see the signs of impending disaster right in front of him. His divine sense gave him an advantage, though, and he could see the state of everyone with crystal clarity everywhere within the range of his skill. The officers had to use their own two eyes and the word of their NCOs to gauge the troops' stamina levels, though. "Very well," Prince Alec said. "Let's not take any chances, though. I want to be out of the city and headed toward the fortifications in the hills in less than an hour. Mark the time." "Yes, sir," the officers responded. Prince Alec continued to observe what he could in front of himself as the other officers received status reports from runners. Prince Alec couldn't hear or pay attention to everything that was going on around him like Reevin could, but he could still get a feel for the overall situation through what reports the officers deemed important enough to pass along to him. Time continued to tick on as the fighting never stopped. Reevin kept an eye on the time counter in his status as he continued to merge his mana and pay attention to his divine sense. The intense headaches he had suffered for weeks in the desert of Drallo, and all the practice with his skill ever since, had done wonders for his multitasking abilities. There might be a skill that assisted directly with mentally paying attention to other things, but Reevin suspected it might be a subordinate skill that fell under his divine sense to begin with. He had other skills like ambidexterity and multicast that functioned similarly, and if there was such a skill, it didn't make sense for him not to have unlocked it by this point. The fact that he had increasingly less trouble splitting his mind to pay attention to many different things at once was evidence enough for him that he was receiving the effects of such a skill even if he didn't have it in his status screen. "Move the troops back to the last line," Prince Alec eventually ordered. Once more the orders were passed down the chain of command, and the soldiers retreated across the city in an orderly fashion. There was only one more line of fortifications prepared for the defense of the city. "Well, what's left of the city?" Reevin mused. Not much left but the walls and a pile of rubble at this point. Not all of the buildings across the city had been destroyed, but most of them had. Before they retreated to the last line of defense, Reevin could see clear to the city walls that they had started on. There was a sea of people continuing to march through the city, more and more entering the walls the entire time the fight raged. Once more, the defenders used the narrow streets to funnel the enemy soldiers into smaller points of contact before bringing the buildings down around them. The mages used their individual spells before the enemy ranks formed back up in range for their large-scale spells, and the archers pelted those entering the fray for the first time. Reevin couldn't even sense any sweat on the newest, freshest soldiers arriving at the front line to engage in hand-to-hand combat. "What's the time?" Prince Alec asked the colonel. "We have about 10 minutes left for the hour, as you said," the colonel replied. Before Prince Alec could order for the soldiers to prepare to leave the city, his retainer leaned forward and whispered into his ear. The sound was low enough that the other officers nearby wouldn't be able to hear it over the din of combat, but Reevin's divine sense completely ignored the obstacles of interfering sounds and distance. He heard the words perfectly clear, as if they were whispered directly into his ear. "I think the colonel is trying to mitigate the timing by shaving off a few minutes," the retainer whispered. "You know how they are, 15 minutes early to 15 minutes early. By my clock, we're 20 minutes from the hour mark. The soldiers seem like they have a bit more fight left in them before we need to make our escape. We can't let the enemy push us out of the city without paying the appropriate price." Prince Alec glanced at his retainer and quirked an eyebrow at him. He considered the situation for a moment. It was clear to Reevin that the man had been too preoccupied with other things to keep track of the timing of his order on his own. Reevin's clock matched that of the colonel. This might be it, Reevin thought. I've caught the man in a lie. There's no way he doesn't know the correct timing. If he can drag the combat out another 10 minutes and maybe throw in some more coincidental delays, he could possibly annihilate the entire army. By that time, it won't matter if his lie is revealed or not. Reevin began to inch his way closer to the command staff. He didn't have to stand next to the lead caster in order to supply him with mana. "Sir, what are your orders?" the colonel prompted. Prince Alec glanced back and forth between the officer and his retainer. "Let's give the men another 10 minutes. We can't let them get away so easily," he replied. Prince Alec trusts his retainer more, Reevin thought. And he played with his desire to squeeze every last drop out of the enemy before retreating. Clever. It's not that he distrusts the colonel. He's letting himself get persuaded. The question now, do I expose him and myself now, or do I wait a little longer to see if the retainer has any other tricks up his sleeve? Reevin didn't immediately act. He continued to adjust his position closer and closer to the prince, though. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" a voice cut through Rievin's concentration. He zeroed his focus on a bloodied man that had arrived just at the edge of his divine sense. He was bent over, panting for breath. Blood stains covered his body and dripped down his face. He quickly gasped for air before straightening up to address the officer who had challenged him. "Sir, there's a breach in the line," he shouted. Heads snapped in his direction as the shout caught everyone's attention. The retainer glanced at the man and frowned. As everyone was looking at the bloodied soldier, one of the runners that Rievin had seen several times before entered the range of his divine sense. The runner and the retainer exchanged a glance. "I see." Rievin had an epiphany. The runners are in league with the retainer. They don't have to subvert all of the commanders and soldiers as long as they control the lines of communication. That report earlier about the status of the soldier's stamina must have been false. Alarm bells went off in Rievin's mind, and he could see the same expression of understanding the situation come over the prince's face. "Order the retreat, now," Prince Alex shouted. "Don't be too hasty," the retainer said. "The situation isn't as dire as all that, it's just one breach. We still have time on the other side to keep fighting. I don't care, we've done enough damage." The retainer shook his head behind Prince Alex's back. He reached into the pouch at his side, and he pulled out a set of ropes familiar to Rievin. They were the same ropes he had used to restrain the spies from being able to use their skills and spells, but Rievin could sense that these were an upgraded version of them. The amount of mana he could sense in them made the other ropes look like toys. Nobody was paying attention to the trusted retainer except for Rievin. Prince Alec was overseeing the officers issue the orders of retreat to the runners, but Rievin suspected those orders would never reach the ears of the company commanders. As he was preoccupied with seeing to the overall situation, the retainer lunged forward with his rope. Rievin infused his body with the traveler affinity and dashed toward the prince. He flung himself in between the retainer and the prince, blasting the retainer away with a built-up blast spell to knock him back from his target. Wah. Prince Alec turned in surprise. His eyebrows climbed even higher as he watched his retainer get up from where he had been flung with the rope still in his hands. The retainer brushed the dust off of himself and glanced at Rievin. The rest of the officers paused in what they were doing at the sudden actions of the two men. Several of the runners glanced back and forth between the retainer and the officers, giving them orders in apparent hesitation with what to do. "Ah, there you are," the retainer said, standing up straight. "I suspected you might have concealed yourself among the mercenary mages when I noticed the odd behavior of the person standing in for you, though I didn't think you would take the most prominent spot. The best place to hide a letter is on the mantelpiece," Rievin replied. "What?" The retainer cocked his head in confusion. "Never mind. Anyway, the battle is almost over. The last step of securing the prince is all that's left, but you had to step in and try to save him. You're an even bigger prize than the prince. Your abilities will do wonders for our cause." "Your cause?" Prince Alec asked. "What are you talking about?" "He's with them," Rievin answered. He never took his eyes off the retainer as he drew his sword and assumed a ready stance. "The runners are in cahoots with him, too. You can't trust them with your orders or reports." Prince Alec stared at Rievin for a moment in incomprehension. He had been with the retainer for almost his entire life. It was a huge blow to learn someone so close to him was a traitor. He didn't have time to be dumbfounded, though. Rievin watched his face through his divine sense as he mastered his emotions and forced himself to come to grips with the reality in front of himself. "What did they offer you to betray your country?" Prince Alec asked. "Ha ha ha," the retainer chuckled. "You seem to be under a misconception. I haven't betrayed my country. I was one of them from the beginning. Now give up your useless struggle. It would have been easier if we had spent a little more time to ensure everyone's thorough exhaustion, but this is good enough. There's no escape. We can do this the easy way." The retainer brought his hands forward and brandished the rope, or the hard way. There was no warning from Rievin's danger sense, but he picked up on the subtle movements in the retainer's muscles that warned of an impending attack. The golden, shiny rope being held in front of the retainer's chest was like a snake as it suddenly whipped forward and thrust toward Rievin's face. If he hadn't picked up on the tiniest of movement in the man's muscles with his divine sense, Rievin would have suspected that the weapon had a mind of its own. Rievin leaned his head to the side to avoid the swift strike, but danger sense did warn him this time. There was no minute shift in muscles to pick up, and there wasn't anything foreshadowing the change in momentum, but the rope end hooked around Rievin's neck and tried form a noose. Rievin's reactions were immediate, and as soon as he felt the tingle from his skill, he ducked his body down to avoid the secondary attack. "I haven't improved my senses enough to detect when someone uses their stamina, but that was definitely a skill," Rievin thought. "Now that I think about it, why haven't I tried to form a skill to sense stamina usage in someone else? Just because there isn't ambient stamina in the environment. But the mana I can detect others using is their own, not ambient. Seems like a pretty significant oversight." The thoughts flashed through Rievin's mind in an instant. They didn't distract him from the fight being initiated. Getting taken almost by complete surprise had inspired an epiphany. Sometimes having too much of something could cloud what was missing, and the sheer amount of sensory information Ryevin processed at all times had created a sort of blind spot in his thinking. It was also something that he hadn't heard anyone else mention being a thing before, but that was something to ponder later. Ryevin leaped back into the side as the rope retracted into the retainer's hand, a manic grin, an expression Ryevin had never seen on the otherwise stoic man's face before, plastered his features. Ryevin suspected that if he had charged forward, the rope end that was being retracted would have been up to more shenanigans, and he felt a slight threat from the other end of the rope as well. Ryevin thrust his offhand toward the retainer, channeling his mana into his fingertips, and launched another blast spell at the man. Sure enough, as one end of the rope retracted, the other sprung up in a whirlwind fashion and snuffed out the spell. Everywhere the rope contacted the mana making up the spell, the matrix that formed the spell dissipated. It was as if it were being dissolved in water. Ryevin calmly evaluated the scene. It wasn't anything he had encountered before. He had assumed the ropes the retainer used to bind people functioned in a similar way to the prisoner shackles he had experience with, but that wasn't the case. The end result was similar, but the method was completely different. It was like the rope was an antithesis to ordered mana. The mana didn't go away, it just lost all form and function, lazily floating about before getting caught up in the unnatural suction from far behind the enemy lines. The prisoner shackles worked more to prevent one from gaining control of their abilities to muster them in the first place. Ryevin frowned as he quickly formulated a response to the enemy's weapon. He would need more information before he fully understood what he was up against, but he had an instinctive hunch that the rope would affect everything it came into contact, including his sword and body. Considering the spies were so soundly restrained, I imagine it has a similar effect on stamina, Ryevin thought. If I get bound by the rope, it'll drain all my mana and stamina out until I won't be able to put up a fight. Close combat would be tricky, but the rope was similar to a whip in that it was a medium to long-range weapon. Ryevin was confident that he could avoid getting trapped with his divine sense and danger sense skills, and using spells to attack the man seemed like the more futile option. If he could wear the man's stamina out, thus reducing his reaction speed, it might be a viable option. He wasn't willing to overload a spell to test the limits of the rope just yet. He had a suspicion that this particular rope could handle thousands of points of mana at a time, but if push came to shove and that was the only option to attempt, he would do it that way. The others surrounding the fight breaking out between Ryevin and the retainer weren't sitting still, either. Ryevin quickly made his decision and charged into melee range with the retainer, and while he launched himself forward, combat broke out between the officers and the runners that were sided with the retainer. Ryevin could feel the pulse of energy as everyone around him released their auras in one way or another. Not everything was regulated by a skill, either. Some gathered mana, creating a sort of pseudo-aura. Others seemed to charge up skills requiring stamina, and their overall bearing gave off a presence. They weren't trying to hide their intentions like the retainer had, which made it more obvious to Ryevin. I've noticed these types of auras around people for a long time, even if I haven't been able to properly articulate what I'm noticing, Ryevin realized. How have I never put two and two together? A small number of officers did have aura skills, though none of them were anything like Ryevin's advanced skill. Most of them were inspiration-focused auras, but two of them had skills focused on demoralizing the enemy. The officers weren't to be outdone, though, and Ryevin was surprised to see that the runners that had previously been obediently following the orders of the supposedly higher-leveled superiors erupted auras of their own that were in no way inferior to the officers. Sounds of metal clashing and spells, erupting broke out all over the small command center. The runners' faces turned from meek to ruthless at the drop of a hat. The one soldier that had brought word to the failing stamina of the companies stood in place, dumbfounded. He was still covered in blood and panting, but his mind was taking a moment to process what had just happened. Everything had been perfectly fine just a moment ago, and now everyone was fighting everyone. Ryevin saw him shake his head and turn to run away. Ryevin saw determination rather than fear on the man's face, though, so he assumed he was going to inform the closest company commander of the goings-on and request reinforcements for the prince. Speaking of the prince, Ryevin thought. Ryevin reached striking distance of the retainer, and he had to immediately dodge back and to the side again to avoid the rope lashing out at him. He spun around, perfectly content to present his back to the enemy in the middle of fighting because of his divine sense skill, and turned the dodge into a sweeping strike from his sword. As he initiated the first attack on the retainer, he noticed the prince with his divine sense. The commanding general didn't engage in combat with the rest of his men, but he wasn't just standing around doing nothing. He pulled out his long-distance communication device and injected copious amounts of mana into it, far more than he normally would. Ryevin didn't know the mechanisms behind it, but overloading it with mana might have some sort of function of forcing a connection or initiating some sort of emergency protocol. Whatever it did, he contacted his brother, who was in charge of the overall situation immediately. An apparition of his brother sprang into being above the communication device. He was fully armed and armored, and he looked quite exhausted. "No time," the older prince chastised Prince Alec. "The enemy are throwing everything they got at me." "The runners," Prince Alec shouted, ignoring his brother's complaints. "They're targeting our lines of communication." It was testament to how much his brother trusted him, but Prince Indru immediately turned to address one of his officers. "Replace these men now," he barked. Revan wasn't privy to the rest of the conversation, and his attention was zeroed in on the retainer in front of him, anyway. He could have eavesdropped on the conversation between the two commanders, but there wasn't a point in doing so, and it would be an unnecessary risk. The retainer didn't do anything special to avoid the strike from Revan. He wasn't wearing any visible armor that Revan could see, but his divine sense picked up on the slight shifting of his clothes that indicated something worn underneath. The retainer smirked as he simply shrugged his shoulders up, and Revan's sword bounced off of the hidden armor underneath. The retainer didn't even stagger from the blow, and it wasn't something that was hastily put together without much thought. Revan had put his entire center of gravity into the swing, using the centrifugal force of twisting his body to empower the blow. It didn't matter, though, and the retainer's smirk only deepened at the surprised look on Revan's face. Revan didn't hesitate to retract his blade, but he still wasn't quite fast enough. The rope looped down and sprung up from an odd angle to wrap around his blade. He immediately felt a draining sensation as energy, both stamina and mana, were sucked out of his body through the hand holding the hilt of the sword. Revan didn't have time to try and manhandle the sword away from the binding as the other end of the rope pounced toward him. He had to make a decision, and he reluctantly let go of the mana sword that had followed him for years. It was the first time he had allowed himself to be disarmed in a real fight, and he felt a sense of loss over the small. The rope seemingly unwound itself from the sword on its own, and the blade clattered to the ground. The two ends of the rope simultaneously shot toward Revan from different angles, forcing him further back as the retainer took a step forward. Revan once danced away from the attack and once more thrust his hands forward. He pumped as much mana as he could into his hands until it almost hurt. It felt like his hands were going to explode from the pressure, though there was really nothing physically happening. He released a barrage of spells at the man, forcing him to redirect the trajectory of the ropes to deal with the ordered mana. The ropes formed two whirlwinds, and nothing was able to get past them toward the retainer. Even before the spells were disintegrated by the ropes, Revan could see mana bleeding off of the spells as it was sucked toward the phenomenon happening miles away. Having so much mana in his spell made him acutely aware of the situation happening with the mana. "That's my mana." Revan grit his teeth. Revan once more gathered his mana in his hands before the retainer could launch another strike. He didn't do anything fancy with the affinities. He simply used all four of the basic elements to flood as much mana as he could, directing it into the ground. He crouched down and slammed his hands onto the ground. Revan had a grimace on his face as he glared at the retainer. He used the ground to bypass the ropes the man was using as a shield, and he felt a momentary sense of accomplishment as the mana bypassed the ropes. The sense of victory was short-lived, though, and the smirk on the retainer's face never left. The rope simply slashed down onto the ground, and a pulse of disruption severed Revan's link to the mana he was controlling. Instead of wiping out all of the ordered mana sent his way, the retainer had simply snipped the link connecting them to Revan. Without anyone controlling the mana, it wouldn't be long before the spells once more dissipated into nothingness. Revan was unwilling, though. He mustered his class skills and bore down on the mana with all of his willpower. Obey. Revan dug deep into himself as he reached out with his will. It was paradoxical to try and control distant mana by being introspective, but he was operating off of instinct. He had long since reached the level cap of 100 for his basic elements, and he felt like he was pushing himself against an invisible barrier as he tried to regain control of the spell without being directly connected to it with his mana tether. The world seemed to spin a bit, and his perception changed slightly as he felt a click in his mind. He felt much more intimate with all of the ambient mana in the atmosphere, and he felt a new connection with his structured mana that had been cut off. He gripped his fist and ordered the mana to erupt, and it obeyed. The retainer's eyes widened in astonishment a fraction of a second before the spell exploded upward. It was the most mana Revan had ever channeled into a single act of casting spells before, and the effect was astounding. The ground imploded and exploded at the same time. The elements were used in their pure form, and they mixed and matched and caused all sorts of weird phenomenon as they struck at the retainer. Revan only had an instant in time to see what happened before the man was launched into the air. Bits of frayed fibers drifted in the air from where the rope had exploded in places. The retainer was launched out of Rievin's divine senses range, but he could still see him with his eyes. The ends of the rope were splayed and scorched, and it had somehow been torn in half from the explosion. Rievin didn't understand why it turned out that way, but he didn't care about the why. Unless the rope retained all of its functions and was now two ropes that could bind him, it was a good thing, and from the emanations, or lack thereof, from the rope, he suspected it had been disabled. Rievin didn't dilly-dally. He ignored the new pulsing in the corner of his vision indicating a system notification, and he sprung forward to pick up his sword. He avoided the fierce fighting between the runners and the officers as he chased after the retainer that was still soaring through the air. He came to a halt, though, as the retainer was launched beyond the combat line between the troops. Rievin watched helplessly as the retainer crashed into a row of soldiers beyond his reach. The men apparently recognized him, as they helped him regain his feet before continuing their march forward. The retainer spit out a whiz of blood before looking up and meeting Rievin's eyes. There was steel in the man's gaze, but he broke contact to look down at the two ends of rope he was still holding in his hands. He examined them closely before shrugging his shoulders and simply tossing them away. He looked back up at Rievin and flashed a bloody grin at him. He turned away from the front lines and limped his way to the back. Rievin frowned in frustration, but he didn't have time to worry about the man getting away. He turned back toward the command center and sprinted back to the fierce sounds of fighting. Rievin cocked his head and looked up into the sky where he could still see all the mana rushing toward the distant destination, but he felt a slight pull from them that had been absent previously. He flexed his will, and the motes of mana that made up the four basic elements froze in place in a wide berth around him. Without creating a link to himself in the ambient mana, he took control of all the mana, including the new motes that came screaming in from the distance, and gathered them in place. He wove them into a spell up in the sky, and he didn't notice any difference in how he was able to manipulate the mana without the direct connection, though it was only relegated to the four basic elements so far. He constructed the flare spell, and 3 explosions in succession rang out in the sky. It was the signal for retreat when communication wasn't possible, and Rievin was confident in his choice to do so, because the prince had already technically ordered the retreat. Rievin had been too preoccupied with his own conflict, and he had been out of range with his divine sense, so he didn't know why none of the other mages hadn't cast the spell, but he was sure he would find out. The runners fought with the same conviction as the enemy Deathsworn, though, and none of them gave up or retreated. Prince Alex stabbed a runner through the heart as he launched a series of blot spells from his free hand at another nearby enemy. The runner never flinched, even when they were unable to properly react to the attacks from the prince. The bloodied man that had taken off as the fighting started ran back to the command center at the same time that Rievin returned, and he was followed by a couple lieutenants. The lieutenants glanced up at the flare spells going off in succession in the sky, but they didn't pause in following their subordinate to join the fray. A squad of soldiers with grim faces followed in their wake. The runners had outnumbered the officers in the beginning, and they had inflicted some casualties on the command staff, but it hadn't been enough to win the fight. Now that the prince and the other men joined the fight, they were quickly dispatched before Rievin could help. Prince Alex spotted Rievin jogging up. He frowned as he addressed him. "My man escaped," Rievin answered. The last of the runners was dispatched as Prince Alec took the information in. He stared at Rievin for a moment, his face masking any emotions coursing through him. Rievin didn't snap to attention, and he didn't salute. It wasn't appropriate to do so on the battlefield, though he imagined there was no doubt to everyone on either side that the other man was the commander, so it wasn't like he was going to give the man away. "Yes, sir," Rievin replied. The frontline soldiers were already streaming by as they executed their retreat protocols once more, and Prince Alec gathered up his command staff and reasserted his control over the army. Rievin sheathed his sword and jogged along the streets in a direction that would lead him to meet up with his company before they exited the city. "I wonder how my men handled the battle," Rievin thought. "I'm confident in the officers and NCOs, and I definitely have nothing to worry about with my father, but this was the first real action of this sort most of them have seen. The little skirmishes in the forest don't really compare." Rievin was both torn by the bloodshed and death that surrounded them, and excited about the growth of his mercenary company at the same time. War was always a complicated thing that evoked a range of weird emotional combinations, but Rievin would channel everything he had into taking care of his subordinates. Rievin ran through the streets, picking up the pace from a simple jog as his blood pumped through his veins. He could feel and hear his heart pounding with the excitement and adrenaline coursing through him. He wasn't afraid for his life or anything, but something in his gut told him he needed to get back to his men. "My gut instincts are rarely wrong," Rievin thought. "It doesn't always manifest in the most obvious way, but that doesn't make it inaccurate. I might just be anxious from being away from my post for all I know." He had complete confidence that his father, the officers and NCOs, and if push came to shove, the two cultivators, would be able to solve any dire situations the company found itself in. That didn't lessen the slow creep of anxiety he felt as his feet pounded on the pavement. He badly wanted to open his notification window to see what the blinking was all about, especially after his perception of mana had taken that weird shift earlier. But even though he had divine sense and was able to focus on a lot of different things at once, he didn't want to take the chance that he would stumble into something dangerous if he focused too much attention away from his task. He was pretty confident that the whatever was hidden in the notification window right now would take up a lot of his mental capacity, whatever it was. The weird shift in his perception of mana persisted the entire time, so it wasn't something that he had to activate. He only thought of it as a weird shift because he had gotten so used to the constant view he had of ambient mana that any kind of difference would be a deviation of the norm no matter what form it took. But he also couldn't quite put his finger on what the exact difference was. He was perceiving the difference, but at the same time, it was more of an instinctual feeling that arose from his sense. The ambient mana felt more intimate to him. The feeling was restricted to a bubble surrounding himself. It wasn't infinite off into the horizon, but the bubble was an odd combination of the limits of his different mana skills and divine sense. Without diving into specifics, he couldn't tell if there was any concrete formula or correlation, but the bubble of intimate ambient mana was definitely tied to the other ranges. His mana sight and sense mana weren't absolutes. At a certain distance, the mana motes turned into fuzzy impressions that got more and more indistinct until he couldn't see or sense anything at all. It wasn't the same as the wall of darkness of the absolute edge to his divine sense range, but there was a definite limit that he could see with the naked eye. His new intimacy sat somewhere between those limits and the range of his divine sense, though it was closer to the latter. He didn't really have the time to think about it too much, and he definitely couldn't stop what he was doing to do any experiments. The thoughts about his new sensation were in the back of his mind, though not taking up any of his concentration. Ryevin continued to angle further and further away from the central command center as he ran along the streets, most of them devoid of any other people. The civilians had been evacuated as soon as the alarm bells had sounded, and they were most likely miles and miles down the road by now. Ryevin also didn't sense any stragglers staying behind in their homes for whatever reason, but that wasn't to say that there weren't foolish people elsewhere in the city who had ignored the warnings. Ryevin just hoped there hadn't been any in the huge portion of the city they had destroyed to create obstacles for the enemy. Off in the distance, as Ryevin ran out of a narrow alley onto a more broad street running perpendicular to his path, he saw soldiers engaged in fierce combat as they attempted to disengage the enemy soldiers with everything they had. The wounded soldier who had warned them of the deceit of the runners had mentioned breaches in the line, and not every company had a smooth time of trying to reach the exit. It didn't seem like there were any other nearby soldiers who were inclined to intercede on their behalf, either. Ryevin muttered under his breath about responsibility and foolishness, but he grit his teeth as he sprinted toward the sights and sounds of combat. The enemy soldiers weren't going for the kills. Ryevin's allies were clearly exhausted, and they could barely put up a concerted resistance, though they continued to fight valiantly. Those that ran out of stamina and collapsed to the ground, however, were quickly swarmed by the enemy soldiers. Ryevin watched in horror as one enemy soldier trussed up a downed soldier, as another brought out a branding iron from somewhere and unceremoniously thrust it against the downed man's head. The smell of burning flesh was in his head, but the screams of torment were very real. It was happening all over the street, and as the enemy soldiers made more and more headway, those that had been left behind by the initial captors were hauled away toward the enemy front, never to be seen again. Ryevin reached out with his new ability and gained control of the basic mana in the vicinity of the fighting. He gathered the mana together on the far side of where he was charging them from, and several soldiers on either side immediately jerked their heads up to see where the sense of mana gathering was coming from. All of them paused in confusion, though, when they didn't spot anything. Everyone knew that gathering mana to launch, a spell was done within one's body, and it was nigh impossible to do so without giving one's self away to those sensitive enough to the mana. Ryevin didn't even have a skill that would help him obscure his own mana signature when he was casting, and he didn't know anyone who did. That didn't mean it didn't exist, and Ryevin's experience lent him to believe it did. Ryevin kept an eye on his dwindling pool of mana points. Just because he was manipulating mana outside of his direct control didn't mean it was free. He noticed that it didn't put a strain on his mana pool, though, either. It was a 1-to-1 ratio for casting spells, though he instinctually knew that if he didn't detonate the spell he was weaving and let it dissipate like he would with his own spells, the cost wouldn't be realized. A weak memory of a phrase about some law-conserving energy flitted across his mind. He was able to weave and knot the mana just as expertly as he could with his own reserves residing in his body, but there was a fatal weakness to what he could accomplish with this ability. He could only work with what mana was there. If he was in a lower-tiered region, this ability would be almost useless aside from some niche utility spells. As it was, he was in a unique situation where he could freeze the ambient mana in place with his will, and there was a constant stream of more mana entering his range due to the circumstances suspected to have been caused by the invaders. The soldiers on both sides of the fighting that could sense the mana could tell that it was culminating into something, and they warned their compatriots to be prepared. Neither side knew who was conjuring the phantom spell, so a brief standstill occurred in the fighting as everyone braced for the fallout. Revan didn't slow his steps down, though he did activate his silent steps skill in order to draw less attention to himself now that it had grown more silent. It wasn't a skill he had dedicated a lot of time to, but it did audibly muffle the noise he had been making. The mana grew to a crescendo, and he flexed his will to release the spell he had woven. Soldiers on both sides activated their group shield skills and raised actual shields to protect themselves, though the invaders' defenses were noticeably more potent. It didn't matter, though, and a molten ball of fire appeared out of thin air and rotated in the air slightly above everyone's heads, though it was below the roofs of the second-story buildings. It was a spell he had used many times to great effect before, the first time in a similar situation of fending off an invading force. Lances of superheated plasma and fire began to rain down on the enemy forces, and Revan could see tension visibly leave the shoulders of his allies. Revan wasn't done either. He activated his multi-cast skill and launched even more fiery lances from his fingers, trapping the enemy in a pincer attack single-handedly, taking them by surprise. The defensive measures the enemy soldiers erected in front had a tangible effect on his limited spell cast from a distance, though the ones punching into their backs wasn't defended against at all. There were too many of his own side's soldiers in every which way, though, so he wasn't able to achieve a perfect barrage against their side. The distance between him and the enemy never slowed either, and he charged right into their midst, laying about himself with his mana sword enhanced with multiple affinities. He was finally beginning to run low on mana, having spent a large portion in his attacks against the retainer, but he didn't anticipate he would need to keep it up for long. His allies cheered as they witnessed the magical and martial carnage Revan wrought just by himself, and most of them turned and began jogging away again. Those still closest to the enemy soldiers continued to cover their friend's retreat, though, and Revan mentally nodded his head at their bravery. Spears and swords slashed and stabbed at Revan as he danced through the enemy lines, though he was moving about so much and so quickly, they only ever touched his shadow. He continued to take opportunities to launch spells at more distant enemies, and soon the street was clear of enemies. More were on their way down the alley they had come from before spilling out onto the main thoroughfare, but Revan kept them at bay with blast spells for a moment as he assisted some of the captured soldiers that hadn't been taken away yet. With his will empowering his mana, he was able to sever the ropes binding the men, though he wasn't sure if it was even necessary. None of the binding instruments used by the regular soldiers gleamed with the same light as the one the retainer had used, and he didn't get any kind of feeling of danger from them. He was confident he would have been able to break through the retainer's rope with his veridical affinity, but it had been annoying to deal with without resorting to such a thing. Revan began helping the downed soldiers up from the ground, and several others raced forward to help. They were all panting, covered in sweat and blood, but they didn't shirk their responsibilities and leave their own behind. Revan had seen it with his divine sense, but he got a good look with his own two eyes as he helped the would-be captured soldiers to their feet. The brands on their foreheads were zeros. I'm not sure what that implies, Revan thought with a grim expression, but it can't be anything good. The enemy soldiers with ones branded on their heads had been used as cannon fodder, willingly rushing to their deaths. They weren't easy deaths either, as they intentionally impaled themselves on spears and other weapons to weigh them down with their bodies. If ones are treated like that, I can only imagine what that means for zeros. Get these men out of here, Revan commanded the soldiers as the last was helped to his feet. I'll cover you for a time. Yes, sir. One of the soldiers noticed the rank insignia of Revan's armor. The enemy soldiers being held back by the explosions of mana didn't have fear on their faces as they hunkered down in the alley. They didn't have rage or any other kind of emotion on their faces, either. They were just being pragmatic when they noticed they weren't able to get closer to Revan and the other soldiers temporarily, so they decided to wait. Revan wouldn't be able to keep it up forever, and even if he could, he wouldn't, as he would want to retreat at some point too. Revan kept an eye on the invaders he was holding back as he scanned the road on both sides. Everywhere he looked, he could see soldiers running through the streets. Most of them were orderly and not being hounded by the enemy soldiers, but he could see pockets of fierce fighting in the distance on either side. More and more allied soldiers were taken down and branded, and there wasn't anything Ryevin could do about it. He knew he wouldn't be able to affect every part of the battle just by himself intellectually, but knowing that he could, if he was close enough, didn't help with the sinking feeling in his gut. This is why they didn't flank the city, Ryevin realized. With the runner disrupting communications and relaying false information, their plan was to wear us down in the city where we would be confident in our preparations in order to capture as many of us as possible. If they had left it up to a flanking maneuver to gain the upper hand, we wouldn't have been as tired, and the casualty rate would be higher. It seems like they care more about our lives than their own. I guess it makes sense when they call themselves the Deathsworn. There's some sort of fanaticism in their eyes while they fight, and Zudrid had mentioned that they considered people as a resource, wouldn't want to harm the merchandise. Ryevin chuckled at the dark humor. He didn't necessarily find it funny, but one learned to deal with stress in dark ways. Ryevin couldn't see around all the bends in the alley the soldiers fled down, but he kept a focus on them with his divine sense. He started counting down in his head after the last one disappeared beyond his range. He needed to give them a head start to converge with more soldiers. There would be protection in numbers, and the city walls weren't that far away anymore. Soon, they would be running across the open fields to their secondary fortifications outside the city, and hopefully that would allow them a breather to regain their stamina. With how close this fight has gotten, I don't see it as viable to use the fallback position to continue the engagement as originally planned, Ryevin thought. Best to use it to catch our breath before retreating further. They can't chase us forever. I'll have to wait and see what Prince Alec thinks about it, though. Ryevin reached an arbitrary number he had set for himself, gave one last glance at the enemy soldiers hunkered down in the alley, and turned and sprinted after the retreating soldiers. The invaders immediately streamed out of their protective position in the alley after him, and Ryevin lobbed a few more spells their way over his shoulder. He didn't need to look back to take aim, and he took out the first couple of rows of men that had chased after him. Their eyes permanently reflected astonishment where they lay on the ground. The brief skirmish to help those in need escape their pursuers hadn't taken that much time, and it was in the direction he was headed anyway. He didn't lose much ground considering he had sprinted such a distance to close with the enemy. He didn't continue to follow the soldiers he had saved. He continued taking turns down various main streets and alleys to angle toward the direction he would find his own company. They had trained extensively with climbing and using ropes, so they weren't planning on getting bogged down waiting at one of the gates. They were simply going to go straight up and over the walls to escape the city, so Ryevin knew exactly where to go to meet up with them. He just had to line up the proper position on the back wall with where his company had been placed earlier in the battle, and they would converge with each other. Ryevin wasn't running along empty streets anymore, though. More and more soldiers filled the alleys and streets as he ran toward his destination, but they were much more orderly than the pocket of soldiers he had rescued. Most of the companies were retreating in good order under supervision of their officers. The ones he had rescued had either been a delaying force that had volunteered to cover one of these companies, or they had lost their leadership in the breach, because there hadn't been anyone in apparent charge that Ryevin had seen. None of that mattered to Ryevin, though, and the wall kept getting closer and closer. He didn't run into any more situations where he felt obligated to get himself involved, and he made a beeline for where his men would be. Ryevin was anticipating reuniting with his father and men when a towering aura shot up into the sky just ahead, directly in his path. Another, slightly smaller, aura rose up to meet it. Ryevin recognized the signature of the slightly smaller aura. It was his father. Ryevin's lips formed a line as he realized some old monster had stepped forward to confront his father. Ryevin didn't know anything about the other person's capabilities, but the aura he was giving off indicated that he was at least a higher level than Rafik's. The two auras clashed in an invisible struggle that could only be perceived and not seen, and Ryevin picked up his pace. He could feel thumps in his chest indicative of the clashes between the two strong warriors, and he could hear the sounds of metal ringing even through all the buildings still obstructing his view. Ryevin burst through the final line of buildings between him and the walls, and he almost came to a stop at the carnage the two behemoths were wreaking as they engaged in an intense battle. Rafik surveyed the fighting with a critical eye. Even with always training to the extreme to compensate for fighting while exhausted, there was only so much one could do. There was no way someone could maintain 100 effectiveness for hours on end. Even if everything was done perfectly to allow the troops to keep their stamina above 90 the entire time, the mental toll was something that couldn't be completely circumvented. Rafix was noticing more and more mistakes being made by the soldiers on the front lines. Everyone was covered in sweat, and small wounds were accumulating at an increased pace. Something has to be wrong, Rafix thought. Considering I know the other regular troops don't train the same way we do, we should have received the order to retreat half an hour ago based on the performance of our soldiers. Rafik stepped forward as he drew his sword. He needed to give the men a breather, but he needed to be careful while doing so. That feeling in the back of his mind was constant, and if he let loose to slaughter the invaders, he would invite trouble. He needed to thread a needle. Officers, forward, Rafix commanded. Take over as much as you can from your men to let them catch their breath. The officers followed suit in drawing their weapons, and they made their way to the front of the line. They weren't superior to the soldiers in the same way Rafix was, but they were the highest-leveled individuals in the company, and they were also the freshest at this point. Rafix took up his position in the center of the line and dashed forward to meet the enemy soldiers before they reached the palisade. He was capable enough to hold of the invaders for a time without having to use his skills or go all out. The officers grouped up on either side and did the same thing, forming little groups to cover each other's flanks while doing so. Rafix was an island in the middle of a raging river. The water broke along his shore. The groups of officers were a lesser version, though they were effective enough to allow for their men to get some much-needed rest in the middle of the fight. Rafix could have called for Zudrid and Varia to step forward to assist them, but they were employed as regular mercenaries, and they had made it clear that they wanted to act as normal as possible for their life experience. They would step in if things got too serious, they assured him, but things hadn't reached that point yet. Rafix was perfectly happy to let them maintain their identities as regular mercenary soldiers in the current situation. Rafix and the other officers didn't have to keep up their defense for too long. They only needed to hold off the invaders for a minute or two. It wouldn't be enough to give anyone a substantial rest, but those quick couple of minutes could make a major difference down the road if they had to flee in less than ideal circumstances. Rafix's stats and skills ensured that he could handle whatever the enemy could throw at him, and he single-handedly took care of most of the line. The officers didn't have nearly as high stats or skills as he did, but the small unit tactics they had drilled in endless hours made up for it. Reborn hadn't been able to pass along the skill for sharing stats and skills he had encountered from the enemy ambush, but that wasn't too big of a deal in the current circumstances. 3 fiery bangs exploded in the sky where the command center was located. Rafix was steady enough that he didn't deviate his concentration, but that wasn't true for all the officers. One of the lower-leveled officers couldn't help it and took a quick glance up at the sky. One of the invaders took the opportunity to lunge forward and tackle the man to the ground. Without thinking about it, Rafix sent out an ethereal club to knock the invader off of the downed officer. The others next to him quickly helped him back to his feet. Retreat by numbers, Rafix called out. We'll hold first since we're already up here. Rafix had a sinking feeling in his gut and a grim expression on his face. He had messed up and he knew it. It hadn't been such a dire situation that he needed to use his class skill, but he had reacted before his brain could keep up. He didn't let his slip-up affect his responsibilities with the men. Nobody else noticed, but Rafix definitely felt a strong presence focus on him as soon as he released his skill. Even if they hadn't received the signal flare, it was time to go. Rafix didn't get a sense of impending doom or anything right away, so he stayed with the officers for a while longer to give the soldiers time to move away and set up another defensive line to leapfrog their way to the wall. After enough time passed, Rafix signaled to the other officers. Time to go. You go first and I'll be right behind you. Nobody said anything as they turned and ran. Rafix backed up to the palisade, jumping over it without looking as he reached it. After clearing the short wall, he turned and chased after the rest of the company. His heart was pounding more than it had the entire time they had been fighting as the focus of the distant presence stayed locked on his position. It was almost a physical feeling. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to fight whoever it was off. He was just worried about the collateral damage caused by a confrontation with such a powerful foe. Mercenaries were well trained and conditioned to operate in adverse conditions. They quickly increased the distance between themselves and the invaders, not even having to use the leapfrog method to buy time for their retreat. They still employed the method, but the first group never engaged with the enemy before they too continued their retreat. When we get to the wall, don't stop for anything, Rafix commanded. Just go straight up and over without hesitation. What about Captain Reborn? Jekyll asked. Don't worry about Captain Reborn, Rafix replied. He knows where and what to do. Yes, sir. Rafix didn't explain further, but his danger sense was beginning to tingle in the back of his mind. Someone was coming for him. The race through the streets was uneventful, and before long the wall was looming in front of them. Rafix's danger sense got more and more intense as time went on, and he stood back, away from the soldiers of the company, as he watched them ascend the wall. Something piqued his attention, and he turned around to see a giant of a man step out of the shadows of the alley. The man was wearing full-plate mail adorned with spikes. His helmet had a T-shaped opening with curved horns on the top, and a tabard that looked like it was made of steel hanging almost to the ground. He stood half again as tall as Rafix, and he held a large, thick staff with a spiked ball and chain attached to one end. The man stood with his legs shoulder-width apart, his weapon held in both hands across his waist, as he scanned the retreating soldiers. He quickly dismissed them and focused his gaze on Rafix. A wide, manic grin split his face beneath his helmet. A towering aura shot up to the sky as the man's fighting intent rocketed upward. Strangely, Rafix didn't feel any killing intent in the man's aura. It was like he was simply excited for a challenging fight. Rafix wasn't one to back down, and he released his own fighting intent, though his was a bit darker with his intent indicating he was ready to kill. Rafix's aura was slightly muted beside the giant's, but he wasn't too concerned about it. Tier 5 level 101, 199. Significant threat. He's most likely a battle junkie with a lot of experience. Rafix sized the man up, throwing out a sense threat. His stats are probably slightly higher, but his actual skill levels aren't necessarily as high as mine. Numbers aren't everything, but things are different if he hasn't transcended a skill. The subtle shifting in the man's muscles gave the man's intent away, and he charged across the open ground toward Rafix. He twisted his body and used his entire center of gravity to swing the spiked ball at Rafix's head. Rafix didn't hold any of his tricks back. He released his arsenal of ethereal weapons and launched them in a whirlwind of death as he leapt forward to meet the man's charge. Each weapon had an unpredictable attack type infused into it through his transcendent skill. Some of his blunt weapons would act like slashes or stabs, and some of his bladed weapons would act like bludgeons. It was as random as he could make it. He didn't shy away or leap back from the spiked ball. Rafix closed the distance and entered inside the range of the flailing weapon to avoid the spiked ball. That meant he was in range of the staff portion of the weapon, but he had plenty of experience fighting against staves and other long, two-handed weapons. Rafix's sword came down on the staff, sparks flying like the giant's weapon was made of metal rather than wood. The man grinned down at Rafix with a ferocious glint to his eyes. At this distance, Rafix could tell that the man's face was covered in a full beard. He gave off the vibes of a bloodthirsty bandit. The spiked ball continued its trajectory, but before it could wrap around with centrifugal force and become a threat to the wielder, the chain detached itself from the staff, and the giant shoved Rafix away while swiping the staff upward to try and smash it into his chin. Rafix bent his body back 90 degrees to avoid the strike, taking the opportunity to lash out with a kick. His foot met the armored shin of the giant, though, and the force wasn't enough to pass through. Despite the giant's size, he was incredibly quick and agile. Before the spiked ball and chain could sail off, he twirled his staff around, and it somehow reattached itself to the other end of the staff. The man smoothly turned the whirl into another wide slash at Rafix's other side. Rafix rolled his body around so his chest was facing down instead of his back, and he launched himself backwards, toward the giant once more, while he twisted in air to leverage his own body weight into his attack. A visible shockwave emanated out from the clash of the two weapons, and the ball and chain once more detached itself. Rafix's ethereal arsenal wasn't doing nothing, though. He had been pelting the man with attacks that he simply stood and took. He had correctly guessed that the strikes would only be able to utilize a fraction of Rafix's stats, and they weren't strong enough to bypass his armor. The vibrations, reverberations, and bludgeon damage managed to pass some of the damage through the armor, though. Rafix didn't have a good reference for how much damage it did, though, as the man was completely unfazed and didn't even flinch. Rafix redirected some of his ethereal weapons to intercept the spiked ball and chain, and he batted it out and away from their conflict, but his sense of victory was short-lived. The giant's grin turned into a smirk, and with a gesture, the spiked ball and chain arrested themselves in midair before returning to the man at a quicker speed than they had been knocked away. Rafix twirled away from the flying spiked ball, the giant taking the opportunity to swipe at his legs with his staff. Rafix turned his twirling maneuver into a spinning cartwheel that avoided both strikes. He came back up at the ready, facing the man once more. The giant continued to grin at him. "Is that all you got, little man?" the giant taunted. "Weak, why are you all so weak?" The man took a giant step, lifting his leg high into the air before smashing it down on the ground. The earth shook and cracked as it caused Rafix to lose his balance and stumble a bit. To Rafix, it felt like a massive earthquake had hit, but the skill was localized as evidenced by 0 damage caused to even the closest buildings. The giant yanked his hands apart, and his staff turned into 2 smaller weapons. Another spiked ball and chain appeared from somewhere, and the 2 attached themselves to the end of either short or staff. The man roared with laughter as he charged forward once more, swinging his weapons with wild abandon and using his greater size and reach to maximum advantage. Rafix found himself on the back foot, unable to regain the initiative temporarily, but he wasn't panicked. The man was wild and unpredictable, but Rafix could tell his conjecture was right about him, not being quite as skilled as him with his weapon. It wouldn't have been as bad if his ethereal arsenal was more effective against the giant. This was the first time he had encountered an opponent who could practically completely ignore his skill. Rafix moved his body, contorting it in every which way as he dodged and danced around the multiple strikes flying at him from all directions. Even with the hectic strategy employed by the giant, he wasn't losing out so bad that he couldn't get the occasional counterattack in. His sword snaked through the whirling staves, chains, and spiked balls to slash at weaker parts of the man's armor. There were no chinks or openings to take advantage of, but even metal could be eroded over time with enough stats and precision strikes. All of Rafix's attacks landed on the exact same positions, where he would whittle down the other man as he looked for other opportunities. The best opportunity he could hope for would be for the man's open face to get in range of one of his thrusts, but he would have to lead the man into it. Rafix didn't have the initiative, but he could still influence the flow of the battle with his fighting experience, and that's what he was aiming for. He was simultaneously carrying out two wars of attrition, one to try and break through the armor, and the other to accumulate damage with attacks that could somewhat bypass the armor, and a deadly dance to eventually lead the giant man into a trap. All the time that Rafix was scheming his strategies, though, he had to be hyper-aware to not fall for any schemes of the enemy. With the battle lust and fighting spirit the giant man was giving off, there was no way his form of fighting was as simple as simply swinging erratically until he landed a solid blow. Rafix had fought berserkers before, and the tactics used by the giant felt a bit off as compared to the pure berserkers he had faced in the past. Blood began to seep out of the giant man's mouth as he continued to press Rafix, but the presence of the blood only excited the giant man more. Suddenly, he disengaged without warning and stood at complete ease a short distance away from Rafix. "Ha, fun," the man yelled out cheerfully, but now the real thing is about to begin. The grin left the man's face, and all cheer disappeared as if flying ash. The man's face turned grim, and Rafix noticed a deep, dark red color seep up the man's face, completely covering every inch of skin. The man spat out a glob of blood, but instead of falling the ground, it stopped in the air and hovered in place for a moment before floating to the man's back where it began to spin. Rafix had a bad feeling in his gut, and it only got worse as he noticed movement out of the corner of his eye. Streams of maroon liquid came flying through the air at high speeds and converged with the glob of blood floating behind the man. More and more blood arrived to join the first, and they merged with the man's own blood as the little orb grew bigger and bigger. The giant didn't wait for the skill, or whatever it was he was doing, to finish before he once more charged forward. His attacks came just as fast and fierce as before, but gone was the complete randomness. Rafix's heart sank further as he noticed that there was a methodical method to the strikes the man was now delivering. All thoughts of subtly leading the giant into a trap left Rafix's mind. Shockwaves continued to expand out around them from when Rafix parried the man's attacks. Rafix still counterattacked and continued to rain blows upon the man with his ethereal arsenal, but the more damage he did to the man with his armor-penetrating attacks, the deeper the shell of blood covering his skin grew. The darker the blood covering the man's body grew, the stronger and faster he became. Soon, Rafix was no longer able to launch any counterattacks at the man. He called off the ethereal arsenal as it was just making his enemy stronger. The giant would get strong enough to overpower him long before the attrition of damage threatened his life, so there was no point. The giant man suddenly stopped pressing forward, his arms bent at his sides, holding his staves upward as he threw his head back as he screamed, "Rivers of blood." Without him noticing, the little glob of blood floating where it had initially settled had grown into a veritable lake of blood swirling in place. Rafix spotted Reborn come out from behind some buildings, just as the blood exploded out in 3 long rivers and completely submerged Rafix. Blinding pain assaulted him as everywhere the blood touched, it felt like searing hot iron needles stabbed into him. His health pool dropped by several percentage points per second, and it didn't seem like the skill was going to end anytime soon. The floating blood lake had been much more heavily compressed than he had imagined, and it contained literal rivers of blood within it. Rafix's body was carried away by the swiftly moving blood. He tumbled end over end as he was caught in a powerful current that he couldn't fight against. There was no danger of him drowning in the blood. He could hold his breath for over an hour at this point, but the damage being done to him by the skill was astounding. This was the most dangerous predicament he had encountered in many years. He still didn't despair, though. He could feel that the skill was losing momentum, and it wouldn't be enough to kill him. He just had to wait it out and hope that the skill took almost as much out of the giant as it did him. Tides of blood. The sound of the giant man's voice reached Rafix's ears perfectly clearly through the blood submerging him. He grit his teeth as he felt more energy disperse through the blood, and he could tell that something larger than the simple drowning with blood was taking shape. A shining light came slashing down from the wall without warning, though, and the blood lost all connection with the giant man. Rafix heard the man grunt in pain. He was unceremoniously dropped to ground, and he laid there panting for a moment. His entire body was completely covered in the thick liquid, and he could feel the bile rising in his throat. He forced it back down, however, and slowly regained his feet. He looked around and saw that the entire open area between the buildings and the wall was completely red with blood. It was the most gruesome sight he had ever seen. The giant man was down on one knee, clasping his chest with one hand as the other propped himself up with one of his staves. He looked up at the wall, and his gaze immediately focused on two people standing at the top. Zudrid and Zarya were standing proud, looking down on the giant man. Zarya's sword was out of its sheath and held aloft in the direction of the enemy. "Cultivator brat," the giant man spit. "Just because we can't brand you doesn't mean we can't kill you." Reevan ran up from behind the giant man at that moment. His sword was at the ready as well, and Rafix could feel the powerful emanations of mana fluctuating through his body. From the look and feel of it, though, Rafix could tell Reevan was reaching the end of his reserves. Steely determination filled his eyes, and all four of them watched the giant man as he regained his feet and held his weapons up once more. He stood at an angle so that he could effect a strike in all three different directions at the four people surrounding him. The grin was back on his face. "We just need to kill the boss here, and we'll be able to get away," Reevan said, standing ready to fight at a moment's notice. "He's not the boss," Rafix said, shaking his head. The giant man just watched the four of them with his manic look. He didn't respond to the words being said. "He's not the boss?" Reevan asked, shooting a confused look at Rafix. Rafix looked back the way they had come, to the presence that was still focused on him. The giant man that had arrived to confront him and the presence that had locked onto him from so far away weren't the same person. "No, there's someone stronger, still, watching from the shadows." Reevan's grip on his sword tightened at his father's words. The giant man grinned fiercely at them as he stood ready to clash once more. He showed absolutely zero fear in being surrounded by four people. Reevan wasn't sure if the opponent had an ability to judge threats like he did, but he was assuming he did, considering he had sought his father out for personal combat. If that was the case, Reevan knew that he was probably giving off some pretty weak vibes right about now. His mana was a huge part of his prowess, and his reserves were nearly exhausted. His skills granted him finesse, technique, and made him dangerous to most people in Tier 4 and below, but his mana is what gave his abilities oomph. He wasn't confident he would be able to bypass the giant's armor without the added bonus of powerful affinities empowering his strikes. He would need to conserve his mana for strategic use. Even with him feeling drained and literally being the absolutely lowest leveled individual on the scene, he didn't sense any contempt from the big man. The giant kept his focus on all four of them in equal measure. This didn't cause Reevan's ego to get a boost or make him feel flattered, though. It made him feel dread. This was a man who wasn't going to fall victim to complacency. They were going to have to defeat him with real ability. The giant man didn't wait for Reevan and his allies to make the first move. The link between him and the blood he had summoned had mostly been severed, but mostly wasn't entirely. The initial orb from within himself was still floating behind him, and it was still connected with a large amount of blood swirling around it. The giant slashed out with his weapon in a large, 180-degree arc. It started from Rafix, traveled up and around in front of Zudrid and Zarya, and ended slashing across Reevan. If he had just randomly been swinging the weapon in his hand, one might assume he was just showing off bravado, but a giant manifestation of his weapon created from the blood formed behind him and mimicked the trajectory of the swing. Reevan's danger sense warned him not to try and block the humongous blood weapon bearing down on him, and he sacrificed some of his remaining mana to empower himself with the Traveler Affinity. Instead of leaping backward completely out of range of the weapon, he dashed forward to get under the staff portion. The deadliest affect of the skill the giant man displayed was the perfect synchronization between the blood manifestation and the weapon held in his hand. It perfectly mimicked not only the trajectory, but the speed. There was a huge difference between a 7-foot pole making a 180-degree arc and a 70-foot pole doing the same. The blood-formed spiked ball continued swinging after the completion of the strike and collided with the building Reevan had been standing near. The building disintegrated from the impact. A huge sound accompanied a large shockwave and plume of dust and debris from the collision. Each of the four people confronting the giant man had made the same judgment. Rafix had dashed forward before the giant had even fully started his swing. Zudrid and Zarya had calmly walked through the air like there were steps and alighted on the ground, well under the strike range of the blood manifestation. The blood manifestation dissolved after the strike, but the blood was still there. The giant man once more separated his weapons into two as Reevan and the others descended on him, and the blood swirled around as a tornado surrounding the giant at the epicenter. The giant man threw his head back and bellowed. Half of the blood was absorbed into his body, and not only the skin underneath, but the armor he was wearing took on a deep maroon coloration. The metal encapsulating his body took on a gruesome luster. The other half of the blood split up and mimicked Rafix's ability to summon an ethereal arsenal, though all of them were copies of the two staves with spiked balls and chains. Ryevin continued to dash forward with his traveler-enhanced steps, and he quickly arrived within the maelstrom of bloody weapons before the giant recovered his fighting stance. Ryevin sacrificed another portion of his mana as he dismissed the traveler affinity, and instead infused his weapon with mass. He didn't have enough mana to use a complicated combination of affinities to attempt to bypass the man's armor. If he was completely fresh, he was sure he could infuse a multitude of properties to nullify the defense of the man's armor. He had caught a glimpse of the fight between his father and the giant man, and he knew that attacks that impacted through the armor was the best method, and mass was the most appropriate affinity for him to use to achieve the desired result. The giant man showed a bit of surprise in his eyes through the manic grin on his face at Ryevin practically teleporting to his side through the maelstrom, but it quickly slid off his face as he wasn't worried about the attack levied at him. The look of surprise returned, however, as soon as the sword made contact with his side. Ryevin once more fully utilized his body weight and momentum from the traveler steps behind his swing, and the giant man grunted in pain as his body contorted into a C shape from the blow. His feet left the ground, and he was shot through the air toward Rafix. The bloody weapons didn't follow along with the giant getting propelled away, though, and they immediately descended on Ryevin. Ryevin had plenty of experience fending off his father's ethereal arsenal, though, and he quickly dismissed the mass affinity to dance, dodge, and parry the incoming strikes from all around. It wasn't a perfect defense, though. The blood weapons were empowered by the stats and skills of a high-tier 5-classer. Without being able to fully use his mana to empower himself in order to maintain a reserve for strategic use, there was no way Ryevin was able to avoid all the blows. His own armor and stats, coupled with his skills to prevent any blows landing on vital points, protected himself enough that it was more painful and annoying than dangerous. If the battle lasted for an extended amount of time, the damage accumulated could eventually wear him down, but Ryevin suspected they wouldn't be here that long. To confirm his suspicion, Rafix took advantage of the giant flying through the air toward him, and he expertly thrust with his sword, connecting with the top of the giant's helmeted head. It sounded like a bell was rung when the sword made contact, and Ryevin knew his father had used his ability to change the nature of his weapon's attack to land a solid bludgeon blow to the giant's head. Ryevin could see the minute vibrations in the metal, from where the force traveled through the metal, to impact the man's skull beneath with his divine sense. A golden light shot up to the heavens, as another chi-empowered sword slashed quickly followed behind the devastating blow. Ryevin was surprised to see that the chi completely bypassed the armor of the man, and he could see a wound appear on the man's body from his left shoulder to his left hip in a vertical line. The new wound wasn't deep, but it wasn't superficial, either. Blood seeped out of the wound, but instead of dripping down inside the man's armor, it traveled across his body to merge with the rest of the blood covering his body. The wound didn't heal, but the new layer of blood covering the man immediately resealed the large scar, and the bleeding stopped almost as soon as it had started. The giant finally stopped flying through the air, and in a surprising display of agility, he turned the crash into a graceful tumble, coming to his feet as if nothing had happened to him. He bellowed with bloodlust as he once more launched into a whirlwind of strikes upon Rafix. The giant's speed was noticeably faster. The blows he landed contained much more power behind them, and even Ryevin could feel the increase in pressure from the blood weapons assaulting him. Their power was directly tied to the giant man, and as he increased in power, so too did his weapon manifestations. Varia once more summoned a golden beam of sword chi, but the giant man, now that he was on his feet, easily dodged the long-range strike. A scar from the chi strike formed on the street where it slashed into the ground, but the giant man was completely unfazed. Varia frowned at the missed attack, and she charged forward to engage the man in melee combat alongside Rafix. She pulled up short, though, as more blood weapons formed and descended upon her. She easily dodged and parried the attacks, but her momentum toward the giant man halted. Her lips drew into a line of annoyance. Both Ryevin and Varia were completely preoccupied with the fending off the barrage of strikes from the unpredictable weapons, though they were still able to slowly advance their position closer and closer to the giant man. Ryevin didn't know what kind of movement skills other than being able to walk through the air Varia and Zudrid possessed, but he was biding his time for when he could once more empower himself with the Traveler affinity. He had to get the timing just right. Moving too soon and he would lose the element of surprise by virtue of simply having too far to travel. Moving too late could cost him an opportunity for a well-placed strike. The giant man laughed maniacally. He was enjoying the conflict. "You seem to have forgotten about me," Zudrid's voice carried over the battlefield. The giant man didn't make the rookie mistake of pausing his attacks on Rafix to look at the source of the voice, but Ryevin could tell that the man's attention slightly shifted toward the other cultivator. Zudrid raised his hand and pointed at the giant man. Rievin, like before, didn't feel the accumulation of chi or mana, but he definitely felt the effects of whatever maneuver the cultivator performed. He wasn't personally affected, but he could feel a great weight descend over the battlefield. The blood weapons crashed to the ground, causing hundreds of small cracks in the paved street where they landed. Rievin and Vyria immediately took the opportunity to dash past the fallen weapons and converged on the giant man. The effect on the giant was even more pronounced. His body sunk a solid 3 feet down as a large crater formed from the increased weight bearing down on the man. He couldn't maintain his feet, and he collapsed to a knee. His knee impacting the ground caused another small crater within the first, and a tremor ran through the ground from the 2 impacts in quick succession. The giant's body tried to collapse further to the ground, but he mustered his strength and willpower to fight against it. He slowly lifted his head to look up at Rafix, Rievin, and Vyria as the 3 surrounded him, completely unaffected by the increased gravity. His bloody grin was still on his face, and his eyes shone with excitement rather than fear. It was fun, he said. 3 swords moved at lightning speed and pierced through the minuscule space between the giant's helmet and armor. The 3 swords ran through the giant's neck, causing devastating damage. The man fiercely glared at the 3 for another 2 full seconds before his body went limp and collapsed to the ground. All the blood that the man had controlled was released, and the color of his skin and armor returned to normal as the blood joined the rest covering the ground. Rievin, Rafix, and Vyria all slumped slightly in relief as the giant died and shared a look between each other. Rievin opened his mouth to say something, but movement at the edge of his divine sense caught his attention. 5 people dressed exactly the same as the giant, though normal in stature, stepped into the range of his skill. His eyes grew wide and he changed what he was going to say. "Run," he yelled. Rafix and Vyria didn't wait to clarify what he meant. They had seen the change in expression on his face, and they knew he had supernatural perception. Vyria quickly dashed toward Zudrid, and the 2 of them sprinted through the air to the top of the wall. Rafix and Rievin ran to where there were still ropes dangling from the top of the wall, and they practically ran vertically up the wall with their stats and skills. The 4 glanced behind themselves as they reached the top of the wall. Rafix quickly severed the reaming ropes as they looked to see what had spooked Rievin. 5 people in gleaming plate mail armor, adorned in spikes, horned helmets, and metallic tabards stepped into the open ground. They glanced at the giant man lying in a pool of blood at the bottom of a crater before shifting their attention to the top of the wall. Rievin and the others didn't stick around to find out how they would respond, and they hopped off the other side of the wall. Zudrid and Vyria gracefully walked through the air, but Rievin and Rafix dropped like rocks. They used their superior stats to absorb the impact of the fall, though, and the 4 quickly sprinted away from the city toward the secondary defenses in the hills nearby. "He got what he always wanted," Rorik said, looking down at their giant companion. "A glorious death from a glorious battle. Too bad it wasn't a one-on-one match. He never cared for such things," Lorelei, the only woman among the 6 now 5, remarked. "He wouldn't have cared if it had been him versus 1,000. He might have even thought it was a better fight." "True," Ulvid said. "All that matters is that he died in service to the Lord. His soul has been collected, and paradise awaits." "Is paradise really paradise for a battle maniac like Sverrid?" Kuhlman snorted. "He might find it incredibly boring." The 5th companion remained silent as he stared after the 4 who fled. "Do we know which sect those 2 cultivators are from?" Rorik asked. "Not yet, but it shouldn't be too hard to find out," Lorelei answered. "They appeared to be 2 youths on their life experience expedition," Ulvid said. "A gravity sorcerer and one with a sword soul," Kuhlman added. "We'll have someone back home make some inquiries, and once they find out where they're from, we'll be sure to make contact," Rorik said. "Competition with the cultivators is usually encouraged, but a diplomatic crisis from killing such talented individuals isn't something we need on our hands right now. From the evidence, it looks like they're not intending on interfering with the war efforts overall," Lorelei said. "They look like they're members of that mercenary company led by the Anomalies. They probably just didn't want their own experience interfered with. Speaking of, I didn't see the space-time mage with them," Ulvid said. "Do we have any word from the spies on her whereabouts?" "The deep plants were all exposed in the city and killed," Kuhlman answered. "Only Itorik survived, and he's in the infirmary. He lost more than half his health against Captain Rievin, and most of it was from one attack. You know what that does to a person's recovery ability." The 5th companion turned around and began walking back the way they had come. The other 4 all shared a look before falling in behind him. "We'll get the answer soon," Rorik said. "I'm sure Itorik is already compiling a report for the commander." "He better word his report carefully," Lorelei chuckled. "He's in trouble for letting Rievin and the prince get away so easily." "In his defense, who would have known he had the ability to get around the supreme ropes of binding?" Ulvid asked. "Even we wouldn't be able to do much against them. He must have gotten lucky," Kuhlman snorted. "None of the intelligence suggested he had that ability, and we dug pretty deep." "Not deep enough, obviously," Rorik retorted. We still haven't gotten word back on his exploits from Wispen, only that he's from there. We should have that information soon, Loreley said. And when we do, we'll be able to counter him and bring him into the fold. I'm pretty interested in that vice captain, too. He hadn't stood out until now, but he showed some strong fighting abilities. Did anyone else notice the similarities between Rievin and his vice captain? Ulvid asked. They could be brothers, or father and son, Coleman said. We might be able to make use of their relationship. Catch one, get one free, eh? The other three chuckled. The four continued to chat as they followed their silent fifth companion back through the ranks of soldiers coursing through the city. They hadn't achieved complete victory as they had hoped, but it was a decent start to the campaign. The locals only had so far they could go before they were cornered and rounded up. Rievin ran with the other three across the open plain. The rolling hills didn't start for some distance. The land was completely flat for about half a mile outside the city gates. Countless soldiers from all across the city were running across the open ground to reach the safety of the secondary defenses. More and more soldiers streamed out of the city gates or over the walls as time dragged on. Rievin could see the mercenary company as they reached the palisade walls of the next line of defense, so they made a beeline toward them. The fortifications set up to fall back weren't nearly as extensive as the city walls they were fleeing. It would be much easier to envelope the position, especially considering the sheer number of troops the invaders fielded for the battle. It was just one more reason to only use it as a temporary resting spot to springboard their retreat from. There were soldiers stationed at the simple gates waving people through, ensuring that the entrance didn't get clogged up with people stopping without nowhere to go. A platoon of soldiers had been dispatched at the start of the battle to prepare the way for the eventual retreat, and they had everything laid out for the fleeing soldiers to quickly find a place to rest. Rievin and the others quickly caught up with the mercenary company as they were entering through one of the gates. Jekyll had taken up the leading position in the front of the company, but the other officers were waiting at the rear for Rievin and the others. Rievin shared a look with Zudrid and Viria, nodding his head in appreciation toward them, and they made their way back to their platoon. He and Rafix walked over to the waiting lieutenants. As soon as we get to our temporary berth, immediately conduct a head count, Rievin ordered. We need to be completely accountable to all of our personnel, and we need to know our casualties. Leaving one single person behind is unacceptable. Yes, sir, the platoon commanders responded. Rievin and Rafix didn't stick around at the rear of the company to wait for everyone to get inside the palisade. They moved along the edge to get to the front and then met up with Jekyll. Good job standing in for me, Rievin said to Jekyll with a smile. There was more meaning to his words than just him taking charge of the company while they brought up the rear. I've accepted command once more. Take charge of your platoon. Yes, sir. Jekyll offered a salute and hurried off to his men. The company followed the directions of the soldiers dispatched to prepare the palisade without causing any delays to those behind them and immediately began the head count. The soldiers formed up in their platoons, and at the direction of the NCOs, counted themselves off. As one soldier shouted out his number, he would drop to a knee, indicating for the person standing next to them to follow with the next count. With all of the platoons performing their counts simultaneously, it only took a couple minutes to get the full count of soldiers. We lost 23, sir, Jekyll reported. There are 54 severely wounded and another 100 with minor injuries. There are 0 missing or unaccounted for. Very well, Rievin said. He looked to the area behind the platoons where several bodies had been laid with cloth covering them. They hadn't left any of the deceased or wounded behind, a practice that Rievin had drilled into their heads over and over again. He had witnessed the other companies leave their dead behind, but he had stressed to his men that it was absolutely imperative that no man, dead or alive, ever get left behind. They were all one family in their time together, and they would be taken care of and honored as they should. I don't know how long we have to rest, Rievin addressed all of the officers. We need to make the best use of the time, though. Have a minimum crew standing guard and try to only select those that have the highest stamina. I'll go and convene with the other commanders to get the prince's orders. Yes, sir, the officers chorused. Rievin nodded to them one last time before departing, once more leaving his father in temporary command of the company. He made his way back through the interior paths to the command center. The little fort had been designed with many open areas cordoned off for each of the companies to have a space to rest, but there wasn't anything more than that. These defenses weren't designed to be occupied for an extended period of time. Everywhere he looked as he made his way to the command center, Rievin saw exhausted soldiers practically collapsed in their designated areas. There were hardly any soldiers still on their feet, other than the supervising officers. He shook his head. They hadn't taken their training serious enough, in his opinion, and they weren't able to operate at nearly the necessary capacity with low stamina. In many of the companies, Rievin could see large holes in the formations where it was obvious that they had suffered either severe casualties or they had left people behind. He had personally witnessed the fate of soldiers that fell behind their comrades, and while he was hopeful they were still alive, he didn't know if it was preferable considering what was known about how they treated the numbered brands. A crew of healers was going about each of the companies, and they were hard at work in stabilizing the severely wounded that had managed to escape. Reevan's mercenary company had their own dedicated healers attached to each platoon, and they were already working on their own wounded. It wasn't common practice to have the healers embedded in the fighting unit, but Reevan's memories and logic told him it made sense to have those able to apply first aid immediately. They didn't have anyone with a powerful healing class, but those that had the skills and auxiliary focus with their class would be able to stabilize injuries to stave off an emergency until they could seek help from the more dedicated healers. The strategy had paid off, in Reevan's opinion, considering those that had been severely wounded weren't in any danger and were waiting as comfortably as they could for the healing corps to make it to their company. There were still many spaces completely devoid of any soldiers, and Reevan hoped that it was because the designated companies hadn't made it inside the palisade yet, and not because they were wiped out. Only time would tell, but that time would be short. The temporary fort was small and compact, so it didn't take Reevan long to reach the command center. Prince Alec was issuing orders to officers as they came instead of waiting for everyone and convening an all-hands meeting. Reevan patiently waited in line with some of the other captains for Prince Alec to shift his focus to them. He seems to be taking it well that his retainer was a traitor, so far Reevan thought. It might only be surface level, but that's what's needed right now, a calm commander. Prince Alec didn't take long getting through the orders for each of the company commanders. Most of the orders had to do with timing when they would leave the confines of the fort to continue their retreat. The reports from the company commanders about their casualties was given to one of the majors in the command staff. He could have left it to the chain of command to issue the orders, but he was killing two birds with one stone with doing it personally. He was showing that he wasn't panicked and that he was still fully in control of the situation. Captain Reevan, Prince Alec eventually addressed Reevan. I've noticed that your soldiers seem to be the freshest of everyone. I'll have you stay behind to the last to cover the retreat of the more exhausted soldiers. Sir, may I have a word? Reevan indicated with his eyes to an empty spot a bit of a ways away. Prince Alec quirked an eyebrow at him, but he nodded his head and the two made their way over where they could have some privacy. Do you disagree with my orders? Prince Alec asked. Yes, sir, but not for the reason you think, Reevan answered. Prince Alec maintained a neutral expression as he waited for the explanation. My soldiers aren't less exhausted than anyone else. The difference is that we've trained specifically to maintain our combat effectiveness for longer with lower stamina. I would bet that the average stamina pool of my soldiers is actually lower than the average of the rest of the companies. I see, Prince Alec said, and so you think your men aren't up to covering the retreat. You just said they're trained to last longer, and if what you say about their stamina is true, then they should be able to accomplish the mission. That's not it, sir, Reevan shook his head. That was an explanation for why they don't seem as tired, and for what I recommend. The reason I don't think we should stay behind is because we're being stared at by some high Tier 5 enemy soldiers. We fought with one that followed the vice captain to the walls, and it took 4 of us to beat him. My vice captain himself is a high Tier 5, and the other 2 and I are capable of holding our own against low Tier 5 classers. I fear that if we're the ones to stay behind, they'll intervene in the fighting to get to us and breach our defenses too soon. That's a valid concern, Prince Alec frowned. And what's your recommendation? All of my soldiers have the forced march skill, Reevan answered. With that skill on top of their training to last longer with less stamina, I think we should leave with the first batch to push forward to secure the next defensive position and set up the fortifications. I had planned on sending the cavalry ahead to take care of it, Prince Alec said. Instead of sending them ahead on that mission, you could use them as reconnaissance in force and a strike team. They can keep an eye on the enemy movements and break up any attacks on the retreating companies. Prince Alec rubbed his chin in thought. Let's do it that way then. There's a river about a 4-hour march down the road. Rush ahead when it's time to go, build a defensive position on the other side of the river, and rig the bridge to be destroyed at a moment's notice. You'll have half an hour for your company to rest before it's time to go, hopefully. I can't guarantee that time, though. It depends on what the invaders do and how quickly they move on beyond the city walls to press the attack. Yes, sir, Reevan responded with a salute. Reevan quickly returned to his mercenary company. As he had ordered, there was a squad standing guard around the resting men, and he could see that they weren't quite as tired-looking as the majority of the men. He made his way over to the officers that were waiting for his return. We have half an hour at most, Reevan began without preamble. In 15 minutes, switch out the sentries so that everyone has an opportunity to get some rest. Have the men eat their field rations now, even if they're not hungry. We have a long march ahead of us, and will most likely have to dig deep with forced march to get to our destination on time. We're heading straight to the next defensive position without stopping, and we're going to build the palisade and rig the bridge ahead of the rest of the soldiers. Yes, sir. Ryevin followed his own orders and sat down right there to pull out his own rations. He didn't have an appetite, but he knew he would need the energy. He also needed to set the precedent for his own orders. Rafik sat down next to him and ate his own rations, and they were quickly followed by the other officers after they relayed the orders to the NCOs. Now was as good a time as any to check his notifications, so he focused his attention on the blinking light in the corner of his vision. He dismissed the report about the experience he gained from the battle that the system deemed over for now. He was siphoning his experience into his bloodline at the moment, and because he had such a huge hole to sink his experience into, it didn't matter how much he had earned. He wasn't trying to unlock his next bloodline level before advancing to his Tier 3 class, though. He had halted his progress temporarily to try and reach transcendence with some of his skills and affinities. His notification window would tell him in just a moment whether he had made some progress on that goal. Achievement. Exceed level 100 with any affinity. Plus 10 mental stats. Achievement. Reach transcendence with any skill or affinity with a Tier 2 class. Plus 20 all stats. Bonus skill affinity experience while in Tier 2. Legendary feat. Be the first person to achieve transcendence in a skill or affinity with a Tier 2 class. Increase system assistance in breaking the transcendence wall. Ryevin's eyebrows climbed to the top of his head and threatened to integrate with his hairline. That is unexpected, Ryevin thought. I've never heard of a legendary feat. If it takes being the first person in history to get a specific achievement, though it makes sense that there aren't very many opportunities to get one. It makes sense, too. I have extremely unique circumstances with my experience siphon ability. All of the supreme talents since the dawn of history have had to fight against leveling speed. If I think about it, combat and other situations that reward experience are the best ways to gain skill levels. Without being able to halt leveling, it's nearly impossible to reach a skill or affinity level of 100, much less transcendence, at Tier 2. The reward for the legendary feat is overpowered, to say the least, Ryevin chuckled. Not only the official legendary feat, but the reward from the underlying achievement is the most I've ever seen, too. He dismissed his thoughts and concentrated on the next message. Achievement. Reach transcendence with all 4 basic elements. Increased effectiveness of mana skills. Transcendence obedience. Tier 1 air, earth, fire, water. Ability command the affinities within your influence, and they will obey. Helpful hint, it will be easier to reach transcendence with the same ability with other affinities, though it might stunt gaining additional transcendence abilities in the future. Ryevin read the last message in his notifications several times. It's been a long time since I've received a helpful hint from the Akashic record, Ryevin thought. This warning is probably the best hint it's ever given me, too. Ryevin instinctually felt that he would be able to advance his other affinities in a similar way, and his darkness and light affinities were ready for the next step. The warning came at the perfect time, though. He wondered what the consequences would have been if he hadn't gotten the message, and had immediately added the 2 higher-tier affinities to his established transcendence rank. It didn't take long to read through his notifications. Even with reading the helpful hint several times to make sure he fully grasped its significance, he only spent a couple of minutes on the task. He dismissed the notification windows and looked up. There he is, Rafik said, clapping him on the shoulder. You had quite the range of emotions on your face just now. Get an interesting notification. You could say that, Ryevin said with a grin. I'll tell you some other time. Jekyll placed his hand over his heart and gasped. You don't trust us, sir? He asked. Ryevin snorted. About as far as I can throw you, he replied. Jekyll stared at him with a deadpan expression for a moment. I bet you could throw me all the way back to the city walls. The other officers chuckled. Yeah, but in the grand scheme of things, that's not that far, Ryevin said with a smile. The other officers continued with some light-hearted banter. Ryevin eyed Jekyll out of the corner of his eye, nodding to himself in approval. Jekyll wasn't normally one to joke around so much. He was more the stoic type. The men all around had a somber atmosphere about them, though, and Jekyll's little bit of banter had broken the gloomy feeling up. The men loosened up a bit upon seeing their officers laugh and joke with one another. He's really growing as a leader, Ryevin thought. He was a party leader before the war in Drallo to begin with, but being a party leader and an officer in a military unit are 2 different things. Ryevin hadn't put too much thought into the future of the mercenary company, but Jekyll was giving him some ideas as to the direction it could go. With another competent commander, he would be able to expand the size and scope of the mercenaries and add more companies, turning the outfit into a mercenary battalion. Those plans weren't a priority right now, though. Ryevin tossed them to the back of his mind, but he did keep note of being able to assign more responsibility to his friend in the near future. Time waits for no one, and the clock kept ticking. Ryevin didn't know what the enemy soldiers were doing, but they allowed him and his company the full 30 minutes of rest. The sentries were switched out, and everyone ate some rations to refill their energy, whether they were hungry or not. "All right," Ryevin said as he stood up. The officers followed suit. "It's time to get going. I wish we had more time for everyone to rest, but we don't have that luxury. All the hellish training we've put everyone through is about to bear fruit." Ryevin marched in front of the company, setting the pace. He could see the first platoon perfectly clear with his divine sense, and for the first half of the march, he used their condition to gauge how hard to push them. Just the first platoon wasn't everyone, though, so he had the officers order the NCOs to closely monitor everyone and keep him apprised of how everyone was doing. He didn't want anyone falling out of the formation and left behind. He pushed them just as hard as he could to get them where they needed to be as fast as possible. The road was clear ahead. The civilians and adventurers not participating in the conflict hadn't stopped. They would keep fleeing until they reached the next city. The terrain was mostly flat with a bit of rolling hills and woods, but there were no significant defensive features until the river that the prince had directed them to. Using the river as the next line of defense was a double-edged sword. It had great potential for slowing the invaders down and bleeding them some more, but they had to make it there in the first place. There were thousands and thousands of invaders in the advancing army that were completely fresh. They hadn't taken part in any part of the conflict. The prince had to time things perfectly in order to retreat in time that they would have a fighting chance after they had expended so much stamina. If they hadn't been lied to about the stamina expenditure of the soldiers, they would have been able to rest for 30 minutes before sending everyone. As it was, they would most likely have to leapfrog their entire way to the river, always balancing the stamina for retreating and covering the retreat. Ryevin was sure that switching his company out with the cavalry unit to march ahead and prepare the fortifications would help alleviate a lot of the pressure. Ryevin kept the focus of his divine sense on the soldiers behind him, but he continuously scanned the edges of the woods, hills, and horizon, where he could see it to make sure there weren't any hidden dangers that had snuck around them while they were fighting in the city. Based on the objective and strategy employed by the invaders, he didn't think it was likely, but that was no reason not to check. He didn't have his usual scouts available, but Rafix, Zudrid, and Varia were taking turns running out and inspecting further than they could see to cover for the inadequacy. Sweat poured down the faces of the soldiers behind him. He could see, hear, and feel their physical stress as they gasped for breath. Pride warmed his heart, though, as nobody gave up. Nobody quit. They dug deep and squeezed every ounce out of their forced march skills. They maintained their military bearing as well as they could, too. No heads were drooping, and all of their bodies were straight. It was easy to give in to the temptation of loosening their posture, but that was a trap. If they loosened up their muscles, they might feel temporary relief, but their bodies would sway much more than maintaining their posture would allow. All that extra movement equaled a whole lot more physical exertion over time. Ryevin was proud and happy that they were pushing so hard. He wouldn't let it go to waste. He would make sure they made it to their destination with enough time to accomplish their mission, and he would ensure they got the rest they needed before employing them in the building of the fortifications. Time seemed to crawl as they marched in silence. There was no cadence or morale-boosting singing. Everyone had their full concentration on putting one foot in front of the other, even the officers and senior NCOs who were higher leveled. Unless there was a large discrepancy in class or bloodline, 20 or so levels in late Tier 3, early Tier 4 didn't translate to a much higher stamina pool. All of the soldiers, besides the 2 cultivators in disguise for their life experience expedition, were regular adventurers. Before they seized the opportunity to join the mercenary company for a change of pace and life experience, they were all on track for middling careers. Even Jekyll, before the Drallo campaign, was barely poised to go beyond Tier 4 because of the rarity restrictions of the higher tiers, unless something extraordinary happened. Ryevin believed that him stepping up and eventually receiving a battlefield commission had already propelled him to eventually advancing to Tier 5, but if he continued to grow, Ryevin could see Tier 6 in his future as well. He was one of the cream of the crop with the mercenary company, but he wasn't an extreme outlier. These types of situations, where they were going to the extremes to accomplish their goals and survive, were awful in the moment, but they allowed those that endured the opportunity to reap their just rewards in the future. If these mercenaries had stayed as regular adventurers, they never would have pushed themselves the way they are now. They never would have experienced the things they saw today. These scenarios of life experience were just the thing they needed to become more powerful in the future. And wasn't that exactly what Ryevin had promised them? On some level, they must have realized they were going to need to earn the grand prize from this new experience, and Ryevin was gratified to see that none of them were backing down from the challenge. Rivers just up ahead, Rafix came running back to the company after another hour and a half of marching. They had made good time, saving a full 30 minutes on the expected 4 hours of marching to reach their destination. Ryevin had pressed them with his pace to make sure they arrived in time to construct a defensible position. Ryevin nodded his head, but he didn't alter the pace they were marching. He also didn't announce the end was in sight. It was only a matter of minutes now, and they would get their break once they crossed the bridge. Nobody hooted or hollered when the river and the bridge came into view. Nobody had the energy to spare. They continued to trudge along, and Ryevin led them over the bridge and to an open space just beyond. There were woods to the left and open grassland to the right. "Everyone rest where you are," Ryevin ordered the men formed up and waiting. They stood panting, but they stood straight. "Eat some rations and drink some water. If you need to refill your water skins, just use the river. It's running water, so it's fine." With vitality stats as high as they had, it would be unusual to get any kind of malady from drinking sitting water in a lower tier region. The microscopic things that could survive in a tier 4 region had adjusted to the ambient mana and could still do a number on one's stomach if not anything fatal to anyone above tier 3. The men sat down where they were. There were groans and sighs of exhaustion as they barely prevented themselves from collapsing where they were, but nobody did. Ryevin strode to the woods to the left and unsheathed his sword. He would let the men rest and recover their stamina, and in the meantime he would collect the lumber. He had mainly expended his mana in the fighting in the city, and his stamina pool was no less than anyone else's. His mana hadn't fully recovered yet, and it had gotten quite low, so his regeneration was slower than usual. He used a simply affinity combination of metal and sharpness to protect his sword's durability as he laid into the trees with large swings. His empowered sword was just as powerful as that of a seasoned forester or lumberjack wielding an axe, and it only took one swing to fell a tree each. Even though it was a tier 4 region and the flora had adapted as such, it didn't deter his ability to chop the trees. Any one of the logs he felled here would be considered a treasure in his hometown, even without it being a specific magical plant. Rafix and Varia joined him in his endeavors. Zudrid stayed behind for now, as he wasn't much of a weapons expert. He was the equivalent of a caster class among the cultivators, but Ryevin was sure he would lend his gravity abilities when it was time to transport the logs. With the three of them causing devastation to the local population of trees, it didn't take long until they had amassed quite a bit of building materials. Zudrid came over and reduced the gravitational burden on an entire area, allowing the three to simply pick the logs up with their high-strength stats and move them where they needed to be. Ryevin didn't know the exact time the next company would arrive behind them. He doubted they all had forced march before the retreat started, but that might change by the time they made it to relative safety in the little fort they would build. They would most likely require multiple stops to catch their breath, or they would run the risk of having their men collapse with extreme stamina expenditure. They weren't so unphysically fit that it would cause health problems, but if someone who was a caster of lifestyle class dropped their stamina to 0, there was a real chance of death or other permanent ailments that could be tricky to solve in the future. Dropping from too much stamina usage in this scenario most likely meant more soldiers being captured by the invaders. Ryevin didn't order the mercenaries to help him cut trees, and he left it to the officers and NCOs to make the determination when the men were rested enough to start constructing the palisade. They weren't going to build anything fancy, but building a small fort was something that they had extensive practice with, and the added barrier of the river and the bridge would add additional protections all on their own. Ryevin, Rafix, Zudrid, and Varia chopped and transported logs at a considerable speed for nearly 45 minutes before the officers roused the troops to get to work. Hand axes came out, and the men got busy trimming the downed trees. Nothing went to waste, either. The larger branches pruned from the logs were set aside for further alteration into pikes, and the smaller branches would be used for fires. Everyone worked, and nobody complained. They had seen the death and destruction wrought by the invaders. They hadn't seen the fate of those being captured like Ryevin had, but that information wouldn't be withheld for long. Ryevin wanted them all to understand the danger awaiting them if they surrendered. There were certain situations where information wasn't necessary to be passed down to every soldier, but this wasn't one of them. Palisade quickly took shape after the entire company got working on it, and eventually more soldiers had to enter the forest to chop trees to keep up with the demand of the rest of the company. Even though it was a quick and dirty job, they took it seriously, and the palisade walls were constructed with precision. They would be able to stand up to some minor punishment from enemy mages, though there wasn't anything they could do in such a short period of time to create anything worthy of a sustained siege. "Send some troops down to weaken the supports of the bridge," Ryevin ordered, wiping sweat from his brow. He sheathed his sword and walked back to the nearly finished little fort with an NCO attending to him in case he needed to issue orders. They need to make sure it's still sturdy enough for the troops to cross, but it needs to be weak enough to pull out from under the invaders from a distance at a moment's notice. "We can't count on a mage being able to direct their spells away from the enemy in an emergency, though that's the plan for dealing with the bridge. Yes, sir. The NCO saluted and ran off to find a work party. Reevin explained so much of the plan so that the men would understand his intent. A commander's intent was almost more important than the actual orders being issued. If one understood what the objective was, they would be able to alter their plans on the fly and choose the best course of action for the mission. It was finally Reevin's turn to get some rest. He hadn't stopped since they had arrived on location, and the constant felling of trees had eventually taken its toll on him. His stamina and mana pools were dangerously low for any sudden conflict, but he was confident he would be up to snuff with some meditation. If anyone needs anything, direct their queries to Vice Captain Rafix unless it's an emergency, Reevin called out to one of the officers as he walked to a secluded location in the shade. The officer acknowledged the order, but there was nothing that needed attention at the moment, from him or his father, either one. Reevin plopped down in the lotus position with a sigh and entered his meditation. Starting the skill was easy with how tired he was, but keeping it up instead of falling asleep actually took a bit of concentration. He pulled out a vial containing a blue liquid from his storage without dropping his state of mind, uncorked it, and downed the contents. A warm, smooth sensation flowed down his throat and settled in his stomach. He could immediately feel the effects of the mana potion he imbibed. Having lived in a Tier 4 region for quite some time now, he had stocked up on a few provisions that were unavailable to him in the lower tier regions. Classes like Alchemist were virtually unheard of in Tier 1 regions, and they were still quite rare in Tier 2 regions. Tier 4 regions had no lack of mana-infused plants and treasures, and thus the class opportunities available to the masses were much broader than the lower regions. He wanted to conserve as much of his resources as possible, so he didn't take any additional potions. He wasn't worried about the cost, but there was literally nowhere to acquire more until they reached another city, and there was no telling whether or not an alchemist wouldn't have fled by the time they were pushed that far back by the invaders. Reevin speculated that word of the continued hostilities had already been transmitted back to the capital. Being a mere mercenary captain attached to one of the princes, Reevin wasn't privy to the larger, overall strategy. He didn't know if reinforcements were on the way, or if more mercenary groups like his had arrived to take advantage of the situation. Reevin's and Wispen's idea of selling their military force wasn't unique to them. Reevin had no doubt that others would have the same ideas. He was only confident that they were receiving more valuable training with their preparations for dealing with human enemies instead of monsters. Even then, more bodies would be greatly appreciated now that he had gotten a glimpse of just how many enemy soldiers there were. One had to remember that they were only one point on the long line of the front, and they weren't even the main stage. Prince Indru was at the most concentrated position in both local population and enemy forces. Reevin had to remind himself that the presence he had felt watching their battle with the giant Blood Knight was only one of several sub-commanders in the invasion. There was still the overall commander in charge. That didn't mean that the head honcho of the enemy forces was the highest-leveled person among the invaders. He knew from his experiences facing off against Ariella that there was a noble caste, but even if the commanding general wasn't the highest-leveled individual among the enemy, chances were high that he or she had a high-leveled bodyguard. Hopefully it wasn't something crazy like the person Ariella had addressed as master. That person had been truly horrifying. His presence alone had brought everyone to their knees, and was obviously over 100 levels into Tier 6 at minimum. If they had to fight someone of that caliber, their only chance of success was holding off long enough for some of the old monsters in the Tier 5+ regions to make it back. The conflict had been going on for quite some time before Reevin, and his crew had arrived, though, so there was a good possibility that they weren't too far away. I wonder what a battle between two mid or high Tier 6 classers would look like, Reevin absent-mindedly thought. I thought what my parents and their party had done in Magron was impressive. I can't imagine what such a high-level conflict would look like. Time continued to tick by, and Reevin's stamina and mana pools slowly recharged. He hadn't pushed himself so far physically that his stamina regeneration was hindered, and the mana potion had kick-started his mana regeneration, so he was quickly recovering. If he had another couple of hours, he was confident that he could get to full strength, but he didn't have that luxury. Once his stamina and mana reached 70, he canceled his meditation and stood up once more. The sun was setting in the horizon, but he only spared it a passing glance. He strode away from his secluded spot to inspect the company and the little fort they had built. The first thing Reevin noticed was the addition of unfamiliar soldiers taking a rest off to the side. He was surprised to see that there were already soldiers arriving, and he took a quick glance at his system clock. He was once more shocked to see that almost 3 hours had passed since he had started meditating. There was no furniture or office spaces for anyone to lounge in. Reevin spotted Rafik sitting on the ground with the other officers, and they noticed him approaching at almost the same time. Reevin waved them off from standing up. Well, he waved everyone but Rafix off. That was his father, and he wasn't going to stand up for his son if he didn't have to. It was much like he never referred to Rievin as sir. It was perfectly natural, though, and Rievin didn't care. I see that we already have at least one company that's arrived, Rievin said, glancing in the direction of the resting soldiers. What's the situation? We've sent out some scouts, and they've informed us that the rest of the army seems to be retreating in good order, Rafix answered. From what we've gathered, the enemy soldiers never really pressed their advantage too hard. That isn't to say they stayed in the city. They just didn't chase after us with everything they had. Rievin frowned at the information. That seems weird, he said after a moment. Their entire strategy had been designed to wear us down as much as possible so they could capture as many people as possible, but now they let us rest and recuperate so we could get away. What isn't weird about them? Rafix replied with a snort. They're perfectly willing to sacrifice 10 times the number they're able to capture, and the captives aren't going to bolster their forces anytime soon. Even with the numbers they're throwing at us, they shouldn't be so callous about the life and death of their soldiers. We know they refer to themselves as Deathsworn, Rievin pondered. There must be a clue in that. I've only seen fanaticism and determination in the eyes of the enemy. Maybe they're some sort of religious cult. Beats me, but that guess is as good as any. There were some small skirmishes along the way, but the cavalry acting as a strike force managed to shield the slowest companies from any more heavy engagements. That's good, Rievin nodded. I'm glad my recommendation worked out. How long do we have until they arrive? We probably have another 2 hours before the last company gets here, and the enemy soldiers should be right behind them. They still have a lot of fresh troops, and I would bet anything they're going to launch a night assault. I agree. Let's make sure we have enough fires going to light up the battlefield. We don't need to waste mana from the mages as much as possible. The sun had set long before the last remnants of the army stumbled across the bridge. In that time, Rievin had employed some of the soldiers who had higher skill levels and experience with building fortifications to make their little fort sturdier. His mercenary company would one day be able to rival any regular army soldier in the ancillary tasks that came along with soldier life, but they had only been soldiers for several months as opposed to years of training. The modifications to make the walls more sturdy had been completed almost an hour before the last company of soldiers arrived. Rievin nodded his head in approval when he saw Prince Alec cross the threshold last. Leading from the front didn't necessarily mean for the officer in charge to be the first in line to meet the enemy, and Rievin suspected Prince Alec wasn't at the forefront of the skirmishes that hounded the army's retreat. He was being specially targeted, after all. That being said, being the last one to cross made a statement. He was ensuring all of his men made it to safety, and he was willing to put himself at risk to make it so. The gates went down behind the prince, but he didn't let his soldiers stop to rest right at the entrance. He made sure the officers directed the men further into the fortification. They would be allowed to rest during the first encounter with the enemy if it was as close behind them as everyone speculated. The night was dark. There were no visible stars in the sky, as the clouds obscured all celestial light. Bonfires lined the roads, though, as well as the edges of the river and the palisade walls. The soldiers that had already recovered their stamina were standing on a little shelf designed to allow them the ability to launch attacks across the river. They waited with bated breath as they peered into the darkness. There was no chatter among the men, and only their breathing could be heard by those standing guard along the walls. The river wasn't gigantic, but it was decently sized at approximately 50 yards across. Most of the soldiers were hand-to-hand experts, but they were all capable of drawing a bow. The mages didn't group up this time either. The size of the fort was big enough that it wasn't too cramped, but there wasn't a lot of extra space. Its size was only a fraction of the line they had to cover in the city. The biggest obstacle the defenders would have to face was a flanking maneuver from upstream. If a sizable enough force crossed the river to threaten envelopment, that would be the sign to continue the retreat. Rievin didn't know if the enemy would employ such a tactic based on their previous strategy, but considering their spies had been rooted out and killed, he assumed it was only a matter of time. Rievin heard the footsteps in the distance long before he saw anyone. It wasn't just his enhanced perception that allowed him to pick up the noise, either. The legions were marching in step, and the sound of thousands upon thousands of feet striking the ground in unison carried for miles. There was something about the night that enhanced the effect of sound carrying. Add that to the dark atmosphere with intermittent flickering lights, the effect was spooky and threatened to drain the morale of the soldiers. Even though the army had been pushed out of the city, it was an expected outcome that they knew was coming. Their job was to bleed the enemy as much as they could while they waited for the true heavy hitters to get back to the region from their expeditions in the higher-tier regions. To that end, morale was still relatively high. Rievin identified the location of the prince in his command center. He wasn't hiding behind the walls and operating off of what others could tell him. He was up front with the rest of them, eyes front and peeled for the emergence of the legions out of the darkness. Rievin created a mana tether between himself and the prince. The soldiers are getting a bit antsy, Ryevin subvocalized through the tether. The prince jerked his head and looked around for a second before settling down. He nodded his head as if to nobody before drawing in a deep breath. Men, I am proud to stand among you as we defend our homeland from these vile intruders, he orated. They threw everything they had at us before, and we killed hundreds more of them than they did of us. They would be nothing without their endless numbers. We stand here not to stop their advance, but to bleed them dry as they encroach on our heartland. Will we let them waltz in uninvited? No, a chorus of yells answered. The grass will turn red with the blood of our enemies. We all knew we would be pressed from our previous position. That doesn't mean our strategy isn't working. We'll make them shed their mortal bodies by the hundreds for every inch of land they take, and by the time they can see the shining walls of our capital in the distance, they'll be nothing more than a desiccated corpse shambling along. That will be our time to strike back. For now, teach them a lesson in blood and grief that our lands are not theirs to walk upon without paying a price. Yee-yah! The soldiers perked up, lifting their weapons above their heads as they cheered. The men standing below thrust their spears into the air, and the soldiers along the wall stabbed the sky with their arrows. The sound of their rallying cheers drowned out the sound of the footsteps for a moment. The men weren't able to keep their cheers up forever, however, and once silence prevailed again, the sound of marching continued to beat in their ears. Ryevin noticed that the anxious looks on their faces didn't return, however. They were pumped up and ready to defend their land and their people. The waiting continued. The soldiers gripped their weapons with sweaty palms, but their hearts didn't waver. Time seemed to slow to a crawl as they waited for the enemy. The first body came into view like a specter emerging from the shadows. He was quickly followed by men marching alongside him and behind him. The rows of soldiers continued to pour forth from the unknown shrouding the road. Ryevin gathered his mana in his hands as he felt hundreds of mages along the wall do the same. He threw his hands up and gathered the mana into his signature fiery ball above his head. Different colored shapes of mana accompanied his own all along the wall, but the same phenomenon mirrored them from the enemy forces. Behind the curtain of darkness, hundreds of different spells formed and waited to be released. The soldiers never stopped marching forward, and the men with bows and arrows waited for the order to loose their ammunition. Ready, Prince Alec yelled. Everyone tensed up. Mages, fire. Countless spells shot into the air in a parabola before coming down to rain destruction among the marching legions. Ryevin's ball of plasma halted in midair before churning out lance after lance into the ranks of the enemies. The enemy mages answered the call with their own spells. The defenders weren't just placing their hope in the sturdiness of the quickly assembled palisade. Sure, it was made from logs harvested from a Tier 4 region. They were incredibly sturdy and dense with their own mana. That didn't mean they weren't much more vulnerable than a stone wall made from materials sourced from the same region. A contingent of mages threw their mana into the walls instead of at the enemy soldiers. The walls lit up in Ryevin's vision as the interior mana worked with the external stimulation to form a much more formidable barrier. The enemy spells rained down on the defenders. Most of them exploded against the walls, leaving scorch marks and splinters behind, but the wall held. Only a few of the spells flew over the walls to crash among the defenders. They used their group shield skills as well as mana shields from mages to mitigate the damage. Archers, loose, Prince Alec commanded. The waiting bowmen loosed their arrows, and more death and destruction rained down on the advancing soldiers. It was harder to see the effectiveness of the spells and arrows in the dark, but there were enough soldiers falling down in the light of the bonfires to let the defenders know their efforts weren't in vain. Ryevin ignored everything else as he continued to cast the same spell. He could use other spells to disrupt the ground, but being on this side of the river made it prohibitively difficult. He couldn't summon enough ambient mana to his will in the distance to effect a large enough spell to do much damage, either. His area of effect Plasma Lance spell worked just fine in the situation. He threw another ball of plasma over the heads of the enemy soldiers before his first one had dispersed. 2 flaming orbs rained down fiery death upon the marching enemies at once, and Ryevin conjured yet another to add to the maelstrom. The sight of the spells, arrows, and soldiers marching in the dark was surreal. Most of the invaders were shrouded in darkness, but more and more emerged every second. Flashes of light illuminated the battlefield to give the defenders a brief view of what was threatening them. It reminded Ryevin of an ant colony flooding out of the ground after being disturbed. Arrows from the enemy forces soon joined the rest of the deadly projectiles filling the air. Spells zipped through the air in both directions. They crashed into the ground, flinging bodies every which way as still others smashed into the palisade walls, chipping away at the durability of the fort. The invaders made it to the bridge and didn't hesitate to step onto it to continue their advance. A group of poorly armed and armored soldiers came sprinting from the rear, though, and they launched themselves directly into the water. They began to frantically swim across the river, long lines held in their hands leading back to the shore. Ryevin tossed one of his plasma balls over the water to lance into the swimming men who were obviously from lower-tiered regions than the heavily armed legions. They didn't balk in the face of drowning, spells, or arrows. More and more of them emerged from the darkness and dove straight into the water. The defenders couldn't concentrate their fire on one group of soldiers. If they focused everything on the legions marching across the bridge, then the enemy in the water would be able to cross easily and attach their lines to the palisade walls. If they concentrated on the swimmers, there wouldn't be enough pressure on the lead legionnaires. Prince Alec didn't order the men to focus their fire. The mages and archers attacked those that were in front of them, slowing both groups down. They were never going to stop the enemy advance, and they all knew it. Bodies began floating with the current as swimmers were decimated by the spells and arrows pelting them. Most of the lines lost from the lead swimmers were picked up by those following behind, but a few got snagged enough that they were abandoned. The marching men and the swimmers got closer and closer to the walls under a sky lit up with streaking lights. Close to the walls, there was enough light that it almost seemed like they were fighting in the daytime. The first swimmers emerged from the water well before the legions made it across the bridge. They weren't marching in a formation, and their stats and swimming skills allowed them to traverse the waters quickly. More and more bodies were swept away in the current, and the waters were turning red, but there were still hundreds and hundreds who made it to shore. The defenders below the platform stepped forward and thrust their spears through the small gaps left behind for this purpose. Archers and mages were firing almost straight down into the tide of men scrambling up the shore. The low-numbered soldiers were relentless and fearless, though. They managed to stab implements into the walls to secure the ropes in place, and the mana defending the walls from the enemy spells became a double-edged sword as they enveloped the intruding tools and extended their protection. They weren't going to be easily dislodged. Revan no longer summoned large orbs to launch over the heads of the enemy soldiers. He held his two hands together, one on top of the other, and formed a much smaller ball in the space between his two palms. He delegated drawing the mana from his core to his left hand while he wove the spell with his right. He thrust his arms over the battlements, and dozens of plasma lances shot out every second in a concentrated ring that he swept across the line. The sight of the fiery lances kindled a memory of something similar being ejected out of a long, metal pipe from his dreams. They both wrought similar destruction. His plasma lances pierced right through the bodies of the low-numbered soldiers below. Sometimes they ran right through two or more. His spell was enough to cause instant death to the weaker foes. The same couldn't be said for when they struck the armored legions. His spell was still deadly, but the armor and the group shield spells, as well as the occasional mana shield, meant it usually took 2 or 3 lances per kill. It was the exact opposite with the swimmers. Revan looked across the river as he continued to sweep the enemy line with his spell. At some point, an entire fleet of rafts had been placed in the water, and legionnaires stood upon the rafts as they used the lines to drag themselves across the water. Prince Alec, rafts. Revan hadn't dismissed the mana tether connecting him to the prince. There was too much noise for his voice to be heard in the conventional way. Prince Alec looked up from the frothing waters below to spy what Revan had warned him about. He bent his head down to a couple of the new runners and pointed across the river, giving him instructions. They didn't hesitate as they dispersed across the line. They didn't go all the way to the end. They didn't even make it to Revan. They did instruct several of the mages to abandon attacking the swimmers below them to instead target the rafts. The low-numbered soldiers weren't just sitting still after accomplishing their primary mission, though. They began climbing the walls, sometimes over the corpses of their fellow low-numbered soldiers, and they threw themselves at the archers as soon as they scrambled to the top. Revan did what he could to lessen the burden, but there was only so far he could reach and so much he could do. The archers and mages around him, though, saw what some of the other mages were attacking and launched their own spells at the rafts in the distance. Revan's spells were able to hold the enemy soldiers off enough that they had the breathing room to do so. A loud crashing sound caught Revan's attention, and he looked up to see that the gate had been easily breached within moments of the legionnaires' arrival. The defenders charged forward to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but the press of bodies from the enemy forced them to continue to back up. Revan felt a vibration on his mana tether, and he looked up to make eye contact with Prince Alec. Bridge was all the prince said. Revan nodded his head and stopped launching the lances from his small ball of fire. He gathered more and more mana into like before, and he launched it out toward the bridge. He directed it to fall almost to the water, and then the fiery lances spat out and slammed into the supports holding the bridge up. In only seconds, the bridge collapsed. Thousands of armored legionnaires fell into the water. Most of them didn't resurface, and many of them were swept away by the current along with the corpses of some of the swimmers. The enemy forces never faltered, though, and more rafts were simply placed in the water where the bridge used to be. They were loaded up with soldiers, and they once more advanced on the fortified position with stoic faces. A horn blared in the distance, and Revan looked up to see the cavalry take off from the backside of the fort. The enemy soldiers had crossed the river upstream, and they were moving to flank them. The first of the rafts made landfall. They completely ignored those in the water still swimming across the river, bowling over them in their haste to reach the shore. Not all of the swimmers were killed by such callous actions, but more bodies than not emerged to float down the current from beneath the rafts. The spells pelting the wall stopped as soon as the armored soldiers reached it. They instead adjusted their trajectory to arc over the walls into the soldiers down below. Runners came by and shouted for the defenders to hop off the wall as the armored soldiers used axes and other bladed weapons to punch through it instead of climbing over. Revan jumped down with his own soldiers. They ran to where their company was lined up and ready to engage in melee combat. Revan quickly checked his status page and saw that his mana pool was just over 40. It was enough to cover their further retreat. The wall had taken enough damage that the mana reinforcement wasn't enough to sustain them anymore, and breach after breach appeared along the wall as enemy soldiers poured through. The defenders hacked and slashed as they emerged from the holes in the walls, but there were just too many of them. More and more rafts were thrown into the water until there was practically a makeshift bridge erected on the water's surface. They were able to simply march across the water at this point. "Hold the line," Revan commanded his men with commanding shout. His voice carried over to those nearby as well, and his heroic aura inspired confidence in those that could see and hear him. The invaders met a wall of spears and shields. Their advance came to a stop for a moment, but they were high enough level and armored well enough that they weren't taken down right away. The press of their bodies eventually overwhelmed the defenders, and they were forced to take steps back as they continued their attack. Revan had drilled such maneuvers into the men over and over again, but it was clear that the other soldiers didn't have as much training with this particular problem. Soldiers' feet got tangled up, and as one tripped, more lost their balance. "Push," Revan commanded. His mercenary company took several quick steps back. The absence of resistance resulted in the invaders lurching forward unexpectedly, and then the mercenaries immediately followed it up with a heavy press forward. The temporary retreat resulted in them pressing the enemy soldiers back into their own ranks, and it created a small disparity in the line. Extend. The squads from behind on the edges leaped forward and out, striking into the open flank of the enemy soldiers. They caused a bit of confusion and discordance among the invaders. It was short-lived, but it was enough. Reserves, assist. The platoon in reserve split in two. They had been ready for the order as soon as Revan had commanded the push, and they darted forward to help their tangled allies regain their feet. Recover. Revan didn't let them get overextended or linger. The mercenary soldiers did their job and then rushed back into their proper formation. One of the lieutenants to Revan's left cast him a sheepish look. "Have your men open their ranks if it's going to be a problem," Revan replied. He didn't have time for anything else. Even if he wasn't needed to command every action every second, he didn't want his attention to wander just to be a bit more polite. The officer took his advice and ordered his men to create a bit more space between the rows. There was a bit less force to go against the pressure, but they were able to make up for it by not tripping over themselves. Retreat by numbers. A runner ran by without stopping. Revan didn't immediately do anything. They had already determined the order of the retreat, and the mercenary company was going to be one of the last. They weren't going to be the very last for the same reason they had been the first to leave initially, but they were the most well-rested company in the army at this point. The plan was to assist with the leapfrog retreat until they could break away. The little fort they had constructed had been built in a triangle shape. The walls funneled from either side to the center in the rear, which would hopefully prevent the invaders from swarming around them as they retreated. To alleviate the same downside from affecting their army, Prince Alec had already ordered the more tired companies to pass through before it was time to retreat. The small space allowed for fewer men to hold the line while they filed out in relative safety. Spells and arrows still came down deeper into the fort, but the mages were on pure defensive duty at this point, and it didn't do too much damage. The mercenary soldiers rotated their positions just like normal as the entire army was steadily pressed back. The companies used the funnel as their cue for when to peel off and depart. They hadn't engaged the enemy soldiers for too long in hand-to-hand combat, but there were still casualties. It wasn't enough to sap their stamina like before, though, and morale was still high as they trickled out of the wooden fort. One of the companies didn't immediately depart once they left. They marched over and formed up to defend against any enemy soldiers reaching their flank. The cavalry was still out and about, though, doing their job to disrupt the advance of those on this side of the river. The company to Revan's left eventually peeled off and made their way to the exit. They joined the long line of companies along the road. There was no other defensible position between the river and the next city, though. They were going to have to march through the night before they would be able to stop. It was finally Revan's turn to order his men to disengage. They calmly filed away from the front line, with the palisade wall defending their flank. The sounds of combat were muted not only by the wall as they passed through, but also because fewer and fewer men were actively engaged in fighting. "Perform a head count as we march," Revan ordered Jekyll. "Also, have the men eat their rations and drink their water. We still have a long night ahead of us." The mood of the soldiers as they marched along the road was much more upbeat than it had been before. Their stamina and physical strength was much higher than it had been in the first leg. There had been 0 casualties among the mercenary company. Despite how intense the fighting had been, they hadn't been engaged all that long, all things considered. The time they had spent in actual hand-to-hand combat had been pretty short, and most of the spells had only caused damage, not fatalities. Reevan knew it couldn't last forever, though. Mental fatigue was a real thing. Even though their vitality and stamina were all in the hundreds, and they didn't need as much sleep as lower-leveled individuals did, that wasn't an absolute. There was a huge difference between staying awake in the comfort of your home for 3 days straight and fighting to the death for several hours. Most of the soldiers under his command suffered from a trade-off. The physical soldiers had high stamina and could move their bodies physically for hours on end, but the mental stress would weigh more heavily upon them. They also had far more physical soldiers than mental ones. The casters couldn't keep up with their physical counterparts, but the mental stress took longer to burrow into their psyche. Reevan was a bit unique with his mostly even spread of physical and mental stats. His mental stats had surpassed his physical ones by quite a bit with his powerful Tier 2-3 class, but he had a huge jumpstart from his fighter class as well as his mythic class, granting a decent amount of physical and free stat points per level anyway. Reevan himself could feel the drag of the mental stress. He had much more responsibilities than the soldiers underneath him, even the other officers, and that was a factor for his mental strain. But if he was already feeling the effects of the combat stress, he could imagine what it was like for his troops. They didn't show it on their faces, and their military bearing was still strong, but the look in their eyes couldn't escape his divine sense. Their pupils were more dilated than they should be, even in the darkness, and there was a slightly wild look to their expression. Hopefully their plan isn't to never stop with an endless stream of fresh troops, Reevan thought. I wouldn't put it past them. As soon as we make it to the next city, no matter what, I have to start a rotation for the men to get some sleep. That's the best remedy in this situation. Reevan couldn't wrap his head around the enemy strategy. He thought he had figured it out earlier, but there had been no reason to press the battle and get so many of their own people killed in the battle at the bridge. There has to be something more to it, Reevan contemplated. If we can figure out their motivation, we might be able to bait them into traps more easily. If we can get them focused on chasing shadows all over the countryside, it'll slow their progress down immensely, even with their ridiculous numbers. In the grand scheme of things, it didn't matter too much to Reevan why they were throwing their lives away so easily and in such large numbers, but in the short-term context of the war, it might lead to a potent strategy. Reevan kept his vision scanning the darkness as far as he could see. Even with no light from the heavens shining down to illuminate the countryside, his high perception stat enabled him to see much further in the darkness than normally possible. He still had perfect vision within his sphere of divine sense, and he could tell it had slowly expanded, inch by inch, ever since he had gotten the big achievement. It already had a tangible affect on his highest tier skill. I might have to stay in Tier 2 just a little bit longer to take advantage of this bonus, even after achieving my original goal of getting at least one affinity and weapons master to Transcendence. Even while pondering multiple issues, he still maintained his vigilance. Now that they were retreating with much higher stamina pools, he also had the usual scouts out and about. They marched for half an hour before Reevan ordered the men to halt. They had been in a long column of many companies taking up over a mile in length on the road, but now he had his men step out of the column. There was still another company behind them, but they would take the next opportunity to set up a defensive position to cover those still further behind. Reevan nodded to the company commander of the company that passed by them and received one in return. He could see the exhaustion on the faces of their men much more pronounced than his own, and he knew that the decision to stop before them was the right one. Form up along the road facing the way we just came, Reevan ordered the officers. 1st and 2nd platoon in front, 3rd and 4th platoon in reserve, and slightly to the side to cover the flanks if need be. Yes, sir, the officers chorused. What are you thinking about so hard? Rafik stepped up and asked in a low voice. Just trying to figure out their mindset, Reevan answered. If we know what makes them tick, we can use it to our advantage. Yeah, I know as much as you do, but consider everything we know about them, Rafik said. What was it Zudrid said about them? He said that the fundamental difference between the Empire and sects was their philosophy on how to achieve ascendance, Reevan answered. They view everything, including human lives, as a resource to be funneled to the few at the top so they can advance further, faster. And how does this fit in with that philosophy? Rafik prodded. I don't know, Reevan shook his head. At first I thought they were wearing us down to capture more human resources without having to fight as hard, but the more death they suffer, the more I don't think that's exactly right. I saw them branding zeros on the foreheads of those they captured. They're not exactly going to bolster their strength with forced conscription. It seems like using their mindset, not mind that they're just wasting their resources for little gain. If we can figure out what they're hoping to gain, then we should be able to solve the mystery. Rafix nodded his head. So focus on that and I'll do the same. That's what I'm here for. I'm always willing to listen and give advice on any subject. Speaking of, have you considered your options for your Tier 3 advancement? I have, Rievin responded. I feel like there's a class I need just out of my grasp though. The cultivator classes, despite converting stamina and mana into chi, are completely locked out to me. The ahum hint tells me that without taking the first Tier 1 option in the path, it's impossible to move into the cultivator classes. That's to be expected, Rafik said. Such powerful classes have to have some drawbacks. This also affects those with the cultivator classes like Zudrid said too. Those that don't have the ability to advance their cultivator class to the next tier are forever locked out of them if they choose a different class. I did notice a distinct lack of the mention of forming a core, though Rievin said, giving his father a look. If a core can act as chi, stamina, or mana at will, I think it's definitely something to consider attempting to form whether I can choose a cultivator class or not. Possibly, Rafix nodded his head along with his son. Just take it slow and steady. We don't know what will happen to someone with a core who's not a cultivator. And by we, I mean Zudrid and Varia won't be able to help. If only I could see the affix of a core as a non-cultivator before I commit, Rievin sighed. Why can't you? Rafix asked. What do you mean? I mean, why not take what chi you have converted, turn it into a core, see how it acts for you, and then dissolve it to start over if it works the way it should? Didn't Zudrid mention something about a core being immensely important to a cultivator? He said if a core is destroyed, it was basically a death sentence. Maybe, but they're forming their cores with 100 of their chi, and their chi is 100 of their stamina and mana. At least it is after they've formed their core. If you suddenly lost 100 of your stamina and mana, yeah, that would definitely kill you, but you're only going to use a fraction of your pools. It might be hard and it might be painful, but I don't think it would be life-threatening for you. You can also have an alchemist turn the appropriate natural treasures into something that can help you either not lose your stamina and mana, or regain some that you might lose. It's something to think about. That's a good idea. It will require preparation, though. Luckily, forming the core is something that's done at the end of Tier 3, so I have time to think about it and make the arrangements. Exactly, Rafix encouraged. So if you're locked out of the cultivator classes, what are you looking at going forward? Like I said, I can feel that there's something just out of my grasp. It's not showing up as grayed out like some classes that I'm close to unlocking, but my gut is telling me it's there. There's also a few more classes on my list I want to look at first. I just haven't had the time to really look at them and consider them yet. If I have a transcendent affinity, a transcendent main skill, and chi to go with my stamina and mana, I feel like that's the sturdiest foundation that could possibly exist. I think even reaching transcendence with a higher tier skill won't be as important as reaching it with the main skill, and my main skill is already mythic. Once I reach 101 in Weapons Master, I feel like I'll get to see the penultimate class, based on my expertise, that is. That makes sense, Rafix agreed. He smiled and clapped Rievin on the shoulder. I'm proud of you. I don't think you understand how gratifying it is for me to see you accomplish all the things you have. My life and your mother's was interrupted by tragedy, but we made do the best we could. Having kids surpass us so thoroughly is the only thing more we could ask for. Now, here's the real question, and I want you to seriously consider it. Do you think Kefira can keep up with you in the future? You just said you think you'll achieve the penultimate class. Your growth is going to be unprecedented. I'm not as much of a stickler as your mother for seeking a companion who can match you, but you have to think long-term. Your vitality is going to be tremendous, which means your lifespan is going to be hundreds, maybe thousands of years. What will happen if your wife can't keep up, and she dies of old age while you're still in your prime? Rafix had a serious expression on his face, and Rievin matched it with his own as he contemplated the issue. As things stand right now, with what I know about Kefira and her potential, I believe she will be able to keep up with me, Rievin answered honestly. It was his true feelings on the issue, and not just wishful thinking. There are some things you don't know about her, and I feel that with my progress we'll be able to take advantage of more opportunities to dig out her maximum potential. I see, Rafik said, stroking his chin. So your plan is to leverage your own abilities to help carry her beyond what she could accomplish without you. I'm assuming that means you plan on braving the dangers of a Tier 5 region before you both reach Tier 4. Now, what do you think will happen to her potential if she's riding your coattails? How do you think she'll feel if you hand it to her? Rafix raised his eyebrows at his son. Rievin stopped and considered the issue. The system won't recognize my efforts as hers, Rievin realized. Sure, she'll get a boost just because of what she's doing, but it won't be entirely hers. No, don't think like that, Rafix denied. Wanting the best for your significant other, even if it benefits yourself, is never selfish. There are no true altruistic people or motives. Everyone gets something for the things they do, or they wouldn't do them without coercion. You weren't being selfish, you were just being a bit short-sighted. Got it. I still have a lot to learn from you. Of course you do. Who am I? Rafik struck a pose. Rievin rolled his eyes and playfully shoved his father's shoulder. They both broke out into laughter. Their congenial attitude didn't negatively affect the mercenary soldiers. Showing such a relaxed manner actually had the effect of keeping the men relaxed, too. The officers stayed with their platoons, and Ryevin and Rafik stayed a bit back, separate from the others. He didn't need to be standing in the front to catch the first glimpse of either allied or enemy soldiers with the scouts out. They stood in their position for about 20 minutes before one of the scouts came by to announce the last allied company approaching their position. Ryevin acknowledged the report and sent the man back out to resume his duties. They didn't have to wait much longer before the last company came into view. They weren't marching at consistent, steady pace. The company was jogging in double time, but Ryevin could see that it wasn't too much for them to handle from his position. "Make way," Ryevin ordered. The officers commanded their platoons to step to the side so the soldiers could pass along the road without interference. The company commander split off from the troops as they passed, and they stopped jogging to resume a normal marching pace. "Probably about 10 minutes behind us," the other captain informed Ryevin. "They're coming, but like before, they're not really pressing the attack." The captain returned to his position leading his men. Ryevin watched them pass for a moment. He could see that they were tired and covered in sweat, but they weren't exhausted like everyone had been earlier. Stopping at the river had really recharged everyone's energy. If they hadn't had a good spot to stop and rest, they might have eventually been overrun by the advancing invaders. As it was, they had a good chance of getting away, for now. "All right," Ryevin called the officers over. The captain said they're about 10 minutes away and not really pushing to catch up. "We'll sit tight for 6 or 7 minutes, then start our own leapfrog down the road. There's no reason to wait for them to catch up to us if we don't have to. First and second platoons will turn and march half a mile down the road before setting up another position, then third and fourth platoons will follow. We'll keep that up for an hour or so, and if we don't see the enemy by that time, we'll pack it up and head straight to the city." "Yes, sir," the officers responded. Fighting battles is a great way to get experience, but this battle should be over, Ryevin thought. If we don't have to fight, we won't. Getting everyone's mind straight and reset should be the priority. The men waited patiently just in case the information wasn't accurate or if the enemy for some reason decided to pick their pace up. After the awaited time, Ryevin ordered the troops to start moving. With their physical stats, they could cover half a mile, even in formation while marching and not running or jogging at double time, in just a couple minutes. They would be cutting it close, but Ryevin was confident they wouldn't have to engage the enemy. Once first and second platoon reached their next position, it would be a never-ending leapfrog that wouldn't cost them any time, and if the enemy wasn't pressing forward, it was only a matter of time before they left them behind. Tenrik breathed in deep, held it for several seconds, and expelled the breath across the sparse room. His powerful lungs created a visible wind stream that broke apart upon striking the far room. The room had no furnishings whatsoever. It was made of powerful, mana-enhanced bricks from a source of stone, traded from one of the premier Tier 8 sects. Despite the plain appearance, the work put into, and the source of the materials making up the room made it one of the most valuable places in his entire palace. The riches and opulence found in the lower reaches were for the visitors, not the occupants. The lesser nobility who wallowed in such extravagance were doomed to never ascend to the levels where the true power resided. There was only one entrance into the sanctum. Lighting was provided from the tall windows and reflective surfaces comprising the tower that extended into the heavens above. The top of the tower, as far as Tenrik was aware, was the highest point in the entire realm. The base of the structure, where Tenrik was sitting in repose, was already thousands of feet above ground level. It wasn't hubris or arrogance that led Tenrik to construct the impossibly high tower. There was a function to everything he did, but it wasn't time. Not yet. Tenrik was seated in the lotus position. He only wore a pair of comfortable pants, leaving his feet and torso bare. He was proud of the sculpted muscles he had worked so hard to form, but their beauty was marred by the dark streaks that coursed and pulsed along his skin. The dark lines covering his body like a tangled web didn't follow any rhyme or reason. They didn't trace his complicated meridian pathways or blood veins. They were a completely chaotic, jumbled mess. Tenrik held still with his breath expelled for long moments. The dark lines crisscrossing his body flared as they fought against his actions. A bit of their corruption was expelled with each of his breaths, and he needed a moment to gather himself for the next expulsion. A crystal floated in front of him, and as Tenrik took the next deep breath, the tremendously compressed mana held within the crystal, as well as a hint of the essence of the realm itself, flowed into his body. He held his breath as the mana and essence circulated through his body, dispersing into every nook and cranny, rooting out the corruption. Bits and pieces of the vile darkness attached itself to the mana and essence, following along back to his core. He used his own mana to gather the corruption up as quickly as possible, lest it disperse back into his body, and directed it into his lungs where he expelled it with his breath. A dark patch permanently scarred the distant bricks from the countless impacts of corruption. Tenric had been at this task countless times, even beyond his most recent seclusion. A tipping point had been reached at the start of this seclusion, though, and he had initiated one of the last stretches of his grand plan. Time ticked on as Tenric accepted the mana and essence of the realm itself into his being to cleanse it. After several hours, he took in a breath but noticed no movement from the crystal floating in front of himself. He opened his eyes to spy the completely inert crystal. With a thought, it flew behind him to land in a pile of similar inert crystals. He reached into his subspace to retrieve the next crystal, but there was nothing there. At first, Tenric frowned as he searched within the cordoned-off area for the next crystal, but then he smiled as he realized the truth. He simply switched his attention to the next compartment within his subspace and extracted another crystal. He took a moment to bring up his ignored notification window. Achievement: incorporate the breath of the realm into your very being. Tier 1 plus 500 all stats. Lowest tier providence achieved. Tenric's smile turned into a grin and a hearty laugh from deep within his lungs bellowed out, echoing against the walls. The dark lines across his body faded from sight as he paused his exercise. Finally, he cheered. It won't be long now. Tenric had been at his task of expelling the foul corruption he had leaned heavily on in his youth for centuries. He had despaired that he would never completely be rid of the stench of his crutch, but he was nothing if not determined. He had persevered, forcing the essence of the realm into his body where its battle scorched his insides and nearly broke his mind with the pain it brought. Even his thrice transcendent pain resistance was no match for the weight of the world itself. Out of that perseverance, he had discovered that the effects were exponential. It was slow to start, but it accelerated over time. The start had been excruciatingly slow, though. Almost 90 of his time fighting against the corruption had been on the lowest rungs of the struggle. He had sensed the final turning point just at the start of this round of seclusion. The world was a fractal, repeating patterns endlessly. With this fundamental truth, he had speculated that the task of absorbing the higher-tier providence would also accelerate. He didn't know how much time would be saved versus a linear progression, but if it was a fractal pattern, he had already surpassed the 90 threshold. He would know hopefully, in a few years whether it followed the fractal pattern or linear progression. The new crystal was a bit larger than the last. The lines and edges within the crystalline structure were slightly more perfect, and the mana and realm essence compressed within were significantly higher. Not only was there more mana and essence contained within the crystal, but it was more pure as well. The different colors of the rainbow radiated out from the center of the crystal, instead of just reflecting from the crystalline structure like the Tier 1 crystals. Tenric braced himself and took in a deep breath. The mana and realm essence flowed into his being. He had mentally prepared himself, but the pain was an entire magnitude higher than when he had started with the Tier 1 crystals. His body locked up and his muscles spasmed visibly through his skin. The dark lines reappeared, and their pulsing was more intense as they fought to prevent even a minuscule fraction from being siphoned away by the essence of the realm. Tenric had to maintain his focus on the task at hand, even as he felt the creeping tendrils of unconsciousness seep into his mind. He hadn't risked unconsciousness from pain alone for almost a millennia. He bore his willpower down on his own psyche, holding the shroud of darkness and the bliss it promised at bay. His teeth ground together as he circulated the mana and essence while keeping his breath. Eventually, after what felt like weeks of torture but was no more than a moment, he gathered the corruption in his lungs and expelled it with a relieved sigh. The amount of impurities and corruption caught with the next tier essence was 10 times the amount filtered from the Tier 1 essence. The dark, viscous liquid slowly dripped down the wall on the scar before it solidified and added another layer of gunk. Steam rose from the liquid, and if the room hadn't been built from reinforced Tier 8 materials, Tenric suspected it would have melted the bricks. Tenric didn't immediately launch into his next circulation. He panted for breath, recovering from the ordeal as he thought about the implications. My pain resistance might not be high enough, still, he contemplated. I've spent a small amount of time over the years to bring it up to level 180 and a 4th transcendence. I either need to gain an ability to directly fight against the pain brought by the realm essence, or I'll need to reach at least level 201 before I can safely move on to Tier 3. Arrangements need to be made. With that thought out of the way, he didn't hesitate any longer and took in another deep breath. A lesser man would have given up long before he had reached this point. The bodies of the lesser men laid at Tenric's feet, though, literally and metaphorically. Tenric continued his circulation. He suffered devastation over and over again. If he had attempted to absorb the essence of the realm at a lower level, it would have melted his body from the inside out. As it was just the most excruciating pain he had ever experienced, and that was saying a lot. The Tier 3 and 4 crystals in his subspace whispered promises of more. He didn't allow the dark thoughts to prevent his path forward, though. Always forward. Master, a soft chime intruded on his thoughts as he panted for breath, readying himself for another round. He stopped and looked up. Your daughter requests an audience. Send her away." Tenrik dismissed the intrusion. He gathered his thoughts back to the crystal but then hesitated. "Wait, which one?" "Ariella, master," came the reply. "Have her wait a moment." Tenrik revised his order. "As you will, master." Tenrik stood up and glanced down at his body. The dark lines had once again disappeared, but he had a sheen of sweat and blood covering his body. The battle raging within his body had caused his muscles to clench so hard that they micro-bled. The bleeding then seeped out of his pores along with his sweat. With a thought, the liquids were banished. He removed his pants, burning them to nothingness in the process, and redressed himself in a severe black robe from his subspace. The robe had gold lining more for the appearance for others than his own vanity, but the materials it was made out of, like everything for his personal use, was of mana-enhanced Tier 8 materials. He left the crystal floating in place and strode out of his tower. He stepped out into the open air onto the floating platform that held his sanctum at the apex of the palace. He stepped onto a teleportation circle and zipped across the open air to the only other teleportation circle linked to his sanctum. He descended the stairs to his personal chambers. His daughter, Ariella, was seated on a couch in the sitting room, back straight and eyes forward. She glanced up at her father as Tenrik descended the spiral staircase at the edge of the room. He smiled as he inspected his daughter, pleased with the gains she had made in the time they hadn't seen each other. The little spider hiding in the collar of her robe couldn't escape his attention, and it cowered in fear at his gaze. Tenrik took a seat at a couch opposite his daughter, and a servant stepped forward to hand him a glass of spirit wine. Ariella held one of her own, but she had waited to drink from it. He nodded to his daughter with a smile. "What brings you here, dear?" he asked. "I request permission to descend to a Tier 4 region once again," Ariella replied without preamble. Straight to the point, Tenrik said, mirth in his voice. "I know I'm interrupting your seclusion," Ariella said. "I don't wish to take up any more of your precious time. I've already gone through all the other channels." "That goes without saying," Tenrik snorted. "If she hadn't, the seneschal wouldn't have brought her presence to my attention in the first place. If it had been one of the others, they wouldn't have even seen me," Tenrik said. "Just know that I always have time for you." Tenrik interrupted her. He gave her an expectant look. She took a breath and composed herself, smiling sweetly at her father. "That's better. Leave the formalities to those of lesser standing. So to what purpose do you request to descend to the barbaric lands once again?" Tenrik asked, taking a sip of his spirit wine. "I go to snatch a husband." The spirit wine came back up, spraying across the room as Tenrik leaned forward, coughing. He looked up at his daughter with wide eyes. Utter surprise was quickly replaced by fury in his eyes. "What did you say?" he asked, steel in his voice. "I didn't quite catch that." Ariella snapped her head around, flinging her hair tied up in a ponytail behind her shoulder. She took a sip of her diluted wine, looking over the rim of the glass at her father with amusement dancing in her eyes. "I have found someone worthy of standing beside me," she replied, delicately placing the half-drunk spirit wine on the table in front of her. "A barbarian. Worthy of standing by your side." They were more statement than question. "And what makes you think that? Don't let someone's rugged good looks cloud your judgment." "He might be handsome," Ariella said, looking down and to the left. "I didn't really pay attention to that." The blush on her cheeks further convinced Tenrik she was lying. She looked back up at him. "It wasn't his looks that caught my attention, though. He's a better swordsman than I am, despite being a Tier 2 caster. I had to face him with all of my stats unlocked. Now you're just messing with me," Tenrik exclaimed, throwing his hands in the air. "If you hadn't been in seclusion, you would have seen my report," Ariella said, trying hard to mask a laugh. "I brought a copy with the relevant information." She leaned forward and extended a sheaf of papers across the table. Tenrik accepted the papers and leafed through them quickly. He only had to glance at them to gather and process their full content. "Leave it to my daughter to fall for a man she couldn't crush like a bug with a heavy rock," he chuckled. He tapped his lips in thought as he idly stared at the papers held in his hand. He looked up at his daughter with a sharp look. "There's something missing from these reports. Explain, snatch a husband to me." "I knew I couldn't hide it from you," Ariella laughed. "He has a woman already." Tenrik waited for more. "And that's it?" Tenrik finally asked. "Who could possibly match up to you that he would deny your offer?" "She's talented in space and time," Ariella answered. Tenrik stared at her for several moments. "Bring them to me," he commanded. "I'll decide if he's worthy, and she would definitely better serve here than in the lands of the barbarians." "As you command," Ariella inclined her head. "Okay, enough of that," Tenrik waved his hands. "Come, show me your progress and let's play some games of chess. I've already interrupted my seclusion, so we might as well make the most of it." Of course, Ariella smiled as she stood up from the couch. She drew her sword as she made her way to a room off to the side designed for some light sparring. "I've met one of the lesser nobility who barely meets my standards for training. I feel like I've made a lot of progress recently." "Excellent, excellent." Tenrik enthusiastically followed his daughter. She reminded him of the other reasons, besides a hunger for power and improvement for all the stress and pain he put his body through. Status name Raven. Class Imperial Liaison, Grand Arcanist LVL 60. Fighter. Age 14-20 health, 9,180 9,180 plus 310 stamina, 17,670 17,670 plus 410 mana, 11,735 11,730, 5 plus 50 physical stats mental stats STR, 849 plus 10 INT, 1024 plus 4 VIT. 918 plus 31 mag, 1,323 plus 6 dex, 848 plus 10 CLA, 861 plus 1 CHA, 222 plus 1 per, 860 plus 1 LUK, 200 plus 1 bloodline, LVL 1 unknown 227,822, 10 billion experience, 6,377, 15,000 skills, Tier 1. Aim 46, Athleticism 61, Balance 51, Dancing 29, Drawing 23, Drill 24, Drive 7, Hammond 20 max, Heavy Armor 29, Hiding 35, Horsemanship 24, Light Armor 24, Map Making 29, Map Reading 26, Mathematics 18, Marching 41, Medium Armor 40, Memorization Social 22, Mining 22, Observation 59, Penmanship 37, Piano 16. Ride 24, Running 53, Rhythm 28, Shading 7, Shields 49, Sneaking 32, Stealing 9, Swimming 12, Tracing 7, Tutor 11, Woodworking 17. Tier 2, Acrobatics 28, Alcohol Tolerance 11, Ambidexterity 24, Backstab 9, Camouflage 22, Color Correction 1, Eavesdropping 33, Evasion 60, Forced March 25, Gab 20, Linguistics 11, Mana Absorption 60, Mana Circulation 49, Meditation 49, Numbers Concepts 10, Pain Resistance 54, Pickpocket 6, Sense Mana 74, Silent Step 23, Stealth 28. Strategy 31, Tactics 44, Teach 19, Tracking 10. Tier 3, Ambush 13, Battlefield Awareness 49, Blind Fighting 33, Command 51, Commanding Shout 33, Danger Sense 44, Decipher 1, Detect Lies Truth 17, Eagle Eye 3, Identify All 24, Infiltration 3, Inspire 51, Mana Conjuration 51, Mana Manipulation 58, Mana Shield 41, Mana Sight 63, Mental Fortitude 49, Night Vision 34, Poison Resistance 3. Sense Threat 19, Silver Tongue 12, Sure Step 20. Tier 4, Assassination 3, Charm 2, Dreams of the Past 17, Dual Casting 49, Iron Will 24, Mana Weapon 41, Runes 1, Spatial Awareness 62. Tier 5, Aura Bloodlust, Heroism 4, Heroic Bearing 22, Mana Drain 6, Mana Healing 5, Mana Reinforcement 17, Multicasting 24. Tier 6, Akashic Record 1, Weapons Master 100, Regeneration 10. Tier 6.5, Divine Sense 14, Perfect Domain 9. Affinities Tier 1, Air 101, Earth 101, Fire 101, Water 101. Tier 2, Ice 88, Lightning 86, Magma 90, Metal 90, Mist 88, Mud 88, Plasma 93, Wood 87. Tier 3, Bludgeon 54, Darkness 100, Durability 59, Friction 52, Gravity 49, Kinetic 61, Light 100, Mass 52, Piercing 62, Sharpness 62, Weight 53. Tier 4, Eternal 17, Traveler 17. Tier 5, Abyss 1, Veridical 1. Transcendence, Obedience. Tier 1, Air, Earth, Fire, Water. Ability, command the affinities within your influence, and they will obey. Class Skills Magic Spells 188, Level 1 2 MP, Level 2 10 MP, Level 3 20 MP, Level 4 50 MP, Level 5 100 MP, Level 6 500 MP, Level 7 1000 MP. Deconstruct 99, pick apart spells to their base elements. Bonus to understanding weaves, knots, and patterns. Bonus to mana manipulation plus 99. Will of the Realm 90, your will is true. Impart 1, impart your understanding of spell matrices and affinities to a student. Mana Well 46, increase your mana regeneration by 31.51, LVL equals 0.25. Available in Force 22, True Mana. Cleave 111, reset stance at an accelerated rate of 253. Multi-Strike 48, attack multiple times with anything, up to 19 times at once. Elemental Weapon 118, coat your weapon in an element, able to extend the length of the elemental weapon with additional mana. Available Charge 117, Devastating Strike 99, Intermediate Light Spell 0, Intimidate 0, Power Swing 0, True Illusion 0, Quick Draw 81. Ryevin perused his status page more intently than he had done in months. He had gained a lot of skill levels in that time, and he had maxed out his level in Tier 2. He wanted to reach Transcendence with his weapon's master skill before he pierced the barrier to the next tier, though, so he had once more turned his experience siphon ability on. He had gained nearly 100,000 experience from the battles since, but it was just a drop in the ocean to the amount of experience he needed to advance to the next level in his bloodline. The army had successfully retreated from the battle with the invaders, and the enemy hadn't continued to press their advance. Remnants from the other camps scattered across the front line had converged in the city with them, but there were considerably fewer than Ryevin had seen on his trek to root out the spies. The number of captured soldiers and casualties had averaged around 70 for the other camps. Prince Alec's troops had been lucky. Not all of the surrounding outposts had met up with Prince Alec's army either. Word had been spread from the other major camps that they had reached various other cities, forming a new front line against the enemy invasion. Several of the commanders hadn't made it, one way or another, but Prince Indru had evaded all attempts to capture him, and he remained in overall command of the defense of the region. Most of the civilians had already evacuated the city once the civilians from Piori had arrived. They had told a tale of a never-ending horde, and the locals had packed up and headed closer to the capital city right away. There were still a few who stuck around, and there were the adventurers who had arrived to take part in the conflict. Not all of them were indifferent to the plight of their home region. Ryevin had conversed with Prince Alec and the command staff to get his men set up in a new barracks area along the inner wall, and aside from being on high alert, still, things had mostly returned to how things had been before the resumption of hostilities. Ryevin was taking time out to check his status page after a long time of being a bit too busy to keep up with it consistently. The only real solution to upgrading my bloodline is using natural treasures from the higher tier regions, Ryevin thought. The power differential between putting that experience into levels versus the gain from upgrading my bloodline just doesn't make sense. The experience is just a numerical representation, anyway. I watched the numbers tick up when my parents helped me consume the natural treasures to fully unlock it. Ryevin dismissed his musings on his bloodline and focused on his weapon's master skill. He had put most of his effort into training the skill and fighting for his life multiple times against the assassination squad, and that Tier 5 giant had really pushed his skill along. He was actually a bit surprised that he had already reached level 100 with the skill. He had expected to hover around 95 to 99 for quite some time. It's probably something to do with the nature of the skill. It's always acted as if it was several levels higher in effectiveness versus other weapons skills. It must have reached the threshold some time ago, and the system recognized that the incremental improvements I've made since being equivalent to 100 with other skills was enough to warrant an increase. Either way, I just need some inspiration to reach my goal. Speaking of waiting to advance to my next class. Ryevin pulled up another page from his status that was only available once he reached within 10 levels of the maximum. Tier 3 classes available: Common, Expert Dancer, Expert Hunter, Expert Laborer, Expert Mason, Expert Miner, Expert Performer, Expert Storyteller, Expert Tracker, Expert Woodsman, Fortune Teller Uncommon, Cataphract, Charming Dancer, Charming Performer, Expert Hunter Wood, Expert Laborer Earth, Expert Mason Earth, Expert Miner Earth, Expert Miner Metal, Expert Tracker Wood, Expert Woodsman Wood, Marksman, Politician, Recon, Soldier, Soldier of Fortune, Wizard Rare Arcanist, Assassin, Chevalier, Elemental Swordsman, Magic Swordsman, Mystic, Sage Engineer, Shade, Sharpshooter, Sorcerer Air Earth Fire Water, Veteran, Wizard Air Earth Fire Water Epic, Arcane Elementalist, Battlemaster, Champion, Death Knight, Foundation Establishment, Juggernaut, Sorcerer Dark Light, Warlord, War Wizard Legendary, Edge of Duality, Embodiment of Elements, Grand Arcanist, Justicar, Master, Perfect Foundation, Royal Commander Mythic, Carnage, Incarnation of Darkness, Incarnation of Light, Lost Soul, Pillar of Truth, Soul of Duality. Glanced over the options available to him. They were mostly the same, especially in the lower rarities, as to what had been available when he had forced his class transition, but there were some notable differences. There was the inclusion of the locked cultivator classes, and there were a few more worrisome classes available as well. Carnage might be a mythic class, but I'm not sure I like the sound of it. Reevan chuckled to himself. It's definitely one of those granted because of my connection to the abyss. I'll still look at it, of course, but I'm not going to pick such an ominous-sounding class. I also noticed that the Imperial Liaison designation is missing from all of the entries. From context, I'm guessing Pillar of Truth is the ultimate cultivator class. If that's the case, then the one class I can feel just out of reach but not on the list isn't below the cultivator classes. I forgot an important truth Zudrid told me. Cultivators are just another class. I wonder what it is. Reevan would find out when it was finally revealed. He instinctively knew that it wouldn't appear until it was fully unlocked, unlike the other ones that appeared when he was close. It gave him hope that it was special. There were differences in potency between classes in the same rarity, and one that required more than what Reevan already had was definitely something that would stand at the top. Out of curiosity, he focused his attention on a few of the new options to see what they were all about. Battlemaster, you live for the battlefield. You can wield a variety of weapons and use the right tool for the job. This extends to your command of the battlefield as a whole. With a sweep of your spear, you can clear the field of enemies, and your presence alone is like a magnet for change. Where you direct your fury, the battle swings in your favor. Battlemasters can use all implements of war, be they personal weapons or siege. They are not necessarily a leadership class, but they can inspire morale and dread in equal measure. That's an interesting class. Reevan stroked his chin in thought. It would definitely be worthwhile to cultivate some of the mercenaries towards this class in the future. Not all of them can stand out, but the few who do could form a powerful secondary force. Reevan's mind focused on the next class that caught his interest. Foundation Establishment take the true first steps of being a cultivator. Gather the wisps of your chi and build your foundation for future growth to have a solid base to stand upon. Foundation Establishment cultivators are still novices in the cultivator society, though it is an important step that can dictate the heights one can reach in the future. That's about what I expected. According to Zudrid, there's not a terribly large difference between chi gathering in Tier 2 and foundation establishment in Tier 3 other than potency. The true differences start in core formation in Tier 4. The ability to walk through the air with ease is a clear sign, Reevan chuckled. Edge of duality, the core of your being, is one of duality. Use the edge between polar opposites to sever all that opposes you. You have mastered the ability to harness the thin line between two completely different aspects to your will. You are not a master of one or the other aspect, but you instead turn your focus to the phenomenon created when they are brought together. The edge of duality can use any juxtaposition between polar opposites they command. They are a master of none of them, but their mastery of the conflict between them makes them much more of a versatile threat. That honestly looks amazing, especially for me. I have so many different affinities and abilities that could be harnessed by this class. If it was a mythic class, there would be almost no contest. There has to be a reason it's one step below. Embodiment of elements, you represent the affinities themselves. Any affinity you have sufficient control over can be fully expressed by your very being. Take on the aspect of the elements and bend them to your purpose. The embodiment of elements perfectly integrates the aspect of the affinities into their body. Not only can they weave spells perfectly and without thought when they embody an element, their very nature takes on the inherent characteristics of the affinity. That seems like an improved version of my trick of flooding my body with an affinity. I imagine it opens up a lot of other utilities with ease I would otherwise have to spend countless hours practicing. Justicar, you are the law. You wield authority not only over subjects, but of limited reality itself. Judge, jury, and executioner, use your influence to stamp your will onto the world. The Justicar is typically one with authority unto themselves, but they can also borrow authority from a recognized patron. The limits to affecting reality are severe, however, and can only be exercised in one's own domain. Even though I can see why I've unlocked this class, that doesn't seem like anything I would ever be interested in. I can see some other people Ren comes to mind who would jump at being able to wield authority directly through the system like that, though. Master, you have mastered your body. Perfectly use your body exactly how you intend to in every situation. The dimensions to your body are no barrier to your will either. You can freely alter your skeletal structure. The master is a perfect martial artist. They can learn and master martial skills with ease, and they can fit their body to their needs at will. If I was born without access to my mana skills, that sounds like it would be right up my alley. It has some interesting side abilities as well. I bet a master would be excellent at infiltration. In fact, I wouldn't put it past the invaders to employ a couple as their spy masters. It would make sense, and these classes are still Tier 3. They're not exclusive to me. Reevan skipped over the perfect foundation. It wasn't available to him, and the only difference in wording between it and regular foundation establishment was about a taller building being able to stand on a firmer foundation. Royal Commander, the blood of royalty courses through you. Even if you aren't in line to succeed the throne, you can harness your inherent nature to command those around you. Not just a master battle tactician and strategist, you can also command respect among the masses. The royal commander is typically one who is not in line to inherit the throne. They don't care, though, and they use their bloodline to inspire and suppress in equal measure. That class seems a little strange, to be perfectly honest. The way it's worded makes it seem like it's not suitable to someone competing for the throne. It's more like they could care less about the actual chain of command within the royal or imperial family. Just looking at the name, I would have thought it was more line with Battlemaster or Warlord, but that doesn't seem to be the case entirely. Either way, not interested. Incarnation of darkness, the darkness lives within you. The incarnation of darkness is the darkness, literally and metaphorically. That leaves a lot to be speculated. Literally and metaphorically leads me to believe it's not just about the physical aspects of darkness, but the concepts as well. I'm not sure what to think about such a class. It obviously has some influence from my connection to the abyss. Incarnation of light, the light illuminates all. The incarnation of light is the light, literally and metaphorically. The wording is almost exactly the same as the other. I doubt this has anything to do with my connection to the abyss, though. I would be more inclined to pick this one than the other if I had to, but there's a lot to contemplate about this class. Lost soul, you've been displaced out of space and time. Your soul remembers, though. The lost soul isn't bound to a specific reality. They can harness the powers surrounding them, wherever they are, and they can draw upon past experiences from other realms of existence. The availability of this class actually answers some questions. I've never thought too deeply about my dreams of the past, but this pretty much makes it obvious. My soul has traveled through the river of souls but still remembers. Those dreams really are memories. Skill leveled up, Tier 4. Dreams of the Past, 1724. Wow, that's a big jump. Reevan was momentarily shocked. It actually makes sense, though. I've been resisting the truth of the matter for so long, and finally coming to terms with it has probably just pushed it to the level it was supposed to be. Soul of duality, the very fabric of your being is one of duality. You are a master of all opposites as well as the interactions between the two. You were born of two opposing aspects, and you've only nurtured their opposing natures as you've grown. The soul of duality is a paradox. They are the opposing aspects, and they're each individually. Wherever there are polar opposites, the soul of duality flourishes. That explains why Edge of Duality is legendary. This is the upgraded version, and it's not limited to just the interaction between the two polar opposites. I can see why the other is a step below in rarity now. If my gut feeling about the class still hidden from me turns out to be untrue, this is definitely the #1 contender for my next class. Let's take a look at the ultimate Tier 3 Cultivator class. Pillar of Truth, your foundations are eternal. They're better than perfect. They are built upon the very fabric of the realm itself. The Pillar of Truth can ascend the heights of cultivation with ease. The work has been put in up front, and the door to true perfection has been opened to them. Ah, I see. It seems that the best of the best cultivator classes can't be reached without attaining this class. There will always be a moat barring one from achieving the best in tier cultivator class to those who don't take this version of the foundation establishment, even if they have the necessary stats and life experience to otherwise unlock it. The wording also implies it's based on the realm. If I was in the Abyss realm using their system, would it be Pillar of the Abyss? Let's look at that Abyss class now. Carnage, revel in the blood of your enemies. Who are your enemies? Who aren't? There are no allies, only competitors. Carnage lives for blood. They reap all opposition before them, even if those opponents aren't currently even standing in the way. Yeah, definitely not taking that class. It screams murder hobo, and that is definitely not me. Reevan paused for a second. Where did the term murder hobo come from? It must have come from my dreams of the past skill that I've finally fully accepted, Reevan shrugged. Reevan dismissed the class page. There were a lot of underwhelming classes, even in the higher rarities, but that could just be because of the lack of information associated with it. Less description might not mean less powerful. They were mystic classes, after all, and the words that were used implied a lot of utility. He wasn't really interested in those, either way. The soul of duality was the clear frontrunner. Aside from the characteristics of Battlemaster and Master, it fit him almost perfectly. Battlemaster and Master were great for him because of how he'd lived his life, but Soul of Duality was a perfect match for his very nature, down to his balanced soul. If the masked man hadn't done whatever he did to balance out his soul, he didn't know if the class would be available to him. Reevan stood up from his lotus position on his bed and strode out of his room. He made his way down to the first floor and stepped out into the sunlight. Rafix was standing there, arms crossed and one foot against the wall as he leaned against it, watching the mercenaries drill. Done with your introspection? Rafix asked, glancing at his son from the corner of his eye. Yeah, Reevan nodded his head. I have a frontrunner class selected if reaching transcendence with weapons master doesn't unlock another one, and I've gotten a sort of confirmation about some things. Ryevin paused and looked at his father. I also have some new questions. So what class did you choose? It's called Soul of Duality, and it has something to do with some of the questions I have. For you, Rafix tilted his head to the side. A class option prompted questions for me. What questions? Why is my soul, the very center of who I am, made up of two opposing forces? Rafik stood up straight and dusted himself off before turning to face Ryevin with a serious expression. I know some of the answer to that, but not everything, he answered. A lot has been lost to time, but enough has remained. We'll talk about it tonight in your room, but I will answer your question to the best of my ability. Now, what was the other thing, the confirmation? Ryevin eyed his father for a moment before sighing and accepting the suggestion. He obviously wanted answers now, but it wouldn't be appropriate to talk about it right out in the open like this. I'm definitely a reincarnated soul. My dreams are memories of my past life for sure, and your mother and I pretty much knew that already. Ryevin quirked an eyebrow. That doesn't strike you as strange? Not really, Rafix replied. I mean, it's not necessarily common knowledge or accepted belief, but reincarnation is a fairly universal concept. Considering your stories about the sparks between realms and what they obviously represent, it makes sense. I would argue that it's probably more rare for someone alive to not be a reincarnated soul. I mean, those souls had to start somewhere. We just don't remember our past lives. It changes nothing about our relationship together. So what if you can remember some snippets of another life? In this one, I am your father and Emilian is your mother. Nothing can change that. There was a moment of silence as Ryevin processed what his father said. He felt a bit of moisture in his eyes when he finally responded. Of course you do. Whose son are you? Rafix thumped his chest. Ryevin chuckled and playfully shoved his father's shoulder. Now, tell me about the other class options you had available to you. I'm really curious what the system has deemed fit to offer you. Sure, Ryevin said with a smile. Ryevin stood to the side of the road as he watched the procession march past. They had been at the city he didn't even know the name of for a couple of months. The invaders hadn't attacked the city in force again, but they kept regular pressure on them. Every day, without fail, several enemy companies would assault the walls. They didn't line up in endless ranks, and they didn't have dedicated mage corps launching an endless barrage of spells at them, either. They formed up in their companies, had mana shields to protect them from the defenders' spells. They marched up to the walls, and after trying and failing to scale it, they retreated. The practice had puzzled Prince Alec and his commanders, but Ryevin and his father were beginning to suspect their tactics. Putting everything together, including their total disregard for the sanctity of life, it seemed like they were training their soldiers. The thought was troubling, in more ways than one. Today, Ryevin found himself watching a new division march into the city. They had finally received reinforcements, but upon closer inspection of the soldiers, Ryevin was disappointed. There were hardly any battle-hardened veterans among the bunch, and looking closely with his divine sense skill, he could even see many of the soldiers attempting to suppress the shivering that tried to take over their bodies. They were terrified to be here on the front lines, but they were the only ones available to be sent. Other than the NCOs and officers, Ryevin saw a sea of fresh faces. Their gear was nothing to be written home about, either. Other than a steel helmet, they were all wearing nothing more than a gambeson, shield, spear, and a short sword as a sidearm. It brought back memories of his first journey away from home, and Ryevin realized the truth. The entire outfit was comprised of young conscripts. Ryevin watched for a while longer, but when nothing new or unexpected marched through the gates, he turned around and headed back to his company. Ryevin stood on top of the wall, separating his barracks from the one next to his. It had been empty until earlier in the day, and he was unsurprised to find that it had been occupied by a conscript company. He, his dad, and the other officers were silent as they watched the goings-on inside their neighboring compound. It had been almost a week since the reinforcements had arrived, and they had done the same thing every day. I can't believe this, Rafik spat to the side. Ryevin looked at his father with wide eyes. He had never seen the man spit, not once in his life. It was a testament to how upset he was. Dad, I don't think they're ready for you, Ryevin chuckled. He turned to Jekyll. Do we have any gambesons in our supplies? Yes, sir, Jekyll answered. We prepared a platoon's worth just in case we ran out of spare sets of armor. Good, have someone fetch us some. Just bring them right up here on the wall. Yes, sir, Jekyll answered with a salute. Ryevin turned back to watching the conscripts. What had him, the other officers, and especially his father so dumbfounded and irritated was the fact that they were just lying about doing absolutely nothing. There was no training of any kind going on whatsoever. The NCOs and couple of officers had disappeared into their quarters, and they left the conscripts completely to themselves. There was no supervision, and they weren't taking matters into their own hands to improve themselves. The conscripts broke themselves up by squad and platoon after setting up their bivouac, and then they simply sat around doing nothing. There didn't appear to be any clear cliques established among them, but they were definitely segregated to a worrying degree from Rieven's perspective. There didn't seem to be any interaction between the different platoons at all, and even the squads seemed reluctant to act as a whole with the rest of their platoons. "What's your plan?" Rafix asked. "I'm still young enough that I look just like them if I put a gambeson on," Rieven replied, not taking his eyes off the travesty before him. "I'm going to hop on over there and have a conversation with them, figure out what the deal is and why nobody is doing anything. I'll send Jekyll over there to talk to their officers under the guise of getting along with our neighbors, too." "I see," Rafix said. "And then what?" "And then we try to motivate them to save their own lives. We can't be responsible for everyone, and we can't take charge of them either. We can, however, at least try to make sure they try it themselves." "Yeah, that's probably the best we can do." Rafix heaved a sigh in frustration. Jekyll quickly returned with a man in tow. He walked up and began pulling several sets of gambesons out of a large storage pouch. Rieven wasn't wearing his armor at the moment, so he simply started putting the gambeson on with his father's help. "I'm going to sneak over there and integrate myself into their ranks," Rieven addressed the officers. "Jekyll, I want you to go around and go through the front gate, meet with their officers and find out what the deal is with them." "Yes, sir. What about us, sir?" one of the other officers asked. Rieven looked them over and contemplated their options for a moment. "Just stand by for now." "Yes, sir." Rieven ducked behind the edge of the wall and made his way to the corner. He activated his mana and infused it with the light affinity. He wrapped himself in a bubble of mana, hiding himself from view to anyone who couldn't see or sense the mana, and dropped down to the ground below. The ambient mana was still getting sucked away in the same direction, but the distance muted the effect considerably. Instead of rushing off and being agitated, the mana acted like it was in a slow-moving current of a stream. Rieven deactivated the mana and strolled out of the shadow of the wall like he belonged there. He walked up to one of the platoons and he squatted down next to one of the squads. They were all startled that someone took the initiative to come over, and they all looked up at Rieven in confusion. Rieven could see the youth in their faces. They all had a bit of fear still in their expressions, so Rieven asked. The young conscripts shared a look between each other before they turned back to Rieven. "So?" One of them finally asked. "So what do you all think about this place, our situation?" Rieven asked. "What do you mean? Don't we all feel the same way?" the same boy answered. "They've abandoned us, sent us off to die to stall for time so the rich and the nobles can escape." "Is that how you really feel?" Rieven asked with a frown. "Of course, you don't see any of their kids here, do you?" Rieven looked at each of them in turn. He glanced around the platoon, making note of the faces of all of the young conscripts. He couldn't tell a thing simply by their faces, though. "Really, do you know who's in charge of the defense of this city?" Rieven shot back, looking the one who had spoken up in the eye. "Some general," the boy shrugged. "Prince Alec," Rieven said. He let that sink in for a second. "He's about as noble as nobles come, wouldn't you say? Isn't the crown prince in the same position? Prince Indru is the head of the army. He's off somewhere else on the front lines, be that as it may. And I bet the other affluent families and nobles' kids aren't among the conscripts because they're already here with the regular troops. Did that thought ever cross your mind?" Rieven pressed. "Are you defending them?" The boy pulled back, suspicion written on his face. "Nah," Rieven shook his head in denial. "I'm just trying to paint a different picture. Think about it. Not only do they have an obligation to the nation, but many of them also view this war as an opportunity. An opportunity." There was still skepticism on the boy's face, but he was at least engaging in the conversation. "Right, an opportunity. What kind of life experience do you think everyone who participates in the war successfully will get? Everyone who fights will have a tremendous boost to their class options in the future. Guaranteed. But we don't come from combat classes," another boy spoke up. Rieven focused his attention on the new boy. He wilted slightly under Rieven's intense gaze, but he quickly mastered himself and continued. "My parents are bakers. What good will this life experience do for me?" "Are you serious?" Rieven asked. He put on an expression of incredulity. "I can think of a million ways this could be an opportunity for you. First off, you have access to considerably more stat gains while still in Tier 1 as compared to your contemporaries. Those stats aren't for nothing. You'll be able to unlock higher rarity versions of your class in the future. And don't worry about advancing to a useless Tier 1 combat class. As long as you don't gain too many levels, you can always visit a church and purge it from your system. For you, I can see a path opening up for you to increase your production abilities. Just imagine if you take this opportunity to bake for the entire company. Combine that with your conscript life experience, and you might unlock a rare class that allows you to create vastly more products than you would normally be able to manage. Imagine what that could do for your family business in the future. That's all well and good, but what if we do gain too many levels in a Tier 2 class? What then?" The youngster shot back. "Even better," Rieven smiled. "Everyone knows that Tier 1 through 3 classes are foundational, so what if you have a couple odd classes out? You can still work on your skills to unlock the appropriate Tier 3 class in the future. I doubt you'll reach Tier 3 while still in the army. You never know. How long are we going to be tied up by this invasion? You're right about that. We don't know how long it'll be. That being said, as conscripts, we're not exactly the main combat force. We'll be off to the side for the most part, shoring things up. We'll get negligible combat experience for our roles, and the monthly calculations won't be enough to get us to Tier 3. Sure, we might be given more responsibilities once we reach Tier 2, but we're still a relatively untrained force compared to the rest of the army. What do you mean, relatively? The first boy snorted. Did you forget? They taught us marching, shields, spears, and swords, and then they've left us alone to our own devices since. We're not relatively untrained. We're just untrained. Then why don't we change that? Rievin asked back. What do you mean? What's stopping us from working on those skills ourselves? The opportunity this presence is predicated on us surviving. We can't speed up our experience acquisition, but we can train our skills. Rievin looked back and forth between each of the squad members. They seemed eager for something to do. These skills might seem useless for the future path we might take, but not necessarily. Not only is it the key to surviving today and tomorrow, but maybe we can gain some unexpected skills and synergies from it for our chosen paths. We won't know if we don't try. Who's going to teach us? Another boy asked. We don't need teachers, Rievin answered. We have the skills unlocked already. We just have to pay attention to the assistance the system gives us and make it our own. Our skills will naturally increase with practice. What about the other stuff, like fighting together? Rievin shrugged his shoulders. We could go ask our neighbors. Have you seen what they're up to? Nah, I'm too scared to go up there, the first boy said. You can practically feel the contempt in the gaze of those guys up on the wall. Rievin followed the boy's line of sight to his officers and father. From the perspective of the conscripts down below, the clear frowns on their faces was a bit intimidating and looked like they were looking down on them. Nah, they're professional soldiers, Rievin replied, looking back at the other boys. Why would they look down on us with contempt? They know the score. I bet they're more upset with the officers in charge. Rievin smacked one of them on the shoulder and pointed toward the front gate. Look, there's one of them now. They all watched as Jekyll entered the compound. He glanced around at the other kids, but he didn't slow his step or focus his attention on Rievin. He quickly made his way to the building where the officers had disappeared. See, I bet he's here to grill those guys, Rievin said. Also, I've been up on that wall when they're not up there. I've peeked to their side. Let me tell you, unless they're taking a break, those guys never stop. They train all day. Really? Like what do? They break it up into sections, Rievin explained. They take turns working on their individual skills. They group up as squads, they group up as platoons, and they do a bunch of other stuff that doesn't seem like it would be necessary for fighting. Like they have a rope that they climb while in full gear with their weapons. We could do the same thing, you know. Yeah, but without somebody in charge, it would become a jumbled mess, the first boy said. Then we have to pick our own people in charge, Rievin said like it was the obvious solution. You seem to be the most outspoken one for this squad, so you can direct them. I'll go around and speak to the others and find other guys who are naturally inclined to take charge. No problem. Maybe the first boy seemed a little reluctant to assume a position of authority. He glanced at the other kids and they all nodded back to him. I don't see a problem with that, one of them spoke up. Yeah, Cray, you've always made sure to take care of us anyway, someone else said. We won't resent you for telling us what to do. There, Rievin said. Problem solved. Are we just going to spar with each other and work on forms? What about training dummies and other equipment? Cray asked. What about all the other companies in the army? Rievin asked back. Do you think each company is lugging those things around on their own, or do you think they might have been provided for them? Has anyone checked out the storage room? I'll bet we can find what we need in there. The other kids looked at each other again before settling their gazes on Cray. Come on, let's go check it out, Cray said. That's the spirit, Rievin said with a smile. I'll go talk to some of the others. The squad of conscripts, led by Cray, jumped up and made their way to the storage room off to the side of the officers' quarters. Rievin shifted over and struck up conversation with a new group of youngsters. The other squads had noticed the commotion, and instead of Rievin having to speak to each of them one at a time, they all gravitated towards him to figure out what he was up to. Cray and his squad quickly returned from their exploration of the storage locker, toting target dummies. They quickly set them up as the rest of the platoon watched as they listened to Rievin's conversation. Some of the conscripts in the other platoons had their curiosity sparked, and soon the entire company was buzzing with activity. More and more boys ran to the storage locker to bring training equipment out to set up, and pretty soon everyone had taken up to training their weapons skills. Rievin nonchalantly extracted himself from the group, and after making it to the shadow of the wall, he once more activated his light bubble. He climbed up the wall and rejoined the officers on the wall. Jekyll wasn't far behind him walking out of the officers' quarters. Remarkable, Rafik said, looking at the conscripts busy at training. What did you say to them? Not much, honestly, Rievin replied. I just pointed out how this could be an opportunity and how they weren't being abandoned, and they practically convinced themselves. They just needed a little push and for someone to take that first step. I imagine being bored out of their minds had something to do with it, too. They all chuckled. Jekyll made his way back to the group and everyone turned to him. What's the verdict? Reevin asked. Those officers are the rejects of the army, Jekyll spat to the side. They didn't say it in so many words, but it was obvious. They got their positions through nepotism, and they were expecting to ride out a short career as an army officer to pad their prospects. They didn't do much other than whine and complain the whole time I was over there, bemoaning the fact that the invaders had interrupted their perfect little lives by indefinitely extending their stay in the army. I figured it would be something like that, Reevin sighed. Those kids deserve better, especially the ones that are interested in possibly having a combat class in the future. They should be nurtured as much as possible. They have the opportunity to all have great classes in the future with their bonus stats and life experience from getting conscripted officially through the system. Not everybody views it like that, Rafik said. That's exactly the reason you had to go give them a little push in the first place. I'll have a talk with Prince Alec, Reevin said. We're on the wall tomorrow, though. Everyone ready go. Reevin looked to his officers. They all nodded their heads. Then the day after tomorrow, I'll head over to the headquarters and have a word with him. What are you going to say? Rafik asked. I'm not going to try and supersede the other officer's authority. That's a good way to build resentment. But surely the prince has some men he can spare to act as trainers and mentors for the conscripts. I'll even suggest assigning some mentors to their commanders so they don't make ridiculous blunders when lives are on the line. That seems like a fine idea to me, Rafik said. I feel a little left out as your father, he chuckled. I want to give you advice, but you always seem to have everything covered. What are you talking about? Reevin looked at his father in surprise. You give me great advice all the time. I'm just pretty squared away when it comes to military issues in the chain of command, and we both know why that is. Just the other day you pulled my head out of my backside with regards to the future in Kefira. That's right, and don't you forget it, Rafik gave Reevin a stern look. Wah, I'm not the one who forgot. Reevin trailed off. What was that? Were you talking? Nope. The other officers snickered until Reevin gave them a sharp look. They cleared their throats and everyone's attention refocused on the conscripts in the neighboring compound. They weren't a well-organized unit with their training, and some of them were still lounging about not doing anything, but it was a good first step. They would work the kinks out themselves, and if Reevin could get them some experienced soldiers to supervise them, their chances of survival and turning this invasion into an opportunity would greatly increase. Speaking of conscripts, I wonder how Talon and Kimberly are doing these days. Reevin turned to his father once again. Do you think they've made it to Wispan yet? If not yet, then not too much longer. Rafik nodded his head. We sent some people back to get them before we came here. Who knows, maybe they'll come along with Kefira the next time she's able to get away from her mother. I hope so, Reevin said. It's been a long time. You'll be shocked once you see them again, Rafik said with a smile. Those two had some serious drive in them after the debacle with your disappearance. I won't ruin the surprise, but I bet they could put up a decent fight against you. Rafik looked Reevin up and down. Well, maybe while working together. Reevin swung his sword, attempting to identify that elusive feeling his father talked about. Rafik had warned him that it had taken him years of training and additional inspiration when instructing Reevin to gain the weapon's master skill to finally figure it out. There was a major difference between him and his father, though. Reevin had already seen his father use the transcendent ability, and Rafik had been operating blindly. With a mentor to guide him, Reevin was confident it wouldn't take years to reach level 101 in Weapons Master. Reevin's actions were rote, and he let his mind wander. He wasn't being lax with his concentration on his sword swings, however. It was deliberate. Rafik had mentioned that it may be a subconscious awakening, so Reevin alternated between intense concentration on even the most minuscule muscle movement and letting his body just do its thing without supervision. This training session was the latter. Many things that he thought he had figured out but wasn't 100% certain of finally made sense. Pieces of the puzzle that made up his life were falling into place. Some of the interactions with others that he had thought he had figured out turned out to be a bit different than he had expected. He had assumed it was his abyss affinity that Galwit had picked up on, but thinking about their conversation and what his father had told him made him realize the truth. Reevin thought back to the conversation about his bloodline that he had with his father. Our lineage, both your mother's and mine, are ancient, Rafik said. We can trace them back hundreds of thousands of years. That might seem like a huge span of time to us, considering we're so young, but when you take into account the lifespan of Tier 6, 7, even 8 individuals, it's not as many generations as you might think. We have Tier 8 ancestors, Reevin asked in surprise. Many of them, though not for a long time, Rafik nodded his head. But wait, that shouldn't affect our bloodline unless they were already Tier 8 when they had their children. Yes, that's true, but we know for a fact that the founding ancestor of the Vin line was Tier 8 before he had any children. My side of the family assumes our founding ancestor was the same, but we're not entirely sure. Most of the specifics of our history were deliberately lost over time, and after discovering some truths along your mother's and my journey, I understand why. How does one deliberately lose history? Rievin asked. They didn't write it down and they didn't pass it on word of mouth, Rafik shrugged. That's not important. Don't focus on the wrong part of the story. Sorry, Rievin sheepishly replied. Anyway, my ancestors and your mother's ancestors stood on opposite sides of a grand conflict hundreds of thousands of years ago. Nobody knows the reasons for the conflict or who the other side was. All we know is that they were driven off and they abandoned my ancestors. It's not clear if my ancestors had already switched sides or if they surrendered out of necessity, but they ended up swearing allegiance to the Vin family. That happened about 15,000 years ago, and we've been working on elevating our status slowly over time ever since. We eventually became one of the most trusted branches of nobility in the Vindan Empire, reaching the rank of Marquis. That's the highest rank nobility could achieve without blood ties to the imperial family. For whatever reason, our families still never intermarried. There has been no union between our families until your mother and I, and that wouldn't have happened without the tragedy that struck. I was a ceremonial bodyguard to your mother, and one of the purposes was for us to interact and see if there was a rapport that could be nurtured, but there was nothing that really brought us together before we fled for our lives. I'll be honest, and I'll throttle your neck if you ever betray me in this, but your mother was a bit of a spoiled brat. Rievin's eyes widened. He sat back, pursed his lips, and mimed sealing them shut with his fingers. Your secret opinion of Mom is safe with me, he said. Rafik smacked him in the shoulder. They both chuckled after a moment. Wait, that reminds me of something, Rievin said, tapping his chin in thought. The masked man said that he was responsible for everything I had accomplished. I had dismissed what he said as trying to get into my head, but what if that's what he meant? What if what was what he meant? Rafik was confused. He claimed he orchestrated the dungeon breaks, which led to you and Mom getting together, which led to me being born. Maybe he was saying that without him, I wouldn't even exist, and thus he was responsible for everything I accomplished. The way he spoke was weird, to say the least. He sounded like a narcissist. Yeah, I can kind of follow that logic. It's definitely the thinking of a narcissist, though, for sure. Anyway, continue. Rievin waved his arms at his father. Yes, well, it's a decent segue. Anyway, Rafik cleared his throat. So to understand the full picture, it needs to be said that not everyone in ancient times capitulated to the Vins. There were other families and even branch families that didn't agree. They scattered to the wind, seeking survival on their own. One of the main driving factors for the split was refusing to lose our heritage. My ancestors decided to throw in completely and forget our past. The others weren't willing to do that. So the masked man appears, as we know now, and caused the dungeons that were usually the lifeblood of the imperial capital to break and turn into its doom. The perpetrator left some clues behind, and that's how we discovered his existence and started chasing him. Now, I've never told your mother this, but the clues he left behind were related to the branch families that splintered off from mine all those years ago. I told your mother that I dispatched some subordinates to research their origins, but I knew what they were from the beginning. Your mother had a burning desire for revenge and closure, and I felt the weight of responsibility. It was possible that a distant relative of ours had destroyed the Vin imperial capital and their family. You sure have kept a lot of secrets from Mom, Rievin snorted. You have to understand. Your mother and I weren't together in those days, and those facts were mostly immaterial. Why would I reveal something to her that truly had no bearing on us but could sow the seeds of doubt in her mind anyway? It was better to keep the truth hidden. Now it's been so long, there's no reason to bring it up again. I was just teasing you, Dad, Rievin said with a smile. I agree. It would have just complicated matters if you had said, this might have been caused by one of my 10,000th cousins. You said the splinter happened hundreds of thousands of years ago. There's no relationship remaining. Glad you see it that way, and it's the truth. Anyway, the clues had been set, but they weren't like a trail or anything we could follow. For that, I had to use my knowledge of my family's past to find other clues left by those that had left pointing to where they had gone. There were clues to where they had gone that lasted hundreds of thousands of years. Rievin was skeptical. You'd be surprised. They were breadcrumbs deliberately left and preserved with magic. They left them in the hopes of one of us seeking them out and joining them, though I imagine their existence was forgotten over time. The only reason I discovered them was because I had some records and knowledge, and I was deliberately seeking them out personally and with our subordinates' help. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. We followed the trail over the years. Oftentimes we would lose it and have to spend a year or more looking for the next thread, but it eventually led us to Garrock. We didn't arrive in Hollowville out of chance. Rievin's eyes opened wide in realization. The dungeon in the mountains and the cult, he said. Are you saying the Abyssal cult is our distant branch that splintered in the past? No, the royal family of Eldir are the descendants of the branch family, Rafik denied. Putting together what we discovered with what I knew, the cult was likely descended from an extremist faction that left with the branch family. Finding out the abyssal connection from the royal family of Eldir, and the cult finally revealed the truth of our heritage and why it was deliberately lost. My ancestors were from the Abyss realm, and they fought against the Vins in a realm invasion. For whatever reason, they were left behind in a realm they weren't compatible with, and they chose to surrender and fully integrate into this realm. The Branch family didn't want to lose their ties to their home realm, so they left, but they didn't have the backing of a powerful imperial family. They would have been pushed out of the better regions wherever they went, and they eventually declined to where they're now the lords of a Tier 2 region. That makes what Galwit said to me make more sense, Reevan admitted. He mentioned he noticed a bloodline resonance, and I just assumed it was my affinity. But why would there be a bloodline resonance after so many years? So you know the basics of how bloodlines work, but there are other unusual factors that can affect them as well. For instance, we believe you are an atavism because of the combination of two powerful bloodlines. Over the years, our bloodlines have diminished for various reasons. One of the main reasons is having children before reaching a sufficiently high tier, something that happens all too often to many families, even in their prime. I was Tier 5 and your mother was Tier 4 when we had you. That's the minimum threshold for maintaining the strength of a present bloodline, but it's not a guarantee. Me being Tier 5, I don't know for sure, was probably the minimum for the chance at atavism. Basically because we were strong enough and we had strong, ancient bloodlines originating from Tier 8 ancestors, you won the lottery and returned to your roots. But it's even more than that. Tier 8 bloodlines have a maximum of 90 thresholds, and you have 100. The combination of two Tier 8 bloodlines from two separate realms joining together must have boosted you to exceed the previously believed maximum. I can confidently say that you're the only person in the entire realm with a 100 threshold bloodline. What about Kylie and Riley? Reevan pointed out his two sisters. We've helped them unlock their bloodlines, and they're not atavisms. Their bloodline is only 50 thresholds, still more than your mother and I, but not the apex. How many thresholds do you and Mom have in your bloodlines? 40, but we've also unlocked level 2 of our bloodlines. There's a third level, but we don't know of anyone who's ever unlocked it. The treasures required to unlock level 2 of our bloodline included Tier 6 materials already. Unlocking level 3 might require divine treasures for all we know. You have another advantage with your ability to siphon experience towards your bloodline, but I imagine the requirement will be prohibitive to say the least. That's for sure, Reevan said bitterly. Level 2 says it needs 10 billion. Experience, that's enough to get me through most of Tier 8, and you have a higher requirement for your bloodline than we do. If you didn't have access to an experience siphon, you would probably need Tier 8 materials. I bet the rewards for leveling up your bloodline will be immense, though. You'll get it one day. Yeah, one day. Speaking of atavism, I suspect Varia is also an atavism, Rafik said. She's mid-Tier 4, and her sword soul that Zudrid mentioned isn't enough to account for her stats. Her soul strength would only affect her skills, but she's got some monstrous stats. I didn't have to seal nearly as much of my stats when fighting against her as I did you. You should definitely continue to nurture a relationship with them. It would help a lot to have friends in high places when you go to explore the higher tier regions in the future. That's not the only reason I would befriend them, Dad Reevan rebuked. Do I look like that kind of person? Rafix was taken aback at the accusation in Reevan's voice. I'm just being pragmatic and reminding you not to get so caught up in this war and your own training that you forget about them. Right, sorry. No problem. Speaking of training, Rafix rubbed his hands together with a gleam in his eye. Reevan came back to the present, swinging his sword. He had allowed himself to get so caught up in his memory that he had completely zoned out. There wasn't a miracle, though. His sword slashes were still just regular slashes. He still had a long way to go until he breached Transcendence, though his bonus from the legendary feat would help out. He continued to swing his sword as he let his mind wander once again. The mention of Varia's sword soul, affecting only her skills as well as the revelations about his bloodline and ancient ancestors, led him to ponder about his interaction with the masked man some more. The more Reevan thought about it, the more Reevan realized the man had been putting on a facade. He acted as if he was playing a villainous character. He rambled on about how he was responsible for Reevan's accomplishments and how he was going to be a hero to his people. He had grand plans for consuming the essence of their realm, and he said he was only allowing Reevan to live and grow so he would be a whetstone to his generals. Then he went and gave him a huge gift of natural treasures that balanced his soul under the guise of punishing him for disrespect. None of it made sense, especially with the revelation of the existence of sex and a Tier 6 empire. The masked man, if he was as powerful as he seemed and claimed, would absolutely know about the stronger people who existed in the realm. Why would he need to nurture some kid in a Tier 1 region into a whetstone when better, easier options already existed? And the things he said hinted that Reevan's existence had been deliberate. The man knew about Rafix's ancient history, maybe even better than Rafix did at the time. He knew where to find the cultists that had ancient ties to his ancestors, and he spoke of influencing fate directly and indirectly. There was still a lot of missing context for Reevan to fully understand what was going on, but he realized that it was much more complicated than he had initially assumed. He couldn't for the life of him think of a possible reason the man would have orchestrated things to bring about his birth if that had been one of the man's goals. HMPH, I might be falling into a bit of narcissism, myself, Reevan snorted. Everyone's the main character of their own story. I might be inflating my own importance simply because I'm me. I might have just been a happy accident, tangential to that guy's plans, for all I know. Reevan peered down at the conscripts busy at their training. Prince Alec had been receptive to his suggestion, and he had sent proper instructors over to supervise the youngsters. Now, with proper military orders, even those that had been reluctant to join in previously were busy with drills. Reevan often found himself wandering up to the wall to watch the conscripts when he had a free moment. Watching them brought him back to his earlier days in Magron, and he reminisced about his time with his friends. I wonder what Knight Captain Reifeld and Knight Lieutenant Brand are up to these days, Reevan idly wondered. I hope these conflicts don't reach them. Tier 1 regions are not prepared for a conflict like this. These Tier 4 empires aren't ready, much less the lower-tier population in the subordinate kingdoms. Thinking of them, I wonder if Jocelyn will get recruited to one of these war zones. The Church of Light isn't the only church in the realm, but they do span multiple local groups as far as I know. I don't know what sort of stance they'll take, or if the invaders will mess with the various churches or not, but if they are dragged into the conflict, he has proven to be a competent battle commander. Maybe I'll run into him again someday. There's very little chance I'll ever see Melissa or Larissa again. They were talented, but from what my parents said, it wasn't enough to keep up and make it all the way to the Tier 4 academy. They'll be focused on bringing their family up with them to the Tier 3 region, surpassing the main family their branch is from one day. Lin and Ren are unlikely to ever meet up with me again. I could care less about Ren, but Lin wasn't so bad. Maybe a bit aggressive, but that's fine. I hope I don't run into any of them in a future war zone, other than Jocelyn, as that would mean something catastrophic happened. Even if they don't get displaced from Garrock by an invading force of their own, if they're called up to fight somewhere, then things have really gone bad. Like with Will and Simon, Reevan understood that he wouldn't be friends with everyone forever. The memories evoked from watching the conscripts drill brought a lot of his past relationships to mind, but he understood that they were from different worlds now. Not every friend or acquaintance was meant to be kept forever, and that wasn't a bad thing. Everyone had their own lives to live. Talon and Kimberly were a bit different. They had been taken under the wing of his parents, and they had apparently stepped up to the challenge and performed above expectation. Reevan was eagerly awaiting the day he would reunite with his two oldest friends. He didn't know if they would be interested in joining him in the mercenary company, but if they weren't, they could probably lead part of the training division. Running dungeons was one of the main ways to improve stagnate skills and gain quick levels. He would need to set something up for his own people. The groundwork had already been laid with the agreement for access granted by Kefira's dad, but he would need to set up the logistics for it, too. From what Rafik said, Talon and Kimberly were quite experienced when it came to dungeon delving now. His mercenaries were made up of adventurers with their own dungeon delving experience, so they wouldn't need to be held by the hand. They would still need oversight and leadership, though, and his current officers already had enough responsibilities. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the direction his mind was going with it. He would have to get their opinion, of course, but from what he could remember, they weren't super into the military lifestyle despite their time as conscripts themselves. Reevan found himself smiling as he watched the conscripts drill below. Maybe he would send some of his own people over to give them some instruction on small unit tactics. Even though he wasn't directly involved, he was beginning to better understand his father's feelings about recruiting people and helping them develop themselves. It was quite rewarding to see others strive for and reach their potential. Reevan walked back and forth along the walls, inspecting the soldiers arrayed in front of him to repel the next attack from the invaders. Their attacks had been like clockwork, rain or shine. Every day around noon, they would line up and assault the walls. They were always easily driven off, though, and it had become one of the daily routines of their lives. Reevan typically didn't participate at all. The experience gains for the soldiers involved in the actual fighting was meager at best. For those on the cusp of or already in Tier 4, it was basically nothing. It was different for the leaders, though, as they got a decent bonus for being in charge. If Reevan participated, as one of the higher-ranked individuals involved in the fighting, he would siphon off a chunk of that experience. Instead, the officers took turns acting as the overall commander in order to gain the bonus experience and propel their class levels higher at a quicker pace. Jekyll had been mid-Tier 4 when he had first joined Reevan in Wispen, and he was close to reaching Tier 5 from all the bonus experience he had raked in from his responsibilities during the fighting. The other officers hadn't been quite as high level, and they didn't have as much time with greater responsibilities, but they were all past mid-Tier 4 by this point. The main force of the mercenaries were also slowly reaching Tier 4, where they stalled out like everyone else. Only during the huge battles that had pushed them out of Piori and the bridge did they accumulate any decent experience gains. By the time the next major assault happened, Reevan speculated that everyone would have gained their Tier 4 class. Everyone but me, he chuckled to himself. After several weeks of intense training from people who actually cared, the conscripts were deemed fit enough to participate in the defense of the walls on a limited basis. They weren't lined up with their companies. They were dispersed as squads among the various other veterans who took them under their wings. For the times they actually got to participate in actual fighting, they quickly gained levels as they were all Tier 1 conscripts, with a few advancing to Tier 2 classes. Reevan kept up with some of the conscripts from his neighboring yard, and he found that because they had the forced Tier 2 classes, they were all able to gain a rare rarity Tier 2 class. Most of them had expected to get an uncommon class before they were conscripted, and even though their Tier 2 class ended up being a martial class, as opposed to a lifestyle class they had geared their life towards, they were all hopeful to turn it around with superior Tier 3 classes they hadn't even considered possible before. Reevan stood back and watched the soldiers nervously shift about in their formation. Standing in formation in preparation to combat wasn't like marching in a parade. The NCOs didn't scold the soldiers for fidgeting. Reevan's mercenaries were usually pretty good about keeping their bearing, but despite their past battles, they weren't yet the hardened veterans that could stare death in the eye without twitching. They still tried to keep up appearances as much as they could for the conscripts attached to them. Reevan broke from his usual norm of not being on the wall during the assaults because he had noticed a strange feeling ever since he had woken up. The air was energized in a way that he couldn't quite put his finger on. It wasn't the same as a ping from his danger sense, but he felt like the feeling was tangential to the skill in some way. Instead of being nervous without knowing what was going on, he had decided to watch the wall assault. He frowned as he looked out across the open fields to the tree line in the distance. The strange energy in the air seemed to increase with each passing moment the closer it got to noon, and as soon as he saw the first signs of movement among the trees, he finally understood what was going on with his strange premonition. In all the battles before, the enemy soldiers had advanced with an air of religious fervor. They showed no signs of fear, and they were almost indifferent to their plight. The soldiers advancing into the clearing, even without seeing their faces, were different. A wall of bloodlust seemed to permeate off of them as they emerged from the trees. Reevan could immediately tell that there was something different about them. The bloodlust was only noticeable because every single one of the soldiers was exuding the aura. If Reevan focused on an individual, the spark of bloodlust really wasn't much. It was as if it was still forming and not fully whole, yet. Reevan waved the officer in charge for today's battle over to him. The officer had been keeping half an eye on Reevan the whole time, so he immediately noticed and ran over, offering a salute. Have someone run back to the barracks and get another platoon to act as reserve, Reevan instructed. There seems to be something different about these invaders, and I don't want to take any chance. Yes, sir. The lieutenant saluted and turned to carry out the order. Reevan caught his arm to stop him. Send a few more to the captains of the other companies to inform them what we're doing, too. The lieutenant nodded and Reevan released him to follow the orders. Reevan and his mercenaries had built up some credibility with the other officers and their men with their performances in the previous battles. They were a mercenary group made up of adventurers, not professional soldiers, so the other officers had been receptive, yet skeptical. Their professionalism, discipline, and effectiveness in actual combat had earned them a good reputation. If Reevan was spreading word that he was reinforcing his position with more reserve troops, the other officers would pay attention and probably copy his actions. The enemy soldiers didn't waste any time as they were already formed up and marching toward the walls. Like all the previous assaults, they didn't accompany this attack with a mage corps bombarding the walls, though they did have some mages dispersed in the ranks to provide mana shields. Reevan observed their defenses and noted that they appeared more solid than he was used to seeing among the invaders. Time was paramount to bring the additional platoons to the wall, so the runners took off at top speed and dispersed towards their various locations. The defending mages launched their spells at the 3 companies of enemy troops advancing on them, and Reevan noted that the damage to the troops was considerable less than against previous enemy formations. Their mana shields and group shield skills were able to take more damage, and they appeared to disperse the force more easily. Another group of 3 companies formed up along the tree line, but Reevan wasn't worried about them. Unless something different happened, he understood that the next group of soldiers were poised to assist the survivors in retreating. These are definitely veteran troops, Reevan surmised. I don't know if they're veterans of different conflicts, or if they're survivors picked from the other assaults, though. Arrows rained down on the advancing soldiers. They lifted their shields and shrugged off the ranged attacks with practiced ease. There wasn't a single soldier on the ground by the time they made it to the walls. A far cry from the previous experiences of downing anywhere from a third to half the assaulting force in the same time frame. The reserve platoon for Rievin's mercenary company arrived at the same time the enemy reached the walls, and Rievin could see other platoons marching at double time through the streets as well. He heaved a sigh of relief that the other company commanders had reacted so quickly to his vague speculation. Ladders were thrown up the wall, and they clamped down on the edge so that they couldn't easily be pushed off. The invaders began to climb the ladders at much faster speeds than they were used to, and Rievin could see the first man to breach the top had a feral grin on his face. Even as he was stabbed in the throat by the closest defending mercenary, the grin never left his face. The invading soldier behind him grabbed the toppling man's body by the ankle and tossed him aside so he wouldn't get in the way, but he never slowed his own ascent to do so. Quickly, more and more invaders breached the top of the wall, and hand-to-hand fighting began in earnest. Far more enemy soldiers participated in the fighting than any had previously. Many of the enemy soldiers quickly fell, and their bodies were tossed over the edge of the wall so they wouldn't impede the other invaders. Rievin was dismayed to see, however, that more than half of the soldiers tossed to the ground stood back up. They were bloody and limping, but they weren't dead. Rievin grit his teeth expecting them to join their allies in the assault once more, but they acted in a way that Rievin completely didn't expect. The enemy soldiers who had been tossed aside picked up their dead compatriots, and they retreated from the conflict. The other three companies advanced forward and used their mana and group shield skills, as well as their actual shields, to defend the injured from being cut down by arrows or spells launched by the defenders. They were focused on defending and not advancing, so their defenses were even more solid than the preceding three companies. Rievin breathed another sigh of relief. He watched as the conscripts were allowed to participate in the fighting, but the ferocity of these attackers had been noted, and the youngsters were only ever allowed to advance to the second row where they could engage with their spears. They weren't ready to handle the front line with sword and shield against such fierce opponents. The reserve platoons ascended the walls, but they simply stood and watched the fighting with grim faces. It wasn't their job to rush forward and help repel the invaders. If they committed all of their troops, something unlikely might happen with the attackers, and the reserve troops wouldn't be capable of responding. The fighting was still well in hand, so there was no reason to rush the inevitable victory of driving the invaders away. Because the invaders breached the walls with considerably more troops, and they were much fiercer than the previous soldiers, the noon battle lasted much longer than any other had before. Rievin didn't participate in any capacity other than the first warning, and he watched the time tick by as the fighting continued. Casualties were inevitable on their own side, but thankfully none of them were fatalities. The fighting didn't go on long enough to drain everyone of their stamina, but the skill levels of the invaders was a step above what they were used to. Errant strikes caused injuries too severe to remain in the fight, but they weren't life-threatening. By the time the last invader was pushed off the wall, almost 30 of the mercenaries were injured in some fashion, though most weren't that bad. Some of the conscripts, despite being relegated to the second row, suffered their first battle injuries as well. Rievin watched the invaders slink away, but there was no cheering from the defenders. They had long since stopped cheering every time they drove the invaders away, but this time there was a particular silence that blanketed the field. Rievin tore his eyes away from the retreating invaders and focused his attention on his divine sense. He looked into the eyes of his soldiers and noticed a weariness that hadn't been there before. Some of the conscripts had wide, wild eyes too. This was something new to them. They hadn't experienced the endless hordes that couldn't be held back and had gotten used to a token assault on the walls. "Get the men back to the barracks," Rievin ordered his lieutenant. "Have the conscripts check in with their company, but then have them come over too." "Yes, sir," the lieutenant saluted. Rievin turned and jumped off the wall. He was lost in thought as he walked back to the barracks. "What was that all about?" Rafix asked as Rievin stepped into the conference room. The other officers who hadn't participated in the routing combat were already waiting as well. They all sat in silence as Rafix posed the question on all their minds. "I had a strange feeling all morning," Rievin explained, "and then I saw the enemy force. They were different from what we've experienced so far. Like the giant guy we all fought in Piori," Rafix asked, sitting up a bit straighter in his chair. The other officers shared grim expressions with each other before focusing back on Rievin. "Not like that," Rievin shook his head, "though maybe a prototype. They weren't necessarily higher level than the other enemy soldiers, but their skills were more refined and they had a bloodlust aura about them." "A bloodlust aura?" Rafix asked, relaxing back in his chair a bit. "They weren't just indifferent to death," Rievin answered. "They were eager to fight. They were excited to put their lives on the line." Each one individually wasn't anything special, but all together. It was like a wall of dread followed them. I could see it in the eyes of our own soldiers. They were afraid. Rafix crossed his arms and dipped his head in thought. The other officers whispered among each other, and the lieutenant who had been in charge of the combat for the day soon entered the conference room to join the others. Rafix lifted his head with a spark of understanding in his eyes. I think I get it, he said. They're burning the chaff. What do you mean? Ryevin asked. They're taking all their men and just throwing them into the meat grinder, Rafix explained. They lined up hundreds of thousands of soldiers to push us out of Piori. They probably had 80,000 deaths, easy, and many tens of thousands more injured. What do you think happens to those that survive that? Ryevin stopped and thought about it for a moment. He correlated the bloodlust he sensed from the veterans to the previous battles. They gain levels, skill levels, new skills, and possibly nurture their fighting spirit, he answered. They gain achievements, Rafik said with a pointed look. Imagine how strong an achievement for survive a battle where 50,000 of your friends die or some such would be. And they didn't just survive that battle, they won it. They're forcefully increasing their life experience to get them better classes. All of that combined, the increased skills, the bloodlust aura, and the achievements they'll nurture incredibly powerful future soldiers, and maybe not even that far in the future. I would bet that each one of those soldiers that attacked today were survivors of the Battle of Piori. They haven't gone hard on us and just rolled over us because they're treating us as a whetstone for their soldiers. By the time they reach the capital, they'll have an entire company worth of those powerful classers we saw at the end of the battle in Piori. An entire company like that would be able to put up a fight against the old veterans the Empire calls back from the Tier 5 region, much less the even stronger commanders. Everyone's faces paled at the statement, including Ryevin's. Is there any way to counter it? Ryevin asked, racking his brain for solutions. The only thing I can think of is to leave no survivors, Rafik said with a grim expression. When they come at us next time with an entire legion of troops of these veterans, we have to go all out to kill as many of them as we can. That's a double-edged sword, though, Ryevin pointed out. The more we kill of them, the stronger the survivors will be, but we can't not kill any of them because they're numbers. I don't see a way to win, Ryevin said, slumping his shoulders. To be honest, after that first battle in Piori, I kind of expected us not to, Rafix admitted. Our job isn't to win the war at all costs. We're mercenaries in a foreign land. We're just here to help them as much as we can. It sounds bad, but this isn't our fight. It could be, and that's why we're here. Aren't we kind of doing the same things as them, just without forcing it as fast as possible? The Wispen Imperial Army is sending its soldiers to wars all across the local group to participate in the battles. By the time they all go home to Wispen, they'll have achieved similar results, but I would bet there will be far more survivors. Yeah, that's the long-term plan. When we devised it, we thought we were being clever and taking advantage of them spreading out so many war fronts. Turns out we're still a step behind. The potency of the achievements and polishing of skills won't be as powerful as our opponents. Don't let the realization of what they're doing give you a defeatist mindset, Rafik said, standing up to place a hand on Ryevin's shoulder. I know you're worried about the future, and I know it's demoralizing to realize we're probably not going to win this particular fight. We can't let it affect us. You're right, Ryevin nodded his head. We still have to do everything we can for as long as we can. We have to figure out a way to turn their tactics against them for our own benefit. Ryevin looked up and addressed all the officers. That's what we're going to be trying to figure out from now on. Everyone nodded their heads as they started to brainstorm a way to turn the situation into an advantage. You all got your first experience of what terror war can be today. Ryevin addressed the conscripts that had participated in the earlier fighting. He had initially only called for the conscripts from the neighboring company to come over, but word had spread, and all the conscripts across all the companies that had fought had shown up. This was only a small taste, too, he continued. You didn't have to experience your friends dying next to you, as the casualties were relatively light. No war can go on forever without grief, though. Someday some of you won't come back from a battle. It's a hard truth to come to grips with, I know. Ryevin walked back and forth in front of the crowd of youngsters with his arms behind his back. He was wearing his full armor with his rank insignia, so there was no confusion about who he was, but the front row of conscripts from the neighboring company stared at him with wide eyes. Ryevin spotted Cray amongst them, jaw hanging open as he realized who it was that had been encouraging them over the past several weeks. I hope this instills the importance of the training you've all been doing. We don't train just to see our numbers go up. We train to see tomorrow. I know that this isn't the life most of you aspire to, but it's reality. Life isn't fair, but what we do with the twists and turns thrown at us define who we are. I was like you many years ago. Ryevin stopped and looked into the eye of each individual conscript in turn. I was conscripted to fight in a petty dispute when I was a child. I wasn't even 10 years old yet, but due to a quirk in the system, I was eligible for conscription. I know what it's like to have your life turned upside down and thrust into something you're not prepared for. My experiences were a little different than yours, though we still had our fair share of life or death battles against monsters and beast tides. There's a reason I push my soldiers to train so much all the time, and there's a reason they don't shirk their responsibility. All of us have experienced war and seen friends bleed and die. Trust in your training and you will survive. We're all in this together. You can trust us to have your back on the battlefield, and we'll give you our knowledge and wisdom in garrison. If you or any of the other conscripts have questions, ask your mentors first. If they don't have the answers, you can come to us. Good job out there today. Keep up your training, trust your brothers and sisters next to you, and we'll keep seeing the sunrise tomorrow. Revan nodded his head to the conscripts, turned, and strode off back to his company office. The conscripts were silent behind him as they watched him go, but he heard their voices pick up as he got further away. The other officers watched from the sidelines, but the NCOs mingled with the kids to see if anyone had any questions or concerns. The day's battle had been a step up in intensity for them. Most of the enemy soldiers never even made it to the top of the walls beforehand, and this time they had an extended battle where they felt the true emotions associated with a life or death struggle for the first time. It had still been a bit abstract to them until today. Many of them had felt their spears piercing flesh for the first time, and they would need time to adapt. Training and watching, the fighting were completely different than delivering a killing blow in the midst of combat, personally. They were all just kids, and there was no euphoria to mask the emotions of killing another living being. Fighting monsters afforded the protection of the system. Without the system intervening to protect people's minds from the stress of killing, there would be far fewer adventurers and combat classers. No such protection existed for conflicts between humans. Revan could already see the stress accumulating in his mercenaries, and they were all adults with years of adventuring experience under their belts. Throw a bunch of Tier 1 kids into combat without a safeguard to protect their young minds, and the consequences could be severe. He wasn't just extending an invitation to train and teach the kids. They were also there to keep them from falling apart mentally. That's another advantage the invaders have on us, Revan realized. They don't need euphoria to protect their minds when they have such blind faith. We need to find something other than protecting their homeland for these kids to believe in. Revan held one of the warhammers from a specialized squad in one hand and his sword in the other. He hefted them each, weighing them and feeling the difference between them. He swept out with the sword, paying attention to how it cut through the air and the whistling sound it created. He followed it up with an identical sweep with the warhammer. He noted the differences in how it moved through the atmosphere. He continued to wave the weapons about, focusing his full attention and utilizing his divine sense to get every minute difference he could perceive. He put his sword aside and grabbed a battle axe to perform the same exercises. He moved through different combinations of weapons, forming a baseline for each as well as their differences. Once he was satisfied with many different combinations of weapons, he moved to a training dummy. He performed the same exact maneuvers while striking the training dummy over and over again. He used his divine sense to focus on the impacts on the dummy. He ingrained the effects each weapon type had on the training dummy. He was building an extensive mental library of all the intricacies of all the weapons he could command. With his experience fighting monsters and people, he extrapolated the damage to the training dummy to a body of flesh and blood. He wasn't going to indiscriminately mutilate even a monster for his training even if he had access to one, but he didn't have to. Revan out the weapons aside and sat down cross-legged to contemplate over everything. He unconsciously entered a state of meditation. His father had told him that with constant training between the different weapons, he would naturally get a feel for them. He had long since gained a natural affinity to all the weapons he could use with his skill. There wasn't anything he couldn't pick up and know exactly how to use it as an effective weapon. Some things, like a leaf, required additional skills like mana manipulation and mana affinities to bolster its durability, but the way his skill worked was that it gave him a natural understanding of how to do so. If there were any applications even without additional bolstering, he could perform those actions as well, though reality limited what was possible. My weapons master skill and my father's weapons prodigy skill are different, Revan thought. He is limited to actual weapons, while my skill makes anything I can think as a weapon. Maybe instead of trying to replicate my dad's ability to make any weapon function as any other weapon, I should instead be focusing on making any mundane item work as a weapon, even without the additional bolstering. I could work on making a floppy blade of grass an actual sword, instead of an imitation of a sword. Revan had been focusing on shoring up his natural instincts and understandings granted through the skill with actual, concrete examples. He felt he had fully grasped the nuances of all of his weapons, but that was only half of his skill. If he wanted to breach level 100 with the skill, he couldn't ignore an entire aspect of the skill. There had been no need for him to be able to pluck anything from the environment and use it as a weapon, as he was always armed. Even when he didn't have a physical weapon on his person, he could always manifest one with his mana. He had been completely ignoring half of his skill. Revan exited his meditation and stood up once more. He looked around for something to experiment with, but he was in a compound without even any grass growing nearby. He could take the time to go gather some resources to use, but if he wanted to embrace everything as a weapon, he needed to get even further out of his mindset. Instead of going off to find a stick, some grass, or some leaves, Ryevin bent down and scooped up a handful of loose dirt and gravel. He swished it around in his palm as he looked at it for a moment. He looked up at the training dummy and threw the dirt at the dummy. He didn't activate his skill for the first throw, and the dirt just dispersed in the air. Ryevin nodded to himself as he inspected how the dirt projectile worked. He bent down and grabbed another handful. He mentally flipped a switch and once more threw his hand out. Instead of dispersing in a cloud of dust in the air, the individual specks of dirt and pebbles flew straight and true, but they simply clattered harmlessly off the training dummy. Okay, so first step, imitate a throwing knife. Ryevin mentally checked off a box. Now I just need to get it to actually pierce the training dummy and be a throwing knife. Just dirt won't be enough, though. Ryevin signaled to a passing mercenary. Yes, sir, the man asked respectfully. Gather a working party and gather up some sticks, leaves, and grass, Ryevin said to the growing confusion of the mercenary. Quality doesn't matter. I just need a lot of them. Yes, sir. The confused man offered a salute and ran off to carry out the order. Ryevin had plenty of dirt, dust, and gravel to work with, so he spent the next hour throwing the dirt at the training dummy. He ignored all the strange looks directed his way by the mercenaries training nearby. They all only knew that he was unusually good with a very high number of different types of weapons, but they didn't know about his skill. Ryevin had a mental picture of walking up to a huge steel door. It was a metaphorical representation of his skill and the barrier of reaching transcendence. He had assumed he was already knocking at the door by reaching skill level 100, but he felt he was only at the metaphorical doorstep. He still had a couple more steps to take, and as he refined his dirt knives, he felt himself inching closer and closer to the door. The working party he had ordered worked quickly, and he had a pile of sticks and leaves and such nearby. When he reached a point where he felt he wasn't making as much progress, he picked up a stick and advanced on the training dummy. He used it as a sword without applying any kind reinforcements. He could easily swing it around like a sword, and he could even use it as such against an unskilled or weak opponent. But if he was to face off against his father with the stick as a sword, it would shatter on first contact. He needed the stick to be a sword. He continued his practice for some time. He wasn't holding back and used his full strength to swing the stick. The first couple dozen sticks couldn't withstand the strength of the blows and instantly shattered into sawdust. But as he struck more and more, the shattering grew less and less until he only cracked a stick with his first blow. Ryevin nodded to himself and tossed the cracked stick aside like the rest. He picked up another, but the stick was no longer a sword. It was a war hammer. It shattered upon impacting the training dummy's head. He continued his practice. The sticks continued to shatter, but there were less of them until he reached the point of only cracking one. He switched up his weapon again, and picking up a slightly longer stick, he used it as a battle axe. Ryevin continued destroying the sticks, and he went through all the basic types of weapons one would normally see someone use. He didn't delve into all the exotic differences weapons could take. He used a sword, a war hammer, a battle axe, a hand axe, a dagger, a spear, a staff, throwing knives, and he even used them as arrows in a bow. By the time he finally rotated back to using a sword, he swung out with his full might and the training dummy shattered. He looked down at the undamaged stick in his hand and nodded. He looked inward, and the metaphorical steel gate was another step closer. Ryevin switched out the sticks for some grass and leaves. He ran into the same problem, initially, but it took a fraction of the time to keep his chosen weapons from shredding from the force of his strikes. His skill amplified his ability to incorporate the natural slackness of the impromptu weapons in his favor. He was another step closer to the steel door. Ryevin looked down at the pile. There wasn't anything else for him to do with them, so he scooped up another handful of dirt. He immediately tossed the dirt at the training dummy, and the dirt, dust, and gravel pierced directly through the obstacle as if they were sharp metal instruments. Ryevin bent over and picked up a sizable rock from the ground and tossed it up and down in his palm. Without thinking about it too much, he threw it past the training dummy. Boomerang, he mentally shouted. Ryevin watched as the rock sailed past the training dummy, curved in the air all on its own, and returned to strike the dummy in the back of the head. It also pierced through like it was a knife instead of a rock. 2 in 1. Ryevin threw his hands up in triumph. He looked inward once more, and his mental self had his hand on the steel door, but he hadn't walked through it. Ryevin stood there in thought for a moment before once more sitting down in the lotus position and entering meditation. So I've fully transformed being able to use any object into any weapon, so much so that it can be multiple different types of weapons at the same time. But I'm still only at the door. I haven't stepped through it yet. Ryevin stood up and went looking for his father. He needed to spar. Just performing the actions in a controlled environment wasn't enough. He needed to be able to freely adapt to different situations as they came at him, and the best way to do that was to put himself under stress. It didn't take long for him to find his father. He was doing his own training off by himself. He had his shirt off while going through the motions of his weapons forms. Sweat dripped from his face and torso, indicating just how serious his father was taking his current training session. Ryevin thought he was performing his sword forms as he was using a sword, but with his own understanding from his earlier training, he realized his father was performing staff forms with the sword. He wasn't gripping it any differently, but the motions, trajectories, and even air resistance all matched what Ryevin understood from using a staff. Ryevin waited for his father to finish his current set before speaking out. "Dad," Ryevin called out. Rafix immediately looked up and smiled at his son. "I feel I'm on the cusp of advancing, but I need a sparring partner." "Excellent," Rafix immediately agreed excitedly. "Let's get to it." Ryevin smiled at his dad's enthusiasm as the two moved back to Ryevin's pile. He bent down and picked up a fairly flimsy stick. It wasn't anything special, but it wasn't on the opposite spectrum of being brittle or droopy. Rafix quirked an eyebrow at him as Ryevin assumed a ready stance, but he didn't say anything. He was the one person in the camp that knew about his skill. He was the one who had set up the conditions for Ryevin to get it, after all. Everything is a weapon. Everything is a weapon. Everything is a weapon, Ryevin chanted in his mind. He entered a mindset where the frail stick in his hand was a solid metal sword. Without preamble, the two men advanced on each other. Ryevin was fully focused on his mantra for his weapon, but he wasn't at a disadvantage because he had his divine sense. Not only the skill itself was a big help in informing him of his father's every move, but having the skill at all had greatly increased his ability to focus on multiple things at once. Others might be distracted to the point of not being able to keep up properly if they were fully invested in maintaining their mental grip on their stick sword, but Ryevin didn't have that problem. The two danced around their training area, the mercenaries forming an impromptu crowd around them. They all paused their own training to watch the strange spectacle. Their captain was using a stick to spar with their vice-captain, a man they finally realized was a high Tier 5 classer. They had all known he was powerful, but they hadn't realized just how powerful, but he was almost looked up to more than Ryevin was. Those in the know understood that Ryevin's ability to put up any kind of fight against his father was proof enough of his prowess and worthiness of being someone to aspire to. Everything is a weapon. Everything is a weapon. The sparring intensified and the stick held up. As the fight went on, though, Ryevin wasn't just able to make it perfectly match a sword. He was slowly utilizing its natural properties at the same time. The stick could bend and whip like it normally could as a wooden stick, but it fended off the strikes from Rafix just the same. Everything is a weapon. Ryevin's eyes flashed with intent, and Rafix subconsciously shied back. He lifted his sword to parry the strike directed at him, but the wind force from the stick whistling through the air continued on and felt like knives slashing into his skin. Rafix's eyes opened wide in surprise, but a grin formed on his mouth while looking at the deep concentration on his son's face. Why am I limiting myself to the stick in my hand? An errant thought intruded on his mantra. Everything is a weapon. Ryevin dashed forward, his body twisting and turning about like an acrobat. The stick lashed out and struck his father in the ribs. Rafix attempted for another parry, but Ryevin reached out with his empty hand and swatted it away. His hand was a sword after all. The stick landed another strike. Rafix backed up to regain control. Ryevin continued to press him. If Rafix unlocked all of his stats, he would be able to outmaneuver Ryevin with no problems at all, but he was in perfect control of his physical being. He perfectly matched Ryevin's stats, and for the first time, he was the one unable to keep up with his son's onslaught. Ryevin's vision seemed to light up with paths his body and stick sword could take to bypass Rafix's defenses. Blow after blow landed on the older man's body. Torso, legs, arms, everything was struck. Rafix wasn't a legendary class for nothing, though. He eventually caught up to the new rhythm of his son, and his sword once more intercepted the attacks sent his way. Everything is a weapon. Even Rafix's own sword was Ryevin's weapon. Ryevin's stick struck Rafix's sword, and Rafix flinched like he had been smacked in the arm. A look of confusion crossed his face, but he quickly moved to intercept another strike. His confusion turned to astonishment as no matter what he did, his sword could not find a way to parry Ryevin's stick. Strike, 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 strike. Ryevin's mantra had shifted at some point. Blows rained down on Rafix. He was unable to block a single one, and he looked like a toddler floundering about with a stick against an adult with a sword. The complete opposite of the truth. The crowd of mercenaries around them was completely silent. Nobody cheered. They all had slack jaws as they witnessed the beating. Ryevin was in a world of his own. His father had disappeared from his mind's eye, and there was just him, his stick, and his opponent. Paths he had never noticed before opened up to him. His body moved naturally to take advantage of every minuscule alteration. The stick could not be stopped, and hit flesh over and over and over. Stop. Ryevin came to a halt, his hand held high, stick ready to smash down on his father who laid on the ground, hand out in entreaty toward him. Ryevin's eyes went wide and he tossed the stick aside. He grabbed his father's hand and helped him to his feet. Are you all right? Ryevin asked, nearly panicking at the realization of what he had done. I didn't mean to. I'm fine. I'm fine. Rafix waved it away. He stood and dusted himself off. He actually was perfectly fine. You must have subconsciously still used your stick as a stick, because none of your strikes did more than a single point of damage to my health, but man, that hurt. I'm going to be covered in bruises tomorrow. Again, I'm sorry, Dad. Ryevin hung his head in shame. I don't know what came over me. Look at me, Rafix commanded. Ryevin peeked his eyes up and looked into his father's face. There was nothing but undisguised joy. Ryevin was a little confused at first. You breached the threshold of transcendence. You were in the midst of an epiphany, and I tried to let you bask in it as long as you could, but I could only take so much. He chuckled. Right, let me check. Ryevin had still been a bit out of it at the distress of seeing his father like that, but as soon as he focused his attention on the madly blinking notifications, his body locked up and he was assaulted by pain. His muscles spasmed, and his head felt like it was going to burst. He could vaguely hear and feel the concern of others as they grabbed his body to keep him from collapsing, but all he could do was scream. His pain resistance did nothing to stop it. After what felt like hours, the pain slowly faded away, and he was finally able to pay attention to his surroundings again. Now he was the one on the floor, and his father was holding him against himself to protect him from his own thrashing. You better now. Rafix leaned back and looked at Ryevin with concern in his eyes. What happened? I don't know. Ryevin shook his head. His father helped him stand up once again. Let me check. Ryevin grimaced as he pulled up his notification window, but nothing happened this time. He scrolled through the contents with wide eyes. Skill leveled up, Tier 6. Weapons Master, 100-101. Achievement, exceed level 100 with any skill. Plus 10 physical stats. Transcendence, True Strike. Tier 6. Weapons Master. Ability, your strikes cannot be blocked, dodged, or parried. You see all paths to strike true, and if there aren't any, you make one. That's not what I was aiming for. But wow, Ryevin subconsciously spoke aloud. This is probably better. What's that? Rafix inquired. Ryevin looked up at his father. He formed a mana tether to him so as not to reveal anything to anyone else. My transcendence ability is True Strike, he subvocalized. I can't be blocked, dodged, or parried. Rafix gave a low whistle. That explains what you did to me, but what happened to you? Haven't gotten that far yet, Ryevin replied. He turned back to his notification window. Achievement, unlock the perfect foundation. Plus 100 all stats. Ryevin pulled up his status page after seeing the notification. Status name, Ryevin. Class Imperial Liaison, Grand Arcanist LVL 60. Fighter. Age 1420 health, 10,280 plus 310 stamina, 19,870 plus 410 mana, 12,735 plus 50 physical stats, mental stats STR, 959 plus 10 INT, 1,124 plus 4 VIT. 1,028 plus 31 mag, 1,423 plus 6 dex, 958 plus 10 CLA, 961 plus 1 CHA, 322 plus 1 per, 960 plus 1 LUK, 302 plus 1 bloodline, LVL 1 unknown 236,443 10 billion experience, 6,377 15,000. Ah, I see what happened, Ryevin thought. The only other time I've suffered that kind of pain was when I was in the alchemical bath. It appears that not all of that pain was from absorbing the contents of the soup, but the massive increase in stats I gained. I usually just feel a tingle when I get a stat boost from an achievement, but I just gained 900 stat points all at once. It would be weird if it didn't hurt. I figured it out, Ryevin subvocalized once more. I got a stat boost. I see. Rafix nodded his head. He froze and gave a double take to his son. That was from a stat boost. Ryevin nodded his head. Rafix gave him a knowing look. I have one more thing to check out, Ryevin said out loud. The achievement said he had unlocked the perfect foundation. Everyone knew that the first 3 tiers of classes were the foundational classes. He must have finally unlocked the ultimate class. He quickly pulled up his class selection page. Tier 3 classes available. Common, Expert Dancer, Expert Hunter, Expert Laborer, Expert Mason, Expert Miner, Expert Performer, Expert Storyteller, Expert Tracker, Expert Woodsman, Fortune Teller, Uncommon, Cataphract, Charming Dancer, Charming Performer, Expert Hunter Wood, Expert Laborer Earth, Expert Mason Earth, Expert Miner Earth, Expert Miner Metal, Expert Tracker Wood, expert woodsman wood, marksman, politician, recon, soldier, soldier of fortune, wizard, rare, arcanist, assassin, chevalier, elemental swordsman, magic swordsman, mystic, sage engineer, shade, sharpshooter, sorcerer air earth fire water, veteran, wizard air earth fire water, epic, arcane elementalist, battlemaster, champion, death knight, foundation establishment, juggernaut, sorcerer dark light, warlord, war wizard, legendary, edge of duality, embodiment of elements, grand arcanist, justicar, master, perfect foundation, royal commander, mythic, carnage, incarnation of darkness, incarnation of light, lost soul, pillar of truth, soul of duality, hero. Reevan stared at the screen for a moment. He finally looked up at his father. "It's time," he said. "I have my class." Kefira nodded her head as she fought to keep the polite smile on her face. She had been listening to these tales nonstop for almost the entire time she had been back. She resisted the urge to check her system clock to see how much more time remained before she could be free. She was counting down the days to when she could go back to Reevan, but every second seemed like an eternity. And bam, I used my mana to smash the kobold into the ground, tripping his companions up, Orion said once again. Remember, it's imperative to always use your surroundings in your favor, even if those surroundings are the foes themselves. Orion had told the tales of his excursion multiple times. Each time he added a bit more embellishment, or told it in a different way so as to emphasize a different aspect about himself. Kefira could retell each of his stories from memory all on her own by now, but she kept the smile on her face as she nodded along in the appropriate places. Orion had caught the eye of his parents as one in need of social training, as they said. He wasn't the first person with lower standing to be thrown into the mix of the upper nobility children to sink or swim, but her parents paid more attention to him than any of the others. Kefira assumed it was because of who his master was. He was the only direct disciple of Court Magus Farrell, and that made him Kefira's older apprentice brother. Kefira wasn't a direct disciple herself. She wasn't even an in-name disciple. Court Magus Farrell was just her mentor, and that was only because of his official position in the imperial court. There were no mages who could extend their teachings to Kefira's specialty. She had already exhausted what the other mages could teach her, especially after the leaps and bounds in space-time affinity she had made ever since she had teamed up with Reevan. A couple of adventures with him had given her more insight into her affinities than a couple of years of training with the mages. Orion wasn't a bad sort. He was earnest and took his responsibilities as Kefira's senior seriously, at least in his mind. Court Magus Farrell had pointed out that it made logical sense for him to accompany Kefira for his social training, as they already had an understanding of each other. Silpha had been quick to accept the suggestion. That had led to Kefira having to spend more time on social interactions than she had originally planned on, and Orion was with her every time. She had wanted to devote more time to her own training with the space magical device they had stolen from the invaders and meditate more on the advances she had made with space on the trip. She was still able to investigate the magical device and her inspirations to a satisfactory level, but she wanted more. Her mother had other plans, though. Silpha didn't want her friendships with the other noble children to suffer because she locked herself away the entire time. She didn't have any opportunities to interact with her contemporaries while she was away with Reevan fighting as a mercenary, so her mother had crammed as much as she could into what little time she had available. The only saving grace was that Cyrilla was also her constant companion, as always. She met Cyrilla's eyes and noticed a twinge in the other girl's eye. She was fighting the urge to roll her eyes at the life lessons one could learn through their excursions that Orion was trying to impart. Orion was basically bragging about single-handedly taking on a cabal of 4 high-tier 3 kobolds by himself, and he was using the tale as an opportunity to try and teach Kefira. If he had seen the things she and Cyrilla had done with Reevan, he would probably go into a coma out of embarrassment. She didn't want to burst his bubble, though, as that would be rude, so she let him finish his story. "That's valuable insight," Kefira said with a smile once Orion was done. "I'll be sure to keep it in mind. You never know what will save your life one day." Orion shrugged, but he had a slight grin on his face. "I had no idea you were so accomplished with your mana skills." Another girl sitting at the table reached out and touched Orion's arm as she exclaimed. "Maybe you can give me another." Girl elbowed her in the side, and she continued as if nothing had happened. "Us a demonstration of your prowess. Kefira leaned back slightly and finally did roll her eyes. These girls are way too forward, she thought. They were attending a luncheon hosted by one of the marquis in the capital. Kefira hadn't had the time or desire to attend these events when she was with Rievin, but now it was one of her main duties each day. Breakfast was still held in the privacy of her own courtyard, and dinner was with her family, but lunch was conducted at a different noble's estate each day. Orion positively glowed from the praise. Kefira eyed him a bit suspiciously, but the youth didn't seem to pick up on the nuance of the statement. Social training indeed, Kefira snorted to herself. A twinge in the back of her head and the flashing of a notification window momentarily distracted her. Orion and the other girls at the table continued their conversation as Kefira focused her attention on her notification. Change in status. Your Imperial liaison has changed his class, Rievin Savin. Hyro. Kefira was frozen for a moment as she read the notification. There were two major differences that she had never seen before. One, she had never seen a surname attached to Rievin's status as her subordinate. Two, he had advanced to Tier 3, and it was a class she didn't think was possible. Isn't hero just a prefix for a class? She thought. I've never heard of it being a class unto itself. What has he been doing? Cyrilla noticed her attention had shifted, and she leaned forward from her place standing behind her. What's up? She asked. Kefira looked up at her friend, breaking her concentration on her thoughts about the class. Have you heard of the hero class? Kefira asked in a whisper. Sure, everyone has, Cyrilla shrugged. It's basically a myth, though, no pun intended. Kefira shook her head. No, I'm not talking about hero of something. I'm talking about just hero. Cyrilla frowned as she thought about it. No. I've never heard of that. I can ask my elders if they have, though, later. I'm guessing it has something to do with Rievin. Kefira nodded. He's apparently advanced to Tier 3. I got a notification that his status had changed, though he's still apparently recognized by the system as my Imperial liaison despite losing that designation in his class. Is something the matter? Orion's voice cut into their conversation. Kefira looked up and found the young man smiling at them. No. Nothing's the matter, Kefira denied. Sorry about that. Please continue. It's totally fine, Orion waved it off. If you need to go or something, just let us know. Don't let us stop you. No, everything's fine, like I said. All right, Orion quirked an eyebrow before turning back to address the rest of the table. Kefira internally sighed as their conversation started up once more. The other girls at the table weren't at all the luncheons she attended, and if they were, they weren't always seated with her. That meant that almost all of them were fresh ears for Orion to regale with his tales of his excursion. Kefira controlled her facial expression as she nodded along to the story. Just a few more days. Talon eyed the surroundings as he, Kimberly, and the rest of the crew that had stayed behind in Quran stepped through the portal. The view inside the teleportation path and the various Tier 4 capital cities had long since lost their appeal. It was just another grand city on their long journey to Wispen. Talon threw his hands to the back of his head as he confidently walked out of the teleportation circle. He was the epitome of nonchalance. Kimberly rolled her eyes next to him. You don't have to prove to all these people that you're not impressed with the surroundings, Kimberly snickered. I don't know what you mean, Talon retorted. This is a relaxing way to walk. He still lowered his hands back to his sides. Sure, Kimberly chuckled. Talon reached over and grabbed her hand, a twinkle in his eye. Okay, but this is definitely a comfortable way to walk. Kimberly blushed a little, but she didn't pull her hand back. The two walked in front of the rest of Rafix's subordinates into the city proper. They stopped just outside of the teleportation circle and inspected a board that had the schedule for the portals listed on it. It didn't take long for them to find Wispen, their next destination. 3 more days, Talon muttered. Just 3 more days and we'll be there. I wonder what mischief Rievin's been up to, eh? You're the one that's always up to no good, Kimberly snorted. And I have you there to keep me in line, Talon grinned. Well, let's see about finding some accommodation for the next couple of days. He strode off once more, Kimberly's hand still held in his, with the others following behind. Being the central location where the teleportation circle was housed, most of the surrounding buildings were high-class inns. There were other shops available, as well, selling the local specialties to those that passed through on their journeys. Talon ignored those for now, though Kimberly eyed them as they walked toward a fancy-looking inn. Rafix had said they could use whatever funds they wanted to purchase their rooms for the journey, and they could use some of it for their food, as well. They had their own money to pay for anything they wanted to pick up at one of the local shops, though. They had saved up a decent amount of coin running Tier 4 dungeons, and the specialty dungeon Rafix had access to. Luckily, currency was universal as far as they were aware. Do you notice something strange? Talon asked Kimberly, looking around the square. It was in actuality a circle around the teleportation circle building, but that didn't stop people from naming it a square for whatever reason. Too many people, Kimberly answered, taking her eyes away from the shops to scan the surroundings. There was considerably more people in this particular city square than they had seen at any of the others along their long journey to Wispen. There was always a decent crowd wherever they went in each of the Tier 4 capital cities, but this was something else. There were thousands of people milling about. That wasn't the only thing either. They were all clearly adventurers. City citizens would wear normal clothing when they were walking about their home city, but these people were all decked out in armor and weapons like they were about to head on some sort of expedition, and there are clearly multiple groups forming parties everywhere they looked. I hope there's enough room at one of these establishments, Talon said with a note of worry. It wouldn't be a big deal if they couldn't find anything nearby, but if the entire city was like this, they might have to get creative. Talon wasn't someone who would mind having to shack up in a stable for an evening, but there were more people in his group than just him and Kimberly. He didn't think Rafix's subordinates would complain too much, but he didn't want to put them through something like that. As they walked forward, the crowd shifted about, blocking off an easy path to the closest inn. Talon frowned as he looked for a way through the throng, but every path that opened up through the people steered them further and further away from his intended target. He mentally shrugged, though, and simply aimed their steps at the next inn. The mass of people almost seemed to direct them to a particular destination, but Talon shook that thought off. There was no way so many people who obviously didn't know each other could coordinate something like that. I guess the luck stat works in mysterious ways, he chuckled to himself. They quickly arrived at an inn and Talon noticed a signboard by the door. Accommodations for parties. If you're solo or don't have a minimum of 4 party members, please seek out another establishment. That's convenient, Talon said, sharing a look with Kimberly. They weren't technically in an official party, but they had enough people in their entourage to fill one out. They stepped through the doors, followed by another smaller group of people. The others walked off and took seats in the lobby, though they kept an eye on Talon's group. Wonder what that's all about, Talon whispered to Kimberly. I don't get the feeling that they're going to rob us in broad daylight, but they're obviously here for us. We'll find out after we secure some rooms, Kimberly answered, though she also kept glancing at the 3 individuals who had followed them in. Are you all together as a party? The receptionist, a young woman, asked Talon as they approached the counter. Yup, all 10 of us, Talon replied. 10, the receptionist raised an eyebrow. Aren't parties capped at 8? Yeah, but we have a couple reserves, Talon said. You know how it is. Sure, but our rooms are designed to hold 4 people, and we can't give out a room for less than 4 people, the girl explained. You'll have to squeeze 5 people into a room. She glanced at the gender makeup of the party, or 6 in one room in your case. That's fine, Talon nodded his head. Doesn't seem like there are too many other options open out there right now anyway. That's true, what with the wars and all, the receptionist said as she started the booking process. The wars? Talon asked. Yeah, the invasions occurring in the various empires across the local group. You haven't heard of the wars? No, we have. I just don't understand what that has to do with this. Talon gestured to the front doors to indicate the throng of people outside. Someone cleared their throat behind Talon. He turned to see one of the people who had followed them inside. I can answer your questions about that if you don't mind. Talon looked the young man up and down. He was wearing armor just like all the other adventurers, and it reminded him of the armor he and the others had worn when they first started their dungeon delves before entering the academies. It was plate over leather, but upon closer scrutiny, Talon could tell it was high quality and had a hum of mana about it. Talon glanced at the other 2, another young man and a young lady, and noticed that they were likewise in high-quality gear. Either these guys aren't novices, or they come from decent backgrounds to be kitted out like that, Talon thought. Sure, Talon said, nodding to the young man. Just let us finish up with getting our rooms sorted. Don't you guys need to find a room too? We already have rooms here, the young man said. What a coincidence, Talon's eyebrow went up. Yeah, lucky coincidence, the young man smiled. Well, if that isn't a hint, Talon mentally chuckled. He turned back to the receptionist who handed him 2 keys. Rooms 303 and 305, she said. They'll be on the right side of the hall as you step out of the stairway. 4 gold coins per day, she answered with a smile. Talon gave out a low whistle, but he fished into his storage pouch and retrieved the gold for 3 days. He had thought the other tier 4 capital cities had been expensive, but he guessed supply and demand forced the prices up 8 times here. Talon handed the keys to 2 of the others, a boy and a girl. I'll find out what these friends have to say, and then we'll join you guys before making a plan for the next couple days. The others nodded their heads and headed to the stairs. Because everyone had storage pouches, nobody was openly carrying any luggage. Talon and Kimberly turned back to the young man who had approached them and followed him over to his friends. They took a seat before the young man introduced himself. My name is Gully. These 2 are Roran and Ruby. Gully gestured to his 2 friends. Ruby's the girl, he smirked. Oh, is that right? Talon feigned astonishment as everyone exchanged handshakes. I'm Talon and this is Kimberly. So what's this about the wars? All right, first off, to assuage any doubts you might have, we overheard you mention someone by the name of Reivin, Gully started. Are you perhaps referring to the same Reivin who started a mercenary company in Wispen? Talon said, narrowing his eyes. But how do you know that name? The 3 people shared a look with each other and nodded. Well, I wouldn't say he's necessarily famous or anything, but he did put out a call for recruits to his mercenary company through the Adventurers Guild, Gully explained. I'm sure he meant it to be local, but word spreads. There are several Tier 4 branches sending adventurers to Wispan at the chance to join his company. Really? Talon was taken aback a bit. Why doesn't someone just form another one closer to home? Experience, Gully shrugged. Most adventurers haven't served in a military, and they certainly haven't fought in an organized war. Every now and then there will be people who were once conscripts, but they're few and far between, and it's not exactly the same. In order to convince people to join his company, Reevan made his military exploits public information for any adventurer who is willing to pay a small fee. He's not the only one acting as a mercenary, if that was your question. The only thing is the other, mercenaries, are the local imperial armies, and they don't accept adventure recruits. I think I see where this is going, Talon nodded. You were lucky enough to overhear me mention Reevan's name, and you took the chance that we were talking about the same person because you want to join the mercenary company. There are way too many people here with the same idea as you, and you figured getting in with someone who personally knows him would give you a better chance at getting in. Exactly, Gully smiled and nodded. I'm just shameless enough to attach my party to another for a way in. Don't get me wrong, we're no slouches. We'll pass any test they throw at us, but we just want to guarantee the opportunity to even take any tests. And you figured answering some questions about the war would be enough to convince us to let you hitch a ride. Talon raised an eyebrow once again. Gully reached into his own storage pouch with a twinkle in his eye. I noticed you paid for 3 days accommodation for 2 rooms. Here's 6 days worth for the trouble. Talon had only been teasing the other young man, but being the rogue that he wasn't going to turn down a bribe. Assistance, Talon mentally corrected himself. I won't turn down a little free assistance. Talon pocketed the coins and smiled at Gully and his friends. All right, I do believe you were about to fill us in on the situation with the wars in the local group.